The Bonehunters by Stephen Erickson. Series Malazan Book of the Fallen, Book 6. Prologue, 1164 Burns Sleep. Istral Fenidan, the season of Derek, worm of autumn. 24 days since the execution of Shaik in Raraku. The webs between the towers were visible in glistening sheets far overhead, and the faint wind coming in from the sea shivered the vast threads, so that a mist of rain descended on Khartoul city, as it did every morning in the clear season. Most things a person could get used to eventually, and since the yellow-banded Perrault spiders had been the first to occupy the once infamous towers following the Malazan conquest of the island, and that was decades past now, there had been plenty of time to become inured to such details. Even the sight of gulls and pigeons suspended motionless between the score of towers every morning before the fist-sized spiders emerged from their upper-floor dens to retrieve their prey yielded little more than faint revulsion among the citizens of Khartoul city. Sergeant Hellian of the Septarch District City Guard, alas, was an exception to this. There were gods, she suspected, convulsed in perpetual hilarity at her wretched fate, for which they were no doubt responsible. Born in the city, cursed with a fear of all manner of spiders, she had lived the entirety of her 19 years in unrelieved terror. Why not just leave? A question asked by comrades and acquaintances more times than she cared to count. But it wasn't that simple. It was impossible, in fact. The murky waters of the harbour were fouled with moleskins and web fragments and sodden, feather-tufted carcasses bobbing here and there. Inland, things got even worse. The young Perrault, upon escaping their elders in the city, struggled to maturity among the limestone cliffs ringing Khartoul, and though young, they were no less aggressive or virulent, while traders and farmers told her that one could walk the trails and roads all day without encountering a single one. Hellian didn't care. She knew the gods were waiting, just like the spiders. When sober, the sergeant noticed things in a proper and diligent manner suited to a city guard. And, while she was not consistently drunk, cold sobriety was an invitation to hysteria, so Hellian endeavoured to proceed steadily on the wobbly rope of not quite drunk. Accordingly, she had not known of the odd ship now moored in the free docks that had arrived before sunrise, its pennons indicating that it had come from Malaz Island. Ships hailing from Malaz Island were not of themselves unusual or noteworthy, however. Autumn had arrived, and the prevailing winds of the clear season made virtually all lanes to the south impossible to navigate for at least the next 2 months. Were things less bleary, she might also have noticed, had she taken the time to head down to the docks, which perhaps could have been managed at sword point, that the ship was not the usual bark or trader, nor a military dromon, but a sleek, gracile thing, styled in a manner not employed in the past 50 years by any shipbuilders of the empire. Arcane carvings adorned the blade-like prow, minuscule shapes detailing serpents and worms, the panels sweeping back along the gunwales almost halfway down the length of the ship. The stern was squared and strangely high, with a side-mounted steering oar. The crew numbered about a dozen, quiet for sailors, and disinclined to leave the ship as it lolled alongside the dock. A lone figure had disembarked as soon as the gangplank had settled, shortly before dawn. For Hellian, these details came later. The runner that found her was a local brat who, when he wasn't breaking laws, loitered around the docks in the hopes of being hired as a guide for visitors. The fragment of parchment he handed her was, she could feel, of some quality. On it was written a terse message, the contents of which made her scowl. "All right, lad, describe the man gave this to you." "I can't." Hellian glanced back at the 4 guards standing behind her on the street corner. One of them stepped behind the boy and picked him up, one-handed, gripping the back of the ratty tunic. A quick shake. "Loosed your memory some?" Hellian asked. "I hope so, because I ain't paying coin. I can't remember. I looked right into his face. Sergeant, only I can't remember what it looked like. She studied the boy for a moment, then grunted and turned away. The guard set the lad down, but did not release his grip. Let him go, Herb. The lad scampered away. With a vague gesture for her guards to follow, she set off. The Septarch district was the city's most peaceful area, not through any particular diligence on Hellian's part, however. There were few commercial buildings, and those residences that existed served to house acolytes and support staff of the dozen temples commanding the district's main avenue. Thieves who wanted to stay alive did not steal from temples. She led her squad onto the avenue, noting once again how decrepit many of the temples had become. The Paralt spiders liked the ornate architecture, and the domes and lesser towers, and it seemed the priests were losing the battle. Chitinous rubbish crackled and crunched underfoot as they walked. Years ago, the first night of Istral Fenidan, just past, would have been marked with an island-wide fete, filled with sacrifices and propitiations to Kartul's patron goddess Durek, the Worm of Autumn, and the archpriest of the Grand Temple, the Demidrek, would lead a procession through the city on a carpet of fecund rubbish, his bared feet sweeping through maggot and worm-ridden refuse. Children would chase lame dogs down the alleys, and those they cornered they would stone to death whilst shrieking their goddess's name. Convicted criminals sentenced to execution would have their skins publicly flailed, their long bones broken. Then the hapless victims would be flung into pits as warm with carrion beetles and red fireworms that would devour them over the course of 4 or 5 days. All of this was before the Malazan conquest, of course. The Emperor's principal target had been the cult of Jeric. He'd well understood that the heart of Kartul's power was the Grand Temple, and the island's master sorcerers were the priests and priestesses of Jeric, ruled over by the Demidrek. Further, it was no accident that the night of slaughter that preceded the naval battle and the subsequent invasion, a night led by the infamous dancer and Surly, mistress of the Claw, had so thoroughly obliterated the cult's sorcerers, including the Demidrek. For the archpriest of the Grand Temple had only recently gained his eminence via an internal coup, and the ousted rival had been none other than Teishren, the Emperor's new, at the time, High Mage. Hellian had but heard tales of the celebrations, since they had been outlawed as soon as the Malazan occupiers settled the Imperial mantle upon the island, but she had been told often enough about those glorious days of long ago when Kartul Island had been at the pinnacle of civilization. The present sordid condition was the fault of the Malazans. Everyone agreed. Autumn had in truth arrived upon the island and its morose inhabitants. More than the cult of Derek had been crushed after all. Slavery was abolished. The execution pits had been scoured clean and permanently sealed. There was even a building hosting a score of misguided altruists who adopted lame dogs. They passed the modest temple of the Queen of Dreams, and squatting on the opposite side, the much-hated Temple of Shadows. There had once been but 7 religions permitted upon Kartul, 6 subservient to Durek, hence the district's name: Soliel, Poliel, Beru, Bern, Hood, and Fenner. Since the conquest, more had arrived, the 2 aforementioned, along with Decembre, Tog, and Opon. And the Grand Temple of Drek, still the largest of all the structures in the city, was in a pathetic state of disrepair. The figure, standing before the broad-stepped entrance, wore the garb of a Malazan sailor, faded waterproofed leathers, a worn shirt of thin, ragged linen. His dark hair was in a queue hanging down between his shoulders and otherwise unadorned. As he turned at their approach, the sergeant saw a middle-aged face with even, benign features, although there was something odd about the man's eyes, something vaguely fevered. Hellian drew a deep breath to help clear her sodden thoughts, then raised the parchment between them. "This is yours, I presume?" The man nodded. "You are the guard commander in this district?" She smiled. "Sergeant Hellian. The captain died last year of a septic foot. We're still waiting for a replacement." Brows rose with irony. Not a promotion, Sergeant. One presumes, therefore, that sobriety would be a decisive virtue for a captain. Your note said there's trouble at the Grand Temple, Hellian said, ignoring the man's rudeness and turning to study the massive edifice. The double doors, she noted with a frown, were closed. On this day of all days, this was unprecedented. I think so, Sergeant, the man said. Had you come to pay your respects to Drek? Hellian asked him as faint unease struggled through the alcoholic haze. Are the doors locked? What's your name? And where are you from? I'm named Banishar, from Malaz Island. We arrived this morning. A grunt from one of the guards behind her, and Hellian thought about it. Then she shot Banishar a more careful look. By ship, at this time of year? We made what haste we could, Sergeant. I believe we need to break into the Grand Temple. Why not just knock? I have tried, Banishar replied. No one comes. Hellian hesitated. Break into the Grand Temple? The fist will have my tits on a fry pan for this? There are dead spiders on the steps, Erb said suddenly. They turned. Hood's blessing, Hellian muttered. Lots of them. Curious now, she walked closer. Banishar followed, and after a moment the squad fell in. They look. She shook her head. Decayed, Banishar said. Rotting. Sergeant, the doors, please. Still, she hesitated. A thought occurred to her, and she glared at the man. You said you made all haste to get here. Why? Are you an acolyte of Direk? You don't look it. What brought you here, Banishar? A presentiment, Sergeant. I was, many years past, a priest of Direk in the Jakatakan Temple on Malaz Island. A presentiment brought you all the way to Khartoul. Do you take me for a fool? Anger flashed in the man's eyes. Clearly you're too drunk to smell what I can smell. He eyed the guards. Do you share your sergeant's failings, or am I alone in this matter? Erb was frowning then. He said, Sergeant, we should kick in these doors, I think. So do it then, damn you. She watched as her guards battered away at the door. The noise attracted a crowd, and Hellian saw threading to the forefront a tall, robed woman who was clearly a priestess from one of the other temples. Oh, now what? But the woman's eyes were fixed on Banishar, who had in turn noted her approach and stared steadily back, his expression setting hard. What are you doing here? The woman demanded. Have you sensed nothing, High Priestess? Complacency is a disease fast spreading, it seems. The woman's gaze shifted to the guards kicking at the doors. What has happened? The door on the right splintered, then was knocked back by a final kick. Hellian gestured for Erb to enter, then followed, Banishar behind her. The stench was overwhelming, and in the gloom was visible great splashes of blood on the walls, fragments of meat scattered on the polished tiles, and pools of bile, blood, and feces, as well as scraps of clothing and clumps of hair. Erb had taken no more than 2 steps, and now stood staring down at what he was standing in. Hellian edged past him, her hand of its own accord reaching for the flask tucked in her belt. Banishar's hand stayed her. Not in here, he said. She roughly shook him off. Go to Hood, she growled, pulling the flask loose and tugging free the stopper. She drank 3 quick mouthfuls. Corporal, go find Commander Charles. We'll need a detachment to secure the area. Have word sent to the Fist. I want some mages down here. Sergeant, said Banishar, this is a matter for priests. Don't be an idiot. She waved at her remaining guards. Conduct a search. See if there's any survivors. There are none, Banishar pronounced. The High Priestess of the Queen of Dreams has already left, Sergeant. Accordingly, all of the temples will be informed. Investigations will begin. What sort of investigations? Hellian demanded. He grimaced. Priestly sorts. And what of you? I have seen enough, he said. Don't even think of going anywhere, Banishar, she said, scanning the scene of slaughter. First night of the clear season in the Grand Temple that used to involve an orgy. Looks like it got out of hand. 2 more quick swallows from the flask, and blessed numbness beckoned. You've a lot of questions you need to answer. Herb's voice cut in. He's gone, Sergeant. Hellian swung about. Damn, weren't you keeping an eye on the bastard, Herb? The big man spread his hands. You was talking away to him, Sergeant. I was eyeing the crowd out front. He didn't get past me, that's for sure. Get a description out. I want him found. Herb frowned. I can't remember what he looked like. Damn you, neither can I. Hellian walked over to where Banishar had been standing, squinted down at his footprints in the blood. They didn't lead anywhere. Sorcery. She hated sorcery. You know what I'm hearing right now, Herb? No. I'm hearing the fist, whistling. You know why he's whistling? No. Listen, Sergeant. It's the fry pan, Herb. It's that nice, sweet sizzle that makes him so happy. Sergeant. Where will he send us, do you think, Corel? That one's a real mess. Maybe Genabakis, though that's quieted down some. 7 cities, maybe. She drained the last of the pear brandy in the flask. One thing's for sure, we'd better set stones to our swords, Herb. The tramp of heavy boots sounded in the street beyond, a half-dozen squads at the very least. Don't get many spiders on ships, right, Herb? She glanced over, fought the bleariness, and studied the miserable expression on his face. That's right, isn't it? Tell me I'm right, damn you. 100 or so years ago, lightning had struck the huge Guldinder tree, the white fire driving like a spear down its heartwood and splitting wide the ancient trunk. The blackened scorch marks had long since bleached away as the desert sun burned its unceasing light upon the worm-riven wood. Swaths of bark had peeled back and now lay heaped over the bared roots that were wrapped about the hill's summit like a vast net. The mound, misshapen where once it had been circular, commanded the entire basin. It stood alone, an island profoundly deliberate in the midst of a haphazard random landscape. Beneath the jumbled boulders, sandy earth and snaking dead roots, the capstone that had once protected a slab-walled burial chamber had cracked, collapsing to swallow the space beneath, and in so doing, settling an immense weight upon the body interred within. The tremor of footfalls reaching down to that body were a rare enough occurrence, perhaps a handful of times over the past countless millennia, that the long slumbering soul was stirred into wakefulness, then intense awareness, upon the sensation of not one set of feet, but a dozen ascending the steep, rough slopes and assembling at last around the shattered tree. The skein of wards embracing the creature was twisted and tangled, yet persistent in its multi-layered power. The one who had imprisoned it had been thorough, fashioning rituals of determined permanence, blood-traced and chaos-fed. They were intended to last forever. Such intentions were a conceit asserted in the flawed belief that mortals would one day be without malice or desperation, that the future was a safer place than the brutal present, and that all that was once past would never again be revisited. The 12 lean figures, bodies swathed in ragged, stained linen, their heads hooded and faces hidden behind grey veils, well understood the risks entailed when driven to precipitous acts. Alas, they also understood desperation. All were destined to speak at this gathering, the order specified by the corresponding position of various stars, planets, and constellations, all unseen behind blue sky, yet the locations known nonetheless. Upon taking their positions, a long moment of stillness passed. Then the first of the nameless ones spoke. We stand once more before necessity. These are the patterns long ago foreseen, revealing all our struggles to have been for naught. In the name of the Warren of Mokra, I invoke the ritual of release. At these words, the creature within the barrow felt a sudden snap, and the awakened awareness all at once found its own identity. Its name was Dejim Nebral. Born on the eve of the death of the First Empire, when the streets of the city beyond burned and screams announced unrelieved slaughter, for the Tilan Emas had come Dejim Nebral, born into fullest knowledge, a child with 7 souls, climbing blood smeared and trembling from his mother's cooling body. A child, an abomination. Trollbaral, demonic creations by the hand of Decimbilakis himself, long before the Dark Hounds took shape in the Emperor's mind. Trollbaral, misshapen errors in judgment, had been expunged, exterminated at the Emperor's own command. Blood drinkers, eaters of human flesh, yet possessing depths of cunning even Decimbilakis could not have imagined. And so 7 Trollbaral had managed to elude their hunters for a time, sufficient to impart something of their souls to a mortal woman, widowed by the Trell wars and without family, a woman whom none would notice, whose mind could be broken, whose body could be made into a feeding vessel, a Mena Mahibe, for the 7-faced diver's Trollbaral child swiftly growing within her, born into a night of terror. The clan Imas, had they found Dejim, would have acted without hesitation, dragging forth those 7 demonic souls, binding them into an eternity of pain. Their power bled out, slowly and incrementally, to feed the clan bonecasters in their unceasing wars against the Jaghut. But Dejim Nebral had escaped, his power growing as he fed, night after night, through the ruins of the First Empire. Always hidden even from those few solar-taken and divers that had survived the great slaughter, for even they would not abide Dejim's existence. He fed on some of them as well, for he was smarter than they and quicker, and had not the Deragoth stumbled onto his trail. The Dark Hounds had a master in those days, a clever master who excelled in ensnaring sorceries, and once decided upon a task, he would not relent. A single mistake, and Dejim's freedom was ended. Binding upon binding, taking away his self-awareness, and with it all sense of having once been otherwise, yet now awake once more. The second nameless one, a woman, spoke. There stands a plain west and south of Raraku, vast and level for leagues in all directions. When the sands blow away, the shards of 1,000,000 broken pots are exposed, and to cross the plain barefooted is to leave a trail of blood. In this scene are found unmitigated truths, on the trail out of savagery. Some vessels must needs break, and for the sojourner a toll in blood must be paid. By the power of the Warren of Tellus, I invoke the ritual of release. Within the barrow, Dejim Nebral became aware of his body. Battered flesh, straining bone, sharp gravel, sifting sands, the immense weight lying upon him. Agony. As we fashioned this dilemma, the third priest said, so we must initiate its resolution. Chaos pursues this world, and every world beyond this one. In the seas of reality can be found a multitude of layers, one existence flowing upon another. Chaos threatens with storms and tides and wayward currents, sending all into dread tumult. We have chosen one current, a terrible unchained force, chosen to guide it, to shape its course unseen and unchallenged. We intend to drive one force upon another, and so effect mutual annihilation. We assume a terrible responsibility in this, yet the only hope of success lies with us. With what we do here on this day, in the name of the Warren of Denul, I invoke the ritual of release. Pain faded from Dejim's body. Still trapped and unable to move, the divers Trollbaral felt his flesh heal. The fourth, nameless one, said, we must acknowledge grief for the impending demise of an honourable servant. It must, alas, be a short-lived grief, and so unequal to the measure of the unfortunate victim. This, of course, is not the only grief demanded of us. Of the other, I trust we have all made our peace, else we would not be here. In the name of the Warren of Duris, I invoke the ritual of release. Dejim Nebral's 7 souls became distinct from one another. Divers, yet far more so not 7 who are one, although that could be said to be true, but 7 separate in identity, independent, yet together. We do not yet understand every facet of this trail, the fifth, a priestess said, and to this our absent kin must not relent in their pursuit. Shadowthrone cannot, must not, be underestimated. He possesses too much knowledge of the Azath, perhaps too of us. He is not yet our enemy, but that alone does not make him our ally. He perturbs. And would we negate his existence at the earliest opportunity, although I recognize that my view is in the minority within our cult. Yet, who else is more aware than I of the realm of shadow and its new master? In the name of the Warren of Minas, I invoke the ritual of release. And so Dejim came to comprehend the power of his shadows, 7 spawned deceivers, his ambushers in the necessary hunt that sustained him, that gave him so much pleasure far beyond that of a filled belly and fresh, warm blood in his veins. The hunt delivered domination, and domination was exquisite. The 6th nameless one spoke, her accent strange, otherworldly. All that unfolds in the mortal realm gives shape to the ground upon which the gods walk. Thus they are never certain of their stride. It falls to us to prepare the footfalls, to dig the deep, deadly pits, the traps and snares that shall be shaped by the nameless ones, for we are the hands of the Azath. We are the shapers of the will of the Azath. It is our task to hold all in place, to heal what is torn asunder, to lead our enemies into annihilation or eternal imprisonment. We shall not fail. I call upon the power of the shattered warren, Curald Emerlan, and invoke the ritual of release. There were favoured paths through the world, fragment paths, and Dejim had used them well. He would do so again. Soon, Barghast, Trell, Tartheno Toblakai, said the 7th priest, his voice a rumble. These are the surviving threads of Emas blood, no matter their claims to purity. Such claims are inventions, yet inventions have purpose. They assert distinction. They redirect the path walked before and the path to come. They shape the emblems upon the standards in every war, and so give justification to slaughter. Their purpose, therefore, is to assert convenient lies. By the Warren of Tellen, I invoke the ritual of release. Fire in the heart, a sudden drumming of life. Cold flesh grew warm. Frozen worlds hide in darkness. Came the rasping words of the 8th nameless one, and so hold the secret of death. The secret is singular. Death arrives as knowledge, recognition, comprehension, acceptance. It is this and nothing more and nothing less. There shall come a time, perhaps not too far off, when death discovers its own visage in a multitude of facets, and something new will be born in the name of Hood's Warren. I invoke the ritual of release. Death. It had been stolen from him by the master of the Dark Hounds. It was perhaps something to be longed for, but not yet. The 9th priest began with a soft, lilting laugh, then said, "Where all began, so it will return in the end, in the name of the Warren of Curald, Galain, of true darkness, I invoke the ritual of release." And by the power of Rashan, the 10th nameless one hissed with impatience, I invoke the ritual of release. The 9th priest laughed again. The stars are wheeling, the 11th nameless one said, and so the tension burgeons. There is justice in all that we do. In the name of the Warren of Thillan, I invoke the ritual of release. They waited for the 12th nameless one to speak. Yet she said nothing, instead reaching out a slim, rust-red, scaled hand that was anything but human. And Dejim Nebral sensed a presence, an intelligence cold and brutal seeping down from above, and the divers was suddenly afraid. "Can you hear me, Trollbaral? Yes. We would free you, but you must pay us for that release. Refuse to pay us, and we shall send you once more into mindless oblivion." Fear became terror. "What is this payment you demand of me? Do you accept?" "I do," she explained to him. Then what was required? It seemed a simple thing. a minor task, easily achieved. Dejim Nebral was relieved. It would not take long. The victims were close by, after all, and once it was done, the Devas would be freed of all obligation and could do as he pleased. The 12th and last, nameless one, who had once been known as Sister Spite, lowered her hand. She knew that of the 12 gathered here, she alone would survive the emergence of this fell demon. For Dejim Nebral would be hungry. Unfortunate, and unfortunate too the shock and dismay of her comrades upon witnessing her escape in the brief moment before the Toblakai attacked. She had her reasons, of course. First and foremost, being the simple desire to stay among the living, for a while longer, anyway. As for the other reasons, they belonged to her and her alone. She said, "In the name of the Warren of Starval Demelaine, I invoked the ritual of release, and from her words descended, through dead tree root, through stone and sand, dissolving ward after ward, a force of entropy known to the world as Otatarl. And Dejim Nebral rose into the world of the living. 11 nameless ones began invoking their final prayers. Most of them never finished. Some distance away, seated cross-legged before a small fire, a tattooed warrior cocked his head at the sound of distant screams. He looked southward and saw a dragon rising heavily from the hills lining the horizon, mottled scales glimmering in the sun's dying light. Watching it climb ever higher, the warrior scowled. "Bitch!" he muttered. "I should have guessed." He settled back down, even as the screams faded in the distance. The lengthening shadows among the rock outcrop surrounding his camp were suddenly unpleasant, thick and smeared. Tarlac Veed, a Growl warrior and the last survivor of the Eroth bloodline, gathered a mouthful of phlegm and spat it onto the palm of his left hand. He brought both hands together to spread the mucus evenly, which he then used to flatten down his swept-back black hair in an elaborate gesture that startled the mass of flies crawling through it momentarily before they settled once again. After a time he sensed that the creature had finished feeding and was on the move. Tarlac straightened. He pissed on the fire to douse it, then collected his weapons and set off to find the demon's trail. There were 18 residents living in the scatter of hovels at the crossroads. The track running parallel to the coast was Tapur Road, and 3 days' trek north was the city of Ahol Tapur. The other road, little more than a rutted trail, crossed the Pathapur Mountains far inland, then stretched eastward, past this hamlet, for another 2 days of travel, where it finally reached the coast road alongside the Otatarl Sea. 4 centuries ago, a village had thrived in this place. The ridge to the south had been clothed in hardwood trees, with a distinctive feathery foliage, trees now extinct on the subcontinent of 7 cities. Appropriately, the wood from these trees had been used to carve sarcophagi, and the village had become renowned in cities as far away as Hisar to the south, Karashimesh to the west, and Irliton to the northwest. The industry died with the last tree. Low growth vanished into the gullets of goats. The topsoil blew away, and the village shrank within a single generation to its present decrepit state. The 18 residents who remained now provided services growing ever less in demand, supplying water to passing caravans, repairing tack and such. A Malazan official had been through once 2 years back, muttering something about a new raised road and a garrisoned outpost. But this had been motivated by the illegal trade in raw Otatarl, which, through other Imperial efforts, had since dried up. The recent rebellion had barely brushed the collective awareness of the residents, apart from the occasional rumor arriving with a messenger or outlaw riding through, but even they no longer came to the hamlet. In any case, rebellions were for other people. Thus it was that the appearance of 5 figures standing on the nearest rise of the inland track, shortly after midday, was quickly noticed, and word soon reached the nominal head of the community, the blacksmith, whose name was Barathol Mekar, and who was the only resident who had not been born there. Of his past in the world beyond, Little was known, except what was self-evident. His deep, almost onyx black skin marked him as from a tribe of the southwestern corner of the subcontinent, hundreds, perhaps thousands of leagues distant, and the curled scarification on his cheeks looked martial, as did the skein of blade cuts puckering his hands and forearms. He was known as a man of few words and virtually no opinions, at least none he cared to share, and so was well suited as the hamlet's unofficial leader. Trailed by a half-dozen adults who still professed to curiosity, Barathol Mekar walked up the only street until he came to the hamlet's edge. The buildings to either side were ruined, long abandoned, their roofs caved in, and walls crumbling and sand-heaped. 60 or so paces away stood the 5 figures, motionless, barring the ripple of the ragged strips of their fur cloaks. 2 held spears, the other 3 carrying long 2-handed swords slung across their backs. Some of them appeared to be missing limbs. Barathol's eyes were not as sharp as they once had been. Even so, Dejim, Filiad, go to the smithy, walk, don't run. There's a trunk behind the hide bolts. It's got a lock. Break it. Take out the axe and shield, and the gauntlets and the helm. Never mind the chain. There's no time for that. Now, go. In the 11 years that Barathol had lived among them, he had never spoken so many words in a row to anyone. Dejim and Filiad both stared in shock at the blacksmith's broad back. Then, sudden fear filling their guts, they turned about and walked, stiffly with awkward overlong strides, back down the street. "Bandits," whispered Kulat, the herder who'd butchered his last goat in exchange for a bottle of liquor from a caravan passing through 7 years ago, and had done nothing since. "Maybe they just want water. We ain't got nothing else." The small round pebbles he kept in his mouth clicked as he spoke. "They don't want water," Barathol said. "The rest of you go find weapons. Anything. No, never mind that. Just go to your homes. Stay there. What are they waiting for?" Kulat asked, as the others scattered. "I don't know," the blacksmith admitted. "Well, they look to be from a tribe I ain't never seen before." He sucked on the stones for a moment, then said, "Those furs, ain't it kind of hot for furs, and those bone helmets? Their bone, your eyes are better than mine, Kulat. Only things still working, Barathol? Squat bunch, eh? You recognize the tribe, maybe?" The blacksmith nodded. From the village behind them, he could now hear Dejim and Filiad, their breaths loud as they hurried forward. "I think so," Barathol said in answer to Kulat's question. "They going to be trouble?" Dejim stepped into his view, struggling beneath the weight of the double-bladed axe, the haft encased in strips of iron, a looping chain at the weighted pommel, the iron steel of the honed edges gleaming from wrist to cup. He then took the helm and scowled. "You forgot the quilted under-padding," he handed it back. "Give me the shield, strap it on my arm. Damn you, Filiad, tighter, good!" The blacksmith then reached out for the axe. Dejim needed both arms and all his strength to raise the weapon high enough for Barathol's right hand to slip through the chain loop, twisting twice before closing about the haft and lifting it seemingly effortlessly from Dejim's grasp to the 2 men. He said, "Get out of here." Kulat remained. "They're coming forward now, Barathol." The blacksmith had not pulled his gaze from the figures. "I'm not that blind, old man. You must be to stay standing here. You say you know the tribe. Have they come for you, maybe? Some old vendetta?" "It's possible," Barathol conceded. "If so, then the rest of you should be all right. Once they're done with me, they'll leave." "What makes you so sure?" "I'm not." Barathol lifted the axe into readiness. "With Tlan Emas, there's no way to tell. Book 1, the 1,000-fingered god." I walked the winding path down into the valley, where low stone walls divided the farms and holds, and each measured plot had its place in the scheme, that all who lived there well understood to guide their travels and hails in the day, and lend a familiar hand in the darkest night back to home's door and the dancing dogs. I walked until called up short by an old man, who straightened from work in challenge, and smiling to fend his calculation and judgment. I asked him to tell me all he knew of the lands to the west, beyond the Vale, and he was relieved to answer that there were cities, vast and teeming with all sorts of strangeness, and a king and feuding priesthoods, and once, he told me, he saw a cloud of dust flung up. By the passing of an army off to battle somewhere, he was certain, in the chilly south. And so I gleaned all that he knew, and it was not much. Beyond the Vale he had never been from birth. Until now he had never known, and had truth to tell, never been, for thus it is, that the scheme transpires for the low kind, in all places, in all times, and curiosity lies unhoned and pitied, although he gave breath enough to ask who I was, and how had I come here, and where my destination, leaving me to answer with fading smile that I was bound for the teeming cities, yet must needs pass first through here, and had he yet noticed that his dogs were lying still on the ground. For I had leave to answer, you see, that I am come, mistress of plague, and this, alas, was proof of a far grander scheme. Poliel's leave Fisher Kell Tath. Chapter 1. The streets are crowded with lies these days. High Mage Taishrin, Empress Lazine's coronation, recorded by Imperial historian Duiker, 164 burns sleep, 58 days after the execution of Shaik. Wayward winds had stirred the dust into the air earlier that day, and all who came into Airliton's eastern inland gate were coated clothes and skin with the colour of the red sandstone hills. Merchants, pilgrims, drovers and travellers appeared before the guards as if conjured one after another from the swirling haze, heads bent as they trudged into the gate's lee, eyes slitted behind folds of stained linen. Rust-sheathed goats stumbled after the drovers, horses and oxen arrived with drooped heads and rings of gritty crust around their nostrils and eyes. Wagons hissed as sand sifted down between weathered boards in the beds. The guards watched on, thinking only of the end of their watch, and the baths, meals, and warm bodies that would follow as proper reward for duties upheld. The woman who came in on foot was noted, but for all the wrong reasons, sheathed in tight silks, head wrapped and face hidden beneath a scarf. She was none the less worth a second glance, if only for the grace of her stride and the sway of her hips. The guards, being men and slavish to their imaginations, provided the rest. She noted their momentary attention and understood it well enough to be unconcerned. More problematic had one or both of the guards been female. They might well have wondered that she was entering the city by this particular gate, having come down on foot this particular road, which wound league upon league through parched, virtually lifeless hills, then ran parallel to a mostly uninhabited scrub forest for yet more leagues. An arrival, then, made still more unusual, since she was carrying no supplies, and the supple leather of her moccasins was barely worn. Had the guards been female, they would have accosted her, and she would have faced some hard questions, none of which she was prepared to answer truthfully. Fortunate for the guards, then, that they had been male. Fortunate, too, the delicious lure of a man's imagination, as those gazes followed her into the street, empty of suspicion, yet feverishly disrobing her curved form with every swing of her hips, a motion she only marginally exaggerated. Coming to an intersection, she turned left, and moments later was past their lines of sight. The wind was blunted here in the city, although fine dust continued to drift down to coat all in a monochrome powder. The woman continued through the crowds, her route a gradual inward spiral towards the Gen Rab, Airliton's central tell, the vast multi-layered ruin inhabited by little more than vermin, of both the four-legged and two-legged kind. Arriving at last within sight of the collapsed buildings, she found a nearby inn, modest in presentation, and without ambition to be other than a local establishment, housing a few whores in the second-floor rooms and a dozen or so regulars in the ground-floor tavern. Beside the tavern's entrance was an arched passage leading into a small garden. The woman stepped into that passage to brush the dust from her clothing, then walked on to the shallow basin of silty water beneath a desultorily trickling fountain, where she unwound the scarf and splashed her face, sufficient to take the sting from her eyes. Returning through the passage, the woman then entered the tavern. Gloomy, the smoke from fires, oil lanterns, durhang, itrol bay and rustleaf drifting beneath the low plaster ceiling, 3/4 full, and all of the tables occupied. A youth had preceded her by a few moments and was now breathlessly expounding on some adventure barely survived. Noting this as she walked past the young man and his listeners, the woman allowed herself a faint smile that was perhaps sadder than she had intended. She found a place at the bar and beckoned the tender over. He stopped opposite and studied her intently, while she ordered, in unaccented Erli, a bottle of rice wine. At her request, he reached under the counter, and she heard the clink of bottles as he said, in Malazan, "Hope you're not expecting anything worth the name, lass." He straightened, brushing dust from a clay bottle, then peering at the stopper. "This one's at least still sealed."
"That will do," she said, still speaking the local dialect, laying out on the bar top 3 silver crescents. "Plan on drinking all of it?" "I'd need a room upstairs to crawl into," she replied, tugging the stopper free as the barman set down a tin goblet. "One with a lock," she added. "Then Opon's smiling on you," he said. "One's just become available." "Good. You attached to Dujek's army?" the man asked. She poured out a full draught of the amber, somewhat cloudy wine. "No. Why is it here?" "Tail ends," he replied. "The main body marched out 6 days ago, left a garrison, of course. That's why I was wondering. I belong to no army." Her tone, strangely cold and flat, silenced him. Moments later, he drifted away to attend to another customer. She drank, steadily working through the bottle as the light faded outside, and the tavern grew yet more crowded, voices getting louder, elbows and shoulders jostling against her more often than was entirely necessary. She ignored the casual groping, eyes on the liquid in the goblet before her. At last she was done, and so she turned about and threaded her way, unsteadily, through the press of bodies to arrive finally at the stairs. She made her ascent cautiously, one hand on the flimsy railing, vaguely aware that someone was, unsurprisingly, following her. At the landing she set her back against a wall. The stranger arrived, still wearing a stupid grin that froze on his face as the point of a knife pressed the skin beneath his left eye. "Go back downstairs," the woman said. A tear of blood trickled down the man's cheek, gathered thick along the ridge of his jaw. He was trembling, wincing as the point slipped in ever deeper. "Please," he whispered. She reeled slightly, inadvertently slicing open the man's cheek, fortunately downward rather than up into his eye. He cried out and staggered back, hands up in an effort to stop the flow of blood, then stumbled his way down the stairs. Shouts from below, then a harsh laugh. The woman studied the knife in her hand, wondering where it had come from and whose blood now gleamed from it. No matter. She went in search of her room and, eventually, found it. The vast dust storm was natural, borne out on the Jag Odan and cycling Widdershins into the heart of the 7 cities subcontinent. The wind swept northward along the east side of the hills, crags and old mountains ringing the holy desert of Raraku, a desert that was now a sea, and were drawn into a war of lightning along the ridge's breadth, visible from the cities of Panpotson and Gdanisban. Wheeling westward, the storm spun out writhing arms, one of these striking Irliton before blowing out above the Irliton Sea, another reaching to the city of Pur Atri. As the main body of the storm curled back inland, it gathered energy once more, battering the north side of the Thalys Mountains, engulfing the cities of Hatra and Hegatan before turning southward one last time. A natural storm, one final gift, perhaps, from the old spirits of Raraku. The fleeing army of Leoman of the Flails had embraced that gift, riding into that relentless wind for days on end, the days stretching into weeks.
The world beyond reduced to a wall of suspended sand, all the more bitter for what it reminded the survivors of, their beloved whirlwind, the hammer of Shaik and Dreijna the apocalyptic. Yet, even in bitterness, there was life, there was salvation. Tavore's Malazan army still pursued, not in haste, not with the reckless stupidity shown immediately following the death of Shaik and the shattering of the rebellion. Now, the hunt was a measured thing, a tactical stalking of the last organized force opposed to the Empire, a force believed to be in possession of the Holy Book of Dreijna, the lone artifact of hope for the embattled rebels of 7 cities. Though he possessed it not, Leoman of the Flails cursed that book daily. With almost religious zeal and appalling imagination, he growled out his curses, the rasping wind thankfully stripping the words away so that only Corab, Bilan, Thenualas, riding close alongside his commander, could hear. When tiring of that tirade, Leoman would concoct elaborate schemes to destroy the tome once it came into his hands. Fire, horse, piss, bile, morant, incendiaries, the belly of a dragon. Until Corab, exhausted, pulled away to ride in the more reasonable company of his fellow rebels, who would then ply him with fearful questions, casting uneasy glances Leoman's way. What was he saying? Prayers Corab would answer. Our commander prays to Dreijna all day. Leoman of the Flails, he told them, is a pious man, about as pious as could be expected. The rebellion was collapsing, whipped away on the winds. Cities had capitulated, one after another, upon the appearance of Imperial armies and ships. Citizens turned on neighbors in their zeal to present criminals to answer for the multitude of atrocities committed during the uprising. Once heroes and petty tyrants alike were paraded before the reoccupiers, and bloodlust was high. Such grim news reached them from caravans they intercepted as they fled ever onward. And with each tatter of news, Leoman's expression darkened yet further, as if it was all he could do to bind taut the rage within him. It was disappointment, Corab told himself, punctuating the thought each time with a long sigh. The people of 7 cities so quickly relinquished the freedom won at the cost of so many lives, and this was indeed a bitter truth, a most sordid comment on human nature. Had it all been for nothing, then? How could a pious warrior not experience soul-burning disappointment? How many tens of thousands of people had died? For what? And so Corab told himself he understood his commander. Understood that Leoman could not let go, not yet, perhaps never. Holding fast to the dream gave meaning to all that had gone before, complicated thoughts. It had taken Corab many hours of frowning regard to reach them, to make that extraordinary leap into the mind of another man, to see through his eyes, if only for a moment, before reeling back in humble confusion. He had caught a glimpse, then, of what made great leaders in battle, in matters of state. The facility of their intelligence in shifting perspectives, in seeing things from all sides. When, for Corab, it was all he could manage, truth be told, to cling to a single vision, his own, in the midst of so much discord as the world was wont to rear up before him. If not for his commander, Corab well knew he would be lost. A gloved hand, gesturing, and Corab kicked his mount forward until he was at Leoman's side. The hooded, cloth-wrapped face swung close, leather-clad fingers tugging the stained silk away from the mouth, and words shouted so that Corab could hear them. "Where in Hood's name are we?" Corab stared, squinted, then sighed. Her finger provided the drama, playing a traumatic furrow across the well-worn path. The ants scurried in confusion, and Samardev watched them scrabbling fierce with the insult, the soldiers with their heads lifted and mandibles opened wide, as if they would challenge the gods, or, in this case, a woman slowly dying of thirst. She was lying on her side in the shade of the wagon. It was just past midday, and the air was still. The heat had stolen all strength from her limbs. It was unlikely she could continue her assault on the ants. and the realization gave her a moment of regret. The deliverance of discord into otherwise predictable, truncated and sordid lives seemed a worthwhile thing. Well, perhaps not worthwhile, but certainly interesting godlike thoughts, then, to mark her last day among the living. Motion caught her attention. The dust of the road shivering, and now she could hear a growing thunder, reverberating like earthen drums. The track she was on was not a well-traversed one here on the Ugarat Odan. It belonged to an age long past, when the caravans plied the scores of routes between the dozen or more great cities of which ancient Ugarat was the hub, and all those cities, barring Kehum on the banks of the river and Ugarat itself, were dead 1,000 years or more. Still, a lone rider could as easily be one too many as her salvation, for she was a woman with ample womanly charms, and she was alone. Sometimes, it was said, bandits and raiders used these mostly forgotten tracks as they made their way between caravan routes. Bandits were notoriously ungenerous. The hoofs approached, ever louder, then the creature slowed, and a moment later a sultry cloud of dust rolled over Samar Dev. The horse snorted, a strangely vicious sound, and there was a softer thud as the rider slipped down. Faint footfalls drew nearer. What was this? A child, a woman? A shadow slid into view beyond that cast by the wagon, and Samar Dev rolled her head, watching as the figure strode round the wagon and looked down on her. No, neither child nor woman. Perhaps, she considered, not even a man. An apparition, tattered white fur riding the impossibly broad shoulders, a sword of flaked flint strapped to his back, the grip wrapped in hide. She blinked hard, seeking more details, but the bright sky behind him defeated her. A giant of a man who walked quiet as a desert cat, a nightmare vision, a hallucination. And then he spoke, but not, it was clear to her. You shall have to wait for your meal, Havoc. This one still lives. Havoc eats dead women? Samar asked, her voice ragged. Who do you ride with? Not with, the giant replied. On, he moved closer and crouched down beside her. There was something in his hands, a water skin, but she found she could not pull her gaze from his face. Even hard-edged features, broken and crazed by a tattoo of shattered glass, the mark of an escaped slave. I see your wagon, he said, speaking the language of the desert tribes, yet oddly accented. But where is the beast that pulled it? In the bed, she replied. He set the skin at her side and straightened, walked over and leaned in for a look. There's a dead man in there. Yes, that's him. He's broken down. He was pulling this wagon. No wonder he's dead. She reached over and managed to close both hands around the water skin's neck, tugged the stopper free and tilted it over her mouth. Warm, delicious water. Do you see those double levers beside him? She asked. Work those and the wagon moves. It's my own invention. Is it hard work? Then why hire an old man to do it? He was a potential investor, wanted to see how it would work for himself. The giant grunted, and she saw him studying her. We were doing fine, she said. At first, but then it broke. The linkage. We were only planning half a day, but he'd taken us too far out before dropping dead. I thought to walk, but then I broke my foot. How? Kicking the wheel. Anyway, I can't walk. He continued, staring down at her like a wolf eyeing a lame hare. She sipped more water. Are you planning on being unpleasant? She asked. It is blood oil that drives a Teblor warrior to rape. I have none. I have not taken a woman by force in years.
You are from Ugarat. Yes, I must enter that city for supplies. I want no trouble. I can help with that. I want to remain beneath notice. I'm not sure that's possible, she said. Make it possible and I will take you with me. Well, that's not fair. You are half again taller than a normal man. You are tattooed. You have a horse that eats people, assuming it is a horse and not an enkaral, and you seem to be wearing the skin of a white-furred bear.
He turned away from the wagon. "All right," she said hastily. "I'll think of something." He came close again, collected the water skin, slung it over her shoulder, and then picked her up by the belt, one-handed. Pain ripped through her right leg as the broken foot dangled. "7 hounds," she hissed. "How undignified do you have to make this?" Saying nothing, the warrior carried her over to his waiting horse. Not an anchoral she saw, but not quite a horse either. Tall, lean and pallid, silver mane and tail, with eyes red as blood. A single rein, no saddle or stirrups. "Stand on your good leg," he said, lifting her straight. Then he picked up a loop of rope and vaulted onto the horse. Gasping, leaning against the horse, Samar Dev tracked the double strands of the rope the man held, and saw that he had been dragging something while he rode. 2 huge rotted heads, dogs or bears as oversized as the man himself. The warrior reached down and unceremoniously pulled her up until she was settled behind him. More waves of pain, darkness threatening. "Beneath notice," he said again. Samar Dev glanced back at those 2 severed heads. "That goes without saying," she said. Musty darkness in the small room, the air stale and sweaty. 2 slitted rectangular holes in the wall just beneath the low ceiling allowed the cool night air to slip inside in fitful gusts, like sighs from a waiting world. For the woman huddled on the floor beside the narrow bed, that world would have to wait a little longer. Arms closed about her drawn-up knees, head lowered. Sheathed in black hair that hung in oily strands, she wept. And to weep was to be inside oneself entirely, an inner place far more unrelenting and unforgiving than anything that could be found outside. She wept for the man she had abandoned, fleeing the pain she had seen in his eyes, as his love for her kept him stumbling in her wake, matching each footfall yet unable to come any closer, for that she could not allow. The intricate patterns on a hooded snake held mesmerizing charms, but the bite was no less deadly for that. She was the same. There was nothing in her, nothing that she could see, worth the overwhelming gift of love. Nothing in her worthy of him. He had blinded himself to that truth, and that was his flaw, the flaw he had always possessed. A willingness, perhaps a need, to believe in the good where no good could be found. Well, this was a love she could not abide, and she would not take him down her path. Cotillion had understood. The god had seen clearly into the depths of this mortal darkness, as clearly as had Apsalar. And so there had been nothing veiled in the words and silences exchanged between her and the patron god of assassins. A mutual recognition. The tasks he set before her were of a nature suited to his aspect and to her particular talents. When condemnation had already been pronounced, one could not be indignant over the sentence. But she was no god, so far removed from humanity as to find amorality a thing of comfort, a refuge from one's own deeds. Everything was getting harder to manage. He would not miss her for long. His eyes would slowly open to other possibilities. He travelled now with 2 other women after all. Cotillion had told her that much. So he would heal, and would not be alone for long, she was certain of that. More than sufficient fuel to feed her self-pity. Even so, she had tasks set before her, and it would not do to wallow overlong in this unwelcome self-indulgence. Apsalar slowly raised her head, studied the meagre, grainy details of the room, trying to recall how she had come to be here. Her head ached, her throat was parched. Wiping the tears from her cheeks, she slowly stood, pounding pain behind her eyes. From somewhere below she could hear tavern sounds, a score of voices, drunken laughter. Apsalar found her silk-lined cloak, reversed it, and slipped the garment over her shoulders. Then she walked over to the door, unlocked it, and stepped out into the corridor beyond. 2 wavering oil lamps set in niches along the wall, a railing and stairs at the far end. From the room opposite hers came the muffled noise of love-making, the woman's cries too melodramatic to be genuine. Apsalar listened a moment longer, wondering what it was about the sounds that disturbed her. So then she moved through the flicker of shadows, reaching the steps, and made her way down. It was late, probably well after the 12th bell. 20 or so patrons occupied the tavern, half of them in the livery of caravan guards. They were not regulars, given the unease with which they were regarded by the remaining denizens, and she noted as she approached the counter that 3 were Graal, whilst another pair, both women, were Pardus, both rather unpleasant tribes, or so Cotillion's memories informed her in a subtle rustle of disquiet. Typically raucous and overbearing, their eyes finding and tracking her progress to the bar, she elected caution and so kept her gaze averted. The barman walked over as she arrived. "Was beginning to think you'd died," he said, as he lifted a bottle of rice wine into view and set it before her. "Before you dip into this, lass, I'd like to see some coin. How much do I owe you so far?" 2 silver crescents. She frowned. "I thought I'd paid already, for the wine, aye. But then you spent a night and a day and an evening in the room, and I have to charge you for tonight as well, since it's too late to try renting it out now." Finally, he gestured. "There's this bottle here." "I didn't say I wanted it," she replied. "But if you've any food left, I've some." She drew out her coin pouch and found 2 crescents. "Here, assuming this is for tonight's room as well." He nodded. "You don't want the wine, then?" "No, Sorak beer, if you please." He collected the bottle and headed off. A figure pushed in on either side of her. "The Pardus women. See those Graal?" one asked, nodding to a nearby table. "They want you to dance for them." "No, they don't," Apsalar replied. "No," the other woman said. "They do. They'll even pay. You walk like a dancer. We could all see that. You don't want to upset them. Precisely. Which is why I won't dance for them." The 2 Pardus were clearly confused by that. In the interval, the barman arrived with a tankard of beer and a tin bowl of goat soup, the layer of fat on the surface sporting white hairs to give proof of its origin. He added a hunk of dark bread. "Good enough?" She nodded. "Thank you." Then turned to the woman who had first spoken. "I am a shadow dancer. Tell them that, Pardus." Both women backed off suddenly, and Apsalar leaned on the counter, listening to the hiss of words spreading out through the tavern. All at once, she found she had some space around her. "Good enough." The bartender was regarding her warily. "You're full of surprises," he said. "That dance is forbidden." "Yes, it is. You're from Quan Tali," he said in a quieter voice. "Itko can, I'd guess, by the tilt of your eyes and that black hair. Never heard of a shadow dancer out of Itko can." He leaned close. "I was born just outside Grizz, you see. Was regular infantry in Dejim's army. Took a spear in the back my first battle, and that was it for me. I missed Getan, for which I daily give thanks to Opon. You understand? Didn't see Dejim die, and glad for it." "But you still have stories aplenty," Apsalar said. "That I have," he said, with an emphatic nod. Then his gaze sharpened on her. After a moment he grunted and moved away. She ate, sipped ale, and her headache slowly faded. Some time later, she gestured to the barman, and he approached. "I am going out," she said, "but I wish to keep the room, so do not rent it out to anyone else." He shrugged. "You've paid for it. I lock up at 4th bell." She straightened and made her way towards the door. The caravan guards tracked her progress, but none made move to follow, at least not immediately. She hoped they would heed the implicit warning she'd given them. She already intended to kill a man this night, and one was enough as far as she was concerned. Stepping outside, Apsalar paused for a moment. The wind had died. The stars were visible as blurry motes behind the veil of fine dust still settling in the storm's wake. The air was cool, and still drawing her cloak about her, and slipping her silk scarf over the lower half of her face. Apsalar swung left down the street. At the juncture of a narrow alley thick with shadows, she slipped suddenly into the gloom and was gone. A few moments later, the two Pardu women padded towards the alley. They paused at its mouth, looking down the twisted track, seeing no one. She spoke true, one hissed, making a warding sign. She walks the shadows, the other nodded. We must inform our new master. They headed off. Standing within the warren of shadow, the two Pardu looking ghostly, seeming to shiver into and out of existence as they strode up the street. Apsalar watched them for another dozen heartbeats. She was curious as to who their master might be, but that was a trail she would follow some other night. Turning away, she studied the shadow-wrought world she found herself in. On all sides, a lifeless city. Nothing like Earleton, the architecture primitive and robust, with gated lintel stone entrances to narrow passageways that ran straight and high-walled. No one walked those cobbled paths. The buildings to either side of the passageways were all 2 stories, or less, flat-roofed, and no windows were visible. High, narrow doorways gaped black in the grainy gloom. Even Cotillion's memories held no recognition of this manifestation in the shadow realm, but this was not unusual. There seemed to be uncounted layers, and the fragments of the shattered warren were far more extensive than one might expect. The realm was ever in motion, bound to some wayward force of migration, scudding ceaseless across the mortal world. Overhead, the sky was slate-grey, what passed for night in shadow, and the air was turgid and warm. One of the passageways led in the direction of Erletan's central flat-topped hill, the Genrub, once the site of the Falard crown, now a mass of rubble. She set off down it, eyes on the looming, near-transparent wreckage of tumbled stone. The path opened out onto a square, each of the 4 walls lined with shackles. 2 sets still held bodies. Desiccated, slumped in the dust, skin-wrapped skulls sunk low, resting on gracile-boned chests. One was at the end opposite her, the other at the back of the left-hand wall. A portal broke the line of the far wall near the right-side corner. Curious, Apsalar approached the nearer figure. She could not be certain, but it appeared to be Tiste, either Andi or Edur. The corpse's long, straight hair was colourless, bleached by antiquity. Its accoutrements had rotted away, leaving only a few withered strips and corroded bits of metal. As she crouched before it, there was a swirl of dust beside the body, and her brows lifted as a shade slowly rose into view. Translucent flesh, the bones strangely luminescent, a skeletal face with black-pitted eyes. "The body's mine," it whispered, bony fingers clutching the air. "You can't have it." The language was Tiste Andi, and Apsalar was vaguely surprised that she understood it. Cotillion's memories and the knowledge hidden within them could still startle her on occasion. "What would I do with the body?" she asked. "I have my own after all." "Not here. I see naught but a ghost." "As do I." It seemed startled. "Are you certain?" "You died long ago," she said, "assuming the body in chains is your own." "My own?" "No, at least I don't think so. It might be. Why not? Yes, it was me once, long ago. I recognize it. You are the ghost, not me. I've never felt better, in fact, whereas you look unwell." "Nonetheless," Apsalar said, "I have no interest in stealing a corpse." The shade reached out and brushed the corpse's lank pale hair. "I was lovely, you know, much admired, much pursued by the young warriors of the Enclave. Perhaps I still am, and it is only my spirit that has grown so tattered. Which is more visible to the mortal eye, vigour and beauty moulding flesh, or the miserable wretch hiding beneath it?" Apsalar winced, looked away. "Depends, I think, on how closely you look, and how clear your vision." "Yes, I agree. And beauty, it passes so quickly, doesn't it just? But misery? Ah, misery abides. A new voice hissed from where the other corpse hung in its chains. Don't listen to her, treacherous bitch. Look where we ended up. My fault? Oh no, I was the honest one. Everyone knew that, and prettier besides. Don't let her tell you otherwise.
Come over here, dear ghost, and hear the truth. Apsalar straightened. I am not the ghost here, dissembler. No wonder you prefer her to me. She could see the other shade now, a twin to the first one, hovering over its own corpse, or at least the body it claimed as its own. How did you two come to be here, she asked. The second shade pointed at the first. She's a thief. So are you. The first one retorted. I was only following you, Telerast.
Oh, let's break into Shadowkeep. There's no one there after all. We could make off with uncounted riches. Why did I believe you? I was a fool. Well, cut in the other. That's something we can agree on at least. There is no purpose, Apsalar said, to the two of you remaining here. Your corpses are rotting away, but those shackles will never release them. You serve the new Master of Shadow. The second shade seemed most agitated with its own accusation. That miserable, slimy, wretched. Quiet, hissed the first shade, Telerast. He'll come back to taunt us some more. I, for one, have no desire ever to see him again. Nor those damned hounds. The ghost edged closer to Apsalar. Most kind servant of the wondrous new master, to answer your question, we would indeed love to leave this place. Alas, where would we go? It gestured with one filmy, bony hand. Beyond the city, there are terrible creatures, deceitful, hungry, numerous. Now, it added in a purr, had we an escort? Oh, yes, cried the second shade, an escort to one of the gates. A modest, momentary responsibility, yet we would be most thankful. Apsalar studied the two creatures. Who imprisoned you? And speak the truth, else you'll receive no help from me. Telerast bowed deeply, then seemed to settle even lower, and it was a moment before Apsalar realized it was grovelling. Truth to tell, we would not lie as to this. No clearer recollection, and no purer integrity in relating, said recollection. Will you hear in any realm? 'Twas a demon lord, with 7 heads. The other interjected, bobbing up and down in some ill-contained excitement. Telerast cringed. 7 heads, were there 7? There might well have been. Why not? Yes, 7 heads. And which head, Apsalar asked, claimed to be the lord? The 6th, the 2nd. The two shades regarded each other balefully. Then Telerast raised a skeletal finger. Precisely. 6th from the right, 2nd from the left. Oh, very good, crooned the other. Apsalar faced the shade. Your companion's name is Telerast. What is yours? It flinched, bobbed, then began its own grovelling, raising minute clouds of dust. Prince King Cruel, the slayer of all foes. The feared, the worshipped. It hesitated then. Princess Demure? Beloved of 1,000 heroes, bulging, stern-faced men, one and all. A twitch, low muttering, a brief clawing at its own face. A warlord, no, a 22-headed dragon, with 9 wings and 11,000 fangs given the chance. Apsalar crossed her arms. Your name? Curdle. Curdle. I do not last long, which is what brought us to this sorry demise in the first place, Telerast said. You were supposed to watch the path. I specifically told you to watch the path. I did watch it, but failed to see the Hound Baron. I saw Baron, but I was watching the path. All right, Apsalar said, sighing. Why should I provide you two with an escort? Give me a reason, please. Any reason at all. We are loyal companions, Telerast said. We will stand by you no matter what horrible end you come to. We'll guard your torn-up body for eternity, Curdle added. Or at least until someone else comes along. Unless it's Edgewalker. Well, that goes without saying, Telerast, Curdle said. We don't like him. Or the Hounds, of course, or Shadowthrone, or Cotillion, or an Aptorian, or one of those. "All right," Cuttle shrieked. "I will escort you," Apsalar said, "to a gate, whereupon you may leave this realm, since that seems to be your desire. In all probability, you will then find yourselves walking through Hood's gate, which would be a mercy to everyone except perhaps Hood himself." "She doesn't like us," Cuttle moaned. "Don't say it out loud," Telerast snapped, "or she'll actually realize it right now she's not sure, and that's good for us, Cuttle." "Not sure? Are you deaf? She just insulted us. That doesn't mean she doesn't like us. Not necessarily. Irritated with us, maybe. But then we irritate everyone."
"Or rather, you irritate everyone, Cuttle, because you're so unreliable." "I'm not always unreliable, Telerast." "Come along," Apsalar said, walking towards the far portal. "I have things to do this night. But what about these bodies?" Cuttle demanded. "They stay here, obviously." She turned and faced the two shades. "Either follow me or don't. It's up to you. But we liked those bodies." "It's all right, Cuttle," Telerast said in a soothing tone. "We'll find others."
Apsalar shot Telerast a glance, bemused by the comment. Then she set off, striding into the narrow passageway. The two ghosts scurried and flitted after her. The basin's level floor was a crazed latticework of cracks, the clay silts of the old lake dried by decades of sun and heat. Wind and sands had polished the surface so that it gleamed in the moonlight, like tiles of silver. A deep-sunk well, encircled by a low wall of bricks, marked the center of the lakebed. Outriders from Leoman's column had already reached the well, dismounting to inspect it, while the main body of the horse warriors filed down onto the basin. The storm was past, and stars glistened overhead. Exhausted horses and exhausted rebels made a slow procession over the broken webbed ground. Kappa moths flitted over the heads of the riders, weaving and spinning to escape the hunting Ryzan lizards that wheeled in their midst like miniature dragons. An incessant war overhead, punctuated by the crunch of carapaced armor and the thin metallic death cries of the capmoths. Korab Bilan Tenualas leaned forward on his saddle, the hinged horns squealing, and spat to his left. Defiance, a curse to these clamoring echoes of battle, and to get the taste of grit from his mouth. He glanced over at Leoman, who rode in silence. They had been leaving a trail of dead horses, and almost everyone was on their second or third mount. A dozen warriors had surrendered to the pace this past day. Older men who had dreamed of a last battle against the hated Malazans beneath the blessed gaze of Shaik, only to see that opportunity torn away by treachery. There were more than a few broken spirits in this tattered regiment. Korab knew. It was easy to understand how one could lose hope during this pathetic journey. If not for Leoman of the Flails, Korab himself might have given up long ago, slipping off into the blowing sands to seek his own destiny, discarding the trappings of a rebel soldier and settling down in some remote city with memories of despair, haunting his shadow until the hoarder of souls came to claim him, if not for Leoman of the Flails. The riders reached the well, spreading out to create a circle encampment around its life-giving water. Korab drew rein a moment after Leoman had done so, and both dismounted, boots crunching on a carpet of bones and scales from long-dead fish. "Korab," Leoman said, "walk with me." They set off in a northerly direction until they were 50 paces past the outlying pickets, standing alone on the cracked pan. Korab noted a depression nearby in which sat half-buried lumps of clay. Drawing his dagger, he walked over and crouched down to retrieve one of the lumps, breaking it open to reveal the toad curled up within it. He dug the creature out and returned to his commander's side. "An unexpected treat," he said, pulling off a withered leg and tearing at the tough but sweet flesh. Leoman stared at him in the moonlight. "You will have strange dreams, Korab, eating those spirit dreams. Yes, they do not frighten me, Commander, except for all the feathers." Making no comment on that, Leoman unstrapped his helm and pulled it off. He stared up at the stars, then said, "What do my soldiers want of me? Am I to lead us to an impossible victory?" "You are destined to carry the book," Korab said, around a mouthful of meat. "And the goddess is dead. Dreishna is more than that goddess, Commander. The apocalyptic is as much a time as it is anything else." Leoman glanced over. "You do manage to surprise me still, Korab Bilan Thinualas, after all these years." Pleased by this compliment, or what he took for a compliment, Korab smiled, then spat out a bone and said, "I have had time to think, Commander, while we rode. I have thought long, and those thoughts have walked strange paths. We are the Apocalypse, this last army of the rebellion, and I believe we are destined to show the world the truth of that. Why do you believe that? Because you lead us, Leoman of the Flails, and you are not one to slink away like some creeping mere-rat. We journey towards something. I know many here see this as a flight, but I do not. Not all the time, anyway." "A mere-rat?" Leoman mused. "That is the name for those lizard-eating rats in the Genrab in Erliton." Korab nodded. "The long-bodied ones with the scaly heads, yes. A mere-rat," Leoman said again, oddly thoughtful. "Almost impossible to hunt down. They can slip through cracks a snake would have trouble with. Hinged skulls, bones like green twigs." "Yes," Korab said, sucking at the skull of the toad, then flinging it away, watching as it sprouted wings and flew off into the night. He glanced over at his commander's feather-clad features. "They make terrible pets. When startled, they dive for the first hole in sight, no matter how small. A woman died with a mere-rat halfway up her nose, or so I heard. When they get stuck, they start chewing. Feathers everywhere." "I take it no one keeps them as pets anymore," Leoman said, studying the stars once again. "We ride towards our apocalypse, do we?" "Yes, well, we could leave the horses," Korab said, "and just fly away. It'd be much quicker. That would be unkind, wouldn't it? True, honourable beasts, horses. You shall lead us, winged one, and we shall prevail. An impossible victory. Many impossible victories, Commander. One would suffice." "Very well," Korab said. "One, then." "I don't want this, Korab. I don't want any of this. I am of a mind to disperse this army." "That will not work, Commander. We are returning to our birthplace. It is the season for that. To build nests on the rooftops. I think," Leoman said, "it is time you went to sleep." "Yes, you are right. I will sleep now. Go on. I will remain here for a time. You are Leoman of the Feathers, and it shall be as you say." Korab saluted, then strode back towards the encampment and its host of oversized vultures. It was not so bad a thing, he mused. Vultures survived, because other things did not, after all. Now alone, Leoman continued studying the night sky. Would that Toblakai rode with him now? The giant warrior was blind to uncertainty. Alas, also somewhat kicking in subtlety. The bludgeon of Karsa Orlong's reasoning would permit no disguising of unpleasant truths. A mere rat. He would have to think on that. You can't come in here with those. The giant warrior looked back at the trailing heads. Then he lifted Samardev clear of the horse, set her down, and slipped off the beast himself. He brushed dust from his furs, walked over to the gate guard, picked him up and threw him into a nearby cart. Someone screamed, quickly cut short as the warrior swung round. 20 paces up the street. As dusk gathered, the second guard was in full flight, heading Samar, suspected, for the blockhouse to round up 20 or so of his fellows. She sighed. This hasn't started well, Karsa Orlong. The first guard, lying amidst the shattered cart, was not moving. Karsa eyed Samardev, then said, "Everything is fine, woman. I am hungry. Find me an inn, one with a stable. We shall have to move quickly, and I, for one, am unable to do that." "You are proving a liability," Karsa Orlong said. Alarm bells began ringing a few streets away. "Put me back on your horse," Samar said, "and I will give you directions for all the good that will do." He approached her. "Careful. Please, this leg can't stand much more jostling." He made a disgusted expression. "You are soft, like all children." Yet he was less haphazard when he lifted her back onto the horse. "Down this side track," she said, "away from the bells. There's an inn on Trosfalhadan Street. It's not far." Glancing to her right, she saw a squad of guards appear further down the main street. "Quickly, warrior, if you don't want to spend this night in a jail cell." Citizens had gathered to watch them. 2 had walked over to the dead or unconscious guard, crouching to examine the unfortunate man. Another stood nearby, complaining about his shattered cart and pointing at Karsa, although only when the huge warrior wasn't looking. They made their way down the avenue running parallel to the ancient wall. Samar scowled at the various bystanders who had elected to follow them. "I am Samar Dev," she said loudly. "Will you risk a curse from me, any of you?" People shrank back, then quickly turned away. Karsa glanced back at her. "You are a witch. You have no idea. And had I left you on the trail, you would have cursed me. Most certainly." He grunted, said nothing for the next 10 paces, then turned once again. "Why did you not call upon spirits to heal yourself?" "I had nothing with which to bargain," she replied. "The spirits one finds in the wastelands are hungry things, Karsa Orlong, covetous and not to be trusted. You cannot be much of a witch then if you need to bargain. Why not just bind them and demand that they heal your leg? One who binds risks getting bound in return. I will not walk that path." He made no reply to that. "Here is Trosfalhadan Street, up one avenue there. See that big building with the walled compound beside it? Inn of the Wood, it's called. Hurry before the guards reach this corner." "They will find us nonetheless," Karsa said. "You have failed in your task. I wasn't the one who threw that guard into a cart. He spoke rudely. You should have warned him." They reached the double gates at the compound. From the corner behind them came shouts. Samar twisted round on the horse and watched the guards rush towards them. Karsa strode past her, drawing free the huge flint sword. "Wait," she cried. "Let me speak with them first, warrior. Else you find yourself fighting a whole city's worth of guards." He paused. "They are deserving of mercy." She studied him a moment, then nodded. "If not them, then their families. You are under arrest." The shout came from the rapidly closing guards. Karsa's tattooed face darkened. Samar edged down from the horse and hobbled to place herself between the giant and the guards, all of whom had drawn scimitars and were fanning out on the street. Beyond, a crowd of onlookers was gathering. She held up her hands. "There has been a misunderstanding." "Samar Dev," one man said in a growl. "Best you step aside. This is no affair of yours." "But it is, Captain Inashan. This warrior has saved my life. My wagon broke down out in the wastes, and I broke my leg. Look at me. I was dying. And so I called upon a spirit of the wildlands." The captain's eyes widened as he regarded Karsa Orlong. "This is a spirit?" "Most assuredly," Samar replied. "One who is of course ignorant of our customs. That gate guard acted in what this spirit perceived as a hostile manner. Does he still live?" The captain nodded. "Knocked senseless. That is all." The man then pointed towards the severed heads.
"What are those?" "Trophies," she answered. "Demons. They had escaped their own realm and were approaching Ugarat. Had not this spirit killed them, they would have descended upon us with great slaughter, and with not a single worthy mage left in Ugarat, we would have fared poorly indeed." Captain Inashan narrowed his gaze on Karsa. "Can you understand my words?" "They have been simple enough thus far," the warrior replied. The captain scowled. "Does she speak the truth?"
"More than she realizes, yet even so there are untruths in her tale. I am not a spirit. I am Toblakai, once bodyguard to Shaik. Yet this woman bargained with me as she would a spirit. More, she knew nothing of where I came from or who I was, and so she might well have imagined I was a spirit of the wildlands. Voices rose among both guards and citizens at the name Shaik, and Samar saw a dawning recognition in the captain's expression. Toblakai, companion to Leoman of the Flails. "Tales of you have reached us?" He pointed with his scimitar at the fur-riding Karsa's shoulders. "Slayer of a Solitakin, a white bear, executioner of Shaik's betrayers in Raraku. It is said you slew demons the night before Shaik was killed," he added, eyes on the rotted, flailed heads. "And when she had been slain by the Adjunct, you rode out to face the Malazan army, and they would not fight you." "There is some truth in what you have spoken," Karsa said, barring the words I exchanged with the Malazans. "One of Shaik's own." Samar quickly said, sensing the warrior was about to say something unwise, "How could we of Ugarat not welcome you? The Malazan garrison has been driven from this city and is even now starving in Moraval Keep on the other side of the river, besieged with no hope of succor." "You are wrong in that," Karsa said. She wanted to kick him. Then again, look how that had turned out the last time. "All right, you ox, go and hang yourself." "What do you mean?" Captain Inashan asked. "The rebellion is broken. The Malazans have retaken cities by the score. They will come here too eventually. I suggest you make peace with the garrison." "Would that not put you at risk?" Samar asked. The warrior bared his teeth. "My war is done. If they cannot accept that, I will kill them all." An outrageous claim, yet no one laughed. Captain Inashan hesitated. Then he sheathed his scimitar, his soldiers following suit. "We have heard of the rebellion's failure," he said. "For the Malazans in the keep, alas, it might well be too late. They have been trapped in there for months, and no one has been seen on the walls for some time." "I will go there," Karsa said. "Gestures of peace must be made. It is said," Inashan muttered, "that Leoman still lives, that he leads the last army and has vowed to fight on. Leoman rides his own path. I would place no faith in it were I you." The advice was not well received. Arguments rose until Inashan turned on his guards and silenced them with an upraised hand. These matters must be brought to the Farlad. He faced Karsa again. "You will stay this night at the Inn of the Wood. I shall, although it is not made of wood, and so it should be called Inn of the Brick." Samar laughed. "You can bring that up with the owner, Toblakai."
"Captain, are we done here?" Inashan nodded. "I will send a healer to mend your leg, Samar Dev. In return, I bless you and your kin, Captain." "You are too generous," he replied with a bow. The squad headed off. Samar turned to regard the giant warrior. "Toblakai, how have you survived this long in 7 cities?" He looked down at her, then slung the stone sword once more over his shoulder. "There is no armor made that can withstand the truth."
When backed by that sword? Yes, Samar Dev. I find it does not take long for children to understand that, even here in 7 cities. He pushed open the gates. Havok will require a stable away from other beasts, at least until his hunger is appeased. "I don't like the looks of that," Telerast muttered, nervously shifting about. "It is a gate," Apsalar said. "But where does it lead?" Curdle asked, indistinct head bobbing. "It leads out," she replied.
"Onto the Genrab, in the city of Erlitan. It is where I am going." "Then that is where we are going," Telerast announced. "Are there bodies there?" "I hope so, fleshy, healthy bodies." She regarded the 2 ghosts. "You intend to steal bodies to house your spirits? I am not sure that I can permit that." "Oh, we wouldn't do that," Curdle said. "That would be possession, and that's difficult, very difficult. Memories seep back and forth, yielding confusion and inconsistency." "True," Telerast said. "And we are most consistent, are we not?" "No, my dear, we just happen to like bodies. In proximity, they comfort us. You, for example, you are a great comfort to us, though we know not your name." "Apsalar, she's dead." Curdle shrieked. "To Apsalar, I knew you were a ghost. I am named after the mistress of thieves. I am not her in the flesh. She must be speaking the truth, Telerast said to Cuttle. If you recall, Apsalar looked nothing like this one. The real Apsalar was Immas, or very nearly Immas, and she wasn't very friendly. Because you stole from her temple coffers, Cuttle said, squirming about in small dust clouds. Even before then, decidedly unfriendly, where this Apsalar, this one here, she's kind. Her heart is bursting with warmth and generosity. Enough of that, Apsalar said, turning to the gate once more. As I mentioned earlier, this gate leads to the Genrab for me. For the two of you, of course, it might well lead into Hood's realm. I am not responsible for that. Should you find yourselves before Death's Gate? Hood's realm, Death's Gate, Telerast began moving from side to side. A strange motion that Apsalar belatedly realized was pacing, although the ghost had sunk partway into the ground, making it look more like wading. There is no fear of that. We are too powerful, too wise. Too cunning. We were great mages once, Cuttle said. Necromancers, spirit walkers, conjurers, wielders of fell holds, masters of the thousand warrens, mistresses, Cuttle, mistresses of the thousand warrens. Yes, Telerast, mistresses indeed. What was I thinking? Beauteous mistresses, curvaceous, languid, sultry, occasionally simpering. Apsalar walked through the gate. She stepped onto broken rubble alongside the foundations of a collapsed wall. The night air was chill, stars sharp overhead. And even Kala quailed before us. Isn't that right, Telerast? Oh yes, he quailed. Apsalar looked down to find herself flanked by the two ghosts. She sighed. You evaded Hood's realm, I see. Clumsy, grasping hands. Cuttle sniffed. We were too quick, as we knew we'd be, Telerast added. What place is this? It's all broken. Cuttle clambered atop the foundation wall. No, you are wrong, Telerast, as usual. I see buildings beyond lit windows. The very air reeks of life. This is the Genrab, Apsalar said, the ancient centre of the city which collapsed long ago beneath its own weight. As all cities must, eventually, Telerast observed, trying to pick up a brick fragment, but its hand slipped ineffectually through the object. Oh, we are most useless in this realm. Cuttle glanced down at its companion. We need bodies, I told you before. Fear not, Apsalar, Cuttle replied in a crooning tone. We will not unduly offend you. The bodies need not be sentient after all. Are there the equivalent of hounds here? Telerast asked. Cuttle snorted. The hounds are sentient, you fool. Only stupidly so. Not so stupid as to fall for our tricks, though, were they? Are there Imbruls here? Stanters, Lutheros? Are there Lutheros here? Scaly, long, grasping tails, eyes like the eyes of Perlith bats. No, Apsalar said, none of those creatures. She frowned. Those you have mentioned are of Starval Demelan. A momentary silence from the two ghosts. Then Cuttle snaked along the top of the wall until its eerie face was opposite Apsalar. Really? Now that's a peculiar coincidence. Yet you speak the language of the Tiste Edur? We do? Why, that's even stranger. Baffling, Telerast agreed. We assumed it was the language you spoke. Your native language, that is? Why? I am not Tiste Edur. No, of course not. Well, thank the abyss that's been cleared up. Where shall we go from here? I suggest, Apsalar said after a moment's thought, that you two remain here. I have tasks to complete this night, and they are not suited to company. You desire stealth, Telerast whispered, crouching low. We could tell, you know. There's something of the thief about you. Kindred spirits, the three of us, I think. A thief, yes. And perhaps something darker. Well, of course darker, Cuttle said from the wall. A servant of Shadowthrone, or the patron of assassins. There will be blood spilled this night, and our mortal companion will do the spilling. She's an assassin, and we should know, having met countless assassins in our day. Look at her, Telerast. She has deadly blades secreted about her person, and she smells of stale wine. Stay here, Apsalar said. Both of you. And if we don't? Telerast asked. Then I shall inform Cotillion that you have escaped, and he will send the hounds on your trail. You bind us to servitude, trap us with threats. Curdle, we have been deceived. Let's kill her and steal her body. Let's not, Curdle. Something about her frightens me. All right, Apsalar, who is not Apsalar. We shall stay here for a time, until we can be certain you are dead or worse. That's how long we'll stay here. Or until you return, Curdle added. Telerast hissed in a strangely reptilian manner, then said, Yes, idiot, that would be the other option. Then why didn't you say so? Because it's obvious, of course. Why should I waste breath mentioning what's obvious? The point is, we're waiting here. That's the point. Maybe it's your point, Curdle drawled, but it's not necessarily mine. Not that I'll waste my breath explaining anything to you, Telerast. You always were too obvious, Curdle. Both of you, Apsalar said. Be quiet and wait here until I return. Telerast slumped down against the wall's foundation stones and crossed its arms. Yes, yes, go on, we don't care. Apsalar quickly made her way across the tumbled stone wreckage, intending to put as much distance between herself and the two ghosts as possible before seeking out the hidden trail that would, if all went well, lead her to her victim. She cursed the sentimentality that left her so weakened of resolve that she now found herself shackled with two insane ghosts. It would not do, she well knew, to abandon them. Left to their own devices, they would likely unleash mayhem upon Erletan. They worked too hard to convince her of their harmlessness, and after all, they had been chained in the Shadow Realm for a reason, a warren rife with eternally imprisoned creatures, few of whom could truly claim injustice. There was no distinct Azath house in the Warren of Shadow, and so, accordingly, more mundane methods had been employed in the negation of threats, or so it seemed to Apsalar. Virtually every permanent feature in Shadow was threaded through with unbreakable chains, and bodies lay buried in the dust, shackled to those chains. Both she and Cotillion had come across menhirs, tumuli, ancient trees, stone walls and boulders, all home to nameless prisoners, demons, ascendants, revenants, and wraiths. In the midst of one stone circle, 3 dragons were chained, to all outward appearances dead, yet their flesh did not wither or rot, and dust sheathed eyes that remained open. That dread place had been visited by Cotillion, and some faint residue of disquiet clung to the memory. There had been more to that encounter, she suspected, but not all of Cotillion's life remained within the grasp of her recollection. She wondered who had been responsible for all those chainings. What unknown entity possessed such power as to overwhelm 3 dragons? So much of the Shadow Realm defied her understanding, as it did Cotillion's, she suspected. Curdle and Telerast spoke the language of the Tiste Edur, yet betrayed intimate knowledge of the draconian realm of Starvol Demelen. They had met the mistress of thieves, who had vanished from the Pantheon long ago, although if the legends of Darujhistan held any truth, she had reappeared briefly less than a century past, only to vanish a second time. She sought to steal the moon, one of the first stories Crocus had told her, following Cotillion's sudden departure from her mind. A tale with local flavour to bolster the cult in the region, perhaps. She admitted to some curiosity. The goddess was her namesake, after all. An imass? There are no iconic representations of the mistress, which is odd enough, possibly a prohibition enforced by the temples. What are her symbols? Oh, yes, footprints. And a veil. She resolved to question the ghosts more on this subject. In any case, she was fairly certain that Cotillion would not be pleased that she had freed those ghosts. Shadowthrone would be furious, all of which might have spurred her motivation. I was possessed once, but no longer. I still serve, but as it suits me, not them. Bold claims, but they were all that remained that she might hold on to. A god uses, then casts away. The tool is abandoned, forgotten. True, it appeared that Cotillion was not as indifferent as most gods in this matter, but how much of that could she trust? Beneath moonlight, Apsalar found the secret trail winding through the ruins. She made her way along it, silent, using every available shadow into the heart of the Genrab. Enough of the wandering thoughts. She must needs concentrate, lest she become this night's victim. Betrayals had to be answered. This task was more for Shadowthrone than Cotillion, or so the patron of assassins had explained. An old score to settle. The schemes were crowded and confused enough as it was, and that situation was getting worse. If Shadowthrone's agitation of late was any indication, something of that unease had rubbed off on Cotillion. There had been mutterings of another convergence of powers, vaster than any that had occurred before, and in some way Shadowthrone was at the centre of it, all of it. She came within sight of the sunken temple dome, the only nearly complete structure this far into the Genrab, crouching behind a massive block whose surfaces were crowded with arcane glyphs. She settled back and studied the approach. There were potential lines of sight from countless directions. It would be quite a challenge if watchers had been positioned to guard the hidden entrance to that temple. She had to assume those watchers were there, secreted in cracks and fissures on all sides. As she watched, she caught movement, coming out from the temple and moving furtively away to her left. Too distant to make out any details in any case, one thing was clear. The spider was at the heart of its nest, receiving and sending out agents, ideal with luck. The hidden sentinels would assume she was one of those agents, unless, of course, there were particular paths one must use, a pattern altered each night. Another option existed. Apsalar drew out the long, thin scarf known as the tilab and wrapped it about her head until only her eyes were left exposed. She unsheathed her knives, spent 20 heartbeats studying the route she would take, then bolted forward. A swift passage held the element of the unexpected and made her a more difficult target besides. As she raced across the rubble, she waited for the heavy snap of a crossbow, the whine of the quarrel as it cut through the air. But none came. Reaching the temple, she saw the fissured crack that served as the entrance and made for it. She slipped into the darkness, then paused. The passageways stank of blood. Waiting for her eyes to adjust, she held her breath and listened. Nothing. She could now make out the sloping corridor ahead. Apsalar edged forward, halted at the edge of a larger chamber. A body was lying on the dusty floor amidst a spreading pool of blood. At the chamber's opposite end was a curtain drawn across a doorway. Apart from the body, a few pieces of modest furniture were visible in the room. A brazier cast fitful orange light. The air was bitter with death and smoke. She approached the body, eyes on the curtained doorway. Her senses told her there was no one behind it. But if she was in error, then the mistake could prove fatal. Reaching the crumpled figure, she sheathed one knife, then reached out with her hand and pulled the body onto its back, enough to see its face, Mebra. It seemed that someone had done her work for her, a flit of movement in the air behind her. Apsalar ducked and rolled to her left as a throwing star flashed over her, punching a hole through the curtain. Regaining her feet in a crouch, she faced the outside passage, where a figure swathed in tight grey clothing stepped into the chamber. Its gloved left hand held another iron star, the multiple edges glittering with poison. In its right hand was a Kithra knife, hooked and broad-bladed. A tilab hid the assassin's features, but around its dark eyes was a mass of white-etched tattoos against black skin. The killer stepped clear of the doorway, eyes fixed on Apsalar. "Stupid woman," hissed a man's voice, in accented Airly. "South clan of the Semk," Apsalar said. "You are far from home. There were to be no witnesses. His left hand flashed. Apsalar twisted. The iron star whipped past to strike the wall behind her. The Semk rushed in behind the throw. He chopped down and crossways with his left hand to bat aside her knife arm, then thrust with the Kithra, seeking her abdomen, whereupon he would tear the blade across in a disemboweling slash. None of which succeeded. Even as he swung down with his left arm, Apsalar stepped to her right. The heel of his hand cracked hard against her hip. Her movement away from the Kithra forced the Semk to attempt to follow with the weapon. Long before he could reach her, she had driven her knife between ribs, the point piercing the back of his heart. With a strangled groan, the Semk sagged, slid off the knife blade, and pitched to the floor. He sighed out his last breath, then was still. Apsalar cleaned her weapon across the man's thigh, then began cutting away his clothing. The tattoos continued covering every part of him. A common enough trait among warriors of the South Clan, yet the style was not Semk. Arcane script wound across the assassin's brawny limbs, similar to the carving she had seen in the ruins outside the temple. The language of the First Empire. With growing suspicion, she rolled the body over to reveal the back and saw a darkened patch, roughly rectangular, over the Semk's right shoulder blade, where the man's name had once been before it had been ritually obscured. This man had been a priest of the Nameless Ones. "Oh, Cotillion, you won't like this at all."
"Well?" Telerast glanced up. "Well, what? She is a pretty one. We're prettier." Cuttle snorted. "At the moment, I'd have to disagree. All right, if you like the dark, deadly type. What I was asking, Telerast, is whether we stay with her. If we don't, Edgewalker will be very unhappy with us, Cuttle. You don't want that, do you? He's been unhappy with us before, or have you forgotten? Fine, you didn't have to bring that up, did you? So it's decided."
We stay with her.
"Yes," Telerast said, "until we can find a way to get out of this mess."
You mean cheat them all? Of course.
"Good," Cuttle said, stretching out along the ruined wall and staring up at the strange stars. "Because I want my throne back. So do I." Cuttle sniffed. "Dead people, fresh, yes, but not her. No, not her." The ghost was silent a moment, then added, "Not just pretty, then?" "No," Telerast glumly agreed. "Not just pretty. Chapter 2. It must be taken as given that a man who happens to be the world's most powerful, most terrible, most deadly sorcerer must have a woman at his side. But it does not follow, my children, that a woman of similar proportions requires a man at hers. Now then, who wants to be a tyrant? Mistress Wu, Malaz City School of Waifs and Urchins, 152 Burns Sleep. Insubstantial, fading in and out of sight, smoky and wisp-threaded, Amanas fidgeted on the ancient throne of shadow. Eyes like polished hematite were fixed on the scrawny figure standing before it. A figure whose head was hairless except for a wild curly grey and black tangle over the ears and round the back of the subtly misshapen skull, and twin eyebrows that rivaled the fringe in chaotic waywardness, beetling and knotting to match the baffling and disquieting melee of emotions on the wrinkled face beneath them. The subject was muttering, not quite under his breath. "He's not so frightening, is he? In and out, off and on, here and elsewhere, a wavering apparition of wavering intent and perhaps wavering intellect. Best not let him read my thoughts. Look stern, no attentive, no pleased, no wait, cowed, terrified, no in awe. Yes, in awe, but not for long. That's tiring. Look bored, gods, what am I thinking? Anything but bored, no matter how boring this might be. What with him looking down on me and me looking up at him and Cotillion over there with his arms crossed, leaning against that wall and smirking. What kind of audience is he? The worst kind, I say. What was I thinking? Well, at least I was thinking. I am thinking, in fact, and one might presume that Shadowthrone is doing the same, assuming, of course, that his brain hasn't leaked away, since he's nothing but shadows. So what holds it in? The point is, I am well advised to remind myself, as I am now doing, the point is, he summoned me, and so here I am, rightful servant, loyal, well, more or less, loyal, trustworthy, most of the time, modest and respectful, always, to all outward appearances, and what is outward in appearance is all that matters in this and every other world, isn't it? Smile, grimace, look helpful, hopeful, harried, hirsute, happenstance. Wait, how does one look happenstance? What kind of expression must that one be? I must think on that, but not now, because this isn't happenstance. It's circumstance. Silence, my lord. I said nothing. Oh, best glance away now and think on this. I said nothing. Silence. Perhaps he's making an observation. Yes, that must be it. Look back, now, deferentially, and say aloud, indeed, my lord. Silence. There. How does he react? Is that growing apoplexy? How can one tell with all those shadows? Now, if I sat on that throne, Iskaral Pust? Yes, my lord. I have decided. Yes, my lord. Well, if he's decided something, why doesn't he just say it? I have decided. Iskaral Pust. He's doing some more. Yes, my lord. That you... Shadowthrone paused and seemed to pass a hand over his eyes. Oh my, he added in a murmur, then straightened. I have decided that you will have to do, my lord. Flick eyes away. This god is insane. I serve an insane god. What kind of expression does that warrant? Go, get out of here. Iskaral Pust bowed. Of course, my lord, immediately. Then he stood waiting, looking around, one pleading glance to Cotillion. I was summoned. I can't leave until this foaming idiot on the throne releases me. Cotillion understands that might be amusement in those horribly cold eyes. Oh, why doesn't he say something? Why doesn't he remind this blathering smudge on this throne? A snarl from Amanas and the High Priest of Shadow Iskaral Pust vanished. Shadowthrone then sat motionless for a time, before slowly turning his head to regard Cotillion. What are you looking at? He demanded. Not much, Cotillion replied. You have become rather insubstantial of late. I like it this way. They studied each other for a moment. All right. I'm a little stretched. The shriek echoed away, and the god subsided. Do you think he'll get there in time? No. Do you think if he does, he'll be sufficient? No. Who asked you? Cotillion watched as Amanus seethed, fidgeted, and squirmed on the throne. Then the Lord of Shadow fell still, and slowly raised a single spindly finger. I have an idea, and I shall leave you to it, Cotillion said, pushing himself from the wall. I am going for a walk. Shadowthrone did not reply. Glancing over, Cotillion saw that he had vanished. Oh, he murmured, that was a good idea. Emerging from Shadowkeep, he paused to study the landscape beyond. It was in the habit of changing at a moment's notice, although not when one was actually looking, which he supposed was a saving grace. A line of forested hills to the right, gullies and ravines directly ahead, and a ghostly lake to the left, on which rode a half-dozen grey-sailed ships in the distance. Artarulla demons, off to raid the Aptorian coastal villages, he suspected. It was rare to find the lake region appearing so close to the keep, and Cotillion felt a moment of unease. The demons of this realm seemed to do little more than bide their time, paying scant attention to Shadowthrone and more or less doing as they pleased, which generally involved feuds, lightning attacks on neighbours and pillaging. Amanus could well command them if he so chose, but he hardly ever did, perhaps not wanting to test the limits of their loyalty, or perhaps just preoccupied with some other concern. With his schemes, things were not well. A little stretched, are you, Amanus? I am not surprised. Cotillion could sympathize, and almost did, momentarily, before reminding himself that Amanus had invited most of the risks upon himself, and by extension upon me as well. The paths ahead were narrow, twisted, and treacherous, requiring utmost caution with every measured step. So be it. After all, we have done this before, and succeeded. Of course, far more was at stake this time. Too much, perhaps. Cotillion set off for the broken grounds opposite him, 2,000 paces, and before him was a trail leading into a gully. Shadows roiled between the rough rock walls. Reluctant to part as he walked the track, they slid like seaweed in shallows around his legs. So much in this realm had lost its rightful place. Confusion triggered a seething tumult in pockets where shadows gathered. Faint cries whispered against his ears, as if from a great distance the voice of multitudes drowning. Sweat beaded Cotillion's brow, and he quickened his pace until he was past the sinkhole. The path sloped upward and eventually opened out onto a broad plateau. As he strode into the clear eyes fixed on a distant ring of standing stones, he felt a presence at his side, and turned to see a tall, skeletal creature bedecked in rags, walking to match his pace. Not close enough to reach out and touch, but too close for Cotillion's comfort nonetheless. Edgewalker, it has been some time since I last saw you. I cannot say the same of you, Cotillion. I walk. Yes, I know, Cotillion cut in. You walk paths unseen by you. The hounds do not share your failing. Cotillion frowned at the creature, then glanced back, to see Baron 30 paces back, keeping its distance. Massive head low to the ground, eyes glowing bruised crimson. You are being stalked. It amuses them, I imagine, Edgewalker said. They continued on for a time, then Cotillion sighed. You have sought me out, he asked. What do you want? From you? Nothing. But I see your destination, and so would witness. Witness what? Your impending conversation. Cotillion scowled. And if I'd rather you did not witness? The skeletal face held a permanent grin, but in some way it seemed to broaden slightly. There is no privacy in shadow, usurper. Usurper? I'd have long since killed this bastard if he wasn't already dead. Long since. I am not your enemy, Edgewalker said, as if guessing Cotillion's thoughts. Not yet. We have more than enough enemies as it is. Accordingly, Cotillion continued, we have no wish for more. Unfortunately, since we have no knowledge as to your purpose or your motivations, we cannot predict what might offend you. So, in the interests of peace between us, enlighten me. That I cannot do. Cannot or will not. The failing is yours, Cotillion, not mine, yours and Shadowthrone's. Well, that is convenient. Edgewalker seemed to consider Cotillion's sardonic observation for a moment. Then he nodded. Yes, it is. Long since. They approached the standing stones. Not a single lintel left to bridge the ring. Just rubble scattered about down the slopes, as if some ancient detonation at the heart of the circle had blasted the massive structure. Even the upright stones were all tilted outward, like the petals of a flower. This is an unpleasant place, Edgewalker said as they swung right to take the formal approach, an avenue lined with low, rotted trees, each standing upended with the remnant roots clutching the air. Cotillion shrugged, about as unpleasant as virtually anywhere else in this realm. You might believe that, given you have none of the memories I possess. Terrible events, long, long ago, yet the echoes remain. There is little residual power left here, Cotillion said, as they neared the two largest stones and walked between them. That is true. Of course, that is not the case on the surface. The surface? What do you mean? Standing stones are always half buried, Cotillion, and the makers were rarely ignorant of the significance of that. Overworld and underworld. Cotillion halted and glanced back, studying the upended trees lining the avenue. And this manifestation we see here is given to the underworld, in a manner of speaking, Is the overworld manifestation to be found in some other realm, where one might see an inward tilting ring of stones and right-side-up trees, assuming they are not entirely buried or eroded to nothing by now? This circle is very old. Cotillion swung round again and observed the 3 dragons opposite them, each at the base of a standing stone, although their massive chains reached down into the rough soil rather than into the weathered rock. Shackled at the neck and at the 4 limbs, with another chain wrapped taut behind the shoulders and wings of each dragon. Every chain drawn so tight as to prevent any movement, not even a lifting of the head. "This," Cotillion said in a murmur, "is, as you said, Edgewalker, an unpleasant place I'd forgotten." "You forget every time," Edgewalker said, "overcome by your fascination. Such is the residual power in this circle." Cotillion shot him a quick look. "I am ensorcelled." The gaunt creature shrugged in a faint clatter of bones. "It is a magic without purpose beyond what it achieves. Fascination and forgetfulness. I have trouble accepting that. All sorcery has a desired goal." Another shrug. "They are hungry, yet unable to feed." After a moment, Cotillion nodded. "The sorcery belongs to the dragons, then. Well, I can accept that. Yet what of the circle itself? Has its power died? If so, why are these dragons still bound? Not dead, simply not acting in any manner upon you, Cotillion. You are not its intent. Well enough." He turned as Baron padded into view, swinging wide to avoid Edgewalker's reach, then fixing its attention on the dragons. Cotillion saw its hackles stiffen. "Can you answer me this?" he said to Edgewalker. "Why will they not speak with me? Perhaps you have yet to say anything worth a reply. Possibly. What do you think the response will be, then, if I speak of freedom?" "I am here," said Edgewalker, "to discover that for myself." "You can read my thoughts?" Cotillion asked in a low voice. Baron's huge head slowly swung round to regard Edgewalker. The hound took a single step closer to the creature. "I possess no such omniscience," Edgewalker calmly replied, seeming to take no notice of Paran's attention. "Although to one such as you it might appear so, but I have existed ages beyond your reckoning, Cotillion. All patterns are known to me, for they have been played out countless times before. Given what approaches us all, it was not hard to predict, especially given your uncanny prescience." The dead pits that were Edgewalker's eyes seemed to study Cotillion. "You suspect, do you not? The dragons are at the heart of all that will come?" Cotillion gestured at the chains. "They reach through to the overworld, presumably? And that warren is what?" "What do you think?" Edgewalker countered. "Try reading my mind." "I cannot. So you are here because you are desperate to know what I know, or even what I suspect?" Edgewalker's silence was answer enough to that question. Cotillion smiled. "I think I will make no effort to communicate with these dragons after all." "But you will, eventually," Edgewalker replied. "And when you do, I will be here. Thus, what does it avail you to remain silent now?" "Well, in order to irritate you, I suppose. I have existed ages beyond your— So you have been irritated before. Yes, I know, and will be again without question. Make your effort, Cotillion. Soon, if not now, if you wish to survive what is to come."
"All right, provided you tell me the names of these dragons." A clearly grudging reply. "As you wish. And why they have been imprisoned here, and by whom, that I cannot do?" They studied each other, then Edgewalker cocked its head and observed, "It seems we are at an impasse, Cotillion. What is your decision?" "Very well, I will take what I can get." Edgewalker faced the 3 dragons. "These are of the pure blood, Elint, Ampelus, Kalse, and Eloth. Their crime was ambition. It is a common enough crime." The creature turned back to Cotillion. "Perhaps endemic." In answer to that veiled judgment, Cotillion shrugged. He walked closer to the imprisoned beasts. "I shall assume you can hear me," he said in a low voice. "A war is coming, only a few years away,
and it will, I suspect, draw into its fray virtually every ascendant from all the realms. I need to know, should you be freed, upon which side shall you fight? There was silence for a half-dozen heartbeats. Then a voice rasped in Cotillion's mind. You come here, usurper, in a quest for allies. A second voice cut through, this one distinctly female, bound by gratitude for freeing us. Were I to bargain from your position, I would be foolish to hope for loyalty, for trust. I agree, said Cotillion, that is a problem. Presumably you will suggest I free you before we bargain. It is only fair, the first voice said.
Alas, I am not that interested in being fair. You fear we will devour you? In the interest of brevity, Cotillion said, and I understand that your kind delight in brevity. The third dragon spoke then, a heavy, deep voice. Freeing us first would indeed spare us the effort of then negotiating. Besides, we are hungry. What brought you to this realm? Cotillion asked. There was no reply. Cotillion sighed.
I shall be more inclined to free you, assuming I am able, if I have reason to believe your imprisonment was unjust. The female dragon asked, And you presume to make that decision? This hardly seems the right moment to be cantankerous, he replied in exasperation. The last person who made that judgment clearly did not find in favor of you, and was able to do something about it. I would have thought that all these centuries in chains might have led you three to re-evaluate your motivations, but it seems your only regret is that you were unequal to the last entity that presumed to judge you. Yes, she said, that is a regret, but it is not our only one. All right, let's hear some of the others. That the Tiste Edur who invaded this realm were so thorough in their destruction. The third dragon said, and so absolute in their insistence that the throne remain unclaimed. Cotillion drew a slow, long breath. He glanced back at Edgewalker, but the apparition said nothing. And what, he asked the dragons, so spurred their zeal? Vengeance, of course, and Anomandaris. Ah, I think I can now assume I know who imprisoned the three of you. He very nearly killed us, said the female dragon. An overreaction on his part. After all, better Elint on the throne of shadow than another Tiste Edur, or worse, a usurper. And how would Elint not be usurpers? Your pedantry does not impress us. Was all this before or after the sundering of the realm? Such distinctions are meaningless. The sundering continues to this day, and as for the forces that conspired to trigger the dread event, those were many and varied, like a pack of Enkaral closing on a wounded dripthara. What is vulnerable attracts feeders. Thus, said Cotillion, if freed, you would once again seek the shadow throne, only this time someone occupies that throne. The veracity of that claim is subject to debate, the female dragon said. A matter, added the first dragon of semantics. Shadows cast by shadows. You believe that Amanas is sitting on the wrong shadow throne. The true throne is not even in this fragment of Emulan. Cotillion crossed his arms and smiled. And is Amanas? The dragons said nothing, and he sensed with great satisfaction their sudden disquiet. That, Cotillion, said Edgewalker behind him, is a curious distinction, or are you simply being disingenuous? That I cannot tell you, Cotillion said, with a faint smile. The female dragon spoke. I am Eloth, mistress of illusions, mean as to you and Mokra and Thir, a shaper of the blood. All that Krull asked of me I have done, and now you presume to question my loyalty. Ah, Cotillion said, nodding. Then I take it you are aware of the impending war. Are you also aware of the rumors of Krull's return? His blood is growing sickly, said the third dragon. I am Ampelus, who shaped the blood in the paths of Emulan. The sorcery wielded by the Tiste Edur was born of my will. Do you now understand, usurper? That dragons are prone to grandiose claims and sententiousness? Yes, I do indeed understand, Ampelus, and I should now presume that for each of the warrens, elder and new, there is a corresponding dragon. You are the flavors of Kirul's blood. What of the Solitaken dragons such as Anomandaris and, more relevantly, Skabandari Bludai?
We are surprised, said the first dragon after a moment, that you know that name, because you killed him so long ago. A poor guess, usurper, poorer for that you have revealed the extent of your ignorance. No, we did not kill him. In any case, his soul remains alive, although tormented. The one whose fist shattered his skull and so destroyed his body holds no allegiance to us, nor, we suspect, to anyone but herself. You are Kalzi, then, Cotillion said.
And what path do you claim? I leave the grandiose claims to my kin. I have no need to impress you, usurper. Furthermore, I delight in discovering how little you comprehend. Cotillion shrugged. I was asking about the Solitaken, Skabandari, Anomandaris, Osirk, Olar Ethil, Draconus. Edgewalker spoke behind him. Cotillion, surely you have surmised by now that these 3 dragons sought the Shadow Throne for honorable reasons.
To heal Emerlan. Yes, Edgewalker, I understand that. And is that not what you seek as well? Cotillion turned to regard the creature. Is it? Edgewalker seemed taken aback for a moment. Then, head cocking slightly, it said, "It is not the healing that concerns you, it is who will be sitting on the throne afterwards." As I understand things, Cotillion replied, once these dragons did what Karul asked of them, they were compelled to return to Starvald Demelen. As the sources of sorcery, they could not be permitted to interfere or remain active across the realms, lest sorcery cease to be predictable, which in turn would feed chaos, the eternal enemy in this grand scheme. But the Solitaken proved a problem. They possessed the blood of Tiam, and with it the vast power of the Alaint, yet they could travel as they pleased. They could interfere, and they did. For obvious reasons. Skabandari was originally Edur, and so he became their champion. After murdering the royal line of the Eder, Eloth said in a hiss, after spilling draconian blood in the heart of Kurald Emulan, after opening the first fatal wound upon that warren. What did he think gates were? The Tiste Andi for Anomandaris, Cotillion continued, Tiste Leosan for Osirk, the Talan Imas for Ola Ithil. These connections and the loyalties born of them are obvious. Draconus is more of a mystery, of course, since he has been gone a long time. The most reviled of them all. Eloth shrieked, the voice filling Cotillion's skull so that he winced. Stepping back, he raised a hand. Spare me, please. I'm not really interested in all that, to be honest. Apart from discovering if there was enmity between Alaint and Solitaken, it seems there is, with the possible exception of Silana, seduced by Anomandaris's charms, snapped Eloth. And Olar Ethil's endless pleadings. To bring fire to the world of the Emas, Cotillion said. For that is her aspect, is it not? Thea? Ampelus observed. He is not so uncomprehending as you believed, Kalze. Then again, Cotillion continued, you too claim Thea Eleth. Ah, that was clever of Kerul, forcing you to share power. Unlike Tiam, Ampelus said, when we're killed, we stay dead. Which brings me to what I truly need to understand, the elder gods. They are not simply of one world, are they? Of course not. And how long have they been around? Even when darkness ruled alone, Ampelus replied, there were elemental forces, moving unseen until the coming of light, bound only to their own laws. It is the nature of darkness that it but rules itself, and is the crippled god an elder? Silence. Cotillion found he was holding his breath. He had taken a twisted path to this question, and had made discoveries along the way, so much to think about, in fact, that his mind was numb, besieged by all that he had learned. I need to know, he said, in a slow release of his breath. Why? Edgewalker asked. If he is, Cotillion said, then another question follows. How does one kill an elemental force? You would shatter the balance. It's already been shattered, Edgewalker.
That god was brought down to the surface of a world and chained. His power torn apart and secreted in minuscule, virtually lifeless warrens, but all of them linked to the world I came from. Too bad for that world, Ampelus said. The smug disregard in that reply stung Cotillion. He breathed deep and remained silent until the anger passed. Then he faced the dragons again, and from that world, Ampelus, he is poisoning the warrens. Every warren, are you capable of fighting that?
Were you freed, Cotillion said, with a hard smile, you would resume your original purpose, and there would be more Draconian blood spilled in the realm of shadow. And you and your fellow usurper believe you are capable of that? You as much as admitted it, Cotillion said. You can be killed, and when you have been killed, you stay dead. It is no wonder Anomandaris chained the three of you.
In obstinate stupidity, you have no equals. A sundered realm is the weakest realm of all. Why do you think the crippled god is working through it? Thank you, said Cotillion to Ampelus in a quiet tone. That is what I needed to know. He turned away and began walking back down the approach. Wait, we will speak again, Ampelus, he said over a shoulder, before it all goes to the abyss. Edgewalker followed.
As soon as they were clear of the ring of stones, the creature spoke. I must chide myself. I have underestimated you, Cotillion. It's a common enough mistake. What will you do now? Why should I tell you? Edgewalker did not immediately reply. They continued down the slope, strode out onto the plain. You should tell me, the apparition finally said, because I might be inclined to give you assistance. That would mean more to me if I knew what you are. You may consider me an elemental force. A dull chill seeped through Cotillion. I see. All right, Edgewalker. It appears that the crippled god has launched an offensive on multiple fronts. The first throne of the Talan Imas and the throne of Shadow are the ones that concern us the most, for obvious reasons. In these two we feel we are fighting alone. We cannot even rely upon the hounds, given the mastery the Tiste Edur seem to hold over them. We need allies, Edgewalker. And we need them now. You have just walked away from 3 such allies. Allies who won't rip our heads off once the threat's been negated. Ah, there is that. Very well, Cotillion. I will give the matter some consideration. Take your time. That seems a contrary notion. If one is lacking a grasp of sarcasm, I imagine it does at that. You do interest me, Cotillion. And that is a rare thing. I know you have existed longer. Cotillion's words died away. An elemental force. I guess he has at that. Damn it. There were so many ways of seeing this dreadful need, the vast conspiracy of motivations from which all shades and castes of morality could be culled, that Mappo Runt was left feeling overwhelmed, from which only sorrow streamed down, pure and chilled into his thoughts. Beneath the coarse skin of his hands, he could feel the night's memory slowly fading from the stone, and soon this rock would know the assault of the sun's heat, this pitted, root-tracked underbelly that had not faced the sun in countless millennia. He had been turning over stones, 6 since dawn, roughly chiselled dolomite slabs, and beneath each one he had found a scatter of broken bones. Small bones, fossilized, and though in countless pieces after the interminable crushing weight of the stone, the skeletons were, as far as Mappo could determine, complete. There were, had been, and would always be, all manner of wars. He knew that in all the seared, scar-hardened places in his soul, so there was no shock in his discovery of these long-dead, jagged children. And horror had run a mercifully swift passage through his thoughts, leaving at the last his old friend, Sorrow, streaming down, pure and chilled. Wars in which soldier fought soldier, sorcerer clashed with sorcerer. Assassins squared off, knife blades flickering in the night. Wars in which the lawful battled the willfully unlawful, in which the sane stood against the sociopath. He had seen crystals growing up in a single night from the desert floor, facet after facet revealed like the petals of an opening flower, and it seemed to him that brutality behaved in a like manner. One incident leading to another, until a conflagration burgeoned, swallowing everyone in its path. Mappo lifted his hands from the slab's exposed underside and slowly straightened, to look over at his companion, still wading the warm shallows of the Raraku Sea, like a child unfolding to a new, unexpected pleasure, splashing about, running his hands through the reeds that had appeared as if remembered into existence by the sea itself. Icarium. My crystal. When the conflagration consumed children, then the distinction between the sane and the sociopath ceased to exist. It was his flaw, he well knew, to yearn to seek the truth of every side, to comprehend the myriad justifications for committing the most brutal crimes. Emas had been enslaved by deceitful Jaghut tyrants, led down paths of false worship, made to do unspeakable things, until they had uncovered the deceivers unleashing vengeance, first against the tyrants, then against all Jaghut. And so the crystal grew, facet after facet. Until this. He glanced down once more upon the child's bones, pinned beneath dolomite slabs. Not limestone, for dolomite provided a good surface for carving glyphs, and though soft, it absorbed power, making it slower to erode than raw limestone, and so it held those glyphs, faded and soft-edged, after all these thousands of years to be sure but discernible still. The power of those wards persisted, long after the creature imprisoned by them had died. Dolomite was said to hold memories, a belief among Mappo's own people at least, who in their wanderings had encountered such immense edifices, the impromptu tombs, the sacred circles, the sight stones on hill summits, encountered and then studiously avoided. For the hauntings in these places was a palpable thing, or so we managed to convince ourselves. He sat here, on the edge of Raraku Sea, in the place of an ancient crime, and beyond what his own thoughts conjured, there was nothing. The stone he had set his hands upon seemed possessed of the shortest of memories. The cold of darkness, the heat of the sun, that and nothing more, the shortest of memories, splashing, and Icarium was striding up onto the shoreline, his eyes bright with pleasure. Such a worthy boon, yes, Mappo? I am enlivened by these waters. Oh, why will you not swim, and so be blessed by Raraku's gift? Mappo smiled, said, Blessing would quickly wash off this old hide, my friend. I fear the gift would be wasted, and so will not risk disappointing the awakened spirits. I feel, Icarium said, as if the quest begins anew. I will finally discover the truth, who I am, all that I have done. I will discover, too, he added, as he approached, the reason for your friendship, that you should always be found at my side, though I lose myself again and again. Ah, I fear I have offended you. No, please, do not look so glum. It is only that I cannot understand why you have sacrificed yourself so. As far as friendships go, this must be a most frustrating one for you. No, Icarium, there is no sacrifice involved, nor frustration. This is what we are, and this is what we do. That is all. Icarium sighed and turned to look out over the new sea. If only I could be as restful of thought as you, Mappo. Children have died here. The jag swung round, his green eyes studying the ground behind the trell. I saw you pitching rocks. Yes, I see them. Who were they? Some nightmare the night before had scoured away Icarium's memories. This had been happening more often of late, troubling and crushing Jaghut from the wars with the Tilan Imas. A terrible thing to have done, Icarium said. The sun was fast drying the water beaded on his hairless green-grey skin. How is it that mortals can be so cavalier with life? Look at this freshwater sea, Mappo. The new shoreline burgeons with sudden life. Birds and insects and all the new plants. There is so much joy revealed, my friend, that my heart feels moments from bursting. Infinite wars, Mappo said. Life's struggles, each trying to push the other aside, and so win out. You are grim company this morning, Mappo. I am at that. I am sorry, Icarium. Shall we remain here for a time? Mappo studied his friend. Bereft of his upper garments, he looked more savage, more barbaric than usual. The dye with which he had disguised the colour of his skin had mostly faded away. As you like. This journey is yours, after all. Knowledge is returning, Icarium said, eyes still on the sea. Reraku's gift. We were witness to the rise of the waters here on this west shore. Further west, then, there will be a river and many cities. Mappo's gaze narrowed. Only one now to speak of, he said. Only one. The others died thousands of years ago. Icarium, Ninkarafol, Treba, Inath and Meruzin, gone. Inath and Meruzin is now called Mersin. It is the last of the great cities lining the river. But there were so many, Mappo, I recall all their names. Vinith, Hedori Quill, Tramara, all practicing intensive irrigation, drawing the river's waters out onto the plains, all clearing forests to build their ships. Those cities are dead now, my friend, and the river, its waters once so clear and sweet, is now heavy with silts and much diminished. The plains have lost their topsoil, becoming the Lato Odhan to the east of the Mersin River, and Ugarat Odhan to the west. Icarium slowly raised his hands, set them against his temples, and closed his eyes. That long, Mappo? He asked, in a frail whisper. Perhaps the sea has triggered such memories. For it was indeed a sea back then, fresh water for the most part, although there was seepage through the limestone escarpment from Longshan Bay. That vast barrier was rotting through, as it will do again, I imagine, assuming this sea reaches as far north as it once did. The First Empire? It was falling even then. There was no recovery. Mappo hesitated, seeing how his words had wounded his friend. But the people returned to this land, Icarium. 7 cities. Yes, the name derives from old remembrances. New cities have grown from the ancient rubble. We are only 40 leagues from one right now, Lato Rive. It is on the coast. Icarium turned away suddenly. No, he said, I am not yet ready to leave, to cross any oceans. This land holds secrets, my secrets, Mappo. Perhaps the antiquity of my memories will prove advantageous. The lands of my mindscape are the lands of my own past, after all, and they might well yield truths. We shall walk those ancient roads. The Trell nodded. I will break camp, then. Treba. Mappo turned, waited with growing dread. Icarium's eyes were fixed on him now, the vertical pupils narrowed to black slivers by the bright sunlight. I have memories of Treba. I spent time there in the city of Domes. I did something, an important thing, he frowned. I did something. It is an arduous journey ahead of us then, Mappo said. 3, maybe 4 days to the edge of the Thalys Mountains, 10 more at the least to reach the Mersin River's wend. The channel has moved from the site of ancient Treba, a day's travel west of the river then, and we will find those ruins. Will there be villages and such on our route? Mappo shook his head. These Odhans are virtually lifeless now, Icarium. Occasionally, Vedanic tribes venture down from the Thalys Mountains, but not at this time of year. Keep your bow at the ready. There are antelope and hares and drollig. Waterholes, then. I know them, Mappo said. Icarium walked over to his gear. We have done this before, haven't we? Yes, not for a long while, my friend. Almost 80 years, in fact. But the last time we stumbled onto it, you remembered nothing. This time I fear it will be different. Icarium paused, the horn-rimmed bow in his hands, and looked over at Mappo. You are so patient with me, he said, with a faint, sad smile, whilst I wander, ever lost. Mappo shrugged. It is what we do. The Path Apua Mountains rimmed the far horizon to the south. It had been almost a week since they had left the city of Panpotsen, and with each day the number of villages they passed through had dwindled, whilst the distance between them lengthened. Their pace was tortuously slow, but that was to be expected, travelling on foot as they did, and with a man in their company who had seemingly lost his mind. Sun-darkened skin almost olive beneath the dust, the demon grey frog clambered onto the boulder and squatted at Cutter's side. Declaration. It is said that the wasps of the desert guard gems and such. Query. Has Cutter heard such tales? Anticipatory pause. Sounds more like someone's bad idea of a joke, Cutter replied. Below them was a flat clearing surrounded by massive rock outcroppings. It was the place of their camp. Silara and Felicin Younger sat in view, tending the makeshift hearth. The madman was nowhere to be seen, off, wandering again, Cutter surmised. Holding conversations with ghosts, or, perhaps more likely, the voices in his head. Oh, Heboric carried curses, the barbs of a tiger on his skin, the benediction of a god of war, and those voices in his head might well be real. Even so, break a man's spirit enough times. Belated observation. Grubs there in the dark reaches of the nest. Nest, bemused, hive, nest. Frowning, Cutter glanced over at the demon. Its flat, hairless head and broad, four-eyed face were lumpy and swollen with wasp stings. You didn't? You did? Irate is their common state, I now believe. Breaking open their cave made them more so. We clashed in buzzing disagreement. I fared the worse, I think. Black wasps. Tilt head query.
Black. Dreaded reply.
Why, yes, they were. Black, rhetorical. Was that significant? Be glad you're a demon, Cutter said. 2 or 3 stings from those will kill a grown man. 10 will kill a horse. A horse. We had those. You had them. I was forced to run, horse. Large, 4-legged animals, succulent meat. People tend to ride them, Cutter said, until they drop. Then we eat them. Multiple uses, excellent and unwasteful. Did we eat yours? Where can we find more such creatures? We have not the money to purchase them, Grey Frog, and we sold ours for food and supplies in Panpotsen. Obstinate reasonableness. No money. Then we should take, my young friend, and so hasten this journey to its much-awaited conclusion. Latter tone indicating mild despair. Still no word from Lorik? Worriedly. No, my brother is silent. Neither spoke for a time. The demon was picking the serrated edges of its lips, where Cutter saw, upon a closer look, grey flecks and crushed wasps were snagged. Grey Frog had eaten the wasp nest. No wonder the wasps had been irate. Cutter rubbed at his face. He needed a shave, and a bath, and clean, new clothes, and a purpose in life. Once, long ago, when he had been Crocus Junghand of Darujhistan, his uncle had begun preparing the way for a reformed Crocus. A youth of the noble courts, a figure of promise, a figure inviting to the young, wealthy, pampered women of the city, a short-lived ambition in every way. His uncle dead, and dead, too, Crocus Junghand. No heap of ashes left to stir. What I was is not what I am. 2 men, identical faces, but different eyes. In what they have seen, in what they reflect upon the world. Bitter taste, Grey Frog said in his mind, long tongue slithering out to collect the last fragments. A heavy, gusty sigh, yet oh so filling. Query, can one burst from what one has inside? I hope not. We'd best find Heboric if we are to make use of this day. Noted earlier, Ghost Hands was exploring the rocks above. The scent of a trail led him onward and upward. A trail, water. He sought the source of the spring we see pooling below near the fleshy women who said, jealously, "So adore you." Cutter straightened. They don't seem so fleshy to me, Grey Frog. Curious. Mounds of flesh, water storage vessels there on the hips and behind, on the chest. All right, that kind of fleshy. You are too much the carnivore demon. Yes. Fullest delicious agreement. Shall I go find ghost hands? No, I will.
I think those riders who passed us yesterday on the track are not as far away as they should be, and I would be relieved to know you are guarding Silara and Felicin. None shall take them away, Greyfrog said. Cuttle looked down at the squatting demon. Silara and Felicin are not horses. Greyfrog's large eyes blinked slowly, first the two side by side, then the pair above and below. Tongue darted. Blithe, of course not, insufficient number of legs, worthily observed.
Cutter edged to the back of the boulder, then leapt across to another one, tucked deeper into the talus-heaped cliffside. He grasped a ledge and pulled himself up. Little different from climbing a balcony or an estate wall. Adore me, do they? He had trouble believing that. Easier to rest eyes upon, he imagined, than an old man and a demon. But that was not adoration. He could make no sense of those two women, bickering like sisters, competing over everything in sight, and over things Cutter couldn't see or comprehend. At other times, unaccountably close, as if sharing a secret, both fussed over Heboric ghost hands, destriant of Treach. Maybe war needs nurturers. Maybe the god is happy with this. The priest needs acolytes, after all. That might have been expected with Silara, since Heboric had drawn her out of a nightmarish existence, and indeed had healed her in some as yet unspecified way, if Cutter had surmised correctly from the meagre comments overheard now and then. Silara had a lot to be grateful for, and for Felicin there had been something about revenge delivered to her satisfaction against someone who had done her a terrible wrong. It was complicated. So a moment's thought, and it's obvious they do possess secrets. Too many of them. Oh, what do I care? Women are nothing but a mass of contradictions surrounded by deadly pitfalls. Approach at your own risk. Better yet, approach not at all. He reached a chimney in the cliffside and began working his way up it. Water trickled down vertical cracks in the rock. Flies and other winged insects swarmed him. The corners of the chimney were thickly webbed by opportunistic spiders. By the time he climbed free of it, he had been thoroughly bitten and was covered in thick, dusty strands. He paused to brush himself off, then looked around. A rough trail continued upward, winding between collapsed shelves of stone. He headed up the path. At their meandering, desultory pace, they were months from the coast, as far as he could determine. Once there, they would have to find a boat to take them across to Otatarl Island. A forbidden journey, and Malazan ships patrolled those waters diligently, or at least they did before the uprising. It might be that they were yet to fully reorganize such things. They would begin the passage at night, in any case. Heboric had to return something found on the island. It was all very vague, and for some reason Cotillion had wanted Cutter to accompany the destriant, or rather to protect Felicin younger, a path to take when before there had been none. Even so, it was not the best of motivations. A flight from despair was pathetic, especially since it could not succeed. Adore me, do they? What is here to adore? A voice ahead, all that is mysterious, is as a lure to the curious. I hear your steps, Cutter. Come, see this spider. Cutter stepped round an outcrop and saw Heboric kneeling beside a stunted scrub oak, and where there is pain and vulnerability bound into the lure, it becomes all the more attractive. See this spider. Below this branch, yes? Trembling on its web, one leg dismembered, thrashing about as if in pain. Its quarry, you see, is not flies or moths. Oh no, what she hunts is fellow spiders who care nothing for pain or mystery. Heboric, Cutter said, crouching down to study the creature, the size of a child's hand. That's not one of its legs. It's a prop. You are assuming other spiders can count. She knows better.
Oh,
All very interesting, Cutter said, straightening. But we must get going. We're all watching this play out, Heboric said, leaning back and studying the strangely pulsing taloned hands that flitted in and out of existence at the ends of his wrists. We, oh yes, you and your invisible friends. I wouldn't think there'd be many ghosts in these hills. Then you would be wrong, hill tribes.
Endless warfare. It's those who fall in battle that I see, only those who fall in battle. The hands flexed. The mouth of the spring is just ahead. They fought over control of it. His toad-like features twisted. There's always a reason, or reasons always. Cutter sighed, studied the sky. I know, Heboric. Knowing means nothing. I know that too. Heboric rose. Treach's greatest comfort, understanding that there are infinite reasons for waging war. And are you comforted by that too? The Destriant smiled. Come. That demon who speaks in our heads is obsessing about flesh at the moment with watering mouth. They made their way down the trail. He won't eat them. I am not convinced that is the nature of his appetite. Cutter snorted. Heboric, Grey Frog is a four-handed, four-eyed, oversized toad with a surprisingly boundless imagination. Tell me, how much do you know of him? Less than you. It has not occurred to me until now, Heboric said, as he led Cutter onto a path offering a less precarious climb, but more roundabout than the one the Daru had used, that we know virtually nothing of who Grey Frog was and what he did back in his home realm. This was proving an unusually long lucid episode for Heboric. Cutter wondered if something had changed. He hoped it would stay this way. Then we could ask him. I shall. In the camp, Solara kicked sand over the few remaining coals of the cook fire. She walked over to her pack and sat down, settling her back against it as she pushed more rust leaf into her pipe and drew hard until smoke streamed from it. Across from her, Grey Frog squatted in front of Felicin, making strange whimpering sounds. She had seen so little for so long. Drugged insensate by Duerhang, filled with infantile thoughts by her old master Bidithol. And now she was free and still wide-eyed with the complexities of the world. The demon lusted after Felicin, she believed, either to mate with or to devour. It was hard to tell. While Felicin regarded Grey Frog as if it was a dog better to stroke than kick, which might in turn be giving the demon the wrong notions. It spoke with the others in their minds, but had yet to do so with Solara. Out of courtesy to her, the ones the demon addressed replied out loud, although of course they did not have to, and perhaps didn't more often than not. There was no way for Solara to tell. She wondered why she had been set apart. What did Grey Frog see within her that so affected its apparent loquaciousness? Well, poisons do linger. I may be unpalatable. In her old life she might have felt some resentment or suspicion, assuming she felt anything at all. But now it appeared to her that she didn't much care. Something had taken shape within her, and it was self-contained and, oddly enough, self-assured. Perhaps that came with being pregnant, just beginning to show, and that would only get worse. And this time there would be no alchemies to scour the seed out of her, although other means were possible, of course. She was undecided on whether to keep the child, whose father was probably Corbolo Dom, but could have been one of his officers, or someone else. Not that that mattered, since whoever he had been, he was probably dead now, a thought that pleased her. The constant nausea was wearying, although the rust leaf helped. There was the ache in her breasts, and the weight of them made her back ache, and that was unpleasant. Her appetite had burgeoned, and she was getting heavier, especially on the hips. The others had simply assumed that such changes were coming with her returning health. She hadn't coughed in over a week, and all this walking had strengthened her legs, and she did not disabuse them of their assumptions. A child, what would she do with it? What would it expect of her? What was it mothers did anyway? Sell their babies, mostly to temples, to slavers, to the harem merchants if it's a girl, or keep it and teach it to beg, steal, sell its body. This, born of sketchy observations and the stories told by the waifs of Shaikh's encampment, meaning a child was an investment of sorts, which made sense, a return on 9 months of misery and discomfort. She supposed she could do something like that, sell it, assuming she let it live that long. It was a dilemma indeed, but she had plenty of time to think on it, to make her decision. Grey Frog's head twisted round, looking past Solara's position. She turned to see 4 men emerge and halt at the edge of the clearing. The 4th one was leading horses, the riders who had passed them yesterday. One was carrying a loaded crossbow, the weapon trained on the demon. "Be sure," the man said in a growl to Felisin, "that you keep that damned thing away from us." The man on his right laughed. "A 4-eyed dog. Yes, woman, get a leash on it now. We don't want any blood spilled." "Well," he added, "not much." "Where are the 2 men you were with?" the man with the crossbow asked. Solara set down her pipe. "Not here," she said, rising and tugging at her tunic. "Just do what you've come here to do and then leave. Now that's accommodating you. With the dog, are you going to be as nice as your friend here?" Felisin said nothing. She had gone white. "Never mind her," Solara said. "I'm enough for all of you." "But maybe you ain't enough, as far as we're concerned," the man said, smiling. It wasn't even an ugly smile, she decided. She could do this. "I plan on surprising you then." The man handed the crossbow over to one of his comrades and unclasped the belt of his talaba. "We'll see about that. Guthrum, if that dog thing moves, kill it. It's a lot bigger than most dogs I've seen," Guthrum replied. "Quarrel's poisoned, remember? Black wasp." "Maybe I should just kill it now." The other man hesitated, then nodded. "Go ahead." The crossbow thudded. Grey Frog's right hand intercepted the quarrel, plucking it out of the air. Then the demon studied it and slithered out its tongue to lick the poison. "The 7 take me," Guthrum whispered in disbelief. "Oh," Solara said to Grey Frog, "don't make a mess of this. There's no problem here." "He disagrees," Felisin said, her voice thin with fear. "Well, convince him otherwise? I can do this, just like it was before. Doesn't matter, they're just men." "I can't, Solara." Guthrum was reloading the crossbow, whilst the first man and the one not holding the reins of the horses both drew scimitars. Grey Frog bounded forward, appallingly fast, and leapt upward, mouth opening wide. That mouth clamped onto Guthrum's head. The demon's lower jaw slipped out from its hinges, and the man's head disappeared. Grey Frog's momentum and weight toppled him. Horrific crunching sounds, Guthrum's body spasming, spraying fluids, then sagging limp. Grey Frog's jaws closed with a scraping, then snapping sound. Then the demon clambered away, leaving behind a headless corpse. The remaining 3 men had stared in shock during this demonstration, but now they acted. The first one cried out a strangled, terror-filled sound and rushed forward, raising his scimitar. Spitting out a mangled, crushed mess of hair and bone, Grey Frog jumped to meet him. One hand caught the man's sword arm, twisted hard until the elbow popped. Flesh tore and blood spurted. Another hand closed on his throat and squeezed, crushing cartilage. The man's scream never reached the air. Eyes bulging, face rushing to a shade of dark grey, tongue jutting like some macabre creature trying to climb free, he collapsed beneath the demon. A third hand held the other arm. Grey Frog used the 4th one to reach back and scratch itself. The remaining swordsman fled to where the 4th man was already scrabbling onto his horse. Grey Frog leapt again. A fist cracked against the back of the swordsman's head, punching the bone inward. He sprawled, weapon flying. The demon's charge caught the last man with one leg in the stirrup. The horse shied away with a squeal, and Grey Frog dragged the man down, then bit his face. A moment later, this man's head vanished into the demon's maw, as had the first one. More crunching sounds, more twitching kicks, grasping hands, then merciful death. The demon spat out shattered bone still held in place by the scalp. It fell in such a way that Solara found herself looking at the man's face. No flesh, no eyes, just the skin, puckered and bruised. She stared at it a moment longer, then forced herself to look away. At Felicin, who had backed up as far as she could against the stone wall, knees drawn up, hands covering her eyes. "It's done," Solara said. "Felicin, it's over." The hands lowered, revealing an expression of terror and revulsion. Grey Frog was dragging bodies away round behind a mass of boulders, moving with haste. Ignoring the demon for the moment, Solara walked over to crouch in front of Felicin. "It would have been easier my way," she said, "at least a lot less messy." Felicin stared at her. He sucked out their brains. "I could see that. Delicious," he said. "He's a demon, Felicin. Not a dog, not a pet. A demon. Yes." The word was whispered. "And now we know what he can do." A mute nod. "So," Solara said quietly, "don't get too friendly." She straightened and saw Cuttle and Heboric clambering down from the ridge. "Triumph and pride. We have horses." Cuttle slowed. "We heard a scream. Horses," Heboric said, as he walked towards the skittish animals. "That's a bit of luck. Innocent. Scream. No, friend Cuttle. Was Grey Frog. Breaking wind. Really? And did these horses just wander up to you? Bold, yes. Most curious. Cuttle headed over to study some odd stains in the scuffled dust. Grey Frog's palm prints were evident in the effort to clean up the mess. Some blood here, shock, dismay, remorse. At what happened here, or at being found out? Sly. Why? The former, of course, friend Cuttle. Grimacing, Cuttle glanced over at Solara and Felicin, studied their expressions. "I think," he said slowly, "that I am glad I was not here to see what you two saw." "Yes," Solara replied, "you should be." "Best keep your distance from these beasts," Grey Frog Heboric called out. "They may not like me much, but they really don't like you," confident. "They just don't know me yet." "I wouldn't feed this to a rat," Smiles said, picking desultorily at the fragments of meat on the tin plate resting in her lap. "Look, even the flies are avoiding it." "It's not the food they're avoiding," Coric said. "It's you," she sneered across at him. "That's called respect. A foreign word to you, I know. Seti are just failed Wiccans. Everybody knows that, and you're a failed Seti." She took her plate and sent it skidding across the sand towards Coric. "Here, stick it in your half-blood ears and save it for later." "She's so sweet after a day's hard riding," Coric said to Tar with a broad white smile. "Keep baiting her," the corporal replied, "and you'll probably regret it." He too was eyeing what passed for supper on his plate, his normally placid expression wrinkling into a slight scowl. "It's horse, I'm sure of it." "Dug up from some horse cemetery," Smiles said, stretching out her legs. "I'd kill for some greasefish, baked in clay over coals down on the beach, yellow-spiced, weed-wrapped, a jug of mescari wine and some worthy lad from the inland village. A farm boy, big, hoods, litany enough." Coric leaned forward and spat into the fire. "You rounding up some pig swiller with fluff on his chin is the only story you know, that much is obvious." "Damn it," Smiles. "We've heard it all 1,000 times. You crawling out of father's estate at night to get your hands and knees wet down on the beach. Where was all this again? Oh, right, little girl dreamland I'd forgotten." A knife thudded into Coric's right calf. Bellowing, he scrambled back, then sank down to clutch at his leg. Soldiers from nearby squads looked over, squinting through the dust that suffused the entire camp. A moment's curiosity, quickly fading. As Coric loosed a stream of indignant curses, both hands trying to stem the bleeding. Bottle sighed and rose from where he sat. "See what happens when the old men leave us to play on our own. Hold still, Coric," he said, as he approached. "I'll get you mended, won't take long." "Make it soon," the half-blood Seti said in a growl, "so I can slit that bitch's throat." Bottle glanced over at the woman, then leaned in close to Coric. "Easy. She's looking a little pale. A bad throw. Oh, and what was she aiming at?" Corporal Tar climbed to his feet. "Strings won't be happy with you, Smiles," he said, shaking his head. "He moved his leg, and you threw a knife at him. It was that little girl thing. I was provoked. Never mind how it started. You might try apologizing. Maybe Coric will leave it at that." "Sure," Coric said. "The day Hood climbs into his own grave. Bottle, you stopped the bleeding yet?"
"Pretty much." Corporal Bottle tossed the knife over towards Smiles. It landed at her feet, the blade slick. "Thanks, Bottle," Coric said. "Now she can try again." The knife thudded into the ground between the half-blood's boots. All eyes snapped to stare at Smiles. Bottle licked his lips. That damned thing had come all too close to his left hand. "That's where I was aiming," Smiles said. "What did I tell you?" Coric asked, his voice strangely high.
Bottle drew a deep breath to slow his pounding heart. Tar walked over and pulled the knife from the ground. "I'll keep this for a while, I think." "I don't care," Smiles said. "I got plenty more. And you will keep them sheathed. Aye, Corporal, so long as no one provokes me." "She's insane," Coric muttered. "She's not insane," Bottle replied. "Just lonely for some farm boy from the inland village." Coric finished, grinning. "Probably a cousin," Bottle added, low so that only Coric heard. The man laughed. "There," Bottle sighed. Another hairy moment on this endless march passed by, with only a little blood spilled. The 14th Army was tired, miserable. It didn't like itself much. Deprived of delivering fullest vengeance upon Shaik and the murderers, rapists and cutthroats who followed her, and now in slow pursuit of the last remnant of that rebel army, along crumbling, dusty roads in a parched land, through sandstorms and worse, the 14th still waited for a resolution. It wanted blood, but so far most of the blood spilled had been its own, as altercations turned into feuds and things got ugly. The fists were doing their best to keep things under control, but they were as worn down as everyone else. It didn't help that there were very few captains worthy of the rank in the companies, and we don't have one at all, now that Keneb got moved. There was the rumour of a new contingent of recruits and officers disembarking at Leto Rivet, and now somewhere behind them, hurrying to catch up. But that rumour had begun 10 days ago. The fools should have caught them by now. Messengers had been coming and going in the last 2 days, pelting along the track from their wake, then back again. Dujek Onerm and the Adjunct were doing a lot of talking, that much was clear. What wasn't was what they were talking about. Bottle had thought about eavesdropping on the command tent and its occupants, as he had done many times before, between Arn and Raraku, but the presence of Quickben made him nervous. A high mage. If Quick turned over a rock and found Bottle under it, there'd be Hood to pay. The damned bastards fleeing ahead of them could run forever, and probably would if their commander had any brains. He could have chosen a last stand at any time, heroic and inspiring in its pointlessness, but it seemed he was too clever for that. Westward, ever westward, out into the wastes. Bottle returned to where he had been sitting, collecting handfuls of sand to scrub Coric's blood from his fingers and palms. "We're just getting on each other's nerves. That's all." His grandmother would know what to do about this situation, but she was long dead, and her spirit was anchored to the old farm outside Jakarta, 1,000 leagues from here. He could almost see her, shaking her head and squinting in that half-crazed genius way she'd had. Wise in the ways of mortals, seeing through to every weakness, every flaw, reading unconscious gestures and momentary expressions, cutting through the confused surface to lay bare the bones of truth. Nothing was hidden from her. He could not talk with her, however. But there's another woman, isn't there? Despite the heat, Bottle shivered. She still haunted his dreams, that Erisal witch. Still showed him the ancient hand-axes spread out over this land like the stone leaves of a world-encompassing tree scattered by the winds of countless passing ages. He knew, in fact, that 50 or so paces south of this track there was a basin cluttered with the damned things. Out there, a short walk, waiting for him. I see them, but I do not yet understand their significance. That's the problem. I'm not equal to this. His eyes caught movement down by his boots, and he saw a locust, swollen with eggs and crawling slowly. Bottle leaned forward and picked it up by pinching together its folded wings. With his other hand, he reached into his pack and removed a small black wooden box, its lid and sides pierced through with small holes. He flicked open the clasp and lifted the lid. Joyful Union, their prized bird-shit scorpion. In the sudden light, the creature's tail lifted as it backed into a corner. Bottle tossed the locust into the box. The scorpion had known what was coming, and it darted forward and moments later was feeding on the still-kicking insect. Simple for you, isn't it? Bottle said under his breath. Something thumped into the sand beside him, a caribral fruit, round and dusty lime-coloured. Bottle looked up to find Cuttle standing over him. The sapper had an armful of the fruit. A treat, he said. Grimacing, Bottle closed the lid on Joyful Union.
Thanks. Where did you get them?
Went for a walk, Cuttle nodded southward. A basin, caribral vines everywhere. He started tossing them to the others in the squad. A basin, plenty of hand-axes too, right? Cuttle squinted. Didn't notice. Is that dried blood on your hands? That would be mine, Coric said in a growl, already husking the fruit. The sapper paused, studied the rough circle of soldiers around him, finishing on Corporal Tar, who shrugged. This seemed sufficient, as Cuttle flung the last caribral globe over to Smiles, who caught it on a knife. The others, Cuttle included, watched as she proceeded to slice the skin away with deft strokes. The sapper sighed. Think, I'll go find the sergeant. Good idea, Bottle said. You should let Joyful out for the occasional walk, Cuttle said. Stretch the old legs. Maybe and Lutz have found a new scorpion, never seen its like before. They're talking rematch. Scorpions can't stretch their legs, Bottle replied. A figure of speech. Oh. Anyway, Cuttle said, then ambled off. Smiles had managed to remove the entire husk in one strip, which she lobbed in Coric's direction. He had been looking down, and he jumped at the motion in the edge of his vision. She snorted. There you go, add it to your collection of charms. The half-seti set down his caribral and slowly stood, then winced and threw Bottle a glare. I thought you healed this damned thing. I did. It's still going to be sore, though. Sore? I can barely stand. It'll get better. She's liable to run, Tar observed. It should be amusing, Coric, seeing you hobbling after her. The big man subsided. I'm patient enough, he said, sitting back down. Ooh, Smiles said, I'm all in a sweat. Bottle climbed to his feet. I'm going for a walk, he said. Nobody kill anybody until I get back. If someone gets killed, Tar pointed out, your healing skills won't be much help. I wasn't thinking about healing, just watching. They had ridden north, out of sight of the encamped column, over a low ridge and onto a flat, dusty plain. 3 Guldinda trees rose from a low knoll 200 paces distant, and they had reined in beneath the shade of the leathery, broad leaves unpacking food and a jug of Gridfallen ale Fiddler had procured from somewhere, and there they awaited the High Mage's arrival. Something of Fiddler's old spirit had been dampened, Kalam could see. More grey in the russet beard, a certain far-off look in his pale blue eyes. True, the 14th was an army filled with resentful, bitter soldiers, the glory of an empire's vengeance stolen from them, the very night before battle, and this march wasn't helping. These things alone could suffice to explain Fiddler's condition, but Kalam knew better. Tanno, Song or no, Hedge and the others were dead, ghosts on the other side. Then again, Quick Ben had explained that the official reports were slightly inaccurate. Mallet, Picker, Antsy, Blend, Spindle, Blue Pearl. There were survivors retired and living soft in Darujhistan, along with Captain Ganot's Paran. So, some good news, and it had helped. A little Fiddler and Hedge had been as close as brothers. When together they had been mayhem. A conjoined mindset more dangerous than amusing most of the time, as legendary as the bridge burners themselves. It had been a fateful decision back there on the shoreline of Lake Azure, their parting fateful for all of us, it turns out. Kalam could make little sense of the ascendancy. This spirit walker's blessing on a company of soldiers, the parting of the fabric at Raraku, he was both comforted and uneasy with the notion of unseen guardians. Fiddler's life had been saved by Hedge's ghost. But where was Whiskey Jack? Had he been there as well? That night in the camp of Shaikh had been nightmarish. Too many knives to count had been unsheathed in those dark hours, and he had seen some of those ghosts with his own eyes. Bridge burners long dead, come back grim as a hangover and as ugly as they had been in life. If he ever met that Tanno spirit walker Fid had talked to. The sapper was pacing in the shade of the trees, crouching. Kalam Mekar studied his old friend. "All right, Fid, out with it. Bad things," the sapper muttered. "Too many to count, like storm clouds gathering on every horizon." "No wonder you've been miserable company." Fiddler squinted over at him.
You ain't been much better. The assassin grimaced. Pearl. He's keeping out of my sight, but he's hovering nonetheless. You'd think that Pardew woman, what's her name? Lostara Yil, her. You'd think she'd have unhorsed him by now. The game those two play is all their own, Fiddler said, and they're welcome to it. Anyway, it's clear he's still here because the Empress wants someone close to Tavore. That was always her problem, Kalam said, sighing. Trust.
Kalam regarded the sapper. "You've marched with Tavore since Aran. Any sense of her, any at all?" "I'm a sergeant, Kalam." "Exactly." The assassin waited. Fiddler scratched his beard, tugged at the strap of his battered helm, then unclasped it and tossed it to one side. He continued pacing, kicking at the leaves and nutshells in the sand. He waved at an errant bloodfly hovering in front of his face. "She's cold iron, Kalam, but it's untested. Can she think in battle? Can she command on the run? Hood knows her favoured fist. That old man Garnett, he couldn't. Which doesn't bode well for her judgment. She knew him from before, didn't she? Someone she trusted. Aye, there's that. He was worn out, that's all. I ain't as generous as I used to be." Kalam grinned, looking away. "Oh, yes, generous. That's Fid all right." He gestured at the finger bones hanging from the sapper's belt. "What about those?" She walked straight with that. "It's true, Opon's shove. Maybe, or maybe not." Fiddler shrugged. His hand snapped out and closed on the bloodfly. He smeared it to death between his palms with evident satisfaction. Looking older, true enough, but fast and mean as ever. A wash of gritty, dead air sent the leaves scrabbling over the sand, the air audibly splitting a few paces away, and Quick Ben emerged from a warren, coughing. Kalam collected the jug of ale and walked over. "Here." The wizard drank, coughed once more, then spat. "Gods below, that Imperial warren is awful." He swallowed another mouthful. "Send me in there," Fiddler said, striding over, "then I can drink some of that too." "Glad to see your mood's improved," Quick Ben said, handing the jug over. "We will be having some company in a short while after we eat. That is," he added, spying the wrapped foodstuffs and heading over. I'm so hungry I could eat bloodflies. Lick my palm, Fiddler said. The wizard halted, looked over. You've lost your mind. I'd sooner lick the hand of a camel-dung hawker. He began unwrapping the leaves, protecting the food. How was your meeting with Tavore? Kalam asked, joining him. Your guess is as good as mine, Quick Ben replied. I've seen people under siege before, but she's raised walls so thick and so high I doubt a dozen irate dragons would get through.
And not an enemy in sight either. You might be wrong there, the assassin said. Was Pearl around? Well, one curtain moved a bit. Fiddler snorted. He ain't that obvious. Was probably timbre. I wasn't being literal, Fid. Somebody in a warren, close and watchful. Tavore wasn't wearing her sword then, Kalam said. No, she never does when talking with me, thank the gods. Ah, consider it then. The wizard shot a dark glare at Kalam. Doesn't want to suck everything out of her high mage, you mean? Stop, Fiddler said. I don't like the images popping into my head. Hand me a chunk of that sipa bread. No, not the one you've taken a bite out of. Quick, thanks anyway there. Oh, never mind, he reached across. Hey, you're raining sand on my food. Kalam settled back on his haunches. Fiddler was looking younger by the minute, especially with that scowl. This breakaway from the army, and all that went with it, was long overdue. What? Fiddler demanded. Worried you'll wear your teeth down. Better stop chewing on that bread, then. It's not that hard, the wizard replied in a mouthful muffle. No, but it's full of grit. Quick Ben from the millstones. Anyway, I'm always raining sand these days. I got sand in places you wouldn't imagine. Stop, images popping into my head and all that. After this, Fiddler continued remorselessly. A year's worth of sitting sweet in Darujhistan, and I'll still be shitting gritty bricks. Stop, I said. Kalam's eyes narrowed on the sapper. Darujhistan, planning on joining the others then? The sapper's gaze shied away. Someday soon? I ain't planning on running, Kalam. The assassin met Quick Ben's eyes, just a flicker of contact, and Kalam cleared his throat. Well, maybe you should, Fid. If I was giving advice, then I know we're all doomed. Thanks for ruining my day. Here? Quick? Some more of that ale, please. I'm parched. Kalam subsided. All right, at least that's cleared up. Quick Ben brushed crumbs from his long-fingered hands and sat back. She has ideas about you, Kalam. I've got one wife too many as it is. Maybe she wants you to put together a squad of assassins. A what from this lot? Hey, Fiddler growled. I know this lot. And you're right is all, they're a mess. Even so, the wizard said, shrugging, and she probably wants you to do it on the sly, with Pearl listening in on your conversation, right? No, that was later. The second half of our meetings is for our audience. The first half, before Pearl and whoever else arrives, is when we talk privately. She makes these meetings as impromptu as possible, uses Grub as a messenger. The wizard made a warding gesture. Just a foundling, Fiddler said. But Quick Ben simply shook his head. So she wants her own cadre of assassins, Kalam said. Unknown to the claw. Oh, I don't like where this is going. Quick, whoever is hiding behind those walls might be scared Cal, but stupid it ain't. This whole thing is stupid, Fiddler pronounced. She crushed the rebellion. What more does Lazine want? Strong when it comes to dealing with our enemies, Kalam said, and weak when it comes to popularity. Tavore ain't the popular sort of person. So what's the problem? She might get popular. A few more successes, ones where it's clear it's not dumb luck. Come on, Fid, you know how fast an army can turn round. Not this army, the sapper said. It barely got up off the ground to start with. We're a damned shaky bunch. Quick, Ben, does she have any idea of that? The wizard considered for a time. Then he nodded. I think so, but she doesn't know what to do about it, beyond catching Leoman of the Flails and obliterating him and his army thoroughly. Fiddler grunted. That's what Cuttle is afraid of.
He's convinced we're all going to end up wearing Ranel before this is done. Ranel? Oh, right. He's being a right pain about it too, Fiddler went on. Keeps talking about the cusser he's holding back, the one he'll sit on when the doom descends on us all. You should see the look on the recruits' faces when he goes on like that. Sounds like Cuttle needs a talking to. He needs a fist in the face, Cal. Believe me, I've been tempted. But sappers don't do that to each other. I'm a sergeant too. But you need him still on your side. Glumly, "Aye, right," Kalam said. "I'll put him right. Careful. He might toss a sharper at your feet. He don't like assassins." "Who does?" Quickben commented. Kalam frowned. "And here I thought I was popular, at least with my friends. We're only playing it safe, Kalam." "Thanks, Quick. I'll remember that." The wizard rose suddenly. "Our guests are about to arrive." Fiddler and Kalam stood as well, turning to see the Imperial warren open once more. 4 figures strode out. The assassin recognized 2 of them, and felt both tension and pleasure rising within him. The sudden hackles for High Mage Taishran, and the genuine pleasure at seeing Dujek Onerm. Flanking Taishran were 2 bodyguards, one an aged Seti, with a waxed moustache, vaguely familiar in some distant way, as if Kalam had perhaps seen him once before, long ago. The other was a woman somewhere between 25 and 35, lithe and athletic beneath tight silks. The eyes were soft and dark brown, watchful. Her hair was cut short in the Imperial fashion around her heart-shaped face. "Relax," Quickben murmured low beside Kalam. Like I said before, Taishran's role in things past was misunderstood. So you say. And he did try to protect Whiskey Jack, but was too late. Kalam. "All right, I'll be civil. Is that Seti his old bodyguard from the days of the Emperor?" "Aye, miserable bastard." "Never said anything." "That's him. Looks like he's mellowed some." Quickben snorted. "Something amusing you, High Mage Dujek asked, as the group approached. "Welcome, High Fist," Quickben said, straightening, adding a slightly deferential bow to Taishran. "Colleague," Taishran's thin, almost hairless brows rose. "A field promotion, wasn't it? Well, perhaps long overdue. Nonetheless, I do not believe the Empress has sanctioned that title as yet." Quickben offered him a broad white smile. "Do you recall, High Mage, a certain other High Mage, sent by the Emperor early on in the Black Dog campaign? Cribbler Rule. Rule the Rude. Yes, he died after a month or so. In a horrible conflagration. Aye. Well, that was me. Thus, I've been a High Mage before." Colleague, Taishran was frowning, clearly thinking back. Then the frown became a scowl. And the Emperor knew this. "He must have, having sent you, unless of course he didn't send you at all. Well, granted there were some improprieties involved, and had one set out on that particular trail, they might well have been noted. But you did not feel the need to do so, evidently, since, although briefly I more than held my own, pulling you out of trouble once, I seem to recall something about Tiste Edur, assassin mages, when I lost a certain object containing a demon lord. You did? Sorry to hear that. The same demon that later died by Rake's sword in Darujhistan. Oh, how unfortunate." Kalam leaned close to Quickben. "I thought he said in a whisper, 'You told me to relax.' Long ago and far away, Dujek Onerm said gruffly, and I'd slap my hands together if I had more than one. Taishran, rein in that Seti before he does something stupid. We have things to discuss here. Let's get on with it." Kalam glanced across at Fiddler and winked. Just like old times. Lying flat at the crest of the ridge, Pearl grunted. "That's Dujek Onerm out there," he said. "He's supposed to be in Gedanisban right now." Beside him, Lostarayil hissed and began slapping about her body. "Chigger fleas, damn you! They're swarming this ridge. I hate chigger fleas." Why not jump up and dance about, Captain? Pearl asked, just to make certain they know we're here. Spying is stupid. I hate this, and I am rediscovering my hatred for you, too, Claw. You say the sweetest things anyway. The bald one's Taishgren, with Hattar and Kiska this time, meaning he's serious about the risks. Oh, why did they have to do this now? Do what now? Whatever it is they're doing, of course, so run back to Lazine like the eager puppy you are, Pearl, and tell her all about it. He edged back down the side of the ridge, twisted round and sat up. No need for haste. I have to think. Lostara clambered down the slope until she could stand. She began scratching under her armor. Well, I'm not waiting around for that. I need a milk bath with escura leaves, and I need it now. He watched her stalk away, back towards the encampment. A nice walk, apart from the sudden twitches. A simple cantrip, keeping the fleas away from his body. Perhaps he should have extended the courtesy to her. No, this is much better. Gods, we're made for each other.
Chapter 3, Yareth Ganatan. The city stands still, first and last, and where the old causeway curves in its half-circle, there are towers of sand seething with empires and marching armies, broken wing banners, and the dismembered lining the walkways, are soon the bones of the edifices, warriors and builders, both the city ever stands, to house insect hordes. Oh, those towers, rear so proud, rising as dreams on the heated breath of the sun, Yareth Ganatan.
The city is the empress, wife and lover, crone and child of the First Empire, and I yet remain, with all my kin, the bones in the walls, the bones beneath the floor, the bones that cast down this gentle shade, first and last. I see what comes all that has gone, and the clay of my flesh has felt your hands, the old warmth of life, for the city, my city, it stands still, and it stands ever still. Bones in the walls, stellar fragment, circa First Empire, author, unknown. I can be this urn. You don't want to be that urn. It's got legs, stubby ones, and I don't think they move. They're just for show. I remember things like that, but it's pretty, and she pees in it. Pees? Are you sure? Have you seen her pee in it? Take a look, Curdle. That's her pee in it. You don't want to be that urn. You want something alive, really alive, with legs that work. Or wings. They were still whispering when Apsalar removed the last bar in the window and set it down. She climbed onto the sill, twisting sideways to reach up to the nearest roof post. "Where are you going?" Telerast demanded. "To the roof. Shall we join you?" "No." Apsalar pulled herself upward, and moments later was crouched on the sun-baked clay, the stars glistening overhead. Dawn was not far off, and the city below was silent and motionless, like a thing dead in the night. Eolitan, the first city they had come to in this land, the city where this particular journey had begun, a group fated to break apart beneath a host of burdens. Kalam Mekar, Fiddler, Crocus, and herself. Oh, Crocus had been so angry to discover that their companions had come with hidden motives, not just escorting her home, not just righting an old wrong. He had been so naive. She wondered how he was faring, thought to ask Cotillion the next time the god visited, then decided she would not do so. It would not do to let herself continue to care about him, even to think on him, achieving little more than loosing the floodgates of yearning, desire, and regret. Other, more immediate issues demanded her thought. Mebra. The old spy was dead, which was what Shadowthrone had wanted, although the why of it escaped Apsalar. Granted, Mebra had been working all sides, serving the Malazan Empire at one moment, Shaikh's cause the next. And someone else. That someone else's identity was important, and, she suspected, It was the true reason for Shadowthrone's decision. The Nameless Ones. Had the Semk assassin been sent to cover a trail? Possible? And it made sense. No witnesses, the man had said. To what? What service could Nebral have provided the Nameless Ones? Hold off pursuing an answer to that. Who else? Adherents to the old cult of Shadow in 7 cities no doubt remained, survivors of the purges that had accompanied the conquest. Another possible employer of Nebral's many skills, and more likely to have caught Shadowthrone's attention as well as his ire. She had been told to kill Nebral. She had not been told why, nor had she been told to initiate any investigations on her own. Suggesting Shadowthrone felt he knew enough. The same for Cotillion. Or, conversely, they were both woefully ignorant, and Nebral had simply switched sides once too often. There were more targets on her list, a random collection of names, all of which could be found in Cotillion's memories. She was expected simply to proceed from one to the next, with the final target the most challenging of all. But that one was in all likelihood months away, and she would need to do some deft maneuvering to get close enough to strike, a slow, careful stalking of a very dangerous individual, for whom she felt no enmity. This is what an assassin does, and Cotillion's possession has made me an assassin, that, and nothing else I have killed, and will continue to kill. I need think of nothing else. It is simple, it should be simple, and so she would make it so. Still, what made a god decide to kill some lowly mortal? The minor irritation of a stone in a moccasin, the slap of a branch on a wooded trail. Who thinks twice plucking that stone out and tossing it away, or reaching out and snapping that branch? It seems I do, for I am that god's hand in this. Enough. No more of this weakness, this uncertainty. Complete the tasks, then walk away, vanish, find a new life. Only, how does one do that? There was someone she could ask. He was not far off. She knew, having culled his identity from Cotillion's memories. She had moved to sit with her legs dangling on the roof's edge. Someone now sat at her side. "Well?" Cotillion asked. "A Semk assassin of the Nameless Ones completed my mission for me. This very night. I met him, but was unable to question him. The god slowly nodded. The Nameless Ones again. This is unexpected and unwelcome." So they were not the reason for killing Nebral. No, some stirrings of the old cult. Nebral was positioning himself to become a high priest. The best candidate. We're not worried about the others. Cleaning house. Necessary. Apsalar. We're in for a scrap. A bad one. I see. They were silent for a time. Then Cotillion cleared his throat. I have not yet had time to check on him, but I know he is hale, although understandably dispirited. All right. He must have sensed she wanted it left at that, for after a pause he then said, "You freed 2 ghosts." She shrugged. Sighing, Cotillion ran a hand through his dark hair. "Do you know what they once were? Thieves, I think?" "Yes, that. Tiste Edur?" "No, but they lingered long over those 2 bodies, and so absorbed certain essences. Ah, they are now agents of Edgewalker. I am curious to see what they will do. For the moment they seem content to accompany me. Yes, I think Edgewalker's interests include you, Apsalar, because of our past relationship, through me to you. I seem to warrant his curiosity. Edgewalker, that apparition, seems a rather passive sort," she observed. "We first met him," Cotillion said slowly, "the night we ascended, the night we made passage into the realm of shadow. He made my spine crawl right then, and it's been crawling ever since." She glanced over at him. "You are so unsuited to be a god, Cotillion. Did you know that? Thank you for the vote of confidence." She reached up with one hand and brushed the line of his jaw, the gesture close to a caress. She caught the sudden intake of his breath, the slight widening of his eyes, but he would not look at her, Apsalar lowered her hand. "I'm sorry, another mistake. It's all I seem to make these days." "It's all right," he replied. "I understand. You do." "Oh, of course you do. Complete your mission, and all that is asked of you will end. You will face no more demands from me or Shadowthrone." There was something in his tone that gave her a slight shiver. Something like remorse. "I see, that is good. I'm tired of who I am, Cotillion." "I know. I was thinking of a detour before my next task." "Oh, the coastal road east, just a few days by shadow." He looked across at her, and she saw his faint smile and was unaccountably pleased by it. "Ah, Apsalar, that should be fun. Send him my greetings." "Really?" "Absolutely. He needs a little shaking up." He straightened. "I must leave. It's almost dawn. Be careful, and do not trust those ghosts. They are bad liars. Well, I know a high priest who employs a similar tactic to confound others. Iskaral Pust." Now it was Apsalar who smiled, but she said nothing, for Cotillion was gone. The east horizon was in flames with the rising of the sun. "Where did the darkness go?" Cuttle demanded. Apsalar stood near the bed, running through her assortment of concealed weapons. She would need to sleep soon, perhaps this afternoon, but first she would make use of the daylight. There was something important hidden within the killing of Nebral by the Semk. Cotillion had been shaken by that detail, although he had not asked her to pursue it. She would none the less for a day or two at least. "The sun has risen, Cuttle." "The sun? By the abyss? There's a sun in this world? Have they gone mad?" Apsalar glanced over at the cowering ghost. It was dissolving in the grainy light. Huddled in a shadow nearby, Telerast looked on, mute with terror. "Has who gone mad?" Apsalar asked Cuttle. "Well, them, the ones who created this place." "We're fading," Telerast hissed. "What does it mean? Will we cease to exist?" "I don't know," Apsalar replied. "Probably you will lose some substance, assuming you have any, but it will be temporary. Best you two remain here and be silent. I will be back before dusk." "Dusk? Yes, excellent. We will wait here for dusk, then night and all that darkness and the shadows and things to possess. Yes, fearful woman, we shall wait here." She headed down, paid for another night, then emerged onto the dusty street. The market-bound citizens were already on the move, hawkers dragging burdened mules, carts crowded with caged songbirds or slabs of salted meat or casks of oil or honey. Old men laboured beneath bundles of firewood, baskets of clay. Down the centre of the street strode two red blades, feared sentinels of order and law once again, now that the Empire's presence had been emphatically reasserted. They were headed in the same direction as Apsalar, and indeed as most of the people, towards the vast sprawl of caravan camps beyond the city wall, just south of the harbour. The red blades were provided a wide berth, and the swagger of their stride, their gauntleted hands resting on the grips of their sheathed but not peace-strapped tulwars, made of their arrogance a deliberate, provocative affront. Yet they passed unchallenged. Moments before she caught up with them, Apsalar swung left down a side passage. There was more than one route to the caravan camps. A merchant employing Pardu and Gruul guards, and appearing to display unusual interest in the presence of a shadow dancer in the city, made him or herself in turn the subject of interest. It might simply be that the merchant was a buyer and seller of information, but even that could prove useful to Apsalar, not that she was prepared to pay for any information she gleaned. The tribal guards suggested extensive overland travel between distant cities and the rarely frequented tracks linking them. That merchant would know things, and so indeed might those guards. She arrived at the outskirts of the first camp. If seen from the sky, the caravan city would look pockmarked as merchants came and went in a steady stream of wagons, horse warriors, herd dogs and camels. The outer edges were home to lesser merchants. their positions fixed according to some obscure hierarchy, whilst the high-status caravans occupied the centre. Entering the main thoroughfare from a side path between tents, Apsalar began the long search. At midday, she found a tapu hawker and sat at one of the small tables beneath an awning, eating the skewered pieces of fruit and meat, the grease running hot tracks down her hands. She had noted a renewed energy among the merchant camps she had visited so far. Insurrection and strife were bad for business, obviously. The return of Malazan rule was a blessing on trade in all its normal avaricious glory, and she had seen the exaltation on all sides. Coins were flowing in 1,000 streams. 3 figures caught her eye, standing before the entrance to a large tent and arguing, it seemed, over a cage of puppies. The 2 Padu women and one of the Graal tribesmen she had seen at the tavern. They were too preoccupied to have spied her, she hoped, wiping her hands on her thighs. Apsalar rose and walked, keeping to the shadier areas, out from under the awning and away from the guards and the merchant's tent. It was enough to have found them, for now. Before she would endeavour to interrogate the merchant or the guards, another task awaited her. The long walk back to the inn was uneventful, and she climbed the stairs and made her way to her room. It was mid-afternoon, and her mind was filled with thoughts of sleep. "She's back," the voice, Curdle's, came from under the wood-framed cot. "Is it her?" asked Telerast from the same place. "I recognize the moccasins. See the sewn-in ridges of iron. Not like the other one." Apsalar paused her removing of her leather gloves. "What other one?" "The one who was here earlier, a bell ago." "A bell?" Telerast wondered. "Oh, those bells now, I understand. They measure the passing of time." "Yes. Not Apsalar. A bell ago we said nothing. We were silent. That one never knew we were here." "The innkeeper." Boots, stirrup-worn and threaded with bronze scales. They went here and there and crouched to look under here, but saw naught of us, of course, and naught of anything else, since you have no gear for him to rifle through. It was a man, then. Didn't we say earlier? Didn't we, Curdle? We must have a man with boots on, yes? How long did he stay? Apsalar asked, looking around the room. There was nothing there for the thief to steal, assuming he had been a thief.
100 of his heartbeats.
106, Telerast.
106. Yes. He came and went by the door. No, the window. You removed the bars, remember? Down from the roof, isn't that right? Telerast, or up from the alley? Or maybe from one of the other rooms, thus from the side, right or left. Apsalar frowned and crossed her arms. Did he come in by the window at all? No. By Warren, then? Yes.
And he wasn't a man, Curdle added. He was a demon, big, black, hairy, with fangs and claws, wearing boots, Telerast said. Exactly, boots. Apsalar pulled off her gloves and slapped them down on the bedstand. She sprawled on the cot. Wake me if he returns. Of course not, Apsalar. You can depend upon us. When she awoke, it was dark. Cursing, Apsalar rose from the cot. How late is it? She's awake. The shade of Telerast hovered nearby, a smeared body shape in the gloom, its eyes dully glowing. Finally Curdle whispered from the window-sill, where it crouched like a gargoyle head twisted round to regard Apsalar, still seated on the cot. "It's 2 bells after the death of the sun. We want to explore." "Fine," she said, standing. "Follow me, then." "Where to?" "Back to the Genrab." "Oh, that miserable place." "I won't be there long." "Good." She collected her gloves, checked her weapons once more. A score of aches from knife pommels and scabbards attested that they remained strapped about her person, and headed for the window. "Shall we use the causeway?" Apsalar stopped, studied Curdle. "What causeway?" The ghost moved to hug one edge of the window and pointed outward. "That one." A shadow manifestation, something like an aqueduct, stretched from the base of the window out over the alley and the building beyond, then curving towards the heart of the Genrab. It had the texture of stone, and she could see pebbles and pieces of crumbled mortar along the path. "What is this?" "We don't know. It is from the Shadow Realm, isn't it?" "It has to be, otherwise I would be unable to see it." "Oh, yes, we think, don't we, Telerast?" "Absolutely, or not." "How long?" Apsalar asked. "Has it been here?" 53 of your heartbeats. You were stirring to wakefulness, right, Curdle?" "She was stirring." "And moaning." "Well, one moan, soft, a half-moan." "No," Telerast said, "that was me." Apsalar clambered up onto the sill, then, still gripping the edges of the wall, she stepped out onto the causeway, solid beneath her feet. "All right," she muttered, more than a little shaken as she released her hold on the building behind her. "We might as well make use of it." "We agree." They set out. Over the alley, the tenement, a street, and then the rubble of the ruins. In the distance rose ghostly towers. A city of shadow, but this one thoroughly unlike the one of the night before. Vague structures lay over the wreckage below, canals, the glimmer of something like water. Lower bridges spanned these canals. A few thousand paces distant to the southeast rose a massive domed palace, and beyond it what might have been a lake or a wide river. Ships plied those waters, square-sailed and sleek, the wood midnight black. She saw tall figures crossing a bridge 50 paces away. Telerast hissed. "I recognize them." Apsalar crouched low, suddenly feeling terribly vulnerable here on this high walkway. "Tiste Edur." "Yes," she half-breathed. "Oh, can they see us? I don't know."
At least none walked the causeway they were on. Not yet. Come on, it's not far. I want us away from this place. Agreed. Oh, yes, agreed. Curdle hesitated. Then again, "No," Apsalar said. "Attempt nothing, Ghost." "Oh, all right, it's just that there's a body in the canal below." "Damn this!" She edged to the low wall and looked down. "That's not Tiste Edur." "No," Curdle confirmed it. "Most certainly isn't. Not Apsalar. It is like you. Yes, like you."
"Only more bloated. Not long dead. We want it. Don't expect help if trying for it attracts attention." "Oh, she has a point, Curdle. Come on, she's moving away from us. Wait, don't leave us here." Reaching a steep staircase, Apsalar quickly descended. As soon as she stepped onto the pale, dusty ground, the ghostly city vanished. In her wake, the two shades appeared, sinking towards her. "A most dreadful place," Telerast said. "But there was a throne," Curdle cried.
"I sensed it. A most delicious throne," Telerast snorted. "Delicious, you have lost your mind. Naught but pain, suffering, affliction. Quiet," Apsalar commanded. "You will tell me more about this throne you two sensed, but later guard this entrance." "We can do that. We're very skilled guards. Someone died down there, yes? Can we have the body?" "No. Stay here." Apsalar entered the half-buried temple. The chamber within was not as she had left it.
The Semk's corpse was gone. Mebra's body had been stripped of its clothing, the clothing itself cut apart. What little furnishings occupied the room had been methodically dismantled. Cursing under her breath, Apsalar walked to the doorway leading to the inner chamber. The curtain that had covered it had been torn away. In the small room beyond Mebra's living quarters, the searcher or searchers had been equally thorough. Indifferent to the absence of light, she scanned the detritus. Someone had been looking for something or deliberately obscuring a trail. She thought about the Semk assassin's appearance last night. She had assumed he'd somehow seen her sprint across the rubble and so was compelled to return, but now she wondered, perhaps he'd been sent back, his task only half completed. In either case, he had not been working alone that night. She had been careless, thinking otherwise. From the outer chamber came a wavering whisper. "Where are you?" Apsalar stepped back through the doorway. "What are you doing here, Curdle? I told you to. 2 people are coming. Women like you, like us too, I forgot. Yes, we're all women here. Find a shadow and hide. Apsalar cut in. Same for Telerast. You don't want us to kill them, can you? No. Hide yourselves. A good thing we decided to guard the door, isn't it?" Ignoring the ghost, Apsalar positioned herself beside the outer entrance. She drew her knives, set her back against the sloping stone, and waited. She heard their quick steps, the scuffing as they halted just outside, their breathing. Then the first one stepped through, in her hands a shuttered lantern. She strode in further as she flipped back one of the hinged shutters, sending a shaft of light against the far wall. Behind her entered the second woman, a scimitar unsheathed and held out. The Pardu caravan guards. Apsalar stepped close and drove the point of one dagger into the woman's elbow joint on the sword arm, then swung the other weapon, pommel forward, into the woman's temple. She dropped, as did her weapon. The other spun round. A high swinging kick caught her above the jaw. She reeled, lantern flying to crack against the wall. Sheathing her knives, Apsalar closed in on the stunned guard. A punch to the solar plexus doubled her over. The guard dropped to her knees, then fell onto one side, curling up around the pane. "This is convenient," Apsalar said, "since I was intending to question you anyway." She walked back to the first woman and checked on her condition, unconscious and likely would remain so for some time. Even so, she kicked the scimitar into a corner, then stripped her of the knives she found hidden under her arms. Walking back to the other Pardu, she looked down on the groaning, motionless woman for a moment, then crouched and dragged her to her feet. She grasped the woman's right arm, the one she used to hold a weapon, and, with a sharp twist, dislocated it at the elbow. The woman cried out. Apsalar closed a hand on her throat and slammed her against the wall, the head cracking hard. Vomit spilled onto the assassin's glove and wrist. She held the Pardu there. "Now you will answer my questions. Please." "No pleading. Pleading only makes me cruel. Answer me to my satisfaction, and I might let you and your friend live. Do you understand?" The Pardu nodded, her face smeared with blood and an elongated bump swelling below her right eye where the iron-embedded moccasin had struck. Sensing the arrival of the 2 ghosts, Apsalar glanced over her shoulder. They were hovering over the body of the other Pardu.
"One of us might take her," Telerast whispered. "Easy," agreed Curdle. "Her mind is addled, absent, lost in the abyss." Apsalar hesitated, then said, "Go ahead." "Me," hissed Curdle. "No, me," snarled Telerast. "Me, I got to her first. You did not." "I choose," said Apsalar. "Acceptable. Yes. Oh yes, you choose, dearest mistress. You're grovelling again." "I'm not, Curdle," Apsalar said. "Possess her."
"I knew you'd pick her. Patience, Telerast. This night's not yet done." The Pardu woman before her was blinking, a wild look in her eyes. "Who are you talking to? What language is that? Who's out there? I can't see. Your lantern's out. Never mind. Tell me about your master. Gods below, it hurts." Apsalar reached down and twisted the dislocated arm again. The woman shrieked, then sagged, unconscious.
Apsalar let her slide down the wall until the woman was roughly in a sitting position. Then she drew out a flask and splashed water into the Pardu's face. The eyes opened, comprehension returned, and with it, terror. "I don't want to hear about what hurts," Apsalar said. "I want to hear about the merchant. Your employer now, shall we try again?" The other Pardu was sitting up near the entrance, making grunting noises, then coughing, until she spat out bloody phlegm. "Ah!" Curdle cried. "Better! Oh, everything aches! Oh, the arm! Be quiet!" Apsalar commanded, then fixed her attention once more on the woman in front of her. "I am not a patient person. Trigol Trade Guild," the woman said in a gasp. Apsalar slowly leaned back on her haunches. a most unexpected answer. "Curdle, get out of that body. What? Now?" Just as well she was all broken. Ah, free of pain again. This is better. I was a fool. Tellerast's laughter was a rasp. "And you still are, Curdle. I could have told you, you know. She wasn't right for you." "No more talking," Apsalar said. She needed to think on this. The Trigala Trade Guild's centre of operations was Darujhistan. It had been a long time since they'd visited the fragment of the Shadow Realm with munitions for Fiddler, assuming it was the same caravan, and she suspected it was. As purveyors of items and information, it now seemed obvious that more than one mission had brought them to 7 cities. On the other hand, perhaps they were doing little more than recovering here in the city, given their harrowing routes through the Warrens, and the merchant mage had instructed his guards to deliver any and all unusual information. Even so, she needed to be certain. The Trigal merchant, what brought him or her here to Erlitan? The swelling was closing the Pardu's right eye. Him? His name? Carpolan Demisand? At that, Apsalar allowed herself a faint nod. We were making a delivery. Us guards, we're shareholders. I know how the Trigal Trade Guild works. A delivery, you said? Yes, to Coltane, during the Chain of Dogs. That was some time ago? Yes. I'm sorry, the pain, it hurts to talk. It'll hurt more if you don't. The Pardu grimaced, and it was a moment before Apsalar realized it had been a smile. I do not doubt you, Shadow Dancer. Yes, there was more altar stones. What? Cut stones to line a holy pool, here in Erlitan. The woman shook her head, winced, then said, No, Yigatan, are you on your way there or returning? Returning, outward journeys are through Warrens. We're, resting.
So Carpolan Demisand's interest in a shadow dancer is just passing. He likes to know everything. Information buys us advantages. No one likes rearguard on the ride through the Warrens. It's hairy, I imagine it would be. Tell your master, Apsalar said, that this shadow dancer does not appreciate the attention. The Pardu nodded. Apsalar straightened. I am done with you.
The woman flinched back, up against the wall, her left forearm rising to cover her face. The assassin looked down on the guard, wondering what had set her off. We understand that language now, Tellerast said. She thinks you are going to kill her, and you are, aren't you? No. That should be obvious if she's to deliver a message to her master. She's not thinking straight, Curdle said. Besides, what better way to deliver your message than with 2 corpses? Apsalar sighed, said to the Pardu, What brought you to this place? To Mibra's, muffled from behind the forearm. The woman replied, Purchasing information. But he's dead. What information? Any, all comings and goings, whatever he was selling. But you've killed Mibra. No, I did not. By way of peace between me and your master, I will tell you this. An assassin of the Nameless Ones murdered Mibra. There was no torture involved, a simple assassination. The Nameless Ones weren't looking for information. The Pardu's lone visible eye, now above the guarding wrist, was fixed on her. The Nameless Ones. 7 holies protect us. Now, Apsalar said, drawing her knife, I need some time. With that she struck the woman with the pommel of her knife hard against the temple and watched the Pardu's eye roll up, the body slump over. Will she live? Tellerast demanded, slinking closer. Leave her alone. She may wake up not remembering anything you told her. It doesn't matter, Apsalar replied, sheathing her knife. Her master will glean all he needs to know anyway. A sorcerer. Ah, they travel the Warrens, they said. Risky. This Carpolan Demisand must be a formidable wielder of magic. You have made a dangerous enemy. I doubt he will pursue this, Tellerast. I let his shareholders live, and I have provided him with information. And what of the tablets? Curdle asked.
Apsalar turned. What tablets? The ones hidden under the floor. Show me. The shade drifted towards Mabra's naked corpse. Under him, a secret cache beneath this pavestone, hard clay, endless lists, they probably mean nothing. Apsalar rolled the body over. The stone was easily pried loose, and she wondered at the carelessness of the searchers. Then again, perhaps Mabra had had some control over where he would die. He had been lying directly over it.
A rough pit had been excavated, and it was crowded with clay tablets. In one corner sat a damp burlap sack filled with soft clay, and a half-dozen bone scribers bound in twine. She rose and retrieved the lantern. When it had struck the wall, the shutter had closed, the flame within remained. She pulled the top ring to draw up the hinged shutters part way. Returning to the secret cache, she collected the topmost dozen tablets, then sat cross-legged beside the pit within the small circle of light and began reading. Attending the grand meeting of the cult of Rishan was Brithok of Gdanisban, Septhun Anabin of Omari, Sradal Purthu of Gyatan, and Tora Aval Delat of Karashimesh. Fools and charlatans one and all, although it must be said, Sradal is a dangerous fool. Torahaval is a bitch, with nothing of the humour of her cousin, nor his deadliness. She plays at this and nothing more, but she will make a fine headpiece, a high priestess with seductive charms, and so the acolytes shall flock. Of Septhun and Brithok, the latter is my nearest rival, leaning heavily on his bloodline to that madman Bidithor, but I know well his weaknesses now, and soon he shall be eliminated from the final vote by misfortune. Septhun is a follower, and no more need be said of him. Two of these cultists numbered among Apsalar's targets for assassination. She memorized the other names in case the opportunity arose. The second, third, and fourth tablets contained lists of contacts made in the past week, with notes and observations that made it plain that Mibra had been busy weaving his usual web of extortion among a host of dim-witted victims. Merchants, soldiers, amorous wives, thieves, and thugs. The fifth tablet proved interesting. Sribin, my most trusted agent, has confirmed it. The outlawed Grohl, Tarlac Veed, was in Irlaton 1 month past. Truly a man to be feared, the most secret dagger of the nameless ones. This only reinforces my suspicion that they have done something, an unleashing of some ancient, terrible demon, even as the Kundril Wanderer said, and so it was no lie, that harrowing tale of the barrow and the fleeing dragon. A hunt has begun, yet who is the prey? And what role has Tarlac Veed in all this? Oh, the name alone, scribed here in damp clay, fills my bones with ice. Decim Belakis, curse the nameless ones. They never play fair. How much longer are you going to do that? Curdle demanded beside her. Ignoring the shade, Apsalar continued working her way through the tablets, now seeking the name of Tarlac Veed. The ghosts wandered about, sniffing every now and then at the two unconscious Pardu, slipping outside occasionally, then returning, muttering in some unknown language. There were 33 tablets in the pit, and as she removed the last one, she noted something odd about the pit's base. She brought the lantern closer, shattered pieces of dried clay, fragments of writing in Mebra's hand.
He destroys them,
she said under her breath. Periodically, she studied the last tablet in her hand. It was dustier by far than all the others, the script more faded by wear, but he saved this one, another list. Only in this one she recognized names. Apsalar began reading aloud. Doika has finally freed Heboric Light Touch. Plan ruined by the rebellion, and Heboric lost. Coltane marches with his refugees, yet there are vipers among the Malazans. Kalam Mekar sent to Shaikh, the red blades following. Kalam will deliver the book into Shaikh's hands. The red blades will kill the bitch. I am well pleased. The next few lines had been carved into the clay after it had hardened, the script looking ragged and hurried. Heboric is with Shaik, known now as Ghost Hands, and in those hands is the power to do tablets. Something must have happened to have eased his mind. Was Heboric now dead? She did not know. Had someone else stumbled on the man's trail, someone aware of the threat? And how in Hood's name had Heboric, a minor historian of Unta, ended up in Shaik's company? Clearly the Red Blades had failed in their assassination attempt. After all, the Adjunct Tavore had killed the woman, hadn't she? In front of 10,000 witnesses. This woman is waking up. She looked over at Telerast. The shade was hovering over the Padugard, lying near the entrance. "All right," Apsalar said, pushing the heap of tablets back into the pit and replacing the stone. "We're leaving. Finally, it's almost light outside. No causeway, nothing but ruin. Not Apsalar. Oh, this place looks too much like home." Cuttle hissed. "Quiet. Telerast, you idiot. We don't talk about that, remember?" "Sorry. When we reach my room," Apsalar said, "I want you two to tell me about that throne," she remembered. "I don't," Cuttle said. "Me neither," Telerast said. "Throne? What throne?" Apsalar studied the two ghosts, the faintly luminous eyes peering up at her. "Oh, never mind. The Falad was a head shorter than Samar Dev, and she was of barely average height, and he likely weighed less than would one of her legs cut clean away at the hip. An unpleasant image, she allowed but one frighteningly close to reality. A fierce infection had set in the broken bones, and it had taken 4 witches to draw the malign presence out. That had been the night before, and she still felt weak and light-headed, and standing here in this blistering sun wasn't helping. However short and slight the Falad was, he worked hard at presenting a noble, imposing figure, perched there atop his long-legged white mare. Alas, the beast was trembling beneath him, flinching every time Karsa Orlong's jag stallion tossed its head and rolled its eyes menacingly in the mare's direction. The Falad gripped the saddle horn with both hands, his thin, dark lips pinched and a certain timidity in his eyes. His ornate, jewel-studded teleba was dishevelled, and the round, silken and padded hat on his head was askew as he looked on the one known to all as Toblakai, once champion of Shaik, who, standing beside his horse, was still able, had he so chosen, to look down on the ruler of Ugarat. 50 palace guards accompanied the Falad, none of them, nor their mounts, at ease. Toblakai was studying the massive edifice known as Moraval Keep. An entire flat-topped mesa had been carved hollow, the rock walls shaped into imposing fortifications. A deep, steep-walled moat surrounded the keep. Morant munitions or sorcery had destroyed the stone bridge spanning it, and the doors beyond, battered and scorched, were of solid iron. A few scattered windows were visible, high up and unadorned, each sealed by iron doors barbed with angled arrow slits. The besieging encampment was squalid, a few hundred soldiers sitting or standing near cookfires and looking on with vaguely jaded interest. Off to one side, just north of the narrow road, sprawled a rough cemetery of 100 or so makeshift, shin-high wooden platforms, each holding a cloth-wrapped corpse. Toblakai finally turned to the Falad. "When last was a Malazan seen at the battlements?" The young ruler started, then scowled. "I am to be addressed," he said in his piping voice, "in a manner due my authority as Holy Falad of Ugarat." "When?" Toblakai demanded, his expression darkening.
Well, Captain Inishan, answer this barbarian."
With a quick salute, the captain walked over to the soldiers in the encampment. Samar watched him speaking with a half-dozen besiegers, saw the various shrugs in answer to his question, saw Inishan's back straighten, and heard his voice get louder. The soldiers started arguing amongst themselves. Toblakai made a grunting sound. He pointed at his horse. "Stay here, Havok. Kill nothing." Then the warrior strode to the edge of the moat. Samardev hesitated, then followed. He glanced at her when she stopped at his side. "I will assault this. Keep alone, witch." "You certainly will," she replied. "I'm just here for a closer look. I doubt there will be much to see." "What are you planning, Toblakai?" "I am Karsa Orlong of the Teblor. You know my name, and you will use it. To Shaik, I was Toblakai. She is dead. To Leoman of the Flails, I was Toblakai, and he is as good as dead. To the rebels I was." "All right, I understand. Only dead or nearly dead people called you Toblakai, but you should know it is only that name that has kept you from rotting out the rest of your life in the palace pits. That pup on the white horse is a fool. I could break him under one arm. Yes, that likely would break him, and his army. More fools. I am done speaking witness." And so she did. Karsa clambered down into the moat, rubble, broken weapons, siege stones and withered bodies. Lizards scampered on the rocks, capamoths rising like pale leaves caught in an updraft. He made his way to a point directly beneath the two massive iron doors. Even with his height, he could barely reach the narrow ledge at their base. He scanned the wreckage of the bridge around him, then began piling stones, choosing the larger fragments and fashioning rough steps. Some time later he was satisfied. Drawing his sword, he climbed the steps and found himself at the same level as the broad riveted locking mechanism. Raising his stone sword in both hands, he set the point in the join in front of where he judged the lock to be. He waited a moment until the position of his arms and the angle of the blade was set in his mind. Then he lifted the sword away, edged back as far as he could on the makeshift platform of rubble, drew the weapon back, and swung. The blow was true, the unbreakable chalcedony edge driving into the join between the doors. Momentum ceased with a snapping sound as the blade jammed in an unseen solid iron bar, the reverberations pounding through Karsa's arms and into his shoulders. He grunted, waited until the pain ebbed, then tugged the weapon free in a screech of metal, and took aim once again. He both felt and heard the crack of the bar. Karsa pulled the sword loose, then threw his shoulder against the doors. Something fell with a loud clang, and the door on the right swung back. On the other side of the moat, Samardev stared. She had just witnessed something extraordinary. Captain Inishan came up alongside her. "The Seven Holies protect us," he whispered. "He just cut through an iron door." "Yes, he did. We need—" She glanced over. "We need what, Captain? We need to get him out of Ugarat, away as soon as possible." Darkness in the funnel within angled walls, chutes and arrow slits. Some mechanism had lowered the arched ceiling and narrowed the walls. He could see that they were suspended, perhaps a finger's width from contact with each other and with the paved floor, 20 murderous paces to an inner gate, and that gate was ajar. Karsa listened but heard nothing. The air smelled rank, bitter. He squinted at the arrow slits. They were dark, the hidden chambers to either side unlit. Readying the sword in his hands, Karsa Orlong entered the keep. No hot sand from the chutes, no arrows darting out from the slits, no boiling oil. He reached the gate. A courtyard beyond, 1/3, sharply bathed in white sunlight. He strode forward until he was past the gate and then looked up. The rock had been hollowed out indeed. Above was a rectangle of blue sky, the fiery sun filling one corner. The walls on all 4 sides were tiered with fortified landings and balconies, countless windows. He could make out doorways on those balconies, some yawning black, others closed. Karsa counted 22 levels on the wall opposite him, 18 on the one to his left, 17 to the right, and behind him, the outer wall, 12 in the center, flanked by projections, each holding 6 more. The keep was a veritable city, and it seemed lifeless. A gaping pit, hidden in the shadow in one corner of the courtyard, caught his attention. Pavestones lifted clear and piled to the sides, an excavated shaft of some sort, reaching down into the foundations. He walked over. The excavators had cleared the heavy pavestones to reach what looked to be bedrock, but had proved to be little more than a cap of stone, perhaps half an arm's length thick, covering a hollowed-out subterranean chamber. That stank. A wooden ladder led down into the vault. A makeshift cesspit, he suspected, since the besiegers had likely blocked the outdrains into the moat in the hopes of fostering plague or some such thing. The stench certainly suggested that it had been used as a latrine. Then again, why the ladder? These Malazans have odd interests, he muttered. In his hands he could feel a tension building in the stone sword. The bound spirits of Bairoth Guild and Delum Thord were suddenly restive. Or a chance discovery, he added. Is this what you warn me of? Kindred spirits? He eyed the ladder. Well, as you say, brothers, I have climbed into worse. Karsa sheathed his sword and began his descent. Excrement smeared the walls, but not, fortunately, the rungs of the ladder. He made his way past the broken shell of stone, and what little clean air drifted down from above was overwhelmed by a thick, pungent reek. There was more to it than human waste, however. Something else. Reaching the floor of the chamber, Karsa waited, ankle-deep in shit and pools of piss, for his eyes to adjust to the gloom. Eventually he could make out the walls, rounded, the stones bearing horizontal undulations, but otherwise unadorned. A beehive tomb, then, but not in a style Karsa had seen before. Too large, for one thing, and there was no evidence of platforms or sarcophagi. No grave goods, no inscriptions. He could see no formal entranceway or door revealed on any of the walls. Sloshing through the sewage for a closer look at the stonework, Karsa almost stumbled as he stepped off an unseen ledge. He had been standing on a slightly raised dais, extending almost out to the base of the walls. Backstepping, he edged carefully along its circumference. In the process, he discovered 6 submerged iron spikes, driven deep into the stone in 2 sets of 3. The spikes were massive, thicker across than Karsa's wrists. He made his way back to the center, stood near the base of the ladder. Were he to lie down with the middle spike of either set under his head? He could not have reached the outer ones with arms outstretched, half again as tall, and he might manage it. Thus, if something had been pinned here by these spikes, it had been huge. And, unfortunately, it looked as if the spikes had failed. A slight motion through the heavy, turgid air, a shadowing of the faint light leaking down. Karsa reached for his sword. An enormous hand closed on his back, a talon lancing into each shoulder, 2 beneath his ribs, one larger one stabbing down and around, just under his left clavicle. The fingers clenched, and he was being hauled straight up, the ladder passing in a blur. The sword was pinned against his back. Karsa reached up with both hands, and they closed about a scaled wrist thicker than his upper arm. He cleared the hole in the capstone, and the tugs and tearing in his muscles told him the beast was clambering up the side of the pit, nimble as a pockerole. Something heavy and scaled slithered across his arms, then into bright sunlight. The beast flung the tableau across the courtyard. He landed hard, skidding until he crashed up against the keep's outer wall, spitting blood, every bone in his back feeling out of place. Karsa Orlong pushed himself to his feet, reeled until he could lean against the sun-heated stone. Standing beside the pit was a reptilian monstrosity, 2-legged, the hanging arms, oversized and overlong, talons scraping the pavestones. It was tailed, but that tail was stunted and thick. The broad-snouted jaws were crowded with interlocking rows of dagger-long fangs, above them flaring cheekbones and brow ridges protecting deep-set eyes that glistened like wet stones on a strand. A serrated crest bisected the flat, elongated skull, pale yellow above the dun-green hide. The beast reared half again as tall as the Toblakai. Motionless as a statue, it studied him blood dripping from the talons of its left hand. Karsa took a deep breath, then drew his sword and flung it aside. The creature's head twitched, a strange sideways tilt. Then it charged, leaning far over as the massive legs propelled it forward, and Karsa launched himself straight at it. Clearly an unanticipated response, as he found himself inside those raking hands and beneath the snapping jaws. He flung his head straight up, cracking hard against the underside of the beast's jaw, then ducked back down, sliding his right arm between the legs, wrapping it about the creature's right one. Shoulder pounding into its belly, his hands closing tight on the other side of the captured leg. Then lifting, a bellow escaping him as he heaved the beast up until it tottered on one leg. The taloned hands hammered down on his back, slicing through the bear fur, ravaging his flesh in a frenzy. Karsa planted his right leg behind the beast's left one, then pushed hard in that direction. It crashed down and he heard bones snap. The short tail whipped round, struck him in his midsection. Air exploded from Karsa's 4 lungs, and once more he was spinning through the air, striking the pavistones and leaving most of the skin of his right shoulder and hip on the hard stone as he skidded another 4 paces. Over the edge of the pit. Down, cracking hard against one edge of the capstone, breaking it further, then landing face first in the pool of sewage in the tomb, rubble splashing on all sides. He lifted himself, twisting into a half-seated position, spitting out foul fluids, even as he tried to draw air into his lungs. Coughing, choking, he crawled towards one side of the tomb, away from the hole in the ceiling. Moments later, he managed to restore his breathing. Shaking the muck from his head, he peered at the shaft of sunlight reaching down around the ladder. The beast had not come after him, or had not seen him fall. He rose and made his way to the ladder, looked straight up, and saw nothing but sunlight. Karsa climbed. As he drew level with the pit's edge, he slowed, then lifted himself until he could just see the courtyard. The creature was nowhere in sight. He clambered quickly onto the pavistones. Spitting again, he shook himself, then made his way towards the keep's inner entrance. Hearing no screams from beyond the moat, he assumed that the beast had not gone in that direction which left the keep itself. The double doors were ajar. He entered a broad chamber, its floor tiled, the walls bearing the ghosts of long-faded murals. Pieces of mangled armor and bits of blood-crusted clothing lay scattered about. Nearby stood a boot, twin bones jutting from it. Directly opposite, 20 paces away, was another doorway, both doors battered down and smashed. Karsa padded towards it, then froze upon hearing the scrape of claws on tile in the gloom beyond. From his left, close by the entrance, he backed up 10 paces, then sprinted forward through the doorway. Hands slashed down in his wake, and he heard a frustrated hiss even as he collided with a low divan, propelling him forward, down onto a low table. The wooden legs exploded beneath his weight. He rolled onward, sending a high-backed chair cartwheeling, then sliding on a rug. The thump and click of the creature's clawed feet grew louder as it lunged in pursuit. Karsa got his feet under him, and he dove sideways, once more evading the descending claws. Up against another chair, this one massive, grasping the legs, Karsa heaved it into the path of the creature. It had launched itself into the air. The chair caught both its outstretched legs, snapped them out to the side. The beast crashed down, cracking its head, broken tiles flying. Karsa kicked it in the throat. The beast kicked him in the chest, and he was pitched backward once more, landing on a discarded helmet that rolled momentarily, sending him back further up against a wall. Pain thundering in his chest, the Toblakai climbed to his feet. The beast was doing the same, slowly, wagging its head from side to side, its breath coming in rough wheezes punctuated by sharp, barking coughs. Karsa flung himself at it. His hands closed on its right wrist, and he ducked under, twisting the arm as he went. Then spun round yet again, turning the arm until it popped at the shoulder. The creature squealed. Karsa clambered onto its back, his fists hammering on the dome of its skull. Each blow shook the beast's bones. Teeth snapped, the head driven down at each blow, springing back up in time to meet the next one. Staggering beneath him, the right arm hanging limp, the left one attempting to reach up to scrape him off. The creature careened across the room. Karsa continued swinging, his own hands numbed by the impacts. Finally, he heard the skull crack. A rattling gasp of breath, from him or the beast, he wasn't sure which. Then the creature dropped and rolled. Most of its immense weight settled for a brief moment between Karsa's thighs, and a roar burst from his throat as he clenched the muscles of his legs to keep that ridged spine away from his crotch. Then the reptile pitched sideways. Pinning his left leg, he reached up to wrap an arm around its thrashing neck. Rolling further, it freed its own left arm, scythed it up and around. Talons sank into Karsa's left shoulder. A surge of overpowering strength dragged the Toblakai off, sending him tumbling into the wreckage of the collapsed table. Karsa's grasping hand found one of the table legs. He scrambled up and swung it hard against the beast's outstretched arm. The leg shattered, and the arm was snatched back with a squeal. The beast reared upright once more. Karsa charged again, was met by a kick high on his chest. Sudden blackness, his eyes opened, gloom, silence. The stink of faces and blood and settling dust. Groaning, he sat up. A distant crash from somewhere above. He studied his surroundings until he spied the side doorway. He rose, limped towards it. A wide hallway beyond, leading to a staircase. Was that a scream, Captain? I'm not sure, Falad. Samar Dev squinted in the bright light at the soldier beside her. He had been muttering under his breath since Toblakai's breach of the iron doors. Stone swords, iron, and locks seemed to have been the focus of his private monologue, periodically spiced with some choice curses, that and the need to get the giant barbarian as far away from Ugarat as possible. She wiped sweat from her brow, returned her attention to the keep's entrance. Still, nothing. They're negotiating, the Falad said, restless on the saddle as servants stood to either side, alternately sweeping the large papyrus fans to cool Ugarat's beloved ruler.
It did sound like a scream, Holy One, Captain, Inashan said after a moment.
Then it is a belligerent negotiation, Captain. What else can be taking so long? Were they all starved and dead, that barbarian would have returned? Unless, of course, there's loot. Ha! Am I wrong in that? I think not. He's a savage, after all. Cut loose from Sha'ik's leash, yes? Why did he not die protecting her? If the tales ain't true, Inashan said uncomfortably, Sha'ik sought a personal duel with the adjunct Falad. Too much convenience in that tale, told by the survivors, the ones who abandoned her. I am unconvinced by this Toblakai. He is too rude. Yes, Falad, Inashan said. He is that. Samar Dev cleared her throat. Holy One, there is no loot to be found in Moraval Keep. Oh, witch, and how can you be so certain? It is an ancient structure, older even than Ugarat itself. True alterations have been made every now and then. All the old mechanisms were beyond our understanding. Falad, even to this day, and all we have now from them is a handful of pieces. I have made long study of those few fragments, and have learned much. You bore me now, witch. You have still not explained why there is no loot. I'm sorry, Falad. To answer you, the keep has been explored countless times, and nothing of value has ever been found, barring those dismantled mechanisms. Worthless junk! Very well, the barbarian is not looting. He is negotiating with the squalid, vile Malazans, whom we shall have to kneel before once again. I am betrayed into humiliation by the cowardly rebels of Raraku. Oh, one can count on no one these days. It would seem not, Falad, Samar Dev murmured. Inashan shot her a look. Samar wiped another sheath of sweat from her brow. Oh, the Falad cried suddenly. I am melting. Wait, Inashan said. Was that a bellow of some sort? He's probably raping someone. He found the creature hobbling down a corridor, its head wagging from side to side, pitching into one wall, then the other. Karsa ran after it. It must have heard him, for it wheeled round, jaws opening in a hiss, moments before he closed. Battering a raking hand aside, the Toblakai kneed the beast in the belly. The reptile doubled over, chest ridge cracking down onto Karsa's right shoulder. He drove his thumb up under its left arm, where it found doeskin soft tissue. Puncturing it, the thumb plunging into meat, curling round ligaments. Closing his hand, Karsa yanked on those ligaments. Dagger-sharp teeth raked the side of his head, slicing a flap of skin away. Blood gushed into Karsa's right eye. He pulled harder, throwing himself back. The beast plunged with him. Twisting to one side, Karsa narrowly escaped the crashing weight and was close enough to see the unnatural splaying of its ribs at the impact. It struggled to rise, but Karsa was faster, straddling it once more, fists hammering down on its skull. With each blow, the lower jaws cracked against the floor, and he could feel a sagging give in the plates of the skull's bones beneath his fists. He kept pounding. A dozen wild heartbeats later, and he slowed, realizing the beast was no longer moving beneath him, the head flat on the floor getting wider and flatter with each impact of his battered fists. Fluids were leaking out. Karsa stopped swinging. He drew in a ragged, agony-filled breath, held it against the sudden waves of darkness thundering through his brain, then released it steady and long. Another mouthful of bloody phlegm to spit out onto the dead beast's shattered skull. Lifting his head, Karsa glared about. A doorway on his right. In the room beyond, a long table and chairs. Groaning, he slowly rose, stumbled into the chamber. A jug of wine sat on the table. Cups were lined up in even rows down both sides, each one opposite a chair. Karsa swept them from the table, collected the jug, then lay down on the stained wood surface. He stared up at the ceiling, where someone had painted a pantheon of unknown gods, all looking down. Mocking expressions, one and all. Karsa pushed the flap of loose skin back against his temple, then sneered at the faces on the ceiling before lifting the jug to his lips. Blessed cool wind, now that the sun was so close to the horizon. Silence for a while now, too, since that last bellow. A number of soldiers standing for bell after bell all afternoon had passed out and were being tended to by the lone slave the Falad had relinquished from his entourage. Captain Inashan had been assembling a squad to lead into the keep for some time now. The Falad was having his feet massaged and bathed in mint leaves, chewed in mouthfuls of oil by the slaves. "You are taking too long, Captain," he said. "Look at that demonic horse, the way it eyes us. It will be dark by the time you storm the keep." "Torches are being brought along," Falad, Inashan said. "We're almost ready." His reluctance was almost comical, and Samar Dev dared not meet his eye again. Not after the expression her wink earlier had elicited. A shout from the besiegers' encampment. Toblakai had appeared, climbing down from the ledge, back onto the makeshift steps. Samar Dev and Inashan made their way to the moat, arriving in time to see him emerge. The bare fur was in ribbons, dark with blood. He had tied a strip of cloth about his head, holding the skin in place over one temple. Most of his upper clothing had been torn away, revealing countless gouges and puncture wounds, and he was covered in shit. From the Falad 20 paces behind them came a querulous enquiry. "Toblakai, the negotiations went well?" In a low voice, Inashan said, "No Malazans left, I take it." Karsa Orlong scowled. Didn't see any. He strode past them, turning. Samar Dev flinched at the horror of the warrior's ravaged back. What happened in there, she demanded. A shrug that jostled the slung stone sword. Nothing important, witch. Not slowing, not turning, he continued on. A smudge of light far to the south, like a cluster of dying stars on the horizon, marked the city of Kaihum. The dust of the storm a week past had settled, and the night sky was bright with the twin sweeps of the roads of the abyss. There were scholars, Korab, Bilan Thenu Alas had heard, who asserted that those broad roads were nothing more than stars, crowded in multitudes beyond counting. But Korab knew that was folly. They could be naught but celestial roads, the paths walked by the dragons of the deep, and elder gods, and the blacksmiths with suns for eyes who hammered stars into life, and the world spinning round those stars were simply dross, cast-offs from the forges, pale and smudged, on which crawled creatures preening with conceit. Preening with conceit. An old seer had told him that once, and for some reason the phrase lodged in Korab's mind, allowing him to pull it free every now and then to play with, his inner eye bright with shining wonder. People did that, yes, he had seen them, again and again, like birds, obsessed with self-importance, thinking themselves tall as the night sky. That seer had been a genius, to have seen so clearly and to manage so much in 3 simple words. Not that conceit was a simple thing, and Korab recalled having to ask an old woman what the word meant, and she had cackled and reached under his tunic to tug on his penis, which had been unexpected and instinctive response notwithstanding. Unwelcome, a faint wave of embarrassment accompanied the recollection, and he spat into the fire flickering before him. Leoman of the Flails sat opposite him, a hookah filled with wine-soaked durhang at the man's side. At his thin lips the mouthpiece of hard wood carved into the semblance of a woman's nipple and stained magenta to add to the lightness. His leader's eyes glistened dark red in the fire's light, the lids low, the gaze seemingly fixed on the licking flames. Korab had found a piece of wood the length of his arm, light as a woman's breath, telling him that a birit slug dwelt within, and he had just dug it out with the point of his knife. The creature squirmed on the blade's tip, and it had been the sight of this that had, alas, reminded him of the debacle with his penis. Feeling morose, he bit the slug in half and began chewing juices, spurting down into his beard. "Ah," he said around the mouthful, "she has roe, delicious." Leoman looked over. Then he drew once more on the mouthpiece. "We're running out of horses," he said. Korab swallowed. The other half of the slug was writhing on the knife tip, threads of pink eggs dangling like tiny pearls. "We'll make it, Commander," he said, then poked out his tongue to lap up the roe, following up by inserting the rest of the slug into his mouth. He chewed, then swallowed. 4-5 days, I would judge. Leoman's eyes glittered. "You know, then?"
"Where we going? Yes. Do you know why?"
Korab tossed the piece of wood onto the fire.
Yucatan, the first holy city, where Dasem Ultor, curse his name, died in betrayal. Yucatan, the oldest city in the world, built atop the forge of a blacksmith of the abyss, built on his very bones. 7 Yucatans, 7 great cities to mark the ages we have seen, the one we see now crouched on the bones of the other 6.
City of the olive groves, city of the sweet oils. Korab paused, frowned. "What was your question, Commander?" "Why?" "Oh, yes. Do I know why you have chosen Wigatan? Because we invite a siege. It is a difficult city to conquer. The fool Malazans will bleed themselves to death attempting to storm its walls. We shall add their bones to all the others, to Dasim Ultor's very own. He didn't die there, Korab." "What?" "But there were witnesses. To his wounding, yes. To the assassination attempt. But no, my friend. The first sword did not die, And he lives still. Then where is he? Where doesn't matter. You should ask. Who is he? Ask that. Korab Bilan Tenualas, and I will give you answer. Korab thought about that. Even swimming in the fumes of Durhang, Leoman of the Flails, was too smart for him. Clever, able to see all that Korab could not. He was the greatest commander 7 cities had ever produced. He would have defeated Coltane honorably. And had he been left to it, he would have crushed Adjunct Tavore and then Dujek Onam. There would have been true liberation for all 7 cities. And from here the rebellion against the damned empire would have rippled outward until the yoke was thrown off by all. This was the tragedy, the true tragedy. Blessed December hounds our heels. Leoman coughed a cloud of smoke. He doubled over, still coughing. Korab reached for a skin of water and thrust it into his leader's hands. The man finally drew breath, then drank deep. He leaned back with a gusty sigh and then grinned. You are a wonder, Korab. Bilan Thenu alas, to answer you, I certainly hope not. Korab felt sad. He said, You mock me, Commander. Not at all, you upon blessed madman, my only friend left breathing. Not at all. It is the cult, you see, the Lord of Tragedy, Decembre, that is Dasim Ultor. I don't doubt you understood that, but consider this, for there to be a cult, a religion with priests and such, there must be a god, a living god. Dasem Ultor is ascended? I believe so, although he is a reluctant god, a denier like Anomander, rake of the Tiste Edur, and so he wanders in eternal flight, and in perhaps eternal hunt as well. For what? Leoman shook his head, then said, Yegatan. Yes, my friend. There we will make our stand, and the name shall be a curse among the Malazans for all time. A curse, bitter on their tongues. His eyes hardened suddenly on Korab. Are you with me? No matter what I command, no matter the madness that will seem to afflict me. Something in his leader's gaze frightened Korab, but he nodded. I am with you, Leoman of the Flails. Do not doubt that. A wry smile. I shall not hold you to that, but I thank you for your words nonetheless. Why would you doubt them? Because only I know what I intend to do. Tell me. No, my friend, this burden is mine. You lead us, Leoman of the Flails. We shall follow, as you say, you carry all of us. We are the weight of history, of liberty, and yet you are not bowed. Ah, Korab, I only say what is known, but has never before been said aloud, Commander. There is mercy in silence, my friend, but no mind. It is done. You have indeed spoken. I have assailed you further. I am sorry, Leoman of the Flails. Leoman drank again from the waterskin, then spat into the fire. We need say no more of it. And this shall be our city 4-5 days. It is just past crushing season. Yes? The olives? Yes, we shall arrive when the grovers have gathered. 1,000 merchants will be there, and workers out on the road leading to the coast, setting new stones, and potters and barrel makers and wagoners and caravans. The air shall be gold with dust, and dusted with gold. You are a poet indeed, Korab. Merchants and their hired guards. Tell me, will they bow to my authority, do you think? They must. Who is the cities? Falad, Vedor. Which one? The ferret-faced one, Leoman. His fish-faced brother was found dead in his lover's bed, the whore nowhere to be found, but likely rich and in hiding or in a shallow grave. It's the old story among the Faladhan. And we are certain Vedor continues to deny the Malazans. No fleet or army could have reached them yet. You know this, Leoman of the Flails. The man slowly nodded, eyes once more on the flames. Korab looked up at the night sky. One day, he said, We shall walk the roads to the abyss, and so witness all the wonders of the universe. Leoman squinted upward. Where the stars are thick as veins. They are roads, Leoman. Surely you do not believe those insane scholars. All scholars are insane, yes. They say nothing worth believing? The roads, then? The trail of fire? Of course, Korab continued. That shall be many years from now, as you say, friend. Now best get some sleep? Korab rose, bones cracking. May you dream of glory this night, Commander. Glory? Oh yes, my friend. Our trail of fire. Aye, that slug has given me indigestion. It was the roe.
The bastard's heading for Vigatan. Sergeant Strings glanced over at Bottle. You've been thinking, haven't you? That's not good, soldier. Not good at all. Can't help it. That's even worse. Now I have to keep an eye on you. Coric was on his hands and knees, head lowered, as he sought to breathe life back into the bed of coals from the night just past. He suddenly coughed as he inhaled a cloud of ashes and ducked away, blinking and hacking. Smiles laughed.
The wise plainsman does it again. You were asleep, Coric, but I should tell you Tar pissed that fire out last night. What? She's lying, Tar said, from where he crouched beside his pack, repairing a strap. Even so, it was a good one. You should have seen your expression, Coric. How can anyone, with that white mask he's wearing, shouldn't you be painting death lines through that ash, Coric? Isn't that what Seti do? Only when going into battle smiles, the sergeant said. Now leave off, woman. You're as bad as that damned Hengese lapdog. It bit a Kundril's ankle last night and wouldn't let go. Hope they skewered it, Smiles said. Not a chance. Bent was standing guard. Anyway, they had to get Temul to pry the thing off. My point is, Smiles, you ain't got a Wiccan cattle dog to guard your back, so the less you snipe, the safer you'll be. No one mentioned the knife Coric had taken in the leg a week past. Cuttle came wandering into the camp. He'd found a squad that had already brewed some foul-smelling tea and was sipping from his tin cup. They're here, he said. Who? Smiles demanded. Bottle watched as their sergeant settled back down, leaning against his pack. All right, Strings said, sighing. March will be delayed. Someone help Coric get the fire going. We're going to have a real breakfast. Cuttle the cook. Me all right? Just don't blame me. For what? Strings asked, with an innocent smile. Cuttle walked over to the hearth, reaching into a pouch. Got some sealed flame o' dust. Everyone scattered, Strings included. Suddenly, Cuttle was alone, looking round bemusedly at his fellow soldiers, now one and all at least 15 paces distant. He scowled. A grain or two? Nothing more. Damn, do you think I'm mad? Everyone looked to Strings, who shrugged. Instinctive reaction, Cuttle. Surprised you ain't used to it by now? Yeah. And how come you were the first belting out of here, Fid? Who'd know better than me? Cuttle crouched down beside the hearth. Well, he muttered, I'm absolutely crushed. He withdrew a small clay disc from the pouch. It was a playing piece for the board game called Troughs, the game being Cuttle's favourite pastime. The sapper spat on it, then tossed it into the coals, and quickly backed away. No one else moved. Hey, Coric said, that wasn't a real Troughs piece, was it? Cuttle glanced over. Why wouldn't it be? Because those things get thrown around. Only when I lose, the sapper replied. A burst of ash, sudden flames. Cuttle walked back and began flinging pieces of dung on the fire. All right, somebody tend to this. I'll get what passes for food around here and figure something out. Bottle has some lizards, Smiles said. Forget it, Bottle shot back. They're my friends, he flinched as the other squad members turned to regard him. Friends? Strings asked. He scratched his beard, studying his soldier. What? Smiles said. The rest of us too smart for you, Bottle. All these confounding words we use. The fact we can read those squiggly etchings on clay and wax tablets and scrolls. Well, except for Coric, of course, anyway. Feeling insufficient, Bottle? I don't mean physically, that goes without saying, but mentally, right? Is that the problem? Bottle glared at her. You'll regret all that, Smiles. Oh, he's going to send his lizard friends after me. Help. That's enough, Smiles, Strings said in a warning growl. She rose, ran her hands through her still unbound hair. Well, I'm off to gossip with Flashwit and Uruhela. Flash said she saw Nefaria's bread a couple of days ago. A horse had died, and he carried it back to his squad's camp. They roasted it. Nothing but bones left. The squad ate an entire horse? Coric snorted. How come I've never seen this Nefaria's bread, anyway? Has anybody here seen him? I have, Smiles replied. When? Coric demanded. A few days ago. I'm bored talking to you. Your fire's going out. She walked off. The sergeant was still tugging at his beard. Gods below, I need to hack this thing off, he muttered. But the chicks ain't left the nest yet, Cuttle said, settling down with an armful of foodstuffs. Who's been collecting snakes, he asked, letting the various objects drop. He picked up a long, rope-like thing. They stink. That's the vinegar, Coric said. It's an old Seti delicacy. The vinegar cooks the meat, you see, for when you ain't got the time to smoke it slow. What are you doing killing snakes? Bottle demanded. They're useful, you know. Strings rose. Bottle, walk with me. Oh, damn. I've got to ham to say nothing. Aye, Sergeant? They crossed the ditch and headed onto the broken sweep of the Lato Odan, the mostly level, dusty ground home to a scattering of shattered rock, no piece larger than a man's head. Somewhere far to the southwest was the city of Kehum, still out of sight, whilst behind them rose the Tharlas Mountains, treeless for centuries, and now eroded like rotting teeth. No cloud relieved the bright morning sun, already hot. Where do you keep your lizards? Strings asked. In my clothes, out of the sun, during the day, I mean, they wander at night. And you wander with them? Bottle nodded. That's a useful talent, the sergeant commented, then went on, especially for spying. Not on the enemy, of course, but on everyone else. So far. I mean, we haven't been close enough to the enemy. I know. And that's why you ain't told nobody yet about it. So you've listened in on the Adjunct much. I mean, since that time you learned about the fall of the bridge burners. Not much, to tell the truth. Bottle hesitated, wondering how much he should say. Out with it, soldier. It's that claw. Pearl. Aye, and well, the High Mage. Quick Ben. Right. And now there's Taishrin, too. Strings grasped Bottle's arm and pulled him round. He left. He was only here for a few bells, and that was a week ago. Aye, but that doesn't mean he can't come back at any time, right? Anyway, all these powerful, scary mages, well, they make me nervous. You're making me nervous, Bottle. Why? The sergeant squinted at him, then let go of his arm and resumed walking. Where are we going? Bottle demanded. You tell me. Not that way. Why? Nil and Nether, just the other side of that low rise. Strings loosed a half-dozen dockside curses. Hood, take us! Listen, soldier, I ain't forgotten anything, you know. I remember you playing dice with Minas, making dolls of Hood and the rope. Earth magic and talking with spirits. Gods below, you're so much like Quick Ben, it makes my hair stand on end. Oh, right, it all comes from your grandmother, but you see, I know where Quick got his talents. Bottle frowned at the man. What? What do you mean, what? What are you talking about, Sergeant? You've got me confused. Quick's got more warrens to draw on than any mage I've ever heard about. Except, he added in a frustrated snarl, except maybe you. But I don't even like warrens. No, you're closer to Nil and Nether, aren't you? Spirits and stuff, when you're not playing with Hood and Shadow. That is, they're older than warrens, Sergeant, like that. What do you mean by that? Well, holds. They're holds. Or they were before warrens. It's old magic. That's what my grandmother taught me. Real old. Anyway, I've changed my mind about Nil and Nether. They're up to something and I want to see it. But you don't want them to see us. Bottle shrugged. Too late for that, Sergeant. They know we're here. Fine, lead on then. But I want Quick Ben to meet you, and I want to know all about these holds you keep talking about. No, you don't, all right. Quick Ben, a meeting. That was bad.
Maybe I could run away.
No, don't be an idiot. You can't run away, Bottle. Besides, what were the risks of talking with the High Mage? He wasn't doing anything wrong. Exactly. Not really. Not so anybody would know, anyway. Except a sneaky bastard like Quick Ben, Abyss. What if he finds out who's walking in my shadow? Well, it's not like I asked for the company, is it? Whatever you're thinking, Strings said in a growl, it's got my skin crawling. Not me, Nil and Nether. They've begun a ritual. I've changed my mind again. Maybe we should go back. No. They began ascending the gentle slope. Bottle felt sudden sweat trickling beneath his clothes. You've got some natural talent, haven't you, Sergeant? Skin crawling and all that. You're sensitive to stuff. I had a bad upbringing. Where's Gesler's squad gone? Strings shot him a glance. You're doing it again? Sorry. They're escorting Quick and Kalam. They've gone ahead. So your dreaded meeting with Quick is still some time off. You'll be glad to know. Gone ahead. By Warren? They shouldn't be doing that, you know. Not now. Not here. Why? Well, because, for the first time in my career as a soldier of the Malazan Empire, I truly want to strangle a fellow soldier. Sorry. Stop saying that name. It's not a name, it's a word. The sergeant's battered hands clenched into fists. Bottle fell silent, wondering if Strings might actually strangle him. They reached the crest. 30 paces beyond, the Wiccan witch and warlock had arranged a circle of jagged stones and were seated within it, facing each other. They're travelling, Bottle said. It's a kind of spirit walking, like the Tanno do. They're aware of us, but only vaguely. I assume we don't step within that ring. Not unless we need to pull them out. Strings looked over. Not unless I need to pull them out, I mean, if things go wrong, if they get in trouble. They drew nearer. What made you join the army, Bottle? She insisted. My grandmother thought it would be a good idea. She'd just died, you see, and her spirit was, agitated a little, about something. Oh, steer away from this, Bottle. I was getting bored, restless. Selling dolls to pilots and sailors on the docks. Where? Jukatakan? What kind of dolls? The kind the Storm Riders seem to like appeasement. Storm Riders? Gods below, Bottle? I didn't think anything worked with them lately. Not for years. The dolls didn't always work, but they sometimes did, which was better than most propitiations. Anyway, I was making good coin, but it didn't seem enough. Are you feeling cold all of a sudden? Bottle nodded. It makes sense, where they've gone. And where is that? Through Hood's Gate? It's all right, Sergeant, I think. Really. They're pretty sneaky, and so long as they don't attract the wrong attention. But why? Bottle glanced over. The sergeant was looking pale, not surprising. Those damned ghosts at Raraku had rattled him. They're looking for people dead ones. Sormo Enath, I guess, Wiccan's ones who died on the chain of dogs. They've done this before. They don't find them. He stopped as a gust of bitter cold wind swirled up round the circle of stones. Sudden frost limned the ground. Oh, that's not good. I'll be right back, Sergeant. Bottle ran forward, then leapt into the ring, and vanished. Or he assumed he had, since he was no longer on the Leto Odan, but ankle-deep in rotting, crumbling bones, a sickly grey sky overhead. Someone was screaming. Bottle turned at the sound and saw 3 figures 30 paces away. Nil and Nether, and facing them, a horrific apparition. And it was this lich that was doing the screaming. The 2 young Wiccans were flinching before the tirade. A language Bottle did not understand. He walked closer, bone dust puffing with each step. The lich suddenly reached out and grasped both Wiccans, lifting them into the air, then shaking them. Bottle ran forward. "And what do I do when I get there?" The creature snarled and flung Neil and Nether to the ground, then abruptly disappeared amidst the clouds of dust. He reached them as they were climbing to their feet. Nether was swearing in her native tongue as she brushed dust from her tunic. She glared over at Bottle as he arrived. "What do you want? Thought you were in trouble." "We're fine," Neil snapped. Yet there was a sheepish expression on his adolescent face. "You can lead us back, mage? Did the Adjunct send you?" Nether demanded. "Are we to have no peace? Nobody sent me." "Well, Sergeant Strings, we were just out walking." "Strings? You mean Fiddler? We're supposed to—" "Don't be an idiot," Nether said. "Everybody knows. We're not idiots. It clearly hasn't occurred to either of you that maybe Fiddler wants it that way, wants to be called Strings now because his old life is gone, and with the old name comes bad memories, and he's had enough of those." Neither Wiccan replied. After a few more strides, Bottle asked, "So, was that a Wiccan lich? One of the dead you were looking for? You know too much." "Was it?" Nil cursed under his breath, then said, "Our mother, your Bottle," fell silent. "She was telling us to stop moping and grow up," Nil added. "She was telling you that," Nether retorted. "She told me to take a husband and get pregnant. That was just a suggestion." "Made while she was shaking you?" Bottle asked. Nether spat at his feet. "A suggestion. Something I should maybe think about. Besides, I don't have to listen to you, soldier. You're Malazan, a squad mage. He's also the one," pointed out Nil, "who rides life sparks. Small ones. The way we did as children." Bottle smiled at her remark. She caught it. "What's so amusing?" "Nothing, sorry. I thought you were going to lead us back."
"I thought so too," Bottle said, halting and looking round. "Oh, I think we've been noticed. It's your fault, mage," Nil accused. "Probably." Nether hissed and pointed. Another figure had appeared, and to either side padded dogs, Wiccan cattle dogs. 9, 10, 12. Their eyes gleamed silver. The man in their midst was clearly Wiccan, greying and squat and bow-legged. His face was savagely scarred. "It is Bolt," Nether whispered. She stepped forward.
The dogs growled. "Nil, Nether, I have been searching for you," the ghost named Bult said, halting 10 paces away, the dogs lining up on either side. "Hear me. We do not belong here. Do you understand? We do not belong." He paused and pulled at his nose in a habitual gesture. "Think hard on my words." He turned away, then paused and glanced back over a shoulder. "And Nether, get married and have babies." The ghosts vanished. Nether stamped her foot. Dust rose up around her. "Why does everyone keep telling me that?" "V, your tribe's been decimated," Bottle said reasonably. "It stands to reason." She advanced on him. Bottle stepped back and reappeared within the stone circle. A moment later, gasps came from Nil and Nether, their cross-legged bodies twitching. "I was getting worried," Strings said behind him, standing just outside the ring. The 2 Wiccans were slow in getting to their feet. Bottle hurried to his sergeant's side. "We should get going," he said, "before she comes fully round. I mean, why?" Bottle started walking. "She's mad at me," the sergeant snorted, then followed. "And why is she mad at you, soldier? As if I need ask." "Just something I said." "Oh, I'm surprised. I don't want to go into it, Sergeant. Sorry. I'm tempted to throw you down and pin you for her." They reached the crest. Behind them, Nether began shouting curses. Bottle quickened his pace. Then he halted and crouched down, reaching under his shirt, and gingerly drew out a placid lizard. "Wake up," he murmured. Then set it down. It scampered off. Strings watched. "It's going to follow them, isn't it?" "She might decide on a real curse," Bottle explained. "And if she does, I need to counter it. Hood's breath. What did you say to her? I made a terrible mistake. I agreed with her mother. We should be getting out of here. Or, Kalam glanced over. All right, quick. He raised a hand to halt the soldiers flanking them, and the one trailing behind, then uttered a low whistle to alert the huge red-bearded corporal on point. The squad members drew in to surround the assassin and the high mage. We're being followed, Sergeant Gessler said, wiping sweat from his burnished brow. It's worse than that, Quick Ben said. The soldier named Sands muttered, Isn't it just? Kalam turned and studied the track behind them. He could see nothing in the colourless swirl. This is still the Imperial Warren, isn't it? Quick Ben rubbed at his neck. I'm not so sure. But how can that happen? This from the corporal, Stormy, his forehead buckling and small eyes glittering as though he was about to fly into a berserk rage at any moment. He was holding his grey flint sword as if expecting some demon to come bursting into existence right in front of them. The assassin checked his long knives and said to Quick Ben, Well? The wizard hesitated, then nodded. All right. What did you two just decide? Gessler asked. And would it be so hard explaining it to us? Sarcastic bastard Quick Ben commented, then gave the sergeant a broad white smile. I've punched a lot of faces in my day, Gessler said, returning the smile, but never one belonging to a high mage before. You might not be here if you had, Sergeant. Back to business, Kalam said in a warning rumble. We're going to wait and see what's after us, Gessler. Quick doesn't know where we are, and that in itself is troubling enough. And then we leave, the wizard added. No heroic stands. The 14th's motto, Stormy said with a loud sigh. Which? Gessler asked. And then we leave, or no heroic stands. Take your pick. Kalam studied the squad. First Gessler, then Stormy, then the lad Truth and Pella, and the minor mage, Sands. What a miserable bunch. Let's just go kill it, Stormy said, shifting about, and then we can talk about what it was. Hood knows how you've lived this long, Quick Ben said, shaking his head. Because I'm a reasonable man, High Mage. Kalam grunted. All right, they might grow on me at that. How far away is it, Quick? Closing. Not it, them. Gessler unslung his crossbow, and Pella and Truth followed suit. They loaded quarrels, then fanned out. Them, you said? The sergeant muttered, glaring over at Quick Ben. Would that be 50,000? It's not that, Sands said in a suddenly shaky voice. It's where they've come from. Chaos. I'm right, ain't I, High Mage? So, Kalam said, the Warrens really are in trouble. I did tell you that, Cal. You did, and you told the Adjunct the same thing. But she wanted us to get to Wiegatan before Leoman, and that means the Warrens. There, Truth hissed, pointing. Emerging from the grey gloom, something massive, towering, black as a storm cloud, filling the sky. And behind it, another and another. Time to go, Quick Ben said. Chapter 4. All that Karul created, you understand, was born of the elder god's love of possibility. Myriad paths of sorcery spun out a multitude of strands, each wild as hares in the wind, hackled to the wandering beast. And Karul was that beast, yet he himself was a parody of life. For blood was his nectar, the spilled gift, red tears of pain, and all that he was defined by that singular thirst. For all that, thirst is something we all share. Yes, Brutho and Nulit speak on Nulit's last night, Brutho parlet. The land was vast, but it was not empty. Some ancient cataclysm had torn through the scoured bedrock, splitting it with fissures in a chaotic crisscross skein over the plain. If sand had once covered this place, even filling the chasms wind or water had swept away the very last grain. The stone looked polished, and the sun's light bounced from it in a savage glare. Squinting, Mappo Runt studied the tormented landscape in front of them. After a time, he shook his head. I have never seen this place before, Icarium. It seems as though something has just peeled back the skin of the world. Those cracks, how can they run in such random directions? The half-blood Jaggart, standing at his side, said nothing for a moment, his pallid eyes scanning the scene as if seeking a pattern. Then he crouched down and picked up a piece of broken bedrock. "Immense pressures," he murmured. And then, "violence." He straightened, tossing the rock aside. "The fissures follow no fault lines. See that nearest one? It cuts directly across the seams in the stone. I am intrigued, Mappo." The Trell set down his burlap sack. "Do you wish to explore?" "I do." Icarium glanced at him and smiled. "None of my desires surprise you, do they? It is no exaggeration that you know my mind better than I. Would that you were a woman." "Were I a woman, Icarium, I would have serious concerns about your taste in women." "Granted," the Jug replied. "You are somewhat hairy, bristly, in fact. Given your girth, I believe you capable of wrestling a bull Bedouin to the ground. Assuming I had reason to, although none comes to mind. Come, let us explore." Mappo followed Icarium out onto the blasted plain. The heat was vicious, desiccating. Beneath their feet, the bedrock bore twisted swirls, signs of vast contrary pressures. No lichen clung to the stone. This has been long buried. Yes, and only recently exposed. They approached the sharp edge of the nearest chasm. The sunlight reached down part way to reveal jagged, sheer walls, but the floor was hidden in darkness. "I see a way down," Icarium said. "I was hoping you had missed it," Mappo replied, having seen the same chute with its convenient collection of ledges, cracks for hand and footholds. "You know how I hate climbing. Until you mentioned it. No, shall we?" "Let me retrieve my pack," Mappo said, turning about. "We'll likely be spending the night down there." He made his way back towards the edge of the plain. The rewards of curiosity had diminished for Mappo. Over the years since he had vowed to walk at Icarium's side, it was now a sentiment bound taut with dread. Icarium's search for answers was not a hopeless one, alas, and if truth was discovered, it would be as an avalanche, and Icarium could not, withstand the revelations about himself, and all that he had done. He would seek to take his own life if no one else dared grant the mercy. That was a precipice they had both clung to not so long ago, and I betrayed my vow in the name of friendship. He had been broken, and it shamed him still, worse, to see the compassion in Icarium's eyes that had been a sword through Mappo's heart, an unhealed wound still haunting him. But curiosity was a fickle thing as well. Distractions devoured time drew Icarium from his relentless path. Yes, time, delays. Follow where he will lead. Mappo runt. You can do naught else until what? Until he finally failed, and then another would come, if it was not already too late, to resume the grand deceit. He was tired. His very soul was weary of the whole charade. Too many lies had led him onto this path. Too many lies held him here to this day. I am no friend. I broke my vow. In the name of friendship? Another lie. No. Simple, brutal self-interest, the weakness of my selfish needs. Whilst Icarium called him friend, victim of a terrible curse, yet he remained trusting, honourable, filled with the pleasure of living, and here I am, happily leading him astray, again and again. Oh, the word for it was indeed shame. He found himself standing before his pack. How long he had stood there, unseeing, unmoving, he did not know. Ah, now that is just, that I begin to lose myself. Sighing, he picked it up and slung it over a shoulder. Pray we cross no one's path, no threat. No risk, pray we never find a way out of the chasm. But to whom was he praying? Mappo smiled as he made his way back. He believed in nothing, and would not presume the conceit of etching a face on oblivion. Thus empty prayers, uttered by an empty man.
"Are you all right, my friend?" Icarium asked as he arrived. "Lead on," Mappo said. "I must secure my pack first." A flash of something like concern in the Jag's expression. Then he nodded and walked over to where the chute debouched, slipped over the edge and vanished from sight. Mappo tugged a small belt pouch free and loosened the drawstrings. He pulled another pouch from the first one and unfolded it, revealing that it was larger than the one it had been stored in. From this second pouch he withdrew another, again larger once unfolded. Mappo then, with some effort, pushed the shoulder pack into this last one, tightened the strings. He stuffed that pouch into the next smaller and followed by forcing that one into the small belt pouch, which he tied at his waist. Inconvenient, though temporary, he would have no quick access to his weapons should some calamity arise, at least for the duration of the descent, not that he could fight clinging like a drunk goat to the cliffside in any case. He made his way to the chute and looked over the edge. Icarium was making swift progress, already 15 or more man-heights down. What would they find down there? Rocks, or something that should have remained buried for all time. Mappo began his descent. Before long, the passage of the sun swept all light from the crevasse. They continued in deep gloom, the air cool and stale. There was no sound barring the occasional scrape of Icarium's scabbard against stone from somewhere below, the only indication that the Jag still lived, that he had not fallen, for, had he lost his grip and plummeted, Mappo knew that he would make no outcry. The Trell's arms were getting tired, the calves of his legs aching, his fingers growing numb, but he maintained his steady pace, feeling strangely relentless, as if this was a descent with no end and he was eager to prove it, the only possible proof being to continue on forever. There was something telling in that desire, but he was not prepared to be mindful of it. The air grew colder. Mappo watched the plumes of his breath frosting the stone face opposite him, sparkling in some faint, sourceless illumination. He could smell old ice somewhere below, and a whisper of unease quickened his breathing. A hand on the heel of his left, down-reaching foot startled him. "We are here," Icarium murmured. "Abyss, take us!" Mappo gasped, pushing away from the wall and landing with sagging legs on a slick, slanted floor. He flung his arms out to regain balance, then straightened. "Are you certain? Perhaps this slope is but a ledge, and should we lose our footing? We will get wet. Come, there is a lake of some sort. Ah, I see it. It glows." They edged down until the motionless sweep of water was before them. A vague, greenish-blue illumination coming from below revealed the lake's depth. They could see to the bottom perhaps 10-man heights down, rough and studded with rotted tree stumps or broken stalagmites, pale green and limbed in white. "We descended a third of a league for this?" Mappo asked, his voice echoing. Then he laughed. "Look further in," Icarium directed, and the Trell heard excitement in his companion's tone. The stumps marched outward 4 or 5 paces, then stopped. Beyond details indistinct squatted a massive, blockish shape. Vague patterns marked its visible sides, and its top, odd angular projections, reached out from the far side like spiders' legs. The breath hissed from Mappo. "Does it live?" he asked. "A mechanism of some sort," Icarium said. "The metal is very nearly white, do you see? No corrosion. It looks as if it had been built yesterday. But I believe, my friend, that it is ancient." Mappo hesitated, then asked, "Is it one of yours?" Icarium glanced at him, eyes bright. "No. And that is the wonder of it. No. Are you sure? We have found others. I am certain. I do not know how, but there is no doubt in my mind. This was constructed by someone else, Mappo." The Trell crouched down and dipped his hand into the water, then snatched it back. "Gods, that's cold.
No obstacle to me, Icarium said, smiling, the polished lower tusks sliding into view. You mean to swim down and examine it? Never mind, the answer is plain. Very well, I shall seek out some level ground and pitch our camp. The jag was tugging off his clothes. Mappo set off along the slope. The gloom was sufficiently relieved by the glowing water that he was able to make certain of each step he took, moving up until his left hand was brushing the cold stone wall. After 15 or so paces, that hand slipped into a narrow crack and upon regaining contact, immediately noted a change of texture and shape in the surface under his blunt fingertips. The trell halted and began a closer examination along its length. This stone was basalt, ragged, bulging out until the slope beneath his feet dwindled, then disappeared. Sharp cracks emanated out across the angled floor and into the lake, the black fissures reappearing on the lake's bottom. The basalt was some kind of intrusion, he concluded. Perhaps the entire crevasse had been created by its arrival. Mappo retreated until he had room to sit, perched with his back against the rock, eyes on the now rippled surface of the lake. He drew out a reed and began cleaning his teeth as he considered the matter. He could not imagine a natural process creating such an intrusion. Contrary as earth pressures were, far beneath the land's surface, there was no colliding escarpment shaping things in this part of the subcontinent. No, there had been a gate and the basalt formation had come through it. Catastrophically, from its realm into solid bedrock on this world. What was it? But he knew, a sky keep. Mappo rose and faced the ravaged basalt once more, and that which Icarium now studies at the bottom of the lake, it came from this. So it follows, does it not, that there must be some sort of portal, a way in? Now he was curious indeed. What secrets lay within? Among the rituals of inculcation the Nameless Ones had intoned in the course of Mappo's vow were tales of the sky keeps, the dread K-chain Shamale fortresses that floated like clouds in the air. An invasion of sorts, according to the Nameless Ones, in the ages before the rise of the First Empire, when the people who would one day found it did little more than wander in small bands, not even tribes, little different, in fact, from mortal Imas. An invasion that in this region at least failed. The tales said little of who or what had opposed them, Jaghut perhaps, or Forkrula Sale, or the elder gods themselves. He heard splashing and peered through the gloom to see Icarium pull himself awkwardly onto the strand. Mappo rose and approached.
Dead,
Icarium gasped, and Mappo saw that his friend was racked with shivers. The mechanism? The jag shook his head. Omtozefelek, this water, dead ice, dead blood. Mappo waited for Icarium to recover. He studied the now swirling, agitated surface of the lake, wondering when last that water had known motion, the heat of a living body. For the latter, it had clearly been thirsty. There is a corpse inside that thing, the jag said after a time. Kachange Mali. Yes. How did you know? I have found the sky keep it emerged from. Part of it remains exposed, extruding from the wall. A strange creature, Icarium muttered. I have no memory of ever seeing one before, yet I knew its name. As far as I know, friend, you have never encountered them in your travels. Yet you hold knowledge of them nonetheless. I need to think on this. Yes, strange creature, he said again. So reptilian, desiccated, of course, as one would expect. Powerful, I would think. The hind limbs, the forearms, huge jaws, stubby tail. Mappo looked up. Stubby tail, you are certain of that? Yes. The beast was reclined, and within reach were levers. It was a master of the mechanism's operation. There was a porthole you could look through. No. The white metal became transparent wherever I cast my gaze, revealing the mechanism's inner workings. Only the area where the Kachange Shamal was seated. A carriage of some sort, I believe, a means of transportation and exploration, yet not intended to accommodate being submerged in water, nor was it an excavating device. The jointed arms would have been insufficient for that. No, the unveiling of Omto's Felek caught it unawares, devoured, trapped in ice. A Jaghut arrived, Mappo, to make certain that none escaped. Mappo nodded. Icarium's descriptions had led him to conclude much the same sequence of events. Like the sky, keep itself, the mechanism was built to fly, borne aloft by some unknown sorcery. If we are to find level ground, he said, it shall have to be within the keep. The Jag smiled. Is that a glimmer of anticipation in your eyes? I am beginning to see the Mappo of old, I suspect. Memory or no, you are no stranger to me, and I have been much chagrined of late, seeing you so forlorn. I understood it, of course. How could I not? I am what haunts you, friend, and for that I grieve. Come, shall we find our way inside this fell keep? Mappo watched Icarium stride past and slowly turned to follow him with his eyes. Icarium, the builder of mechanisms. Where did such skills come from? He feared they were about to find out. The monastery was in the middle of parched, broken wasteland, not a village or hamlet, within a dozen leagues in either direction along the faint tracks of the road. On the map Cuttle had purchased in Gidanisban, its presence was marked with a single wavy line of reddish-brown ink, upright, barely visible on the worn hide, the symbol of Direk worm of autumn. A lone domed structure stood in the midst of a low-walled rectangular compound, and the sky over it was dotted with circling vultures. Beside him and hunched in the saddle, Heboric ghost hands spat, then said, "Decay, rot, dissolution, when what once worked suddenly breaks, and like a moth the soul flutters away into the dark. Autumn awaits, and the seasons are askew, twisting to avoid all the unsheathed knives, yet the prisoners of the jade, they are forever trapped, there in their own arguments. Disputes, bickering, the universe beyond unseen, they care not a whit, the fools. They wear ignorance like armor, and wield spite like swords. What am I to them? A curio. Less. So it's a broken world. Why should I care about that? I did not ask for this, for any of this. He went on, but Cuttle stopped listening. He glanced back at the two women trailing them, listless, uncaring, brutalized by the heat. The horses beneath them walked with drooped heads. Their ribs were visible beneath dusty, tattered hide. Off to one side clambered Grey Frog, looking fat and sleek as ever, circling the riders with seemingly boundless energy. We should visit that monastery, Cuttle said. Make use of the well, and if there's any foodstuffs— They're all dead, Heboric croaked. Cuttle studied the old man, then grunted. Explains the vultures, but we still need water. The destriant of Treach gave him an unpleasant smile. Cuttle understood the meaning of that smile. He was becoming heartless, inured to the myriad horrors of this world. A monastery filled with dead priests and priestesses was as nothing, and the old man could see it, could see into him. His new god is the Tiger of Summer, Lord of War. Heboric Ghost Hands, the High Priest of Strife. He sees how cold I have become and is amused. Cuttle guided his horse up the side track leading to the monastery. The others followed. The Daru reined in front of the gates, which were closed, and dismounted. Heboric, do you sense any danger to us? I have that talent. Cuttle studied him, said nothing. The destriant clambered down from his horse. Nothing lives in there. Nothing. No ghosts. Nothing. She took them. Who? The unexpected visitor. That's who, he laughed, raised his hands. We play our games. We never expect umbrage. Outrage. I could have told them. Warned them. But they wouldn't have listened. The conceit consumes all. A single building can become an entire world. The mines crowding and jostling, then clawing and gouging. All they need do is walk outside, but they don't. They've forgotten that outside exists. Oh, all these faces of worship, none of which is true worship. Never mind the diligence, it does naught but serve the demon hatreds within. The spites and fears and malice, I could have told them. Cutter walked to the wall, leading his horse. He climbed onto its back, perched on the saddle, then straightened until he was standing. The top of the wall was within easy reach. He pulled himself up. In the compound beyond, bodies, a dozen or so black-skinned, mostly naked, lying here and there on the hard-packed white ground. Cutter squinted. The bodies looked to be boiling, frothing, melting. They roiled before his eyes. He pulled his gaze away from them. The domed temple's doors were yawning open. To the right was a low corral surrounding a low, long structure, the mud bricks exposed for 2/3 of the facing wall. Troughs with plaster and tools indicated a task never to be completed. Vultures crowded the flat roof, yet none ventured down to feast on the corpses. Cutter dropped down into the compound. He walked to the gates and lifted the bar clear, then pulled the heavy doors open. Grey Frog was waiting on the other side. Dispirited and distraught, so much unpleasantness Cutter in this fell place. Dismay, no appetite. He edged past, scuttled warily towards the nearest corpse. Ah, they saith, worms aswarm with worms. The flesh is foul, foul, even for Grey Frog. Revulsed. Let us be away from this place. Cutter spied the well in the corner between the outbuilding and the temple. He returned to where the others still waited outside the gate. Give me your waterskins. Heboric, can you check that outbuilding for feed? Heboric smiled. The livestock were never let out. It's been days. The heat killed them all. 12 goats, 2 mules. Just see if there's any feed. The destriant headed towards the outbuilding. Silara dismounted, lifted clear the waterskins from Felicin Younger's saddle, and, with her own thrown over a shoulder, approached Cutter. Here. He studied her. I wonder if this is a warning. Her brows lifted fractionally. Are we that important? Cutter? Well, I don't mean us, specifically. I meant maybe we should take it as a warning. Dead priests? Nothing good comes of worship. She gave him an odd smile, then held out the skins. Cutter cursed himself. He rarely made sense when trying to talk with this woman. Said things a fool would say. It was the mocking look in her eyes, the expression ever anticipating a smile as soon as he opened his mouth to speak. Saying nothing more, he collected the waterskins and walked back into the compound. Silara watched him for a moment, then turned as Felicin slipped down from her horse. We need the water. The younger woman nodded. I know. She reached up and tugged at her hair, which had grown long. I keep seeing those bandits, and now more dead people. And those cemeteries the track went right through yesterday. That field of bones. I feel we've stumbled into a nightmare, and every day we go further in. It's hot. But I'm cold all the time, and getting colder. That's dehydration, Silara said, repacking her pipe. That thing's not left your mouth in days, Felicin said. Keeps the thirst at bay. Really? No, but that is what I keep telling myself. Felicin looked away. We do that a lot, don't we? What? She shrugged. Tell ourselves things in the hope that it'll make them true. Silara drew hard on the pipe, blew a lungful of smoke upward, watching as the wind took it away. You look so healthy, Felicin said, eyes on her once more, whilst the rest of us wither away. Not Grey Frog. No, not Grey Frog. Does he talk with you much? Felicin shook her head. Not much. Except when I wake up at night, after my bad dreams, then he sings to me, sings. Yes, in his people's language. Songs for children. He says he needs to practice them. Silara shot her a glance. Really? Did he say why? No. How old were you, Felicin, when your mother sold you off? Another shrug. I don't remember. That might have been a lie, but Silara did not pursue it. Felicin stepped closer. Will you take care of me, Silara? What? I feel as if I am going backwards. I felt older, back in Raraku. Now, with every day, I feel more and more like a child. Smaller, ever smaller. Uneasy, Silara said. I have never been much good at taking care of people. I don't think Shaik was either. She had obsessions. She did fine by you. No, it was mostly Leoman, even Toblakai, and Heboric before Treach claimed him. She didn't take care of me, and that's why Bidithul is dead. He got his own balls shoved down his scrawny throat. Yes, a whisper. If what Heboric says really happened, Toblakai, Silara snorted. Think on that, Felicin. If Heboric had said that Lorik had done it, or Shaik, or even Leoman, well, you might have some reason to doubt. But Toblakai? No, you can believe it. Gods below, how can you not? The question forced a faint smile from Felicin, and she nodded. You are right. Only Toblakai would have done that. Only Toblakai would have killed him in that way. Tell me, Silara, do you have a spare pipe?
A spare pipe? How about a dozen? Want to smoke them all at once? Felicin laughed. No, just one. So you'll take care of me, won't you? I will try. And maybe she would, like Grey Frog practice. She went looking for that pipe. Cutter lifted the bucket clear and peered at the water. It looked clean, smelling of nothing in particular. Nonetheless, he hesitated, footsteps behind him. I found feed, Heboric said. More than we can carry.
Think this water is all right. What killed those priests? It's fine. I told you what killed them. You did. Should we look in the temple? Grey Frog's already in there. I told him to find money, gems, food that hasn't spoiled yet. He wasn't happy about it, so I expect he'll be quick. All right. Cutter walked to a trough and dumped the water into it, then returned to the well. Think we can coax the horses in here? I'll try. But Heboric made no move to do so. Cutter glanced over at him, saw the old man's strange eyes fixed on him. What's wrong? Nothing. I think I was noticing something. You have certain qualities, Cutter. Leadership, for one. The Daru scowled. If you want to be in charge, fine, go ahead. I wasn't twisting a knife, lad. I meant what I said. You have taken command, and that's good. It's what we need. I have never been a leader. I've always followed. It's my curse. But that's not what they want to hear. Not from me. No, they want me to lead them out into freedom. I keep telling them I know nothing of freedom. Them. Who? Skilara and Felicin. I'll get the horses, Heboric said, turning about and walking off in his odd, toad-like gait. Cutter refilled the bucket and poured the water into the trough. They would feed the horses here with what they couldn't take with them, load up on water, and even now loot the temple. Well, he had been a thief once, long ago. Besides, the dead cared nothing for wealth, did they? A splitting, tearing sound from the centre of the compound behind him, the sound of a portal opening. Cutter spun round, knives in his hands. A rider emerged from the magical gate at full gallop. Reining in hard hoofs, skidding in clouds of dust, the dark grey horse, a monstrous apparition. The hide worn away in places, exposing tendons, dried muscle and ligaments. Its eyes were empty pits, its mane long and greasy, whipping as the beast tossed its head. Seated in a high-backed saddle, the rider was, if anything, even more alarming in appearance. Black, ornate armour, patched with verdigris, a dented, gouged helm, open-faced to reveal mostly bone, a few strips of flesh hanging from the cheek ridges, tendons binding the lower jaw, and a row of blackened filed teeth. In the brief moment, as the horse reared, dust exploding outward, Cutter saw more weapons on the rider than he could count. Swords at his back, throwing axes, sheathed handles jutting upward from the saddle, something like a boar spitter. The bronze point, as long as a short sword, gripped in the gauntleted left hand. A long bow, a short bow, knives. Where is he? The voice was a savage, enraged roar. Pieces of armor bounced on the ground as the figure twisted round, searching the compound. Damn you, Hood, I was on the trail. He saw Cutter and was suddenly silent, motionless. She left one alive, I doubt it. You're no whelp of Derek, drink deep that water, mortal. It matters not, you're dead anyway, you and every damned, blood-swishing living thing in this realm and every other.
He pulled his horse around to face the temple, where Greyfrog had appeared, arms heaped with silks, boxes, foodstuffs, and cooking utensils. A toad who likes to cook in comfort. The madness of the grand ending is upon us. Come any closer, demon, and I'll spit your legs and roast them over a fire. Do you think I no longer eat? You are right, but I will roast you in vicious spite, drooling with irony. Ah, you liked that, didn't you? He faced Cutter once more.
Is this what he wanted me to see? He pulled me from the trail for this? Cutter sheathed his knives. Through the gates beyond came Heboric ghost hands, leading the horses. The old man paused upon seeing the rider, head cocking, then he continued on. Too late, soldier, he said, or too early, he laughed. The rider lifted the spear high. Treach made a mistake, I see, but I must salute you none the less. Heboric halted. A mistake, soldier? Yes, I agree, but there is little I can do about it. I acknowledge your reluctant salute. What brings you here? Ask Hood if you want the answer to that. He upended the spear and drove it point first into the ground, then swung down from the saddle, more fragments of the rotting armor falling away. I expect I must look around as if I cannot already see all there is to see. The Pantheon is riven asunder. What of it? Heboric pulled the nervous horses towards the trough, giving the warrior a wide berth. As he approached Cutter, he shrugged. The soldier of Hood, high house death. He'll not trouble us, I think. He spoke to me in Daru, Cutter said, at first, and Malazan with you. Yes. The soldier was tall, and Cutter now saw something hanging from a knife-studded belt. An enamel mask, cracked, smudged, with a single streak of red paint along one cheek. The Daru's eyes widened. "Baru Fend?" he whispered. "A Segule?" At that the soldier turned, then walked closer. "Daru, you are far from home. Tell me, do the tyrant's children still rule Darujhistan?" Cutter shook his head. "You look crazed, mortal. What ails you? I'd heard. Segule usually say nothing to anyone, yet you? The fever zeal still grips my mortal kin, does it? Idiots! The tyrant's army still holds sway in the city then? Who? What? Darujhistan is ruled by a council. We have no army. Brilliant insanity. No Segule in the city. No, just stories. Legends, I mean. So where are my masked, stick-pivoting compatriots hiding? An island, it said, far to the south, off the coast, beyond Morn. Morn. Now the sense of it comes to me. They are being held in readiness, Darujhistan's council, mages one and all, yes, undying, secretive, paranoid mages, crouching low lest the tyrant returns, as one day he must. Returns, looking for his army. Ha! A council. That's not the council, sir, Cutter said. If you are speaking of mages, that would be the Torud Cabal. Torud, yes, clever, outrageous. Barukanal, Derudanith, Travaligra, Mamoltenan, these names strike your soul. Yes, I see it. Mamot was my uncle. Uncle. Ha! Absurd. He spun round. I have seen enough. Hood, I am leaving. She's made her position clear as ice, hasn't she? Hood, you damned fool. You didn't need me for this. Now I must seek out his trail all over again. Damn your hoary bones. he swung back onto the undead horse. Heboric called out from where he stood by the trough. "Soldier, may I ask, who do you hunt?" The sharpened teeth lifted and lowered in a silent laugh. "Hunt? Oh yes, we all hunt, but I was closest. Piss on Hood's bony feet, pluck out the hairs of his nose, and kick his teeth in. Drive a spear up his puckered behind, and set him on a windy mountain top. Oh, I'll find him a wife some day, lay coin on it. But first I hunt." He collected the reins, pulled the horse round. The portal opened. "Skinner, hear me, you damned avowed! Cheater of death, I am coming for you now." Horse and rider plunged into the rent, vanished, and a moment later the gate disappeared as well. The sudden silence rang like a dirge in Cutter's head. He took a ragged breath, then shook himself.
"Beru Fend," he whispered again. "He was my uncle." "I will feed the horses, lad," Heboric said. "Go out to the women. They've likely been hearing shouting and don't know what's going on. Go on, Cutter." Nodding, the Daru began walking. "Baru Kanal, Mamaltenan. What had the soldier revealed? What ghastly secret hid in the apparition's words? What do Baruch and the others have to do with the tyrant and the Segule? The tyrant is returning. Gods, I've got to get home."
Outside the gates, Felicin and Skelara were seated on the track. Both puffing rustleaf, and although Felicin looked sickly, there was a determined, defiant look in her eyes.
"Relax,"
Skelara said. "She's not inhaling." "I'm not?" Felicin asked her. "How do you do that?" "Don't you have any questions?" Cutter demanded. They looked at him. "About what?" Skelara asked. "Didn't you hear?" "Hear what?" "They didn't hear. They weren't meant to. But we were. Why?" Had the soldier been mistaken in his assumptions? Sent by Hood not to see the dead priests and priestesses of Drek, but to speak with us. The tyrant shall return this, to a son of Darujhistan. "Gods," he whispered again. "I've got to get home," Greyfrog's voice shouted in his skull. "Friend Cutter, surprise and alarm. What now?" he asked, turning to see the demon bounding into view. "The soldier of death. Wondrous," he left his spear. Cutter stared, with sinking heart, at the weapon clutched between the demon's teeth.
"Good thing you don't need your mouth to talk."
"Solemn agreement, friend Cutter? Query, do you like these silks?" The portal into the sky keep required a short climb. Mappo and Icarium stood on the threshold, staring into a cavernous chamber. The floor was almost level. A faint light seemed to emanate from the walls of stone. "We can camp here," the Trell said. "Yes," Icarium agreed.
"But first, shall we explore?"
"Of course." The chamber housed 3 additional mechanisms, identical to the ones submerged in the lake, each positioned on trestles like ships in dry dock. The hatches yawned open, revealing the padded seats within. Icarium walked to the nearest one and began examining its interior. Mappo untied the pouch at his belt and began removing the larger one within. A short time later, he laid out the bedrolls, food and wine. Then he drew out from his pack an iron-banded mace, not his favorite one, but another, expendable since it possessed no sorcerous virtues. Icarium returned to his side. "They are lifeless," he said. "Whatever energy was originally imbued within the machinery has ebbed away, and I see no means of restoring it. That is not too surprising, is it? I suspect this keep has been here a long time. True enough, Mappo, but imagine, were we able to enliven one of these mechanisms? We could travel at great speed and in comfort. One for you and one for me. Ah, this is tragic. But look, there is a passageway. Let us delve into the greater mystery this keep offers." Carrying only his mace, Mappo followed Icarium into the broad corridor. Storage rooms lined the passage. Whatever they had once held, now nothing more than heaps of undisturbed dust. 60 paces in, they reached an intersection. An arched barrier was before them, shimmering like a vertical pool of quicksilver. Corridors went to the right and left. both appearing to curve inward in the distance. Icarium drew out a coin from the pouch at his belt, and Mappo was amused to see that it was of a vintage 5 centuries old. "You are the world's greatest mazer, Icarium." The Jag smiled, then shrugged. "I seem to recall that no one ever accepts payment from us, no matter how egregious the expense of the service provided. Is that an accurate memory, Mappo?" "It is." "Well then, how can you accuse me of being niggardly?" He tossed the coin at the silver barrier. It vanished. Ripples rolled outward, went beyond the stone frame, then returned. "This is a passive manifestation," Icarium said. "Tell me, did you hear the coin strike anything beyond?" "No, nor did it make a sound upon entering the door." "I'm tempted to pass through. That might prove unhealthy." Icarium hesitated, then drew a skinning knife and inserted the blade into the barrier. Gentler ripples. He pulled it out. The blade looked intact. None of the substance had adhered to it. Icarium ran a fingertip along the iron. "No change in temperature," he observed. "Shall I try a finger I won't miss much?" Mappo asked, holding up his left hand. "And which one would that be, friend?" "I don't know. I expect I'd miss any of them. The tip?" Sound caution. Making a fist barring the last, smallest finger, Mappo stepped close, then dipped the finger up to the first knuckle into the shimmering door. No pain, at least. It is, I think, very thin. He drew his hand back and examined the digit. Hail. "With the condition of your fingers, Mappo, how can you tell?" "Ah, I see a change." "No dirt left, not even crusted under the nail." "To pass through is to be cleansed, do you think?" Mappo reached in with his whole hand. "I feel air beyond cooler, damper." He withdrew his hand and peered at it. "Clean, too clean. I am alarmed. Why? Because it makes me realize how filthy I've become. That's why. I wonder, will it do the same with our clothes? That would be nice, although it may possess some sort of threshold. Too filthy, and it simply annihilates the offending material. We might emerge on the other side naked. Now I am alarmed, friend. Yes. Well, what shall we do, Icarium? Do we have any choice?" With that, the Jag strode through the barrier. Mappo sighed, then followed, only to be clutched at the shoulder and pulled back from a second step, which he saw would have been into empty air. The cavern before them was vast. A bridge had once connected the ledge they stood on to an enormous, towering fortress floating in space, 100 or more paces opposite them. Sections of that stone span remained, seemingly unsupported, but others had broken away and now floated, motionless in the air. Far below, dizzyingly far, the cavern was swallowed in darkness. Above them, a faintly glittering dome of black, rough-hewn stone, like a night sky. Tiered buildings rose along the inner walls, rows of dark windows, but no balconies. Dust and rubble clouded the air, none of it moving. Mappo said nothing. He was too stunned by the vista before them. Icarium touched his shoulder, then pointed to something small, hovering directly before them, the coin, but not motionless, as it had first seemed. It was drifting away, slowly. The Jag reached out and retrieved it, returning it to the pouch at his waist. "A worthy return on my investment," he murmured. "Since there is momentum, we should be able to travel, launch ourselves from this ledge over to the fortress." "Sound plan," Mappo said. "But for all the obstacles in between?" "Ah, good point. There may be an intact bridge on the opposite side. We could take one of the side passages behind us. If such a bridge exists, likely it will be marked with a silver barrier, as this one was." "Have you never wished you could fly, Mappo?" "As a child, perhaps, I am sure I did. Only as a child, it is where dreams of flight belong, Icarium. Shall we explore one of the corridors behind us?" "Very well, although I admit I hope we fail in finding a bridge. Countless rooms, passages and alcoves along the wide, arched corridor, the floors thick with dust, odd faded symbols etched above doorways, possibly a numerical system of some sort. The air was stagnant, faintly acrid. No furnishings remained in the adjoining chambers, nor, Mappo realized, any corpses such as the one Icarium had discovered in the mechanism resting on the lake bed. An orderly evacuation? If so, where had the short-tails gone? Eventually, they came upon another silver door. Cautiously passing through it, they found themselves standing on the threshold of a narrow bridge, intact, leading across to the floating fortress, which hovered much closer on this, the opposite side from whence they had first seen it. The back wall of the island keep was much rougher. The window's vertical slashes positioned seemingly haphazardly on the misshapen projections, crooked insets and twisted towers. Extraordinary, Icarium said in a low voice. What, I wonder, does this hidden face of madness reveal of the makers, these K-chain Shamale? A certain tension, perhaps? Tension? Between? Mappo said. Order and chaos. An inner dichotomy, conflicting impulses. The contradictions evident in all intelligent life. Icarium said, nodding. He stepped onto the span, then, arms wheeling, began drifting away. Mappo reached out and just managed to grasp the jag's flailing foot. He pulled Icarium back down onto the threshold. Well, he said, grunting, that was interesting. You weighed nothing when I had you in my grip. As light as a mote of dust. Slowly, tentatively, the jag clambered upright once more. That was most alarming, it seems. We may have to fly after all. Then why build bridges? I have no idea. Unless, he added, whatever mechanism invokes this weightlessness is breaking down, losing its precision. So the bridges should have been exempted? Possibly. In any case, see the railings projecting not up but out to either side? Modest but sufficient for handholds were one to crawl. Yes. Shall we the sensation? Mappo decided as he reached the midway point, Icarium edging along ahead of him, was not a pleasant one. Nausea, vertigo, a strange urge to pull one's grip loose due to the momentum provided by one's own muscles. All sense of up and down had vanished, and at times Mappo was convinced they were climbing a ladder, rather than snaking more or less horizontally across the span of the bridge. A narrow but tall entranceway gaped ahead, where the bridge made contact with the fortress. Fragments of the door it had once held floated motionless before it. Whatever had shattered it had come from within. Icarium reached the threshold and climbed to his feet. Moments later, Mappo joined him. They peered into the darkness. I smell vast death. Mappo nodded. He drew out his mace, looked down at the spiked ball of iron, then slipped the handle back through the leather loop at his belt. Icarium in the lead, they entered the fortress. The corridor was as narrow as the doorway itself, the walls uneven, black basalt, wet with condensation, the floor precarious with random knobs and projections, and depressions slick with ice that cracked and shifted underfoot. It ran more or less straight for 40 paces. By the time they reached the opening at the end, their eyes had adjusted to the gloom. Another enormous chamber, as if the heart of the keep had been carved out. A massive cruciform of bound black wood filled the cavern, and on it was impaled a dragon, long dead, once frozen but now rotting, an iron spike as thick around as Mappo's torso had been driven into the dragon's throat, just above the breastbones. Aquamarine blood had seeped down from the wound and still dripped heavy and turgid onto the stone floor in slow, steady, fist-sized drops. I know this dragon, Icarium whispered. How? No, ask not. I know this dragon, Icarium said again. Saw it. Its aspect was Cirque, the warren of the sky. He lifted both hands to his face. Dead. Sorit has been slain. a most delicious throne. No, not delicious. Most bitter, foul, ill-tasting. What was I thinking? You don't think, Curdle? You never think? I can't remember any throne? What throne? There must be some mistake. Not Apsalar heard wrong. That much is obvious. Completely wrong. An absolute error. Besides, someone's sitting in it. Deliciously. I told you there was no throne. The conversation had been going on for half the night as they travelled the strange paths of shadow, winding across a ghostly landscape that constantly shifted between two worlds, although both were equally ravaged and desolate. Apsalar wondered at the sheer extent of this fragment of the Shadow Realm. If her recollection of Cotillion's memories was accurate, the realm wandered untethered to the world Apsalar called her own, and neither the rope nor Shadow Throne possessed any control over its seemingly random peregrinations. Even stranger, it was clear that roads of a sort stretched out from the fragment, twisting and wending vast distances like roots or tentacles, and sometimes their motions proved independent of the larger fragment, as with the one they now traversed, more or less, following the eastern road leading out from Erlitan, skirting the thin ribbon of cedars on their left, beyond which was the sea. And as the trader's track began to curve northward to meet the coastline, the Shadow Road joined with it, narrowing until it was barely the width of the track itself. Ignoring the ceaseless nattering from the two ghosts flitting behind her, Apsalar pushed on, fighting the lack of sleep and eager to cover as much ground as possible before the sun's rise. Her control of the Shadow Road was growing more tenuous. It vanished with every slip of her concentration. Finally, she halted. The warren crumbled around them. The sky to the east was lightening. They stood on the trader's track at the base of a winding climb to the coastal ridge, Ryzen darting through the air around them. The sun returns. Not again, Telerast. We need to hide somewhere. No, we don't, you idiot. We just get harder to see, that's all, unless you're not mindful. Of course, Curdle, you are incapable of being mindful, so I look forward to your wailing dissolution. Peace at last. For a while, at least. You are evil, Telerast. I've always known it, even before you went and used that knife on. Be quiet. I never used that knife on anyone. And you're a liar. Say that again and I'll stick you. You can't. I'm dissolving. Apsalar ran a hand across her brow. It came away glistening with sweat. That thread of shadow felt wrong, she said. Oh, yes, Telerast replied, slipping round to crouch before her in a miasma of swirling grey. It's sickly. All the outer reaches are poisoned, rotting with chaos. We blame Shadowthrone. Shadowthrone? Why? Why not? We hate him, and that is sufficient reason? The sufficientest reason of all, Apsalar studied the climbing track. I think we're close. Good. Excellent. I'm frightened. Let's stop here. Let's go back, now. Stepping through the ghost, Apsalar began the ascent. That was a vicious thing to do, Telerast hissed behind her. If I possessed you, I wouldn't do that to me. Not even to Curdle, I wouldn't. Well, maybe. If I was mad, you're not mad at me, are you? Please don't be mad at me. I'll do anything you ask until you're dead. Then I'll dance on your stinking, bloated corpse, because that's what you would want me to do, isn't it? I would if I was you and you were dead, and I lingered long enough to dance on you, which I would do. Reaching the crest, Apsalar saw that the track continued along the ridge, another 200 paces before twisting back down onto the lee side. Cool morning wind plucked the sweat from her face, sighing in from the vast, dark cape that was the sea on her left. She looked down to see a narrow strand of beach, 15 or so man-hates below, cluttered with driftwood. Along the track to her right, near the far end, a stand of stunted trees rose from a niche in the cliffside, and in their midst stood a stone tower. White plaster covered its surface for most of its height, barring the uppermost third where the rough-cut stones were still exposed. She walked towards it as the first spears of sunlight shot over the horizon. Heaps of slate filled the modest enclosure surrounding the tower. No one was visible, and Apsalar could hear nothing from within as she strode across to halt in front of the door. Telerast's faint whisper came to her, "This isn't good. A stranger lives here, must be a stranger since we've never met. And if not a stranger, then somebody I know, which would be even worse." "Be quiet," Apsalar said, reaching up to pound on the door, then stopped and, stepping back, stared up at the enormous reptilian skull set in the wall above the doorway. "Hood's breath!" She hesitated, Telerast voicing minute squeals and gasps behind her, then thumped on the weathered wood with a gloved fist. The sounds of something falling over, then of boots crunching on grit and gravel. A bolt was tugged aside, and the door swung open in a cloud of dust. The man standing within filled the doorway. Napan, massive muscles, blunt face, small eyes. His scalp shaved and white with dust, through which a few streaks of sweat ran down to glisten in his thick, wiry eyebrows. Apsalar smiled. "Hello, Urko." The man grunted, then said, "Urko drowned. They all drowned. It's that lack of imagination that gave you away," she replied. "Who are you? Apsalar? No, you're not. Apsalar was an Imas, not the mistress of thieves. It is simply the name I chose. Damned arrogant of you too, perhaps. In any case, I bring greetings from Dancer." The door slammed in her face. Coughing in the dust gusting over her, Apsalar stepped back and wiped grit from her eyes. "He," said Telerast behind her. "Can we go now?" She pounded on the door again. After a long moment it opened once more. He was scowling. "I once tried to drown him, you know." "No, yes, I recall. You were drunk. You couldn't have recalled anything. You weren't there. Besides, I wasn't drunk."
"Oh, then why?" "Because he irritated me. That's why. Just like you're doing right now. I need to talk to you. What for?" She suddenly had no answer to give him. His eyes narrowed. He really thought I was drunk. What an idiot. Well, I suppose the alternative was too depressing. I never knew he was such a sensitive soul. "Are you his daughter? Something in the way you stand? May I come in?" He moved away from the door. Apsalar entered, then halted once more, her eyes on the enormous headless skeleton commanding the interior, reaching all the way up to the tower's ceiling. Bipedal, long-tailed, the bones a burnished brown colour. "What is this?" Urko said. "Whatever it was, it could swallow a Bederin in one bite." "How?" Telerast asked Apsalar in a whisper. "It has no head." The man heard the question, and he now scowled. "You have company. What is it, a familiar or something?" "I can't see it, and that I don't like." "Not at all. A ghost. You should banish it to Hood," he said. "Ghosts don't belong here. That's why they're ghosts. He's an evil man." Telerast hissed. "What are those?" Apsalar could just make out the shade as it drifted towards a long table to the right. On it were smaller versions of the skeletal behemoth, 3 of them crow's-eyed, although instead of beaks the creatures possessed long snouts lined with needle-like teeth. The bones had been bound together with gut, and the figures were mounted so that they stood upright, like sentry mere-rats. Urko was studying Apsalar, an odd expression on his blunt, strong-featured face. Then he seemed to start and said, "I have brewed some tea." "That would be nice, thank you." He walked over to the modest kitchen area and began a search for cups. "It's not that I don't want visitors." "Well, it is. They always bring trouble." Did Dancer have anything else to say?
"No, and he now calls himself Cotillion. I knew that. I'm not surprised he's the patron of assassins. He was the most feared killer in the Empire, more than Surly, who was just treacherous, or Topper, who was just cruel. I suppose those two still think they won. Fools who now strides among the gods, eh? He brought a clay cup over. Local herbs, mildly toxic, but not fatal. Antidote to bother snake bites, which is a good thing since the bastards infest the area.
Turns out I built my tower near a breeding pit. One of the small skeletons on the tabletop fell over, then jerkily climbed back upright, the tail jutting out, the torso angling almost horizontal. One of my ghost companions has just possessed that creature, Apsalar said. A second one lurched into awkward motion. Gods below, whispered Urko. Look how they stand. Of course, it has to be that way. Of course, he stared up at the massive fossil skeleton. It's all wrong. They lean forward for balance. Telerast and Cuttle were quickly mastering their new bodies, jaws snapping, hopping about on the tabletop. I suspect they won't want to relinquish those skeletons, Apsalar said. They can have them as reward for this revelation. He paused, looked round, then muttered, I'll have to knock down a wall. Apsalar sighed. I suppose we should be relieved one of them did not decide on the big version. Urko looked over at her with slightly wide eyes. Then he grunted. Drink your tea. The toxicity gets worse as it cools. She sipped, and found her lips and tongue suddenly numb. Urko smiled. Perfect. This way the conversation stays brief, and you can be on your way all the sooner. Method. It wears off. He found a stool and sat down facing her. Your dancer's daughter, you must be, although I see no facial similarities. Your mother must have been beautiful. It's in your walk, and how you stand there. You're his beget, and he was selfish enough to teach you, his own child, the ways of assassination. I can see how that troubles you. It's there in your eyes. The legacy haunts you. You're feeling trapped, caged in. There's already blood on your hands, isn't there? Is he proud of that? He grimaced, then spat. I should have drowned him then and there. Had I been drunk, I would have. You are Wung. You mean am I? She nodded, fighting her fury at his trickery. She had come with the need to talk, and he had stolen from her the ability to shape words. Nenoth, Thotha, Motherthid. He frowned. Apsalar pointed at the two reptilian skeletons now scuttling about on the stone-littered floor. Motherthean, possession. He possessed you. The god possessed you. Hood pluck his balls and chew slow. Urko heaved himself to his feet, hands clenching into fists. Here, hold on, lass. I have an antidote to the antidote. He found a dusty beaker, rubbed at it until a patch of the glazed reddish earthenware was visible. This one, I. He found another cup and poured it full. Drink, sickly sweet, the taste then turning bitter and stinging. Oh, that was fast. My apologies, Apsalar. I'm a miserable sort most of the time, I admit it, and I've talked more since you arrived than I have in years, so I'll stop now. How can I help you? She hesitated, then looked away. You can't really. I shouldn't have come. I still have tasks to complete. For him? She nodded. Why? Because I gave my word. You owe him nothing except maybe a knife in his back. Once I am done, I wish to disappear. He sat down once more. Ah, yes, well, I think an accidental drowning won't hold any longer, Urko. A faint grin. It was our joke, you see. We all made the pact to drown. Nobody got it. Nobody gets it. Probably never will. I did. Dancer does. Even Shadowthrone, I think. Not Surly. She never had a sense of humour, always obsessing on the details. I wonder, are people like that ever happy? Are they even capable of it? What inspires their lives, anyway? Give 'em too much, and they complain. Give 'em too little, and they complain some more. Do it right, and half of them complain it's too much, and the other half too little. No wonder you gave up consorting with people, Urko. I prefer bones these days. People, too many of them by far, if you ask me. She looked round. Dancer wanted you shaken up some. Why? The Napan's eyes shifted away, and he did not answer. Apsalar felt a tremor of unease. He knows something, doesn't he? That's what he's telling you by that simple greeting. Assassin or not, I always liked Dancer, especially the way he could keep his mouth shut. The two reptilian skeletons were scrabbling at the door. Apsalar studied them for a moment. Disappearing from a god. Aye, that won't be easy. He said, I could leave once I'm done, and he won't come after me. Believe him, Apsalar. Dancer doesn't lie, and I suspect even godhood won't change that. I think that is what I needed to hear. Thank you. She headed towards the door. So soon? Urko asked. She glanced back at him. Too much or too little? He narrowed his gaze, then grunted a laugh. You're right. It's about perfect. I need to be mindful about what I'm asking for. Yes, she said. And that is also what Dancer wanted to remind you about, isn't it? Urko looked away. Damn him anyway. Smiling, Apsalar opened the door. Telerast and Curdle scurried outside. She followed a moment later. Thick spit on the palms of the hands, a careful rubbing together, then a sweep back through the hair. The outlawed Grawl straightened, kicked sand over the small cookfire, then collected his pack and slung it over his shoulders. He picked up his hunting bow and strung it, then fitted an arrow. A final glance around, and he began walking. The trail was not hard to follow. Tarlac Veed continued scanning the rough, broken scrubland. A hare, a desert grouse, a mamlac lizard, anything would do. He was tired of the sun-dried strips of bedurin, and he'd eaten the last 8 2 nights previously. No shortage of tubers, of course, but too much, and he'd spend half the day squatting over a hastily dug hole. The Deva's demon was closing on its quarry, and it was vital that Tarlac remain in near proximity so that he could make certain of the outcome. He was being well paid for the task ahead, and that was all that mattered. Gold, and with it the clout to raise a company of mercenaries, then back to his village, to deliver well-deserved justice upon those who had betrayed him. He would assume the mantle of war leader then and lead the Graal to glory. His destiny lay before him, and all was well. Dejim Nebral revealed no digressions, no detours in its path. The Divers was admirably singular, true to its Gs. There would be no deviation, for it lusted for the freedom that was the reward for the task's completion. This was the proper manner in which to make bargains, and Tarlac found himself admiring the nameless ones. No matter how dread-filled the tales he had heard of the secret cult, his own dealings with them had been clean, lucrative, and straightforward. It had survived the Malazan conquest, and that was saying something. The old emperor had displayed uncanny skill at infiltrating the innumerable cults abounding in 7 cities, then delivering unmitigated slaughter upon the adherents. That, too, was worthy of admiration. This distant empress, however, was proving far less impressive. She made too many mistakes. Tarlac could not respect such a creature, and he ritually cursed her name with every dawn and every dusk, with as much vehemence as he cursed the 74 other avowed enemies of Tarlac Veed. Sympathy was like water in the desert, hoarded, reluctantly meted out in the barest of sips, and he, Tarlac Veed, could walk 1,000 deserts on a single drop. Such were the world's demands. He knew himself well enough to recognize that his was a viper's charm, alluring and mesmerizing, and ultimately deadly. A viper made guest in a nest bundle of mere rats. How could they curse him for his very nature? He had killed the husband, after all, in service to her heart, a heart that had swallowed him whole. He had never suspected that she would then cast him out, that she would have simply made use of him, that another man had been waiting in the hut's shadow to ease the tortured spirit of the grieving widow. He had not believed that she too possessed the charms of a viper. He halted near a boulder, collected a waterskin from his pack, and removed the broad fired clay stopper. Tugging his loincloth down, he squatted and peed into the waterskin. There were no rock springs for 15 or more leagues in the direction the divers was leading him. That path would eventually converge on a trader's track, of course, but that was a week or more away. Clearly, the diver's Dejim Nebral did not suffer the depredations of thirst. The rewards of singular will, he well knew, worthy of emulation as far as was physically possible. He straightened, tugged the loincloth back up. Replacing the stopper, Tarlac Veed slung the skin over a shoulder and resumed his measured pursuit. Beneath glittering stars and a pale smear in the east, Silara knelt on the hard ground, vomiting the last of her supper, and then nothing but bile as heave after heave racked through her. Finally, the spasms subsided. Gasping, she crawled away a short distance, then sat with her back to a boulder. The demon grey frog watched from 10 paces away, slowly swaying from side to side. Watching him invited a return of the nausea, so she looked away, pulled out her pipe, and began repacking it. "It's been days," she muttered. "I thought I was past this, damn it." Grey frog ambled closer, approached the place where she had been sick. It sniffed, then pushed heaps of sand over the offending spot. With a practiced gesture, Silara struck a quick series of sparks down into the pipe's bowl with the flint and iron striker. The shredded sweetgrass mixed in with the rustleaf caught, and moments later she was drawing smoke. "That's good, Toad. Cover my trail. It's a wonder you've not told the others. Respecting my privacy?" Grey frog, predictably, did not reply. Silara ran a hand along the swell of her belly. How could she be getting fatter and fatter when she'd been throwing back 1 meal in 3 for weeks? There was something diabolical about this whole pregnancy thing, as if she possessed her own demon, huddled there in her belly. Well, the sooner it was out, the quicker she could sell it to some pimp or harem master, there to be fed and raised and to learn the trade of the supplicant. Most women who bothered stopped at 2 or 3, she knew, and now she understood why. Healers and witches and midwives and sucklers kept the babies healthy enough, and the world remained to teach them its ways. The misery lay in the bearing, in carrying this growing weight, in its secret demands on her reserves. And something else was happening as well. Something that proved the child's innate evil. She'd been finding herself drifting into a dreamy, pleasant state, inviting a senseless smile that quite simply horrified Silara. What was there to be happy about? The world was not pleasant. It did not whisper contentment. No, the poisonous seduction stealing through her sought delusion, blissful stupidity, and she had had enough of that already. As nefarious as Durhang, this deadly lure. Her bulging belly would soon be obvious, she knew, unless she tried to make herself even fatter. There was something comforting about all that solid bulk, but no, that was the delusional seduction all over again, finding a new path into her brain. Well, it seemed the nausea was fully past now. Silara regained her feet and made her way back to the encampment. A handful of coals in the hearth, drifting threads of smoke, and 3 recumbent figures wrapped in blankets. Grey frog appeared in her wake, moving past her to squat near the hearth. It snapped a capimuth out of the air and stuffed it into its broad mouth. Its eyes were a murky green as it studied Silara. She refilled her pipe. Why was it just women that had babies anyway? Surely some ascendant witch could have made some sorcerous adjustment to the inequity by now. Or was it maybe not a flaw at all, but an advantage of some sort? Not that any obvious advantages came to mind apart from this strange, suspicious bliss constantly stealing through her. She drew hard on the rustleaf. Bidithal had made the cutting away of pleasure the first ritual among girls in his cult. He had liked the notion of feeling nothing at all, removing the dangerous desire for sensuality. She could not recall if she had ever known such sensations. Bidithel had inculcated religious rapture, a state of being she now suspected infinitely more selfish and self-serving than satisfying one's own body. Being pregnant whispered of a similar kind of rapture, and that made her uneasy. A sudden commotion. She turned to see that Cuttle had sat up. "Something wrong?" she asked in a low voice. He faced her, his expression indistinct in the darkness, then sighed shakily. "No, a bad dream." "It's nearing dawn," Solara said. "Why are you awake?" "No particular reason." He shook off the blanket, rose and walked over to the hearth, crouched tossing a handful of tinder onto the glowing coals, waited until it flared to life, then began adding dung chips. "Cuttle, what do you think will happen on Ototaral Island?" "I'm not sure. That old Malazan's not exactly clear on the matter, is he? He is destriant to the tiger of summer." Cuttle glanced across at her, reluctantly. She added more rust leaf to her pipe. "He doesn't want followers. And if he did, it wouldn't be us. Well, not me nor Felicin. We're not warriors. You," she added, "would be a more likely candidate." He snorted. "No, not me, Solara. It seems I follow another god." "It seems?" She could just make out his shrug. "You fall into things," he said. "A woman? Well, that explains a lot." "As good a reason as any other," she said, behind a lungful of smoke. "What do you mean?" "I mean, I don't see much reason behind following any god or goddess. If you're worth their interest, they use you. I know about being used, and most of the rewards are anything but, even if they look good at the time. Well," he said after a moment, "someone's rewarded you? Is that what you call it?" "Call what? You're looking so healthy. Full of life, I mean. And you're not as skinny as before." He paused, then hastily added, "Which is good. Half-starved didn't suit you. Doesn't suit anyone, of course, you included. Anyway, that's all." She sat, smoking, watching him in the growing light. "We are quite a burden to you, aren't we, Cuttle?" "No, not at all. I'm to escort you, a task I happily accepted, and that hasn't changed. Don't you think Grey Frog is sufficient to protect us?" "No, I mean, yes, he probably is. Even so, he is a demon, and that complicates things. It's not as if he can just amble into a village or city, is it? Or negotiate supplies and passage or stuff like that. Felicin can. So can I, in fact. Well, you're saying you don't want me here. I'm saying we don't need you. Which isn't the same as saying we don't want you, Cuttle. Besides, you've done well leading this odd little company, although it's obvious you're not used to doing that. Listen, if you want to take over, that's fine by me. Ah, a woman who wouldn't follow, then. I see no reason to change anything, she said offhandedly. He was staring at her as she in turn regarded him, her gaze as level and as unperturbed as she could manage. "What is the point of all this?" he demanded. "Point? No point. Just making conversation, Cuttle. Unless, is there something in particular you would like to talk about?" She watched him pull back in every way but physically as he said, "No, nothing. You don't know me well enough, then. Is that it?" "Well, we'll have plenty of time. I know you, I think. I mean, oh, you're right. I don't know you at all. I don't know women, is what I really mean. And how could I? It's impossible trying to follow your thoughts, trying to make sense out of what you say, what is hidden behind your words. Would that be me, specifically? Or women in general?" He threw more dung on the fire. "No," he muttered, "nothing in particular I'd like to talk about." "All right, but I have a few topics," he groaned. "You were given the task," she said, "to escort us, correct? Who gave you that task? A god, but not Heboric's god." "No. So there's at least 2 gods interested in us. That's not good, Cuttle. Does Ghost Hands know about this?" "No, he wouldn't, would he?" "No reason to tell him." "It's not hard to figure out, Cuttle," retorted. I was waiting for you in Iskaral Pust's temple. Malazan gods, Shadowthrone or Cotillion, but you're not Malazan, are you? Really, Silara, Cuttle said wearily, do we have to discuss this right now? Unless, she went on, your lover was. Malazan, that is, the original follower of those gods. Oh, my head hurts, he mumbled, hands up over his eyes, the fingers reaching into his hair, then clenching as if to begin tearing it out. How? No, I don't want to know, it doesn't matter, I don't care. So where is she now? No more. Silara subsided. She pulled out a narrow-bladed knife and began cleaning her pipe. He suddenly rose. I'll start on breakfast. A sweet boy, she decided. Like damp clay in a woman's hands. A woman who knew what she was doing, that is. Now, the question is, should I be doing this? Felicin adored Cuttle. After all, then again, we could always share. Smirking observation. Soft, curved, large-breasted woman wants to press flesh with Cuttle. Not now, Grey Frog, he replied without speaking aloud as he removed food from the pack. Alarm, no, not now indeed. The others awakening from their uneasy dreams. Awkward and dismay to follow, especially with Felicin younger. Cuttle paused. What? Why? But she's barely of age. No, this can't be. Talk her out of it, Grey Frog. Grey Frog's own advances unwelcome, despondent sulk. You, Cuttle, of seed-issuing capacity, capable of effecting beget past revelation. Human women carry breeding pond in bellies, but one egg survives, only one. Terrible risk. You must fill pond as quickly as possible before rival male appears to steal your destiny. Grey Frog will defend your claim. Brave self-sacrifice, such as sentinel circlers among own kind. Altruistic enlightenment of reciprocity and protracted slunt reward, once or even many times removed. Signifier of higher intelligence, acknowledgement of community interests. Grey Frog is already sentinel circler to soft-curved, large-breasted goddess human. Goddess? What do you mean, goddess? Lustful sigh is worthy of worship. Value signifiers in male human clouding the pond's waters in Grey Frog's mind. Too long association, happily. Sexual desires long withheld. Unhealthy. Cuttle set a pot of water on the fire and tossed in a handful of herbs. What did you say earlier about uneasy dreams, Grey Frog? Observation, skimming the mind ponds. Trupled, approaching danger. There are warning signs. What warning signs? Obvious, uneasy dreams, sufficient unto themselves. Not always, Grey Frog. Sometimes it's things from me past that haunt us. That's all. Ah, Grey Frog will think on this. But first, pangs. Grey Frog is hungry. The grey haze of the heat and the dust made the distant walls barely visible. Leoman of the Flails rode at the head of the ragged column, Korab Bilan Thenualas at his side, as a company of riders approached from Wigatan's gates. There, Korab said, front rider on the right of the standard-bearer, that is Falad Vedor. He looks unhappy. He'd best begin making peace with that sentiment, Leoman said in a growl. He raised a gloved hand, and the column behind him slowed to a halt. They watched the company close. Commander, shall you and I meet them halfway? Korab asked. Of course not, Leoman snapped. Korab said nothing more. His leader was in a dark mood. A third of his warriors were riding double. A much-loved old healer witch had died this very morning, and they'd pinned her corpse beneath a slab of stone, lest some wandering spirit find her. Leoman himself had spat in the 8 directions to hallow the ground, and spilled drops of his own blood from a slash he opened on his left hand onto the dusted stone, voicing the blessing in the name of the apocalyptic. Then he had wept. In front of all his warriors who had stood silent, awe-struck by the grief and the love for his followers Leoman had revealed in that moment. The Falad and his soldiers approached, then drew to a halt 5 paces in front of Leoman and Korab. Korab studied Vedor's sallow, sunken face, murky eyes, and knew him for an addict of Dibayang poppy. His thick-veined hands trembled on the saddle horn, and when it became evident that Leoman would not be the first to speak, he scowled and said, "I, Falad, Vedor of Wigatan, the first holy city, do hereby welcome you, Leoman of the Flails, refugee of Shaikh's Fall in Raraku and your broken followers. We have prepared secure barracks for your warriors, and the tables wait heaped with food and wine. You, Leoman, and your remaining officers shall be the Falad's guests in the palace, for as long as required for you to reprovision your army and recover from your flight. Inform us of your final destination, and we shall send envoys in advance to proclaim your coming to each and every village, town, and city on your route." Korab found he was holding his breath. He watched as Leoman nudged his horse forward until he was positioned side by side with the Falad. "We have come to Wigatan," Leoman said in a low voice, "and it is in Wigatan that we shall stay, to await the coming of the Malazans." Vedor's stained mouth worked for a moment without any sound issuing forth. Then he managed a hacking laugh. "Like a knife's edge, your sense of humour, Leoman of the Flails, it is as your legend proclaims. My legend? Then this too will not surprise you. The Kethra knife was a blinding flash, sweeping to caress Vedor's throat. Blood spurted, and the Falad's head rolled back, thumped on the rump of the startled horse, then down to bounce and roll in the dust of the road. Leoman reached out to steady the headless corpse, still seated in the saddle, and wiped the blade on the silken robes. From the company of city soldiers, not a sound, not a single motion. The standard bearer, a youth of perhaps 15 years, stared open-mouthed at the headless body beside him. "In the name of Drichna the Apocalyptic," Leoman said, "I now rule the first holy city of Gyetan. Who is the ranking officer here?" A woman pushed her horse forward. "I am Captain Dunsparrow." Korab squinted at her. Solid features, sun-darkened, light grey eyes. 25 years of age, perhaps. The glint of a chain vest was just visible beneath her plain telaba. "You," Korab said, "are Malazan." The cool eyes fixed on him. "What of it?" "Captain," Leoman said, "your troop will precede us. Clear the way to the palace for me and my warriors. The secure barracks spoken of by the late Falad will be used to house those soldiers in the city garrison and from the palace who might be disinclined to follow my orders. Please ensure that they are indeed secured. Once you have done these things, report to me in the palace for further orders." "Sir," the woman said, "I am of insufficient rank to do as you ask. No longer. You are now my third behind Korab Bilan Thenualas." Her gaze briefly flicked back to Korab, revealing nothing. "As you command, Leoman of the Flails, Falad of Wigatan." Dunsparrow twisted in her saddle and bellowed out to her troops, "About face smartly now, you damned pigaders. We advance the arrival of the new Falad." Vedor's horse turned along with all the others and began trotting, the headless body pitching about in its saddle. Korab watched as, 20 paces along, the dead Falad's mount came up alongside the captain. She noted it, and with a single straight-armed shove sent the corpse toppling. Leoman grunted. "Yes, she is perfect. A Malazan, I have misgivings, Commander." "Of course you have. It's why I keep you at my side." He glanced over. That, and the lady's tug. "Come now, ride with me into our new city." They kicked their horses into motion. Behind them followed the others. "Our new city," Korab said, grinning. "We shall defend it with our lives." Leoman shot him an odd look, but said nothing. Korab thought about that. "Commander, I have more misgivings." Chapter 5. The first cracks appeared shortly after the execution of Shaikh. None could know the mind of Adjunct Tavore, not her closest officers and not the common soldier under her command. But there were distant stirrings, to be sure, more easily noted in retrospect, and it would be presumptuous and indeed dismissive to claim that the adjunct was ignorant of the growing troubles, not only in her command, but at the very heart of the Malazan Empire. Given that the events at Wigatan could have been a fatal wound, were someone else in command, were that someone's heart any less hard, any less cold? This, more than at any other time beforehand, gave brutal truth to the conviction that Adjunct Tavore was cold iron, thrust into the soul of a raging forge. None to witness the lost history of the Bonehunters. Duika of Darujhistan. Put that down. Samar Dev said wearily from where she sat near the window. "Thought you were asleep," Karsa Orlong said. He returned the object to the tabletop. "What is it?" "Two functions. The upper beaker contains filters for the water, removing all impurities. The water gathering in the lower beaker is flanked by strips of copper, which livens the water itself through a complicated and mysterious process. A particular ethereal gas is released, thus altering the air pressure above the water, which in turn... But what do you use it for?" Samar's eyes narrowed. Nothing in particular. He moved away from the table, approached the workbenches and shelves. She watched him examining the various mechanisms she had invented, and the long-term experiments, many of which showed no evident alteration of conditions. He poked, sniffed, and even sought to taste one dish filled with gelatinous fluid. She thought to stop him, then decided to remain quiet. The warrior's wounds had healed with appalling... "They have asked me to examine it, for I possess a little knowledge of anatomy and other related subjects." He made no reply, peering into the wrong end of a spyglass. "If you come to the window and look through the other end, Karsa, you will see things far away drawn closer." He scowled at her and set the instrument down. "If something is far away, I simply ride closer. And if it is at the top of a cliff or a distant enemy encampment and you want to determine the picket lines..." He retrieved the spyglass and walked over. She moved her chair to one side to give him room. "There is a falcon's nest on the ledge of that tower, the copper-sheathed one." He held up the glass, searched until he found the nest. "That is no falcon. You are right. It's a bockerel that found the abandoned nest to its liking. It carries up armfuls of rotting fruit, and it spends the morning dropping them on people in the streets below. It appears to be snarling. That would be laughter. It is forever driven to bouts of hilarity. Ah, no, that wasn't fruit. It was a brick. Oh, unfortunate. Someone will be sent to kill it now, after all. Only people are allowed to throw bricks at people." He lowered the spyglass and studied her. "That is madness. What manner of laws do you possess to permit such a thing?" "Which thing? Stoning people or killing Bokharala?" "You are strange, Samar Dev. But then you are a witch and a maker of useless objects. Is that spyglass useless?" "No. I now understand its value, yet it was lying on a shelf." She leaned back. "I have invented countless things that would prove of great value to many people, and that presents me with a dilemma. I must ask myself, with each invention, what possible abuses await such an object. More often than not, I conclude that those abuses outweigh the value of the invention. I call this Dev's first law of invention. You are obsessed with laws. Perhaps, in any case, the law is simple, as all true laws must be. You have a law for that, too. Founding principle rather than law. In any case, ethics are the first consideration of an inventor following a particular invention."
You call that simple? The statement is, the consideration is not. Now, that sounds more like a true law. She closed her mouth after a moment, then rose and walked over to the scriber's desk, sat and collected a stylus and a wax tablet. "I distrust philosophy," she said as she wrote. "Even so, I will not turn away from the subject when it slaps me in the face.
nor am I particularly eloquent as a writer. I am better suited to manipulating objects than words.
You, on the other hand, seem to possess an unexpected talent for cogent brevity. You talk too much. No doubt. She finished recording her own unexpectedly profound words, profound only in that Karsa Orlong had recognized a far vaster application than she had intended. She paused, wanting to dismiss his genius as blind chance or even the preening false wisdom of savage nobility. But something whispered to her that Karsa Orlong had been underestimated before, and she vowed not to leap into the same pit. Setting the stylus down, she rose to her feet. "I am off to examine the demon you killed. Will you accompany me?" "No, I had a close enough examination the first time." She collected the leather satchel containing her surgical instruments. "Stay inside, please, and try not to break anything." "How can you call yourself an inventor if you dislike breaking things?" At the door, she paused and glanced back at him. His head was brushing the ceiling in this, the highest chamber in her tower. There was something there in his eyes. "Try not to break any of my things." "Very well, but I am hungry. Bring more food." The reptilian corpse was lying on the floor of one of the torture chambers situated in the palace crypts. A retired avowor had been given the task of standing guard. Samar Dev found him asleep in one corner of the room. Leaving him to his snores, she stationed around the huge demon's body the 4 lit lanterns she had brought down from above, then settled onto her knees and untied the flap of her satchel, withdrawing a variety of polished surgical instruments, and finally, her preparations complete, she swung her attention to the corpse. Teeth, jaws, forward-facing eyes, all the makings of a superior carnivore, likely an ambush hunter. Yet this was no simple river lizard. Behind the orbital ridges, the skull swept out broad and long, with massive occipital bulges, the sheer mass of the cranial region implying intelligence. Unless, of course, the bone was absurdly thick. She cut away the torn and bruised skin to reveal broken fragments of that skull, not so thick then. Indentations made it obvious that Karsa Orlong had used his fists, in which it was clear there was astonishing strength, and an equally astonishing will. The brain beneath, marred with broken vessels and blood leakage and pulped in places by the skull pieces, was indeed large, although arranged in a markedly different manner from a human's. There were more lobes, for one thing. 6 more, in all, positioned beneath heavy ridged projections out to the sides, including 2 extra vessel-packed masses connected by tissue to the eyes, suggesting these demons saw a different world, a more complete one, perhaps. Samar extracted 1 mangled eye and was surprised to find 2 lenses, one concave, the other convex. She set those aside for later examination. Cutting through the tough, scaled hide, she opened the neck regions, confirming the oversized veins and arteries necessary to feed an active brain, then continued on to reveal the chest region. Many of the ribs were already broken. She counted 4 lungs and 2 proto-lungs attached beneath them, these latter ones saturated with blood. She cut through the lining of the first of 3 stomachs, then moved quickly back as the acids poured out. The blade of her knife sizzled, and she watched as pitting etched into the iron surface, more hissing sounds from the stone floor. Her eyes began watering, movement from the stomach, and Samar rose and took a step back. Worms were crawling out, a score, wriggling, then dropping to the muddy stone. The colour of blued iron, segmented, each as long as an index finger. She glanced down at the crumbling knife in her hand, and dropped the instrument, then collected wooden tongs from her satchel, moved to the edge of the acid pool, reached down and retrieved one of the worms. Not a worm. Hundreds of legs strangely finned, and even more surprising, the creatures were mechanisms. Not living at all, the metal of their bodies somehow impervious to the acids, the thing twisted about in the grip of the tongs, then stopped moving. She shook it, but it had gone immobile, like a crooked nail. An infestation? She did not think so. No, there were many creatures that worked in concert. The pond of stomach acid had been home to these mechanisms, and they in turn worked in some fashion to the demon's benefit. A hacking cough startled her, and she turned to see the avowor stumble to his feet. Hunched, twisted with arthritis, he shambled over. "Samar Dev, the witch! What's that smell? Not you, I hope." "You and me, we're the same sort, aren't we just?" "We are." "Oh yes, Samar Dev." He scratched at his crotch. "We strip the layers of humanity, down to the very bones. But where does humanity end and animal begin? When does pain defeat reason? Where hides the soul, and to where does it flee when all hope in the flesh is lost? Questions to ponder for such as you and me. Oh, how I have longed to meet you, to share knowledge." "You're a torturer." "Someone has to be," he said, offended. "In a culture that admits the need for torture, there must perforce be a torturer." "A culture, Samar Dev, that values the acquisition of truths more than it does any single human life. Do you see?" "Oh," he added, edging closer to frown down at the demon's corpse. "The justifications are always the same. To save many more lives, this one must be surrendered, sacrificed. Even the words used disguise the brutality. Why are torture chambers in the crypts? To mask the screams? True enough. But there's more. This, he said, waving one gnarled hand, is the nether realm of humanity, the rotted heart of unpleasantness. I am seeking answers from something already dead. It is not the same details. We are questioners, you and I. We slice back the armor to uncover the hidden truth. Besides, I'm retired. They want me to train another, you know, now that the Malazan laws have been struck down and torture's popular once more. But the fools they send me. Ah, what is the point now? Falad Krithasanan. Now he was something. You were likely just a child then, or younger even. My, how he liked torturing people. Not for truths. He well understood that facile rubbish for what it was, facile rubbish. No, the greater questions interested him. How far along can a soul be dragged, trapped still within its broken body? How far until it can no longer crawl back? This was my challenge, and oh, how he appreciated my artistry. Samar Dev looked down to see that the rest of the mechanisms had all ceased to function. She placed the one she had retrieved in a small leather pouch, then repacked her kit, making sure to include the eye lenses. She'd get them to burn the rest of the body well away from the city and upwind. "Will you not dine with me?" "Alas, I cannot. I have work to do. If only they'd bring your guest down here. Toblakai." "Oh, he would be fun, wouldn't he?" She paused. "I doubt I could talk him into it, avowor. The Falad has been considering it, you know." "No, I didn't know. I think it would be a mistake." "Well, those things are not for us to question, are they?" "Something tells me Toblakai would be delighted to meet you, avowor, although it would be a short acquaintance. Not if I have my way, Samar Dev, around Karsa Orlong, I suspect. Only Karsa Orlong has his way." She returned to find the Teblor warrior poring over her collection of maps, which he'd laid out on the floor in the hallway. He had brought in a dozen votive candles, now lit and set out around him. He held one close as he perused the precious parchments. Without looking up, he said, "This one here, which, the lands and coast west and north, I was led to believe the Jag Odhan was unbroken, that the plains ran all the way to the far lands of Nemil and the Trell. Yet here, this shows something different." "If you burn holes in my maps," Samar Dev said, "I will curse you and your bloodline for all eternity. The Odhan sweeps westward, it seems, but only in the south. There are places of ice marked here. This continent looks too vast. There has been a mistake." "Possibly," she conceded. "Since that is the one direction I have not travelled, I can make no claim as to the map's accuracy." mind you, that one was etched by Othun de la Farat a century ago. He was reputed to be reliable. What of this region of lakes, he asked, pointing to the northerly bulge along the coast, west of Yath Alban. She set her equipment down, then, sighing, she crouched at his side. Difficult to cross. The bedrock is exposed there, badly folded, pocked with lakes and only a few, mostly impassable rivers. The forest is spruce, fir and pine, with low-lying thickets in the basins. How do you know all that if you have never been there? She pointed. I am reading Dealer's notes there along the border. He also says he found signs suggesting there were people living there, but no contact was ever made. Beyond lies the island kingdom of Sepik, now a remote subject of the Malazan Empire, although I would be surprised if the Malazans ever visited. The king was clever enough to send delegates proposing conditions of surrender, and the emperor simply accepted. The mapmaker hasn't written that much. No, some of that information was mine, I have heard. Now and then, certain odd stories about Sepik. There are, it seems, two distinct populations, one the subject of the other. She shrugged at his blank look. Such things interest me. Then frowned, as it became obvious that the distant expression on the giant's tattooed visage was born of something other than indifference. Is something wrong? Karsa Orlong bared his teeth. Tell me more of this Sepik. I'm afraid I have exhausted my knowledge. Scowling at her answer, he hunched down over the map once more. I shall need supplies. Tell me, is the weather the same as here? You are going to Sepik.
Yes. Tell the Fallad that I demand equipment, 2 extra horses and 500 crescents in silver, dried foods, more waterskins, 3 javelins and a hunting bow with 30 arrows, 10 of them bird-pointed, 6 extra bowstrings and a supply of fletching, a brick of wax. Wait, Karsa Orlong. Why would the Fallad simply gift you all these things? Tell him if he does not, I will stay in this city. Ah, I see.
She considered for a time, then asked, Why are you going to Sepik? He began rolling up the map. I want this one. Sorry, no. It is worth a fortune. I will return it. No, Karsa Orlong. She straightened. If you are prepared to wait, I will copy it, on hide, which is more resilient. How long will that take? I don't know. A few days. Very well, but I am getting restless, which? He handed her the rolled-up map and walked into the other chamber.
And hungry.
She stooped once more to gather in the other maps. The candles she left alone. Each one was aspected to a local minor god, and the flames had, one and all, drawn the attention of the host of spirits. This hallway was crowded with presences, making the air taut, bridling, since many of them counted others as enemies. Yet she suspected it had been more than just the flickering flames that had earned the regard of the spirits. Something about Toblakai himself. There were mysteries, she believed, swirling in Karsa Orlong's history. And now the spirits drawn close, and frightened. Ah, she whispered, I see no choice in the matter, none at all. She drew out a belt knife, spat on the blade, then began waving the iron through the flame of each candle. The spirits howled in her mind, outraged at this unexpected, brutal imprisonment. She nodded. Yes, we mortals are cruel.
3 leagues, Quick Ben said under his breath. Kalam scratched at the stubble on his chin. Some old wounds that Enkaral at the edge of the whirlwind's wall had torn him up pretty bad, were aching after the long forced march back towards the 14th Army. After what they had seen in the Warren, no one was in the mood to complain, however. Even Stormy had ceased his endless griping. The squad was hunkered down behind the assassin and the high mage, motionless and virtually invisible in the darkness. So, Kalam mused, do we wait for them here, or do we keep walking? We wait, Quick Ben replied. I need the rest. In any case, we all more or less guessed right, and the trail isn't hard to follow.
Leoman's reached Yaktan, and that's where he'll make his stand, and us with no siege equipment to speak of. The wizard nodded. This could be a long one. Well, we're used to that, aren't we? I keep forgetting you weren't at Coral. Kalam settled down with his back against the ridge's slope and pulled free a flask. He drank, then handed it to the High Mage. As bad as the last day at Pale? Quick Ben sipped, then made a face. This is water, of course it is. Pale, we weren't fighting anyone, just collapsing earth and raining rocks. So the bridge burners went down fighting. Most of Unherm's host went down fighting, Quick Ben said. Even Whiskey Jack, he added. His leg gave out under him. Mallet won't forgive himself for that, and I can't say I'm surprised. He shrugged in the gloom. It was messy. A lot went wrong, as usual. But Calor turning on us, that we should have foreseen. I've got a space on my blade for a notch in his name, Kalam said, retrieving the flask. You're not the only one, but he's not an easy man to kill. Sergeant Gesler edged into view, saw you two passing something. Just water, Kalam said. The last thing I wanted to hear. Well, don't mind me. We were discussing the siege to come, the assassin said. Could be a long one. Even so, Gesler said with a grunt. Tavore's a patient woman. We know that much about her anyway. Nothing else, Quick? Ben asked. You've talked with her more than any of us, High Mage. She keeps her distance. No one really seems to know what she is. Behind the title of Adjunct. Noble born, I, and from Unter, from House Paran. Kalam and Quick Ben exchanged glances, then the assassin pulled out a second flask. This one ain't water, he said, tossing it to the sergeant. We knew her brother, Ganos Paran. He was attached to the ridge burners, rank as captain, just before we infiltrated Darujhistan. He led the squads into Coral, Quick Ben said, and died? Gesler asked after pulling at the flask. Most everyone died, answered the High Mage. At any rate, he wasn't an embarrassment as far as officers go. As for Tavore, well, I'm in the dark as much as the rest of you. She's all edges, but they're for keeping people away, not cutting them, at least from what I've seen. She's going to start losing soldiers at Wigaten, Kalam said. No one commented on that observation. Different commanders reacted in different ways to things like that. Some just got stubborn and threw more and more lives away. Others flinched back, and if nothing then happened, the spirit of the army drained away. Sieges were battles of will, for the most part along with cunning. Leoman had shown a capacity for both in this long pursuit west of Raraku. Kalam wasn't sure what Tavore had shown at Raraku. Someone else had done most of the killing for her. For the entire 14th, in fact. Ghosts, bridge burners, ascended. Gods, what a chilling thought. They were all half mad when alive, and now... Quick, Kalam said, those ghosts at Raraku, where are they now? No idea. Not with us, though. Ghosts, Gesler said. So the rumours were true. It wasn't no sorcerer's spell that slaughtered the dogslayers. We had unseen allies. Who were they? He paused, then spat. You both know, don't you, and you're not telling. Fiddler knows too, doesn't he? Never mind. Everybody's got secrets, and don't bother asking me to share mine. So that's that. He handed the flask back. Thanks for the donkey piss, Kalam. They listened as he crawled back to rejoin his squad. Donkey piss quick, Ben asked. Ground vine wine, and he's right. It tastes awful. I found it at the Dogslayer camp. Want some? Why not anyway? When I said the ghosts weren't with us, I think I was telling the truth. But something is following the army. Well, that's just great. I'm not. Hush, I hear. Figures rose from behind the ridge. Gleaming ancient armour, axes and scimitars, barbaric painted faces. Hundril burned tears. Swearing, Kalam settled back down, re-sheathing his long knives. That was a stupid move, you damned savages. One spoke, Come with us. 300 paces up the road waited a number of riders, among them the adjunct Tavore. Flanked by the troop of Kundril-burned Tears, Kalam, Quick, Ben, and Gessler and his squad approached the group. The misshapen moon now cast down a silvery light on the land. It was looking rougher round the edges. Kalam realized as if the surrounding darkness was gnawing at it. He wondered that he'd not noticed before. Had it always been like that? "Good evening, Adjunct," Quick Ben said as they arrived. "Why have you returned?" she demanded. "And why are you not in the Imperial Warren?" With Tavore were the fists, the Wiccan Temel, Blistig, Keneb, and Tenebaralta, as well as Nil and Nether. They looked, one and all, to have been recently roused from sleep, barring the Adjunct herself. Quick Ben shifted uneasily. "The Warren was being used by something else. We judged it unsafe, and we concluded you should be told of that as soon as possible. Leoman is now in Hadgatan, and you believe he will await us there."
"Yegatan,"
Kalam said, "is a bitter memory to most Malazans, those that care to remember anyway. It is where the first. I know, Kalam Mekar, you need not remind me of that. Very well, I shall assume your assessment is correct. Sergeant Gessler, please join the Kundril pickets." The Marine's salute was haphazard, his expression mocking. Kalam watched Tavore's eyes follow the sergeant and his squad as they headed off. Then she fixed her gaze on Quick Ben once more. "High Mage?" He nodded. There were moon's spawns in the Imperial Warren. 10-12 came into sight before we retreated. "Hood take us," Blistig muttered. "Floating fortresses. Has that white-haired bastard found more of them?" "I don't think so, Fist," Quick Ben said. "Anamander Rake has settled in Black Coral now, and he abandoned Moon's spawn since it was falling to pieces. No, I believe the ones we saw in the Warren have their original owners inside." "And who might they be?" Tavore asked. "K-chain Shamale, Adjunct, Longtails or Shorttails or both? And why would they be using the Imperial Warren?" "I don't know," Quick Ben admitted. "But I have some notions. Let us hear them. It's an old warren, effectively dead and abandoned, although, of course, not nearly as dead or abandoned as it first seems. Now, there is no known warren attributed to the K-chain Shamal, but that does not mean one never existed. You believe the Imperial Warren was originally the K-chain Shamal Warren?" The High Mage shrugged. "It's possible, Adjunct." "What else?" "Well, wherever the fortresses are going, they don't want to be seen. Seen by whom? That I don't know." The Adjunct studied the High Mage for a long moment. Then she said, "I want you to find out. Take Kalam and Gessler's squad. Return to the Imperial Warren." The assassin slowly nodded to himself, not at all surprised at this insane, absurd command. "Find out? Precisely how? Have you any suggestions, Quick?" Ben asked, his voice now strangely lilting, as it always was when he struggled against speaking his mind. "On how we might do that? As High Mage, I am certain you can think of some." "May I ask, why is this of particular importance to us, Adjunct?" "The breaching of the Imperial Warren is important to all who would serve the Malazan Empire, would you not agree?" "I would, Adjunct, but are we not engaged in a military campaign here? Against the last rebel leader in 7 cities? Are you not about to lay siege to Yegatan, wherein the presence of a High Mage, not to mention the Empire's most skilled assassin, might prove pivotal to your success?"
"Quick, Ben," Tavore said coolly. "The 14th Army is quite capable of managing this siege without your assistance, or that of Kalam Mekar. All right, that clinches it. She knows about our clandestine meeting with Dujek Onam and Teshren, and she does not trust us, probably with good reason, of course," Quick Ben said, with a modest bow. "I trust the burned tears can resupply our soldiers then. I request we be permitted to rest until dawn." "Acceptable." The High Mage turned away, his eyes momentarily meeting Kalam's own. "Aye, Quick. She wants me as far away from her back as possible." Well, this was the Malazan Empire, after all. Lasine's empire, to be more precise.
But Tavore, it's not me you have to worry about. At that moment a figure emerged from the darkness, approaching from one side of the road. Green silks, graceful motion, a face very nearly ethereal in the moonlight. Ah, a midnight assignation. I trust all matters of grave import have already been addressed. Pearl. Kalam grinned at the man, one hand making a gesture that only another claw would understand. Seeing it, Pearl winked. Soon, you bastard. Tavore wheeled her horse round. We are done here. Might I ride double with one of you? Pearl asked the assembled fists. None replied, and moments later they were cantering up the road. Pearl coughed delicately in the dust. How rude. You walked out here, Quick Ben said. You can walk back in, Claw. It seems I have no choice. A fluttering wave of a gloved hand. Who knows when we'll meet again, my friends, but until then, good hunting. He walked off. Now how much did he hear? Kalam took a half-step forward, but Quick Ben reached out and restrained him. Relax, he was just fishing. I sensed him circling closer. You had him very nervous, Cal. Good. Not really. It means he isn't stupid.
True. Too bad. Anyway, Quick Ben said you and me and Gessler have to come up with a way to hitch a ride on one of those fortresses. Kalam turned his head, stared at his friend. That wasn't a joke, was it? I'm afraid not.
Joyful Union was basking in the sun as it dined, ringed in by stones, with Bottle lying close by, and studying the way it fed as the scorpion snipped apart the capemuth he had given it for breakfast. When a military issue boot crunched down on the arachnid, the heel twisting, Bottle jerked back in dumbfounded horror, stared up at the figure standing over him, a surge of murderous intent filling his being. Backlit by the morning light, the figure was little more than a silhouette. Soldier, the voice was a woman's, the accent corollary. Which squad is this? Bottle's mouth opened and closed a few times. Then he said in a low tone, This is the squad that will start making plans to kill you once they find out what you've just done. Allow me, she said, to clarify matters for you, soldier. I am Captain Faradan's sort, and I cannot abide scorpions. Now I want to see how well you manage a salute while lying down. You want a salute, Captain? Which one? I have plenty of salutes to choose from. Any preference? The salute that tells me you have just become aware of the precipice I am about to kick your ass over, after I shove the sack of bricks up it, of course. Oh, standard salute then. Of course, Captain. He arched his back and managed to hold the salute for a few heartbeats, waiting for her to respond, which she did not. Gasping, he collapsed back down, inhaling a mouthful of dust. We will try that again later, soldier. Your name? Smiles, sir. Well, I doubt I will see many of those on your ugly face, will I? No, sir. She then walked on. Bottle stared down at the mashed, glittering pulp that had been Joyful Union and half a capimuth. He wanted to cry. Sergeant. Strings glanced up, noted the talk on the arm, and slowly climbed to his feet. He saluted, studying the tall, straight-backed woman standing before him. Sergeant Strings, Captain 4th Squad. Good. You are mine now. My name is Faradan, sort. I was wondering when you'd show up, sir. The replacements have been here for days, after all. I was busy. Do you have a problem with that, Sergeant? No, sir. Not one. You are a veteran, I see. You might think that fact yields some relief on my part. It does not. I do not care where you have been, who you served under, or how many officers you knifed in the back. All I care about is how much you know about fighting. Never knifed a single officer, sir, in the back. And I don't know a damned thing about fighting except surviving it. That will do. Where are the rest of my squads? Well, you're missing one, Gessler's. They're on a reconnaissance mission. No idea when they'll be back. Borduke's squad is over there, he pointed, with cords just beyond. The rest you'll find here and there. You do not bivouac together? As a unit? No. You will from now on. Yes, sir. She cast her eyes over the soldiers still sprawled in sleep around the hearth. The sun is up. They should be awake, fed and equipped for the march by now. Yes, sir. So wake them. Yes, sir. She started to walk off, then turned and added, You have a soldier named Smiles in your squad? Sergeant Strings? I have. Smiles is to carry a double load today, sir. You heard me. He watched her leave, then swung about and looked down at his soldiers. All were awake, their eyes on him. What did I do? Smiles demanded. Strings shrugged. She's a captain, Smiles. So? So, captains are insane. At least this one is, which proves my claim.
Wouldn't you agree, Cuttle?
Oh yes, Strings, raving, wide-eyed, insane. A double load. Bottle stumbled into the camp, in his cupped hands a mangled mess. She stepped on joyful union. Well, that settles it, Cuttle said, grunting as he sat up. She's dead. Fist Kenib strode into his tent, unstrapping his helm and pulling it free to toss it on the cot, then paused upon seeing a tousled head lift clear of the opened travel trunk at the back wall. Grub.
What were you doing in there?
Sleeping. She is not stupid. No, they are coming to await the resurrection. He clambered out of the trunk, dressed as ever in ragged leathers, Wiccan in style yet badly worn. The childish roundness of his cheeks had begun to thin, hinting at the man he would one day become. She? Do you mean the Adjunct? Who is coming? What resurrection? They will try to kill her, but that is wrong. She is our last hope. Our last hope. I'm going to find something to eat. We're marching to Wigatan. He rushed past Kenib. Outside the tent, dogs barked. The fist pulled the flap aside and stepped out to see Grub hurrying down the aisle between the tents, flanked by the Wiccan cattle dog, Bent, and the Henge's lapdog, Roach. Soldiers deferentially moved aside to let them pass. The fist headed back inside. A baffling child. He sat down on the cot, stared at nothing in particular. A siege. Ideally, they needed 4,000 or 5,000 more soldiers, 5 or 6 untanned catapults, and 4 towers. Ballistae, mangonels, onagers, scorpions, wheeled rams and ladders, perhaps a few more units of sappers with a few wagons loaded with Morant munitions, and High Mage Quick Ben. Had it been just a matter of pride sending the wizard away? The meetings with Dujek on Aram had been strained. Tavore's refusal of assistance beyond a contingent of replacements from Quan Tali made little sense. Granted, Dujek had plenty to occupy himself and his host, reinforcing garrisons and pacifying recalcitrant towns and cities. Then again, the arrival of Admiral Nock and a third of the Imperial fleet in the Madil Sea had done much to quell rebellious tendencies among the locals. And Kenib suspected that the anarchy, the horrors, of the rebellion itself was as much a force for pacification as any military presence. A scratch against the outer wall of his tent. Enter. Blistig ducked under the flap. Good. You're alone. Tene Beralta has been speaking with war leader Gol. Look, we knew a siege was likely. Blistig, Kenib cut in. This isn't right. The Adjunct leads the 14th Army. She was commanded to crush the rebellion, and she is doing just that, fitting that the final spark should be snuffed out at Wigatan, the mythical birthplace of the apocalypse. Aye, and we're about to feed that myth, only if we fail. Malazans die at Wigatan. That city burned to the ground that last siege. Dasim Ultor, the company of the First Sword. The First Army, the 9th 10,000 soldiers. Yagatan drinks Malazan blood, and its thirst is endless. Is this what you're telling your officers, Blistig? The man walked over to the trunk, tipped down the lid and sat. Of course not. Do you think me mad? But gods, man, can't you feel this growing dread? The same as when we were marching on Raraku, Keneb said, and the resolution was frustrated. And that is the problem, the only problem, Blistig. We need to blunt our swords. We need that release, that's all. She should never have sent Quick Ben and Kalam away. Who gives a Ryzen's squinting ass what's going on in the Imperial Warren? Keneb looked away, wishing he could disagree. She must have her reasons. I'd like to hear them. Why did Beralta speak with gall? We're all worried, is why, Keneb. We want to corner her, all the fists united on this, and force some answers. Her reasons for things, some real sense of how she thinks. No, count me out. We haven't even reached Wigatan yet. Wait and see what she has in mind. Blistig rose with a grunt. I'll pass your suggestions along, Keneb. Only, well, it ain't just the soldiers who are frustrated. I know, wait and see. After he had left, Keneb settled back on the cot. Outside, he could hear the sounds of tents being struck, equipment packed away, the distant lowing of oxen. Shouts filled the morning air as the army roused itself for another day of marching. Burned Tiers, Wiccans, Seti, Malazans. What can this motley collection of soldiers do? We are facing Leoman of the Flails, damn it, who's already bloodied our noses. Mind you, hit-and-run tactics are one thing. A city under siege is another. Maybe he's as worried as we are. A comforting thought. Too bad he didn't believe a word of it. The 14th had been kicked awake and was now swarming with activity. Head-pounding, Sergeant Hellian sat on the side of the road. 8 days with this damned miserable army and that damned tyrant of a captain. And now she was out of rum. The 3 soldiers of her undersized squad were packing up the last of their kits, none daring to address their hungover, murderously inclined sergeant. Bitter recollections of the event that had triggered all this haunted Hellian. A temple of slaughter, the frenzy of priests, officials, and investigators, and the need to send all witnesses as far away as possible, preferably into a situation they would not survive. Well, she couldn't blame them. No, wait, of course she could. The world was run by stupid people. That was the truth of it. 22 followers of Durek had been butchered in their own temple, in a district that had been her responsibility. But patrols were never permitted inside any of the temples, so she could have done nothing to prevent it in any case. But no, that wasn't good enough. Where had the killers gone, Sergeant Hellian? And why didn't you see them leave? And what about that man who accompanied you, who then vanished? Killers. There weren't any. Not natural ones. A demon, more likely, escaped from some secret ritual, a conjuration gone awry. The fools killed themselves, and that was the way of it. The man had been some defrocked priest from another temple, probably a sorcerer. Once he figured out what had happened, he'd hightailed it out of there, leaving her with the mess. Not fair, but what did fairness have to do with anything? Herb lowered his massive bulk in front of her. We're almost ready, Sergeant. You should have strangled him. I wanted to, really? Did you? Truth. But then he slipped away, Hellian said. Like a worm. Captain wants us to join the rest of the squads in her company. They're up the road some. We should get going before the march begins. She looked over at the other 2 soldiers, the twins, breathless and touchy. Young, lost, well, maybe not young in years, but young anyway. She doubted they could fight their way out of a midwife's picnic, though, granted, she'd heard those could be rough events, especially if some fool pregnant woman wandered in. Oh, well, that was Khartoul, city of spiders, city that crunched underfoot, city of webs, and worse. They were a long way from any midwife's picnic. Out here spiders floated in the air, but at least they were tiny, easily destroyed with a medium-sized stone. Abyss below, she groaned. Find me something to drink. Herb handed her a water skin. Not that, idiot. Maybe in the company we're joining. She looked up, squinted at him. Good idea, all right. Help me up. No, don't help me up. She staggered upright. You all right, Sergeant? I will be, she said, after you take my skull in your hands and crush it flat. He frowned. I'd get in trouble if I did that. Not with me, you wouldn't. Never mind. Touchy, take point. We're on a road, Sergeant.
Just do it. Practice.
I won't be able to see anything, the man said. Too many people and things in the way. Oh, gods crawling in the abyss. Just let me live long enough to kill that man. You got any problem with taking point breathless? No, Sergeant. Not me. Good, do it and let's get going. Want me out on flank? Touchy asked. Yeah, somewhere past the horizon, you brain-stunted cactus. It's not your average scorpion, maybe said, peering close, but not too close. It's damned huge, Lute said. Seen that type before, but never one so huge. Could be a freak, and all its brothers and sisters were tiny, making it lonely, and that's why it's so mean. Lutz stared across at maybe. Yeah, could be it. You got a real brain in that skull, all right? Now you think it can kill Joyful Union? I mean, there's two of those.
Well, maybe we need to find another one just like this one. But I thought all its brothers and sisters were tiny. Oh, right. Could be it's got an uncle or something. Who's big? Huge. Hooger than this one. We need to start looking. I wouldn't bother, Bottle said from where he sat in the shadow of a boulder, 5 paces away from the 2 soldiers of Borduke's squad. They started, then Lutz hissed and said, he's been spying, not spying.
Grieving? What for? Maybe demanded. We ain't even arrived at Wigatan yet. Met our new captain? The two looked at each other. Then Lutz said, no, new one was coming, though. She's here. She killed Joyful Union under her heel. Crunch! Both men jumped. That murderer, maybe said in a growl. He looked down at the scorpion ringed in by stones at his feet. Oh, yes, let's see her try with Sparkle here. He'd get her ankle for sure, right through the boot leather. Don't be a fool, Bottle said. Anyway, Sparkle's not a boy. Sparkle's a girl. Even better, girls are meaner. The smaller ones you always see are the boys. Not as many girls around, but that's just the way of it. They're coy. Anyway, you'd better let her go. Why? Lutz demanded. Ain't no prissy captain going to... She'd be the least of your problems, Lutz. The males will pick up her distress scent. You'll have hundreds following you, then thousands, and they'll be damned aggressive, if you get my meaning. Maybe smiled. Interesting. You sure of that, Bottle? Don't get any stupid ideas. Why not? We're good at stupid ideas. I mean, well, what maybe means, Lutz said, is we can think things through. Right through, Bottle. Don't you worry about us. She killed Joyful Union. There won't be any more fights. Spread the word. All those squads with new scorpions. Let the little ones go. All right, Lutz said, nodding. Bottle studied the 2 men. That includes the one you got there. Sure, we'll just look at her a while longer, that's all. Maybe smiled again. Climbing to his feet, Bottle hesitated, then shook his head and walked off, back towards the squad's camp. The army was almost ready to resume the march. With all the desultory lack of enthusiasm one might expect of an army about to lay siege to a city. A sky without clouds, again. More dust, more heat, more sweat, bloodflies and chigger fleas, and the damned vultures wheeling overhead as they had been doing since Raraku. But this, he knew, would be the last day of that march. The old road ahead, a few more abandoned hamlets, feral goats in the denuded hills, distant riders tracking them from the ridge. The others in the squad were on their feet and waiting when he arrived. Bottle saw that Smiles was labouring under 2 packs. "What happened to you?" he asked her. The look she turned on him was filled with abject misery. "I don't know. The new captain ordered it. I hate her." "I'm not surprised," Bottle said, collecting his own gear and shrugging into the pack straps. "Is that Strings's kit you got there?" "Not all of it," she said. "He won't trust me with the Morant munitions." "Thank Opon for that." "The captain been by since?" No, the bitch. We're going to kill her, you know. Really? Well, I won't shed any tears. Who is this we, anyway? Me and Cuttle. He'll distract her. I'll stick a knife in her back tonight. Fist Keneb will have you strung up, you know. We'll make it look like an accident. Distant horns sounded. All right, everyone, String said from the road. Let's move. Groaning wagon wheels, clacking and thumping on the uneven cobbles, rocking in the ruts, the lowing of oxen, thousands of soldiers lurching into motion, the sounds a rising clatter and roar, the first dust swirling into the air. Corrick fell in alongside Bottle. They won't do it, he said. Do what? Kill the captain. I got a long look at her, he said. She's not just from Corellery, she's from the Stormwall. Bottle squinted at the burly warrior. How do you know that? There's a silver tracing on her scabbard. She was a section commander. That's ridiculous, Corrick. First, standing the wall isn't something you can just resign from, if what I've heard is true. Besides, this woman's a captain in the least prepared Malazan army in the entire empire. If she'd commanded a section against the Storm Riders, she'd rank as Fist at the very least. Only if she told people Bottle, but that tracing tells another story. 2 strides ahead of them, Strings turned his head to regard them. So you saw it too, Corrick. Bottle swung round to Smiles and Cuttle. You too hearing this? So? Smiles demanded. We heard, Cuttle said, his expression sour. Maybe she just looted that scabbard from somewhere. But I don't think that's likely. Smiles, lass, we'd best put our plans on a pyre and strike a spark. Why? She demanded. What's this storm wall mean anyway? And how come Corrick thinks he knows so much? He doesn't know anything except maybe the back end of a horse, and that only in the dark. Look at all your faces. I'm saddled with a bunch of cowards. Who plan on staying alive? Cuttle said. Smiles grew up, playing in the sand with farm boys. Corrick said, shaking his head. Woman, listen to me. The storm wall is leagues long on the north coast of Corellery. It stands as the only barricade between the island continent and the Storm Riders. Those demonic warriors of the seas between Malaz Island and Corellery, you must have heard of them? Old fishers' tales. No, all too real, Cuttle said. I seen them myself, plying those waters. Their horses are the waves. They wield lances of ice. We slit the throats of 6 goats to paint the water in appeasement. And it worked? Bottle asked, surprised. No, but tossing the cabin boy over the side did. Anyway, Corrick said after a moment of silence, only chosen warriors are given the task of standing the wall, fighting those eerie hordes. It's an endless war, or at least it was. It's over. The settee shrugged. So, Smiles said, what's she doing here? Bottle's right. It doesn't make sense. You could ask her, Corrick replied, assuming you survive this day's march. This isn't so bad, she sniffed. We've gone 100 paces, soldier, Strings called back. So best save your breath. Bottle hesitated, then said to Smiles, Here, give me that. That captain ain't nowhere about, is she? I never noticed nothing, Strings said without turning round. I can do this. We'll spell each other. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously, then she shrugged. If you like. He took the second pack from her. Thanks, Bottle. At least someone in this squad's nice to me. Corrick laughed. He just doesn't want a knife in his leg. We got to stick together, Bottle said, now that we got ourselves a tyrant officer over us. Smart lad, Strings said. Still, Smiles said, thanks, Bottle. He smiled sweetly at her. They've stopped moving. Kalam muttered. Now, why would that be? No idea, Quick Ben said at his side. They were lying flat on the summit of a low ridge. 11 moon spawns hovered in an even row above another rise of hills, 2,000 paces distant. So, the assassin asked, what passes for night in this warren? It's on its way, and it isn't much. Kalam twisted round and studied the squad of soldiers sprawled in the dust of the slope behind them. And your plan, quick. We make use of it, of course. Sneak up under one. Sneak up. There's no cover. There's nothing to even throw shadows.
That's what makes it so brilliant, Kalam. The assassin reached out and cuffed Quick Ben. Ow. All right, so the plan stinks. You got a better one. First off, we send this squad behind us back to the 14th. 2 people sneaking up is a lot better than 8. Besides, I've no doubt they can fight, but that won't be much use with 1,000 K-chain Shamal charging down on us. Another thing, they're so cheery, it's a struggle to keep from dancing.
At that, Sergeant Gesler threw him a kiss. Kalam rolled back round and glared at the stationary fortresses. Quick Ben sighed, scratched his smooth-shaven jaw. The Adjunct's orders, forget that. This is a tactical decision. It's in our purview. Gesler called up from below. She don't like us around either, Kalam. Oh, and why's that? She keeps cracking up in our company. I don't know. We was on the Solander, you know. We went through walls of fire on that ship. We've all led hard lives, Gesler. Our purview, Quick Ben asked. I like that. You can try it on her later. Let's send them back. Gesler, fine with us. I wouldn't follow you two into a latrine, begging your sir's pardon. Stormy added, Just hurry up about it, wizard. I'm getting grey waiting. That would be the dust, Corporal. So you say. Kalam considered, then said, We could take the hairy Falari with us. Maybe. Care to come along, Corporal? As rear guard? Rear guard. Hey, Gesler, you were right. They are going into a latrine. All right, assuming my sergeant here won't miss me too much. Miss you? Gesler sneered. Now at least I'll get women to talk to me. It's the beard puts them off, Stormy said. But I ain't changing for nobody. It's not the beard. It's what lives in the beard. Who'd take us? Kalam breathed. Send them away, Quick Ben, please. 4 leagues north of Irliton, Apsalar stood facing the sea. The promontory on the other side of Areth Strait was just visible, rumpling the sunset's line on the horizon. Kansu Reach, which stretched in a long, narrow arm westward to the port city of Kansu. At her feet prowled 2 gut-bound skeletons, pecking at grubs in the dirt and hissing in frustration as the mangled insects they attempted to swallow simply fell out beneath their jaws. Even bone, or the physical remembrance of bone, held power, it seemed. The behavior patterns of the lizard birds the creatures once were had begun to infect the ghost spirits of Telerast and Curdle. They now chased snakes, leapt into the air after Ryzen and Kapamoths, duelled each other in dominance contests, strutting, spitting and kicking sand. She believed they were losing their minds. No great loss. They had been murderous, vile, entirely untrustworthy in their lives, and perhaps they had ruled a realm. As usurpers, no doubt, she would not regret their dissolution. Not Apsalar! Why are we waiting here? We dislike water. We have discovered. The gut bindings will loosen. We'll fall apart. We are crossing this strait, Telerast, Apsalar said. Of course you and Curdle may wish to stay behind, to leave my company. Do you plan on swimming? No, I intend to use the Warren of Shadow. Oh, that won't be wet. No, Curdle laughed, prancing around to stand before Apsalar, head bobbing. Not wet. Oh, that's very good. We'll come along, won't we, Telerast? We promised. No, we didn't. Who said that? We're just eager to stand guard over your rotting corpse. Not Apsalar. That's what we promised. I don't understand why I get so confused. You have to die eventually. That's obvious. It's what happens to mortals. And you are mortal, aren't you? You must be. You have been bleeding for 3 days. We can smell it. Idiot, Curdle hissed. Of course she's mortal, and besides, we were women once, remember. She bleeds, because that's what happens, not all the time, but sometimes. Regularly. Or not, except just before she lays eggs, which would mean a male found her. which would mean, she's a snake? Telerast asked in a droll tone, but she isn't. What were you thinking, Telerast? The sun's light was fading, the waters of the strait crimson. A lone sail from a trader's carrack was cutting a path southward into the airlitten sea. The warren feels strong here, Apsalar said. Oh, yes, Telerast said, bony tail caressing Apsalar's left ankle. Fiercely manifest. This sea is new, that is possible, she replied, eyeing the jagged cliffs, marking the narrows. Are there ruins beneath the waves? How would we know? Probably. Likely. Absolutely. Ruins, vast cities. Shadow temples. Apsalar frowned. There were no shadow temples in the time of the First Empire. Curdle's head dipped, then lifted suddenly. Decembelakis, a curse on his multitude of souls. We speak of the time of the forests. The great forests that covered this land long before the First Empire, before even the Tilan Imas. Shh, Telerast hissed. Forests? Madness. Not a tree in sight, and those who were frightened of shadows never existed. So why would they worship them? They didn't, because they never existed. It's a natural ferocity, this shadow power. It's a fact that the first worship was born of fear. The terrible unknown, even more terrible, Curdle cut in when it becomes known. Wouldn't you say, Telerast? No, I wouldn't. I don't know what you're talking about. You've been babbling too many secrets, none of which are true in any case. Look, a lizard. It's mine. No, mine. The two skeletons scrambled along the rocky ledge. Something small and grey darted away. A wind was picking up, sweeping rough the surface of the strait, carrying with it the sea's primal scent to flow over the cliff where she stood. Crossing stretches of water, even through a warren, was never a pleasant prospect. Any waver of control could fling her from the realm, whereupon she would find herself leagues from land in Denrabi-infested waters, certain death. She could, of course, choose the overland route, south from Irliton to Panpotson, then skirting the new Raraku Sea westward. But she knew she was running out of time. Cotillion and Shadowthrone had wanted her to take care of a number of small players, scattered here and there inland, but something within her sensed a quickening of distant events, and with it the growing need, a desperate insistence that she be there without delay, to cast her dagger to effect as best she could a host of destinies. She assumed Cotillion would understand all of this, that he would trust her instincts even if she was ultimately unable to explain them. She must. Hurry. A moment's concentration. And the scene before her was transformed. The cliff, now a slope, crowded with collapsed trees, firs, cedars, their roots torn loose from dark earth, the boles flattened as if the entire hillside had been struck by some unimaginable wind. Beneath a leaden sky, a vast forested valley clothed in mist stretched out across what had moments before been the waters of the strait. The two skeletons pattered up to crowd her feet, heads darting.
I told you there'd be a forest, Telerast said. Apsalar gestured at the wreckage on the slope immediately before them. What happened here? Sorcery, Cuttle said. Dragons. Not dragons. No, not dragons. Telerast is right. Not dragons. Demons. Yes, terrible demons whose very breath is a warren's gate. Oh, don't jump down those throats. No breath, Curdle, Telerast said. Just demons. Small ones, but lots of them.
Pushing trees down one by one, because they're mean and inclined to senseless acts of destruction. Like children. Right, as Curdle says. Like children. Children demons, but strong, very strong, huge muscled arms. So, Apsalar said, dragons fought here. Yes, Telerast said. In the Shadow Realm. Yes. Presumably the same dragons that are now imprisoned within the stone circle. Yes. Apsalar nodded, then began making her way down. This will be hard going. I wonder if I will save much time traversing the forest. Tiste Edur forest, Cuttle said, scampering ahead. They like their forests. All those natural shadows, Telerast added, power impermanence, blackwood, bloodwood, all sorts of terrible things. The Eries were right to fear. In the distance a strange darkness was sliding across the treetops. Apsalar studied it, the Karrak, casting an ethereal presence into this realm. She was seeing both worlds, a common enough occurrence. Yet even so, someone is on that Karrak, and that someone is important. Trolbaral, ancient creature of the first empire of Decimbalakis. Dejim Nebral crouched at the base of a dead tree, or rather flowed like a serpent round the bleached, exposed roots, seven-headed, seven-bodied, and mottled with the colours of the ground, the wood and the rocks. Fresh blood, slowly losing its heat, filled the divers' stomachs. There had been no shortage of victims even in this wasteland. Herders, salt miners, bandits, desert wolves, Dejim Nebral had fed continuously on this journey to the place of ambush. The tree, thick-boled, squat, with only a few twisted branches surviving the centuries since it had died, rose from a crack in the rock between a flat stretch that marked the trail and an upthrust tower of pitted, wind-worn stone. The trail twisted at this point, skirting the edge of a cliff, the drop below 10 or more man heights to boulders and jagged rubble. On the other side of the trail, more rocks rose, heaped, the stone cracked and shelved. The divers would strike here from both sides, lifting free of the shadows. Dejim Nebral was content, patience easily purchased by fresh meat. The echoing screams of death, and now it need but await the coming of the victims, the ones the nameless ones had chosen. Soon then. Plenty of room between the trees, a cathedral of shadows and heavy gloom, the flow of damp air like water against her face as Apsalar jogged onward, flanked by the darting forms of Telerast and Cuttle. To her surprise, she was indeed making good time. The ground was surprisingly level, and tree falls seemed non-existent, as if no tree in this expanse of forest ever died. She had seen no wildlife, had come upon no obvious game trail, yet there had been glades, circular sweeps of moss tightly ringed by evenly spaced cedars, or if not cedar, then something much like it, the bark rough, shaggy, black as tar. The circles were too perfect to be natural, although no other evidence of intent or design was visible. In these places, the power of shadow was, as Telerast had said, fierce. Tiste Edur, Kurald Emolan. Their presence lingered, but only in the same manner as memories clung to graveyards, tombs and barrows. Old dreams snarled and fading in the grasses, in the twist of wood and the crystal lattice-work of stone. Lost whispers in the winds that ever wandered across such death-laden places. The Edur were gone, but their forest had not forgotten them. A darkness ahead, something reaching down from the canopy straight and thin. A rope, as thick round as her wrist, and resting on the needle-strewn humus of the floor, an anchor, directly in her path. Ah, so even as I sensed a presence, so it in turn sensed me. This is, I think, an invitation. She approached the rope, grasped it in both hands, then began climbing. Telerast hissed below. "What are you doing? No, dangerous intruder! Terrible, terrifying, horrible, cruel-faced stranger! Don't go up there! Oh, Cuttle, look, she's going!" She's not listening to us. We've been talking too much. That's the problem. You're right. We should say something important, so she starts listening to us again. Good thinking, Cuttle. Think of something I'm trying. Their voices faded away as Apsalar continued climbing. Among thick-needled branches now, old cobwebs strung between them, small glittering shapes scampering about. The leather of her gloves was hot against her palms, and her calves were beginning to ache. She reached the first of a series of knots, and planting her feet on it, she paused to rest. Glancing down, she saw nothing but black bowls vanishing into mist,
like the legs of some giant beast. After a few moments, she resumed her climb. Knots, now, every 10 or so arm lengths. Someone was being considerate. The ebon hull of the carrack loomed above, crusted with barnacles, glistening. Reaching it, she planted her boots against the dark planks and climbed the last 2 man-heights to where the anchor line ran into a chute in the gunwale. Clambering over the side, she found herself near the 3 steps leading to the aft deck. Faint smudges of mist, slightly glowing, marked where mortals stood or sat here and there near rigging at the side-mounted steering oar, one perched high among the shrouds. A far more substantial, solid figure was standing before the mainmast. Familiar. Apsalar searched her memory, her mind rushing down one false trail after another. Familiar, yet not. With a faint smile on his clean-shaven, handsome face, he stepped forward and held up both hands. "I'm not sure which name you go by now. You were little more than a child, was it only a few years ago? Hard to believe?" Her heart was thudding hard against her chest, and she wondered at the sensation within her. Fear, yes, but more than that. Guilt, shame. She cleared her throat. "I have named myself Apsalar." A quick nod. Recognition, then his expression slowly changed. "You do not remember me, do you?" "Yes." "No, I'm not sure I know that much." "Difficult times back then," he said, lowering his hands, but slowly, as if unsure how he would be received, as he said, "Ganos Paran." She drew off her gloves, driven by the need to be doing something, and ran the back of her right hand across her brow, was shocked to see it come away wet, the sweat beading, trickling, suddenly cold on her skin. "What are you doing here?" "I might ask you the same. I suggest we retire to my cabin. There is wine, food." He smiled again. "In fact, I'm sitting there right now." Her eyes narrowed. "It seems you have come into some power, Ganos Paran," in a manner of speaking. She followed him to the cabin. As he closed the door behind her, his form faded, and she heard movement from the other side of the map table. Turning, she saw a far less substantial Ganos Paran. He was pouring wine, and when he spoke the words seemed to come from a vast distance. "You had best emerge from your warren now, Apsalar." She did so, and for the first time felt the solid wood beneath her, the pitch and sway of a ship at sea. "Sit," Paran said, gesturing. "Drink. There's bread, cheese, salted fish." "How did you sense my presence?" she asked, settling into the bolted-down chair nearest her. "I was travelling through a forest, a Tiste Edur forest, yes, Apsalar. I don't know where to begin. There is a master of the deck of dragons, and you are sharing a bottle of wine with him. 7 months ago I was living in Darujhistan, in the Finnest house, in fact, with 2 eternally sleeping house guests and a Jaghut manservant. Although he'd likely kill me if he heard that word ascribed to him. Rest is not the most pleasant company, Darujhistan," she murmured, looking away, the glass of wine forgotten in her hand, whatever confidence she felt she had gained, since her time there was crumbling away, assailed by a swarm of disconnected, chaotic memories. Blood on her hands again and again. "I still do not understand. We are in a war," Paran said. "Oddly enough, there was something one of my sisters once said to me when we were young, pitching toy armies against each other. To win a war you must come to know all the players, all of them, living ones, who will face you across the field. Dead ones whose legends are wielded like weapons or held like eternally beating hearts, hidden players, inanimate players, the land itself, or the sea, if you will, forests, hills, mountains, rivers, currents both seen and unseen. No, Tavore didn't say all that. She was far more succinct, but it's taken me a long time to fully understand. It's not know your enemy. That's simplistic and facile. No, it's know your enemies. There's a big difference, Apsalar, because one of your enemies could be the face in the silver mirror.
Yet now you call them players rather than enemies, she said, suggesting to me a certain shift in perspective. What comes, yes, of being the master of the deck of dragons. Huh, I hadn't thought about that. Players, enemies. Is there a difference? The former implies manipulation, and you would understand that well. Yes. Does Cotillion haunt you still? Yes, but not as intimately, and now you are one of his chosen servants, an agent of shadow, an assassin, just like the assassin you once were. She levelled her gaze on him. What is your point? I'm not sure. I'm just trying to find my feet regarding you and whatever mission you are on right now. If you want details of that, best speak with Cotillion yourself. I am considering it. Is that why you have crossed an ocean, Paran? No, as I said, we are at war. I was not idle in Darujhistan or in the weeks before Coral. I was discovering the players, and among them true enemies. Of you...
Of peace. I trust you will kill them all. He seemed to wince, look down at the wine in his glass. For a short time, Apsalar, you were innocent, naive even. Between the possession of a god and my awakening to certain memories, I was wondering who created in you such cynicism. Cynicism? You speak of peace, yet twice you have told me we are at war. You have spent months learning the lie of the battle to come.
But I suspect that even you do not comprehend the vastness of the coming conflict, the conflict we are in right now. You are right. Which is why I wanted to speak with you. It may be we are on different sides, Paran. Maybe, but I don't think so. She said nothing. Paran refilled their glasses. The pantheon is splitting asunder. The crippled god is finding allies. Why? What? Well, I don't really know, Compassion. And is that something the crippled god has earned? I don't know that either. Months of study, her brows rose. He laughed, a response that greatly relieved her. You are likely correct, she said. We are not enemies. By we, I take it you include Shadowthrone and Cotillion, as much as is possible, which isn't as much as I would like. None can fathom Shadowthrone's mind. Not even Cotillion, I suspect. Certainly not me. But he has shown restraint. Yes, he has, quite surprising if you think about it. For Shadowthrone, the pondering of the field of battle has consumed years, maybe decades. He grunted, a sour expression on his face. Good point. What role do you possess, Paran? What role are you seeking to play? I have sanctioned the crippled god, a place in the deck of dragons, a house of chains. She considered for a time, then nodded. I can see the reason in that. All right. What has brought you to 7 cities? He stared at her, then shook his head. A decision I chewed on for what seemed forever, and you grasped my motives in an instant. Fine. I am here to counter an enemy, to remove a threat. Only, I am afraid I will not get there in time, in which case I will clean up the mess as best I can before moving on. To Quan Tali? How did you know that? She reached for the brick of cheese, produced a knife from her sleeve and sliced off a piece. Paran, we are going to have a rather long conversation now. But first, where do you plan to make landfall? Kansu. Good. This will make my journey quicker. 2 minuscule companions of mine are even now clambering onto the deck, having ascended via the trees. They will any moment begin hunting rats and other vermin, which should occupy them for some time. As for you and me, let us settle to this meal. He slowly leaned back in his chair. We will reach port in 2 days. Something tells me those 2 days will fly past like a gull in a gale. For me as well, Paran. Ancient memories whispered through Dejim Nebral, old stone walls lit red with reflected fire, the cascade of smoke down streets filled with the dead and the dying, the luscious flow of blood in the gutters. Oh, there was a grandness to the First Empire, that first rough flowering of humanity. The Trollbaral were, in Dejim's mind, the culmination of truly human traits, blended with the strength of beasts, savagery, the inclination towards vicious cruelty, the cunning of a predator that draws no boundaries and would sooner destroy one of its own kind than another, feeding the spirit on the torn flesh of children. That stunning exercise of intelligence that could justify any action, no matter how abhorrent, mated with talons, dagger-long teeth, and the diver's gift of becoming many from one. We should have survived. We should have ruled. We were born masters, and all humanity were rightly our slaves, if only Dejim had not betrayed us, his own children. Well, even among Trollbarol, Dejim Nebral was supreme, a creation beyond even the first emperor's most dread nightmare. Domination, subjugation, the rise of a new empire. This is what awaited Dejim, and oh, how he would feed. Bloated, sated by human blood, he would make the new fledgling gods kneel before him. Once his task was complete, the world awaited him. No matter its ignorance, its blind disregard. That would all change, so terribly change. Dejim's quarry neared, drawn ever so subtly onto this deadly track. Not long now. The seashell vest glimmered white in the morning light. Karsa Orlong had drawn it from his pack to replace the shredded remnants of the padded leather he had worn earlier. He sat on his tall, lean horse, the blood-spattered, stitched white fur cloak sweeping down from his broad shoulders, bare-headed, with a lone, thick braid hanging down the right side of his chest. The dark hair, knotted with fetishes, finger bones, strips of gold-threaded silk, bestial canines. A row of withered human ears was sewn onto his belt. The huge flint sword was strapped diagonally across his back. 2 bone-handled daggers, each as long and broad-bladed as a short sword, were sheathed in the high moccasins that reached to just below his knees. Samar Dev studied the Toblakai a moment longer, gaze lifting to fix on his tattooed face. The warrior was facing west, his expression unreadable. She turned back to check the tethers of the pack-horses once more, then drew herself up and into the saddle. She settled the toes of her boots into the stirrups and gathered the reins. Contrivances, she said, that require no food or water, that do not tire or grow lame. Imagine the freedom of such a world as that would bring Karsa Orlong. The eyes he set upon her were those of a barbarian, revealing suspicion and a certain animal wariness. People would go everywhere. What freedom in a smaller world, which smaller?
You do not understand. The sound of this city is an offense to peace, Karsa Orlong said. We leave it now. She glanced back at the palace gate, closed with 30 soldiers guarding it, hands restless near weapons. The Falad seems disinclined for a formal levitaking. So be it. The Toblakai in the lead, they met few obstacles passing through the city, reaching the west gate before the morning's 10th bell.
Initially discomforted by the attention they received from virtually every citizen on the street, and at windows of flanking buildings, Samar Dev had begun to see the allure of notoriety by the time they rode past the silent guards at the gate, enough to offer one of the soldiers a broad smile and a parting wave with one gloved hand. The road they found themselves on was not one of the impressive Malazan feats of engineering linking the major cities, for the direction they had chosen led. Now where? West into the Yag Odan, the ancient plains that defied the farmer's plough, the mythical conspiracy of land, rain, and wind spirits, content only with the deep-rooted natural grasses, eager to wither every planted crop to blackened stalks, the soil blown into the sky. One could tame such land for a generation or two, but in the end the Odan would reclaim its wild mien, fit for naught but Bedouin, jackrabbits, wolves, and antelope. Westward, then, for a half-dozen or so days. Whereupon they would come to a long-dead riverbed wending northwestward, the valley sides cut and gnawed by the seasonal runoff from countless centuries past, gnarled now with sage brush and cacti and grey oaks. Dark hills on the horizon where the sun set, a sacred place, the oldest maps noted, of some tribe so long extinct their name meant nothing. Out onto the battered road then, the city falling away behind them. After a time, Karsa glanced back and bared his teeth at her. "Listen."
"That is better. Yes, I hear only the wind. Better than 10,000 tireless contrivances." He turned back, leaving Samar to mull on his words. Inventions cast moral shadows. She well knew better than most, in fact, but could simple convenience prove so perniciously evil? The action of doing things, laborious things, repetitive things, such actions invited ritual, and with ritual came meaning that expanded beyond the accomplishment of the deed itself.
From such ritual self-identity emerged, and with it self-worth. Even so, to make life easier must possess some inherent value, mustn't it? Easier, nothing earned, the language of recompense fading away until as lost as that ancient tribe's cherished tongue. Worth diminished, value transformed into arbitrariness. O gods below, and I was so bold as to speak of freedom. She kicked her horse forward until she came alongside the Toblakai. But is that all, Karsa Orlong, I ask you? Is that all? Among my people, he said after a moment, the day is filled, as is the night. With what? Weaving baskets, trapping fish, sharpening swords, training horses, cooking, eating, sewing, fucking, telling stories, mocking fools who do and say foolish things. Yes, all that you must have visited there then. I have not. A faint smile, then gone. There are things to do, and always which ways of cheating them. But no one truly in their lives is naive. Truly in their lives, exulting in the moment which does not require wild dancing. And so without those rituals, the young warriors go looking for war, as you must have done. Another 200 paces passed before he said, 3 of us, we came to deliver death and blood. Yoked like oxen, we were to glory to great deeds and the heavy shackles of vows. We went hunting children, Samar Dev. Children, he grimaced, your kind. The small creatures who breed like maggots in rotting meat. We sought, no, I sought, to cleanse the world of you and your kin. You, the cutters of forests, the breakers of earth, the binders of freedom. I was a young warrior looking for war. She studied the escaped slave tattoo on his face. You found more than you bargained for. I know all about small worlds. I was born in one. So experience has now tempered your zeal, she said, nodding. No longer out to cleanse the world of humanity. He glanced across and down at her. I did not say that. Oh, hard to manage, I would imagine, for a lone warrior, even a Toblakai warrior. What happened to your companions? Dead. Yes, it is as you say. A lone warrior cannot slay 100,000 enemies, even if they are children. 100,000. Oh, Karsa, that's barely the population of 2 holy cities. Your enemy does not number in the hundreds of thousands. It numbers in the tens of millions. That many? Are you reconsidering? He shook his head slowly, clearly amused. Samar Dev, even tens of millions can die, 1 city at a time. You will need an army. I have an army. It awaits my return. Toblakai, an army of Toblakai. Now that would be a sight to loosen the bladder of the Empress herself. Needless to say, Karsa Orlong, I hope you never make it home. Hope as you like, Samar Dev. I shall do what needs doing in my own time. None can stop me. A statement, not a boast. The witch shivered in the heat. They approached a range of cliffs, marking the Turula escarpment, the sheer face of the limestone pocked with countless caves. Cutter watched Heboric ghost hands urge his mount into a canter, drawing ahead, then reining in sharply, the reins cutting into his wrists, a flare of greenish fire blossoming at his hands. Now what? The Daru asked under his breath. Grey Frog bounded forward and halted at the old man's side. They scent something, Felisin Younger said behind Cuttle. Grey Frog says the destriant is suddenly fevered, a return of the jade poison. The what? Jade poison, the demon says. I don't know. Cuttle looked at Skelara, who rode at his side, head lowered, almost sleeping in the saddle. She's getting fat. Gods on the meals we cook? Incredible. His madness returns, Felisin said, her voice fearful. Cuttle, I don't like this. The road cuts through there, he pointed. You can see the notch beside that tree. We'll camp just up ahead at the base and make the climb tomorrow. Cuttle in the lead, they rode forward until they reached Heboric ghost hands. The destriant was glaring at the cliff rearing before them, muttering and shaking his head. Heboric? A quick, fevered glance. This is the war, he said. Green flames flickered across his barbed hands. The old belong to the ways of blood, the new proclaim their own justice. The old man's toad-like face stretched into a ghastly grimace. These two cannot be reconciled. It is so simple, do you see? So simple. No, Cuttle replied, scowling. I do not see. What war are you talking about? The Malazans. The chained one. Perhaps he was once of the old kind. Perhaps, yes, he was that. But now he is sanctioned. He is of the Pantheon. He is new. But then what are we? Are we of the blood, or do we bow to the justice of kings, queens, emperors, and empresses? Tell me, Daru, is justice written in blood? Skelara asked. Are we going to camp or not? Cuttle looked at her, watched as she pushed rustleaf into the bowl of her pipe, struck sparks. They can talk all they want, Heboric said. Every god must choose. In the war to come. Blood, Daru, bums with fire, yes, yet? Yet, my friend, it tastes of cold iron. You must understand me. I am speaking of what cannot be reconciled. This war, so many lives lost, all to bury the elder gods once and for all. That, my friends, is the heart of this war. The very heart, and all their arguing means nothing. I am done with them, done with all of you. Treach has chosen, he has chosen, and so must you. I don't like choosing, Skelara said behind a wreath of smoke. As for blood, old man, that's a justice you can never put to sleep. Now, let us find a campsite. I'm hungry, tired, and saddle-sore. Heboric slipped down from his horse, gathered the reins, and made his way towards a side track. There's a hollow in the wall, he said. People have camped there for millennia. Why not us one day, he added, as he continued on. The jade prison shall shatter, and the fools will stumble out, coughing in the ashes of their convictions. And on that day, they will realize that it's too late to do a damned thing. More sparks, and Cuttle glanced over to see Felisin Younger lighting her own pipe. The Daru ran a hand through his hair, squinting in the glare of the sun's light reflecting off the cliffside. He dismounted. All right, he said, leading his horse. Let's camp. Grey Frog bounded after Heboric, clambering over the rock like a bloated lizard. What did he mean? Felisin asked Cuttle as they made their way along the trail. Blood and elder gods. What are elder gods? Old ones, mostly forgotten ones. There's a temple dedicated to one in Darujhistan, must have stood there 1,000 years. The god was named Cuttle. The worshippers vanished long ago, but maybe that doesn't matter. Tugging her own horse along in their wake, Skelara stopped listening to Cuttle as he went on. Elder gods, new gods, blood and wars, it made little difference to her. She just wanted to rest her legs, ease the aches in her lower back, and eat everything they still had in the saddle packs. Heboric ghost hands had saved her, drawn her back into life, and that had lodged something like mercy in her heart, stifling her inclination to dismiss the mad old man outright. He was haunted in truth, and such things could drag the sanest mind into chaos. But what value could be found in trying to make sense of all that he said? The gods, old or new, did not belong to her, nor did she belong to them. They played their ascendancy games as if the outcome mattered, as if they could change the hue of the sun, the voice of the wind, as if they could make forests grow in deserts and mothers love their children enough to keep them. The rules of mortal flesh were all that mattered. The need to breathe, to eat, drink, to find warmth in the cold of night. And, beyond these struggles, when the last breath had been taken inside, well, she would be in no condition to care about anything, about what happened next, who died, who was born, the cries of starving children and the vicious tyrants who starved them. These were, she understood, the simple legacies of indifference, the consequences of the expedient, and this would go on in the mortal realm until the last spark winked out, gods or no gods, and she could make peace with that. To do otherwise would be to rail at the inevitable. To do otherwise would be to do as Heboric ghost hands did, and look where it took him, into madness. The truth of futility was the hardest truth of all, and for those clear-eyed enough to see it, there was no escape. She had been to oblivion after all and had returned, and so she knew there was nothing to fear in that dream-thick place. True to Heboric's words, the rock shelter revealed the signs of countless generations of occupation. Boulder-lined hearths, red ochre paintings on the bleached walls, heaps of broken pottery and fire-split, charred bones. The clay floor of the hollow was packed hard as stone by countless passings. Nearby was the sound of trickling water, and Silara saw Heboric crouched there, before a spring-fed pool, his glowing hands held over the placid, dark mirror surface, as if hesitating to plunge them down into the coolness. White-winged butterflies danced in the air around him. He journeyed with the gift of salvation, something to do with the green glow of his hands and the ghosts haunting him, something to do with his past and what he saw of the future. But he belonged to Treach now, tiger of summer. No reconciliation. She spied a flat rock and walked over to sit, stretching out her weary legs, noting the bulge of her belly as she leaned back on her hands. Staring down upon it, cruel extrusion on what had once been a lithe form, forcing an expression of disgust on her features. "Are you with child?" She glanced up, studied Cutter's face, amused at his dawning revelation as it widened his eyes and filled them with alarm. "Bad luck happens," she said. Then, "I blame the gods." Chapter 6. Paint a line with blood, and standing over it, shake a nest of spiders, good and hard. They fall to this side of the divide. They fall to that side of the divide. Thus did the gods fall, taut-legged and ready, as the heavens trembled, and in the scattering rain of drifting web, all these dread-cut threads of scheming settling down, skirling now in the winds that roared sudden, alive and vengeful, to pronounce in tongues of thunder, the gods were at war. Slayer of magic, a history of the host of days, Sarathon, through slitted eyes in the bar of shadow, cast by the great helm's ridged brow, Korab, Bilanthenualas, studied the woman. Harried aides and functionaries rushed past her, and Leoman of the Flails, like leaves in a torrential flood. And the two standing there like stones, boulders, like things rooted, yes, rooted to bedrock. Captain Dunsparrow, now third Dunsparrow, a Malazan, a woman, and Leoman.
Well, Leoman liked women, so they stood. Oh yes, discussing details, finalizing the preparations for the siege to come. The smell of sex, a heady smugness enveloping the two like a poisonous fog. He, Korab Bilanthenualas, who had ridden at Leoman's side through battle after battle, who had saved Leoman's life more than once, who had done all that had ever been asked of him, was loyal. But she is desirable, he told himself. It made no difference. There had been other women.
He'd had a few himself from time to time, although not the same ones as Leoman had known, of course, and one and all they had been nothing before the faith, withering into insignificance in the face of hard necessity. The voice of Dresner the apocalyptic overwhelmed with its descending squall of destruction. This was as it should be. Dunsparrow, Malazan, woman, distraction, and possible corrupter. For Leoman of the Rails was hiding something from Korab, and that had never before happened. Her fault. She was to blame. He would have to do something about her, but what? He rose from the falazed old throne that Leoman had so contemptuously discarded and walked to the wide arched window overlooking the inner keep compound. More chaotic scurrying below, dust twisting in the sun-speared air. Beyond the palace wall, the bleached rooftops of Igatan, clothes drying in the sun, awnings rippling in the wind, domes and the cylindrical flat-topped storage buildings called Maithgara, that housed in vast containers the olive oil for which the city and its outlying groves were renowned. In the very centre of the city rose the eight-sided, monstrously buttressed temple of Scalisara, with its inner dome a mottled hump of remnant gold leaf and green copper tiles liberally painted by bird droppings. Scalisara, matron goddess of olives, the city's own cherished protector, now in abject disrepute. Too many conquests she could not withstand, too many gates battered down, walls pounded into rubble. While the city itself seemed capable of ever rising again from the dust of destruction, Scalisara had revealed a more finite number of possible resurrections. And, following the last conquest, she did not return to preeminence. Indeed, she did not return at all. Now the temple belonged to the Queen of Dreams, a foreign goddess. Korab scowled. Well, maybe not entirely foreign, but still, the great statues of Scalisara that once rose from the corners of the city's outer fortifications, marble arms, plump and fleshy, upraised, an uprooted olive tree in one hand, a newborn babe in the other, the umbilical cord wrapped snake-like up her forearm, then across and down into her womb. The statues were gone, destroyed in the last conflagration. Now, on 3 of the 4 corners, only the pedestal remained, bare feet broken clean above the ankles, and on the 4th even that was gone. In the days of her supremacy, every foundling child was named after her, if female, and male or female, every abandoned child was taken into the temple to be fed, raised and schooled in the ways of the cold dream, a mysterious ritual celebrating a kind of divided spirit or something. The esoterica of cults were not among Korab's intellectual strengths, but Leoman had been one such foundling child, and had spoken once or twice of such things when wine and Durhang loosened his tongue. Desire and necessity, the war within a mortal spirit. This was at the heart of the cold dream. Korab did not understand much of that. Leoman had lived but a few years under the guidance of the temple's priestesses before his wild indulgences saw him expelled into the streets, and from the streets out into the Odins to live among the desert tribes, and so to be forged by the sun and blowing sands of Raraku into the greatest warrior 7 cities had ever beheld. At least in Korab's lifetime. The Faladan of the holy cities possessed grand champions in their day, of course, but they were not leaders. They had nothing of the wiles necessary for command. Besides, Dasim Ultor and his first sword had cut them down, every one of them, and that was that. Leoman had sealed Higatan, imprisoning within its new walls an emperor's ransom in olive oil. The Maithgara were filled to bursting, and the merchants and their guilds were shrieking their outrage, although less publicly, since Leoman, in a fit of irritation, had drowned 7 representatives in the Grand Maeth attached to the palace. Drowned them in their very own oil. Priests and witches were now petitioning for beakers of that fell amber liquid. Dunsparrow had been given command of the city garrison, a mob of drunken, lazy thugs. The first tour of the barracks had revealed the military base as little more than a raucous harem, thick with smoke and pool-eyed, prepubescent boys and girls, staggering about in a nightmare world of sick abuse and slavery. 30 officers were executed that first day, the most senior one by Leoman's own hand. The children had been gathered up and redistributed among the temples of the city with the orders to heal the damage and purge what was possible of their memories. The garrison soldiers had been given the task of scouring clean every brick and tile of the barracks, and Dunsparrow had then begun drilling them to counter Malazan's siege tactics, with which she seemed suspiciously familiar. Korab did not trust her. It was as simple as that. Why would she choose to fight against her own people? Only a criminal, an outlaw, would do that. And how trustworthy was an outlaw? No, there were likely horrific murders and betrayals crowding her sordid past. And now here she was, spreading her legs beneath Falad Leoman of the Flails, the known world's most feared warrior. He would have to watch her carefully, hand on the grip of his new cutlass, ready at a moment's notice to cut her clean in half, head to crotch. Then across diagonally, twice, swish, swish, right shoulder to left hip to right hip, and watch her part ways. A duty-bound execution, yes. At the first hint of betrayal, what has so lightened your expression? Korab Bilan Thenualas. Stiffening, he turned to find Dunsparrow standing at his side. Third, he said in sour grunt of greeting, I was thinking, of the blood and death to come. Leoman says you are the most reasonable of the lot. I now dread closer acquaintance with his other officers. You fear the siege to come? Of course I do. I know what Imperial armies are capable of. There is said to be a high mage among them, and that is the most disturbing news of all. The woman commanding them is simple-minded, Korab said. No imagination, or none that she's bothered showing. And that is my point on that issue, Korab Bilan Thenualas. He frowned. What do you mean she's had no need as yet to display the extent of her imagination? Thus far it's been easy for her, little more than marching endless leagues in Leoman's dust. We are her match, and better, said Korab, straightening, chest swelling. Our spears and swords have already drawn their foul Malazan blood, and shall do so again. More of it. Much more. That blood, she said after a moment, is as red as yours, warrior, is it? Seems to me, he continued, looking out upon the city once more, that betrayal is a dark taint upon it, to so easily twist one of its own into switching sides. As with, for example, the red blades? Corrupted fools, of course, yet. 7 cities born, yes. They have severed their own roots, and now flow on the Malazan tide. Nice image, Korab. You do stumble on those often, don't you? You'd be amazed at the things I stumble on, woman. And I will tell you this, I guard Leoman's back, as I have always done. Nothing has changed that. Not you and your charms, wiles. I have marked you third, and best you be mindful of that. Leoman has done well to have such a loyal friend. He shall lead the apocalypse. Oh, he will at that. For none but he is equal to such a thing. Yadan shall be a cursed name in the Malazan Empire for all time. It already is. Yes, well, it shall be more so. What is it about this city, I wonder, that has driven so deep a knife into the Empire? Why did the claw act here against Dasim Ultor? Why not somewhere else? Somewhere less public, less risky? Oh yes, they made it seem like a wayward accident of battle. But no one was fooled. I admit to a fascination with this city. Indeed, it is what brought me here in the first place. You are an outlaw. The Empress has a price on your head. She does? Or are you just guessing? I am certain of it. You fight against your own people, my own people. Who are they, Korab, Bilan Thenualas? The Malazan Empire has devoured many peoples, just as it has done those of 7 cities. Now that the rebellion is over, are your kin now Malazan? No, that thought is incomprehensible to you, isn't it? I was born on Quantali, but the Malazan Empire was born on Malaz Island. My people too were conquered, just as yours have been." Korab said nothing, too confused by her words. Malazans were Malazans? Damn it! All of a kind, no matter the hue of their skin, the tilt of their eyes, no matter all the variations within that hood-cursed empire. Malazans? You will get no sympathy from me, Third. I did not ask for it. Good. Now will you accompany us? Us Korab slowly turned. Leoman stood a few paces behind them, arms crossed, leaning against the map table. In his eyes a sly, amused expression. "We are going into the city," Leoman said. "I wish to visit a certain temple." Korab bowed. "I shall accompany you sword at the ready, war leader." Leoman's brows lifted fractionally. War leader.
"Is there no end of titles you will bestow upon me, Korab?" "None. Hand of the Apocalypse." He flinched at that honorific, then turned away. A half-dozen officers stood waiting at one end of the long table, and to these warriors, Leoman said, "Begin the evacuation, and no undue violence. Kill every looter you catch, of course, but quietly. Ensure the protection of families and their possessions, including livestock." One of the warriors started. "But, Commander, we shall need." "No, we shall not. We have all we need. Besides, those animals are the only wealth most of the refugees will have to take with them. I want escorts on the West Road." He glanced over at Dunsparrow. "Have the messengers returned from Lothal?" "Yes, with delighted greetings from the Falad." "Delighted that I am not marching on to his city, you mean?" Dunsparrow shrugged. "And so he is dispatching troops to manage the road?" "He is, Leoman." "Ah, she is already beyond titles." Korab struggled to keep the snarl from his voice. "He is war leader to you, Third, or commander, or Falad. Enough, cut in Leoman. I am pleased enough with my own name to hear it used. From now on, friend Korab, we shall dispense with titles when only officers are present." "As I thought, the corruption has begun." He glared at Dunsparrow, but she was paying him no attention. Her eyes settled possessively on Leoman of the Flails. Korab's own gaze narrowed. Leoman, the fallen. No track, alley or street in Gatan ran straight for more than 30 paces. Laid upon successive foundations, rising, it was likely, from the very first maze-wound fortress city built here 10,000 years or more past, the pattern resembled a termite mound with each twisting passageway exposed to the sky, although in many cases that sky was no more than a slit, less than an arm's length wide overhead. To look upon Wigatan and to wander its corridors was to step into antiquity. Cities, Leoman had once told Korab, were born not of convenience, nor lordship, nor markets, and their babbling merchants. Born not even of harvest and surplus. No, said Leoman, cities were born from the need for protection. Fortresses, that and nothing more, and all that followed did just that, follow. And so cities were always walled, and indeed walls were often all that remained of the oldest ones. And this was why Leoman had explained a city would always build upon the bones of its forebears, for this lifted its walls yet higher, and made of the place a more formidable protection. It was the marauding tribes, he had said, laughing, that forced the birth of cities, of the very cities capable of defying them and ultimately conquering them. Thus did civilization arise from savagery. All very well, Korab mused, as they walked towards this city's heart, and possibly even true, but already he longed for the open lands of the Odans, the desert's sweet, whispering wind, the sultry heat that could bake a man's brain inside his helmet until he dreamed raving that he was being pursued by herds of fat aunts and leathery grandmothers who liked to pinch cheeks. Korab shook his head to dispel the recollection and all its attendant terrors. He walked at Leoman's left, cutlass drawn and a scowl of belligerence ready for any suspicious-looking citizen. Third Dunsparrow was to Leoman's right.
the two brushing arms every now and then and exchanging soft words, probably grim with romance that Korab was pleased he could not overhear. That, or they were talking about ways of doing away with him. "Upon, pull me, push her," he said under his breath. Leoman's head turned. "You said something, Korab?" "I was cursing this damned rat path, Avenger." "We're almost there," Leoman said, uncharacteristically considerate, which only deepened Korab's foul mood. "Dunsparrow and I were discussing what to do with the priesthood." "Were you now?" "That's nice. What do you mean, what to do with them?" "They are resisting the notion of leaving. I am not surprised. Nor am I, but leave they shall." "It's all the wealth," Korab said. "And their reliquaries and icons and wine cellars. They fear they will be set upon on the road, raped and robbed, and their hair all unbunned." Both Leoman and Dunsparrow peered over at him with odd expressions. "Korab," Leoman said, "I think it best you remove that new great helm of yours." "Yes," Dunsparrow added, "there are streams of sweat pouring down your face." "I am fine," Korab said in growl. This was the champion's helm, but Leoman would not take it. He should have... "In truth, I am only carrying it for him at the appropriate time. He will discover the need to tear it from my head and don it himself, and the world shall right itself once more. May all the yellow and blue gods be praised. Korab, I am fine, although we had better do something about all those old women following us. I will spit myself on my own sword before I let them get me. Ooh, what a nice little boy. Enough of that, I say. Give me that helm," Leoman said. "It's about time you recognized your destiny, Adjunct Slayer." Korab's head was pounding by the time they reached the temple of Scalisara. Leoman had elected not to wear the great helm, even with its sodden quilted underpiding removed, without which it would have been too loose in any case. At least the old women were gone. In fact, the route they had taken was almost deserted, although they could hear the chaotic sounds of crowds in the main thoroughfares, being driven from the city out onto the west road that led to Lothal on the coast. Panic rode the sweltering currents, yet it was clear that most of the 4,000 soldiers now under Leoman's command were out in the streets, maintaining order. 7 lesser temples, each dedicated to one of the 7 holies, encircled the octagonal edifice now sanctified in the name of the Queen of Dreams. The formal approach was spiral, wending through these smaller domed structures. The flanking compound walls had been twice defaced, first with rededication to Malazan gods soon after the conquest, then again with the rebellion, when the temples and their new foreign priesthoods had been assailed, the sanctuaries sundered, and hundreds slaughtered. Friezes and metopes, caryatids and panels were all ruined now, entire pantheons defiled and made incomprehensible. All, that is, but the temple of the Queen of Dreams, its impressive fortifications making it virtually impregnable. There were, in any case, mysteries surrounding the Queen, Korab knew, and it was generally believed that her cult had not originated in the Malazan Empire. The goddess of divinations cast 1,000 reflections upon 1,000 peoples, and no one civilization could claim her as exclusively its own. So, having battered futilely at the temple's walls for 6 days, the rebels had concluded that the Queen was not their enemy after all, and had thereafter left her in peace. Desire and necessity, Leoman had said, laughing upon hearing the tale. Nonetheless, as far as Korab was concerned, the goddess was foreign. "What business do we have," Korab asked, "visiting this temple?" Leoman replied with a question of his own. "Do you recall, old friend, your vow to follow me no matter what seeming madness I undertake?" "I do, war leader." "Well, Korab Bilan Thenualas, you shall find yourself sorely tested in that promise, for I intend to speak with the Queen of Dreams." "The High Priestess." "No, Korab," said Leoman, "with the goddess herself. It is a difficult thing, killing dragons." Blood. The colour of false dawn continued to spread across the buckled pavestones. Mappo and Icarium remained beyond its reach, for it would not do to make contact with that dark promise. The jag was seated on a stone block that might have once been an altar, but had been pushed up against the wall to the left of the entrance. The warrior's head was in his hands, and he had said nothing for some time. Mappo alternated his attention between his friend and the enormous draconian corpse rearing over them. Both scenes left him distraught. There was much worthy of grieving in this cavern, in the terrible ritual murder that had taken place here, and in the fraught torrent of memories unleashed within Icarium upon its discovery. "This leaves naught but Osirk," Mappo said, "and should he fall, the Warren of Seer shall possess no ruler. I believe, Icarium, that I am beginning to see a pattern." "Desecration," the jag said in a whisper, not looking up. "The Pantheon is being made vulnerable. Fenner drawn into this world, and now Osirk, the very source of Were, under assault. How many other gods and goddesses are under siege, I wonder? We have been away from things too long, my friend." "Away, Mappo? There is no away." The Trell studied the dead dragon once more. "Perhaps you are right. Who could have managed such a thing? Within the dragon is the heart of the Warren itself, its well-fount of power. Yet someone defeated Sorit, drove her down into the earth, into this cavern within a sky keep, and spiked her to Blackwood. How long ago, do you think? Would we not have felt her death, with no answers forthcoming from Icarium?" Mappo edged closer to the blood pool and peered upward, focusing on that massive iron, rust-streaked spike. "No," he murmured after a moment, "that is not rust, Otatarl." She was bound by Otatarl, yet she was elder. She should have been able to defeat that eager entropy. "I do not understand this." "Old and new," Icarium said, his tone twisting the words into a curse. He rose suddenly, his expression ravaged and eyes hard. "Speak to me, Mappo. Tell me what you know of spilled blood." He turned away. "Icarium." "Mappo, tell me." Gaze settling on the aquamarine pool, the Trell was silent as emotions warred within him. Then he sighed. "Who first dipped their hands into this fell stream? Who drank deep and so was transformed? And what effect did that Otatarl spike have upon that transformation? Icarium, this blood is fouled." "Mappo, very well. All blood spilled, my friend, possesses power. Beasts, humans, the smallest bird, blood is the life force, the soul's own stream. Within it is locked the time of living from beginning to end. It is the most sacred force in existence. Murderers with their victims' blood-staining, their hands feed from that force. Whether they choose to or not, many are sickened, others find a new hunger within themselves, and so become slaves to the violence of slaying. The risk is this: blood and its power become tainted by such things as fear and pain. The stream, sensing its own demise, grows stressed, and the shock is as a poison. "What of fate?" Icarium asked in a heavy voice. Mappo flinched, his eyes still on the pool. "Yes," he whispered. "You cut to the matter's very heart. What does anyone take upon themselves when such blood is absorbed, drawn into their own soul? Must violent death be in turn delivered upon them? Is there some overarching law seeking ever to redress the imbalance? If blood feeds us, what in turn feeds it? And is it bound by immutable rules, or is it as capricious as we are? Are we creatures on this earth the only ones free to abuse our possessions?" "The Kaychain Shamale did not kill Sorit," Icarium said. "They knew nothing of it. Yet this creature here was frozen, so it must have been encompassed in the Jagoot's ritual of Omtos Felek. How could the Kaychain Shamal not have known of this? They must have, even if they themselves did not slay Sorit. No, they are innocent, Mappo. I am certain of it. Then how? The crucifix, it is Blackwood from the realm of the Tiste Edur. From the shadow realm, Mappo. In that realm, as you know, things can be in two places at once, or begin in one, yet find itself eventually manifesting in another. Shadow wanders and respects no borders. Ah, then, this was trapped here, drawn from shadow, snared by the Jaghoot's ice magic, yet the spilled blood, and perhaps the Otataral proved too fierce for Omtos-Efelek, thus shattering the Jaghoot's enchantment. Sorit was murdered in the Shadow Realm. Yes. Now the pattern Icerium grows that much clearer. Icerium fixed bright, fevered eyes upon the trell. Is it, you would blame the Tiste Edur? Who else holds such command of shadow? Not the Malazan pretender who now sits on the throne. The Jag warrior said nothing. He walked along the pool's edge, head down as if seeking signs from the battered floor. I know this Jaghoot. I recognize her work. The carelessness in the unleashing of Omtos-Efelek. She was distraught. Impatient, angry, weary of the endless paths the Kaychen Shamal employed in their efforts to invade, to establish colonies on every continent. She cared nothing for the civil war afflicting the Kaychen Shamal. These short tails were fleeing their kin, seeking a refuge. I doubt she bothered asking questions. Do you think, Mappo asked, that she knows of what has happened here? No, else she would have returned. It may be that she is dead. So many are. Oh, Icerium, would that such knowledge remained lost to you? The Jag halted and half-turned. I am cursed. This is the secret you ever keep from me, isn't it? There are recollections, fragments. He lifted a hand as if to brush his brow, then let it fall. I sense terrible things. Yes, but they do not belong to you, Icerium, not to the friend standing before me now. Icarium's deepening frown tore at Mappo's heart, but he would not look away, would not abandon his friend at this tortured moment. You, Icarium said, are my protector, but that protection is not as it seems. You are at my side, Mappo, to protect the world from me. It is not that simple, isn't it? No, I am here to protect the friend I look upon now from the other Icarium. This must end, Mappo. No, Icarium faced the dragon once more. Ice, he said in murmur. Omtos-Efelek. He turned to Mappo. We shall leave here now. We travel to the Jargodan. I must seek out kin of my blood, Jagat, to ask for imprisonment, eternal ice, sealing you from all life. But they will not trust that. No, they will seek to kill you. Let Hood deal with you, and this time they will be right, for their hearts do not fear judgment, and their blood is as cold as ice. 16 barrows had been raised half a league south of Witgatan, each one 100 paces long, 30 wide, and 3 man-hates high. Rough-cut limestone blocks and internal columns to hold up the curved roofs. 16 eternally dark abodes, home to Malazan bones. Newly cut, stone-lined trenches reached out to them from the distant city, carrying Witgatan's sewage in turgid flows swarming with flies. Sentiments, Fist Keneb reflected sourly, could not be made any clearer. Ignoring the stench as best he could, Keneb guided his horse towards the central barrow, which had once been surmounted by a stone monument honouring the Empire's fallen. The statue had been toppled, leaving only the broad pedestal. Standing on it now were 2 men and 2 dogs, all facing Witgatan's uneven whitewashed walls. The barrow of Dasim Ultor and his first sword, which held neither Dasim nor any of his guard who had fallen outside the city all those years ago. Most soldiers knew the truth of that. The deadly, legendary fighters of the first sword had been buried in unmarked graves, to keep them from desecration, and Dasim's own grave was believed to be somewhere outside Unta, on Quantali. Probably empty, the cattle dog, bent, swung its huge head to watch Keneb push his horse up the steep slope. Red-rimmed eyes, set wide in a nest of scars, a regard that chilled the Malazan, reminding him yet again that he but imagined his own familiarity with that beast. It should have died with Coltane. The animal looked as though pieced together from disparate, unidentifiable parts, only roughly approximating a dog's shape. Humped, uneven shoulder muscles, a neck as thick round as a grown man's thigh, misshapen, muscle-knitted haunches, a chest deep as a desert lion's. Beneath the empty eyes the creature was all jaw, over-wide, the snout misaligned, the three remaining canines visible even when Bent's fierce mouth was closed, for most of the skin covering them had been torn away at the fall, and nothing had replaced it. One shorn ear, the other heeled flat and out to the side. The stub that was all that was left of Bent's tail did not wag as Kineb dismounted. Had it done so, Kineb allowed the possibility that he would have been shocked to death. The mangy, rat-like Hengizi dog, Roach, trotted up to sniff at Kineb's left boot, whereupon it squatted ladylike and urinated against the leather. Cursing, the Malazan stepped away, cocking one foot for a savage kick, then halting the motion at a deep growl from Bent war leader. Gaul rumbled a laugh. Roach, but claims this heap of stones, Fisthood, knows there's no one below to get offended.
Too bad one cannot say the same for the other barrows, Kineb said, drawing off his riding gloves.
Ah, but that insult belongs at the feet of the citizens of Wigatan. Roach should have displayed more patience then, war leader. Hood take us, man. She's a damned dog. Besides, you think she'll run out of piss any time soon? If I had my way, she'd run out of a lot more besides. Not likely, I'll grant you.
That rat has more malign fluids in it than a rabid Bedouin bull. Poor diet. Kineb addressed the other man. Fist Temel, the adjunct wishes to know if your Wiccan scouts have ridden round the city. The young warrior was a child no longer. He had grown 2 hands' widths since Aran, lean, hawk-faced, with far too many losses pooled in his black eyes. The Crow clan warriors who had so resented his command at Aran were silent these days. Gaze fixed on Yugatan, he gave no indication of having heard Kineb's words. More and more like Coltane with every passing day, Gal says. Kineb knew enough to wait. Gal cleared his throat. The west road shows signs of an exodus no more than a day or two before we arrived. A half-dozen old Crow horse warriors demanded that they pursue and ravage the fleeing refugees. And where are they now? Kineb asked. Guarding the baggage train. Ha! Temel spoke. Inform the adjunct that all gates are sealed. A trench has been dug at the base of the tell, cutting through the ramped roads on all sides to a depth of nearly a man's height. Yet this trench is but 2 paces wide. Clearly the enemy ran out of time. Out of time. Kineb wondered at that. With pressed workers, Leoman could have had a far broader barrier excavated within the span of a single day. Very well. Did your scouts report any large weapons mounted on the walls or on the roofs of the corner towers? Malazan built ballistae, an even dozen, Temel replied, ranged about at equal intervals. No sign of concentrations. Well, Kineb said with a grunt, foolish to suppose that Leoman would give away his perceived weak points. And those walls were manned. Yes, crowds, all shouting taunts to my warriors and showing their naked backsides, Gaul added, turning to spit. Roach trotted over to sniff at the gleaming phlegm, then licked it up. Nauseous, Kineb looked away, loosening the chin-strap of his helm. Fist Temel, have you made judgment as to our surest approach? Temel glanced over, expressionless. I have. And what, Fist? The adjunct cares nothing for our opinions. Perhaps not, but I would like to hear your thoughts in any case. Ignore the gates. Use Marant munitions and punch right through a wall midway between tower and gate. Any side will do. 2 sides would be even better. And how will the sappers survive camping out at the base of a wall? We attack at night. That is a risky thing to do. Temuel scowled and said nothing. Gaul turned to regard Keneb, his tear-etched face mildly incredulous. We begin a siege, man, not a hood-damned fly dance. I know. But Leoman must have mages, and night will not hide sappers from them. They can be countered, Gaul retorted. It's what our mages are for, but we waste our breaths with such things. The Adjunct will do as she chooses. Keneb faced right and studied the vast encampment of the 14th army, arrayed to fend off a sortie. Should Leoman prove so foolish, the investiture would be a careful, measured exercise, conducted over 2 or 3 days. The range of the Malazan ballistae on the walls was well known, so there would be no surprises there. Even so, encirclement would stretch their lines appallingly thin. They would need advance emplacements to keep an eye on the gates, and Temel's Wiccans and Seti, as well as Gaul's Condriel horse warriors, divided into companies and positioned to respond should Leoman surprise them. The Fist shook his head. This is what I do not understand. Admiral Knock's fleet is even now sailing for Lothal with 5,000 marines on board, and once Dujek forces the last city to capitulate, he will begin a fast march to join us. Leoman must know his position is hopeless. He cannot win, even should he maul us. We will still be able to keep this noose knotted tight round Yatan. Whilst we wait for reinforcements, he is finished. So why does he continue to resist? Aye, said Gull, he should have carried on riding west out into the Odan. We would never have caught him out there, and he could begin rebuilding, drawing warriors to his cause. Keneb glanced over. So, war leader, you are as nervous about this as I am. He means to bleed us, Keneb. Before he falls, he means to bleed us. A rough gesture, more barrows to ring this cursed city, and he will die fighting, and so will become yet another martyr. So, the killing of Malazans is sufficient cause to fight. What have we done to deserve this? Wounded pride, Temel said. It is one thing to suffer defeat on a field of battle. It is another to be crushed when your foe has no need even to draw a sword. Humiliated in Raraku, Gaul said, nodding, the growing cancer in their souls. This cannot be carved out. The Malazans must be made to know pain. That is ridiculous, Keneb said. Was not the chain of dogs glory enough for the bastards? The first casualty among the defeated is recalling their own list of crimes, Fist, Temel said. Keneb studied the young man. The foundling Grubb was often in Temel's company, and among the strange lad's disordered host of peculiar observations, Grubb had hinted of glory, or perhaps infamy, bound to Temel's future. Of course, that future could be tomorrow. Besides, Grubb might be no more than a brain-addled waif, all right? I don't believe that. He seems to know too much. If only half the things he said made any sense. Well, in any case, Temel still managed to startle Keneb with statements more suited to some veteran campaigner. Very well, Fist Temel. What would you do were you in Leoman's place? Silence. Then a quick look at Keneb, something like surprise in Temel's angular features. A moment later, the expressionless mask returned, and he shrugged. Cultain walks in your shadow, Temel, Garl said, running his fingers down his own face as if to mimic the tears tattooed there. I see him again and again. No, Garl, I have told you before. You see naught but the ways of the Wiccans, all else is but your imagination. Cultain sent me away. It is not to me that he will return. He haunts you still, Temel. Cultain sent you with Duiker to keep you alive, not to punish or shame you. Why won't you accept that?
I have seen plenty of Wiccans, Gaul said in a growl. This had the sound of an old argument. Sighing, Keneb's
death mask paint. Before a siege, Throat Slitter hissed, what passed for laughter, Bottle supposed, and said, Hear that. Before a siege. That's very cute. Very cute, Bottle. It's a death mask idiot, Widdershins said to Bottle. He paints it on when he thinks he's about to die. Great attitude for a sergeant, Bottle said, looking around. The other two soldiers of the 9th Squad, Galt and Loeb, were feuding over what to put in a pot of boiling water. Both held handfuls of herbs, and as each reached to toss the herbs in, the other soldier pushed that hand away and sought to throw in his own, again and again, over the boiling water. Neither spoke. All right, where is Balm finding his paint? There's a local cemetery north of the road, Deadsmell said. I'd guess maybe there. If I don't find him, Bottle said, the captain wants a meeting with all the sergeants in her company. Dusk. Where? The sheep pen back of the farm, south of the road, the one with the caved-in roof. Over by the hearth the pot had boiled dry, and Galt and Loeb were fighting over water jugs. Bottle moved on to the next encampment. He found Sergeant Moke sprawled with his back resting on a heap of bedrolls. The Falari, copper-haired and bearded, was picking at his overlarge teeth with a fish spine. His soldiers were nowhere in sight. Sergeant. Captain Faradan sorts called a meeting. I heard. I ain't deaf. Where's your squad? Got the squats. All of them I cooked last night. They got weak stomachs, that's all, he belched. And a moment later, Bottle caught a whiff of something like rotting fish guts. Who'd take me? Where'd you find anywhere to catch fish on this trail? Didn't brought it with me. Was a bit high, it's true, but nothing a real soldier couldn't handle. There's some scrapings in the pot. Want some? No. No wonder the Adjunct's in trouble. What with a whole damn army of cowardly whiners? Bottle stepped past to move on. Hey, Moke called out. Tell Fid the wager's still on as far as I'm concerned. What wager? Between him and me, and that's all you got to know. Fine. He found Sergeant Mosel and his squad dismantling a broken wagon in the ditch. They had piled up the wood, and Flashwit and Mayfly were prying nails, studs and fittings from the weathered planks, whilst Taffo and Uruhela struggled with an axle under the sergeant's watchful eye. Mosel glanced over. Bottle, isn't it? 4th Squad, Fid's right. If you're looking for Nefaria's bread, you just missed him. A giant of a man must have fen blood in him. No, I wasn't, Sergeant. You saw bread? Well, not me. I've just come back. But Flashwit. At mention of her name, the burly woman looked up. Yeah, I heard he was just by here. Hey, Mayfly, who was it? Said he was just by. Who? Nefaria's bread, you fat cow. Who else would we be talking about? I don't know who said what. I was only half listening anyway. I think it was Smiles. Was it Smiles? Might have been. Anyway, I'd like to roll in the blankets with that man. Smiles isn't a man. Not her bread, I mean. Bottle asked. You want to bed bread? Mosel stepped closer, eyes narrowing. You making fun of my soldiers, Bottle. I'd never do that, Sergeant. Just came to tell there's a meeting. Oh, yes, I heard. From who? The lean man shrugged. Can't remember. Does it matter? It does if it means I'm wasting my time. You ain't got time to waste? Why? What makes you unique? That axle doesn't look broken, Bottle observed. Who said it was? Then why are you taking the wagon apart? We been eating its dust so long we just took revenge. Where's the wagoner then? The load crew? Flashwit laughed an ugly laugh. Mosel shrugged again, then gestured further down the ditch. 4 figures, bound and gagged, were lying motionless in the yellow grass. The 2 squads of Sergeant Soberlone and Tug were gathered round a wrestling match between. Bottle saw as he pushed his way in for a better look. Saltlick and Shortnose. Coins were being flung down, puffing the dust of the road as the 2 heavy infantrymen strained and heaved in a knot of arm and leg holds. Saltlick's massive round face was visible, red, sweaty, and streaked with dust, the expression fixed in its usual cow-like, uninterested incomprehensibility. He blinked slowly and seemed to be concentrating on chewing something. Bottle nudged Tolls, the soldier on his right. What are they fighting over? Tolls looked down on Bottle, his thin, pallid face twitching. It's very simple. 2 squads, marching in step, one behind the other, then the other in front of the one that had been in front beforehand, proving the mythical camaraderie to be no more than some epic instigator of bad poetry and bawdy songs designed to appease lowbrows, in short, a lie, culminating at the last in this disreputable display of animal instincts. Saltlick bit Shortnose's ear off, cut in Corporal Ream, standing on Bottle's left. Oh, is that what he's chewing? Yeah, taking his time with it too. Do Tug and Soboloni know about the captain's meeting?
Yeah.
So Shortnose, who got his nose tip cut off, now has only one ear too.
Yeah.
He'll do anything to spite his face. Is he the one who got married last week?
Yeah.
To Hanno there. She's the one betting against him. Anyway, from what I hear, it ain't his face that she adores, if you know what I mean. Bottle caught sight of a low hill on the north side of the road on which stood a score of twisted, hunched goldindar trees. Is that the old cemetery? Looks like it. Why? Without answering, Bottle pushed his way back through the crowd and set off for the burial ground. He found Sergeant Balm in a looter's pit, face streaked with ash, making a strange, monotonous, nasal groaning sound as he danced in tight circles. Sergeant Captain wants a meeting. Shut up. I'm busy. Dusk in the sheep pen. Interrupt a Dal Honisi death dirge, and you'll know 1,000 lifetimes of curses, your bloodlines forever. Hairy old women will steal your children and your children's children and chop them up and cook them with vegetables and tubers and a few precious threads of saffron. I'm done, Sergeant. Orders delivered. Goodbye. And Dal Honisi warlocks wearing snake girdles will lie with your woman and she'll birth venomous worms all covered in curly black hair. Keep it up, Sergeant, and I'll make a doll of you. Balm leapt from the pit, eyes suddenly wide. You evil man, get away from me. I never done nothing to you. He spun about and ran away, gazelle skins flapping. Bottle turned and began the long walk back to the camp. He found Strings assembling his crossbow, Cuttle watching with avid interest. A crate of Morant munitions was to one side, the lid pried loose, and the grenados lying like turtle eggs in nests of padding. The others of the squad were sitting some distance away, looking nervous. The sergeant glanced up. Bottle, you found them all? Aye, good. So how are the other squads holding up? Just fine, Bottle replied. He regarded the others on the far side of the hearth. What's the point? He asked. If that box goes up, it'll knock down Yatan's wall from here, and you and most of this army will be red hail. Sudden sheepish expressions, grunting, Coric rose, deliberately casual. I was already sitting here, he said. Then Tar and Smiles crawled over to huddle in my shadow. The man lies, Smiles said. Besides, Bottle, why did you volunteer to go wandering with the captain's orders? Because I'm not stupid, yeah? Tar said. Well, you're back now, aren't you? I thought they'd be finished by now. He waved a flyaway that had been buzzing in front of his face, then walked over to sit downwind of the hearth. So, Sergeant, what do you figure the captain's got to say? Sappers and shields, Cuttle said in a growl. Shields, aye? We scurry in hunched low, and the rest of you shield us from all the arrows and rocks until we're done planting the mines. Then whoever's left runs back out, as fast as they can, and it won't be fast enough. A one-way trip, then. Cuttle grinned. It'll be more elaborate than that, Strings said. I hope. She goes straight in. That's what she does. Maybe, Cuttle, maybe not. She wants most of her army still breathing when the dust's settled. Minus a few hundred sappers. We're getting rare enough as it is, Strings said. She won't want to waste us. That'd be a first for the Malazan Empire. The sergeant looked over at Cuttle. Tell you what, Why don't I just kill you now and be done with it? Forget it. I want to take the rest of you sorry humpers with me. Nearby, Sergeant Gesler and his squad had appeared and were making their camp. Corporal Stormy, Bottle noted, wasn't with them. Gesler strode over. Fid, Kalam and Quick back too? No, they went on with Stormy. On where? Gesler crouched opposite Strings. Let's just say I'm actually glad to see your ugly face, Fid. Maybe they'll make it back. Maybe they won't. I'll tell you about it later. Spent the morning with the Adjunct. She had lots of questions. About what? About the stuff I'll tell you about later. So we've got a new captain. Faradan sort. Corelry? Strings nodded. Stood the wall, we think. So she can probably take a punch. Then punch back, aye. Well, that's just great. She wants all the sergeants for a meeting tonight. I think I'll go back and answer a few more of the Adjunct's questions. You can't avoid meeting her forever, Gesler. Oh, yeah? Watch me. So where did they move Captain Kindly to? Strings shrugged. To some company that needs pulling into shape, I'd imagine. And we don't. Harder terrifying us than most in this army, Gesler. I think he'd already given up on us in any case. I'm not sorry to see the miserable bastard on his way. This meeting tonight will likely be about what we'll be doing in the siege. Either that, or she just wants to waste our time with some inspiring tirade. For the glory of the Empire, Gesler said, grimacing. For vengeance, Coric said, from where he sat, tying fetishes onto his baldric. Vengeance is glorious, so long as it's us delivering it. Soldier. No, it's not, said Strings. It's sordid, no matter how you look at it. Ease up, Fid. I was only half serious. You're so tense you'd think we was heading into a siege or something. Anyway, why ain't there a few hands of claw to do the dirty work, you know, infiltrate the city and the palace, and stick a knife in Leoman and be done with it? Why do we have to get messed up with a real fight? What kind of empire are we these days? No one spoke for a time. Bottle watched his sergeant. Strings was testing the pull on the crossbow, but Bottle could see that he was thinking. Cuttle said, Lazines pulled him in, close and tight. The regard Gesler fixed on the sapper was level, gauging that the rumour Cuttle. One of 'em, what do I know? Maybe she caught something on the wind. You certainly have, Strings muttered as he examined the case of quarrels. Only that, the few veteran companies still on Quantali were ordered to Unta and Malaz city. Strings finally looked up. Malaz city? Why there? The rumour weren't that specific, Sergeant. Just the where, not the why. Anyway, there's something going on. Where'd you catch all this? Gesler asked. That new Sergeant Hellian from Khartoul, the drunk one? That's her. Surprised she noticed anything, Strings observed. What got her shipped out here? That she won't talk about. In the wrong place at the wrong time, I figure, from the way her face twists all sour on the subject. Anyway, she went to Malaz city first, then joined up with the transports at Nap, then on to Unta. She never seems so drunk she can't keep her eyes open. You trying to get your hand on her thigh, Cuttle. A bit too young for me, Fid, but a man could do worse. A bleary-eyed wife, Smiles said with a snort. That's probably the best you could manage, Cuttle. When I was a lad, the sapper said, reaching out to collect a grenado, a sharper Bottle noted with alarm, as Cuttle began tossing it up in the air and catching it when handed. Every time I said something disrespectful of my betters, my father'd take me out back and slap me half unconscious. Something tells me, Smiles, your Da was way too indulgent when it came to his little girl. You just try it, Cuttle, and I'll stick a knife in your eye. If I was your Da, Smiles, I'd have long ago killed myself. She went pale at that, although no one else seemed to notice, since their eyes were following the grenado up and down. Put it away, Strings said. An ironic lifting of the brows, then, smiling, Cuttle returned the sharper to the crate. Anyway, it looks like Hellian's got a capable corporal, which tells me she'd held on to good judgment despite drinking brandy like water. Bottle rose. Actually, I forgot about her. Where are they camped, Cuttle? Near the rum wagon, but she already knows about the meeting. Bottle glanced over at the crate of munitions. Oh, well, I'm going for a walk in the desert. Don't stray too far, the sergeant said. Could be some of Leoman's warriors out there. Right. A short while later, he came within sight of the intended meeting place. Just beyond the collapsed building was an overgrown rubbish heap, misshapen with tufts of yellow grass sprouting from the barrow-sized mound. There was no one in sight. Bottle made his way towards the midden, the sounds of the encampment dwindling behind him. It was late afternoon, but the wind remained hot as the breath of a furnace. Chiseled wall and foundation stones, shattered idols, lengths of splintered wood, animal bones and broken pottery. Bottle clambered up the side, noting the most recent leavings, Malazan-style pottery, black-glazed, squat, fragmented images of the most common motifs. Dejim Ultor's death outside Getan, the empress on her throne, the first heroes and the Quan pantheon. The local style Bottle had seen from the villages they had passed through was much more elegant, elongated with cream or white, glazing on the necks and rims and faded red on the body, adorned with full-toned and realistic images. Bottle paused at seeing one such shard, a body piece on which had been painted the chain of dogs. He picked it up, wiped dust from the illustrated scene. Part of Cultain was visible, affixed to the cross of wood, overhead a wild flurry of black crows. Beneath him, dead Wiccans and Malazans, and a cattle dog impaled on a spear. A chill whispered along his spine, and he let the shard drop. Atop the mound, he stood for a time, studying the sprawl of the Malazan army along the road and spilling out to the sides. The occasional rider wending through, carrying messages and reports, carrion birds, kapimoths, and risen wheeling overhead like swarming flies. He so disliked omens. Drawing off his helm, Bottle wiped sweat from his brow and turned to face the Odan to the south. Once fertile, perhaps, but now a wasteland. Worth fighting for? No, but then there wasn't much that was. The soldier at your side, maybe. He'd been told that enough times by old veterans with nothing left but that dubious companionship. Such bonds could only be born of desperation, a closing in of the spirit down to a manageable but pitiful area containing things and people one could care about. For the rest, pure indifference, twisting on occasion into viciousness. Gods, what am I doing here? Stumbling into ways of living didn't seem a worthy path to take. Barring Cuttle and the sergeant, the squad was made up of people no different from Bottle. Young, eager for a place to stand that didn't feel so isolated and lonely, or filling oneself with bravado to mask the fragile self hiding within. But all that was no surprise. Youth was headlong, even when it felt static, stagnant and stifling. It liked its emotions extreme, doused in fiery spices, enough to burn the throat and set flame to the heart. The future was not consciously rushed into. It was just the place you suddenly ended up in, battered and weary, and wondering how in Hood's name you got there. Well, he could see that. He didn't need the echoes of his grandmother's ceaseless advice whispering through his thoughts. Assuming, of course, that voice belonged to his grandmother. He had begun to suspect otherwise. Bottle crossed the heap, moved down onto the south side. At the base here, the desiccated ground was pitted, revealing much older leavings of rubbish red-glazed sherds with faded images of chariots and stilted figures wearing ornate headdresses and wielding strange hook-bladed weapons. The massive olive oil jars common to this region retained these old forms, clinging to a mostly forgotten antiquity as if the now lost golden age was any different from the present one. His grandmother's observations, those ones, she'd had nothing good to say about the Malazan Empire, but even less about the Untan Confederacy, the Li Heng League, and all the other despotic rulers of the pre-Empire days on Kwantali. She had been a child through all the Itko Kan Korn Por wars, the Seti Tide, the Wiccan migrations, the Quan attempt at hegemony, all blood and stupidity, she used to say. All prod and pull, the old with their ambitions and the young with their eager, mindless zeal. At least the Emperor put an end to all that. A knife in the back for those grey tyrants and distant wars for the young zealots. It ain't right, but nothing ever is. Ain't right, as I said, but better than worst, and I remember the worst. Now here he was, in the midst of one of those distant wars, yet there had been no zeal in his motivations, no something far more pathetic. Boredom was a poor reason to do anything, better to hold high some raging brand of righteousness, no matter how misguided and lacking in subtlety. Cuttle talks of vengeance. But he makes his trying to feed us something too obvious, and we're not swelling with rage like we're supposed to. He couldn't be sure of it, but this army felt lost. At its very core was an empty place, waiting to be filled, and Bottle feared it would wait forever. He settled down onto the ground, began a silent series of summonings. Before long, a handful of lizards scampered across the dusty earth towards him. 2 Ryzans settled down onto his right thigh, their wings falling still. An arch spider, big as a horse's hoof and the colour of green glass, leapt from a nearby rock and landed light as a feather on his left knee. He studied his array of companions and decided they would do, gestures, the stroke of fingers, silent commands, and the motley servants hurried off, making one and all towards the sheep pen where the captain would address the sergeants. It paid to know just how wide Hood's gate was going to be come the assault. And then something else was on its way. Sudden sweat on Bottle's skin. She appeared from the heat haze, moving like an animal, prey, not predator, in her every careful, watchful motion, fine-furred, deep brown, a face far more human than ape, filled with expression, or at least its potential, for the look she fixed upon him now was singular in its curiosity. As tall as Bottle, lean but heavy-breasted, belly distended. Skittish, she edged closer. She is not real. A manifestation, a conjuration, a memory sprung from the dust of this land. He watched her crouch to collect a handful of sand, then fling it at him, voicing a loud barking grunt. The sand fell short, a few pebbles bouncing off his boots. Or maybe I am the conjured, not her. In her eyes the wonder of coming face to face with a god or a demon. He looked past her and saw the vista of a savanna, thick with grasses, stands of trees and wildlife. Nothing like it should have been, only what it once was, long ago. Oh, spirits, why won't you leave me alone? She had been following them all, the entire army. She could smell it, see the signs of its passing, maybe even hear the distant clack of metal and wooden wheels punching down the sides of stones in the road as they rocked along. Driven on by fear and fascination, she had followed, not understanding how the future could echo back to her world, her time. Not understanding?
Well, he couldn't either.
As if all is present, as if every moment coexists. And here we two are, face to face, both too ignorant to partition our faith, our way of seeing the world. And so we see them all at once, and if we're not careful, it will drive us mad. But there was no turning back, simply because back did not exist. He remained seated, and she came closer, chattering now in some strange glottal tongue filled with clicks and stops. She gestured at her own belly, ran an index figure along it, as if drawing a shape on the downy, paler pelt. Bottle nodded. Yes, you carry a child. I understand that much. Still, what is that to me? She threw more sand at him, most of it striking below his chest. He waved at the cloud in front of his stinging eyes. A lunge forward, surprisingly swift, and she gripped his wrist, drew his arm forward, settled his hand on her belly. He met her eyes and was shaken to his very core. This was no mindless creature. Irizal. The yearning in those dark, stunningly beautiful eyes made him mentally reel. "All right," he whispered, and slowly sent his senses questing into that womb, into the spirit growing within it. For every abomination there must emerge its answer, its enemy, its counterbalance. Here within this Irizal is such an answer to a distant abomination, the corruption of a once innocent spirit. Innocence must be reborn, yet I can see so little. Not human, not even of this world, barring what the Irizal herself brought to the Union. Thus, an intruder. From another realm, a realm bereft of innocence. To make them part of this world, one of their kind must be born. In this way, their blood must be drawn into this world's flow of blood. But why an Irizal? Because God's below, because she is the last innocent creature, the last innocent ancestor of our line. After her, the degradation of spirit begins. The shifting of perspective, the separation from all else, the carving of borders in the ground, in the mind's way of seeing. After her, there's only us. The realization, the recognition, was devastating. Bottle pulled his hand away. But it was too late. He knew too many things now. The father, Tiste Edur, the child to come, the only pure candidate for a new throne of shadow, a throne commanding a healed realm. And it would have so many enemies, so many.
"No," he said to the creature, shaking his head. "You cannot pray to me, must not. I am not a god, I'm only a—" Yet, to her I must seem just that. A vision. She is spirit questing, and she barely knows it. She's stumbling as much as we all are, but within her there's a kind of certainty, hope, God's, faith.
Humbled beyond words, filling with shame, Bottle pulled away, clawing up the slope of the mound, amidst the detritus of civilization, potsherds and fragments of mortar, rusted pieces of metal. No, he didn't want this, could not encompass this need in her. He could not be her faith. She drew yet closer, hands closing round his neck, and dragged him back. Teeth bared, she shook him. Unable to breathe, Bottle flailed in her grip. She threw him down, straddled him, released his neck, and raised two fists as if to batter him. "You want me to be your god," he gasped. "Fine, then, have it your way." He stared up at her eyes, at the fists lifted high, framed by bright, blinding sunlight. So, is this how a god feels? A flash of glare, as if a sword had been drawn, an eager hiss of iron filling his head. Something like a fierce challenge. Blinking, he found himself staring up at the empty sky, lying on the rough scree. She was gone, but he could still feel the echo of her weight on his hips, and the appalling erection her position had triggered in him. Fist Keneb walked into the Adjunct's tent. The map table had been assembled, and on it was an imperial map of Yatan that had been delivered a week earlier by a rider from Onurm's hosts. It was a scholar's rendition drawn shortly after Dasim's fall. Standing at Tavore's side was Tene Baralta, busy scrawling all over the vellum with a charcoal stick, and the red blade was speaking. Rebuilt here, and here in the Malazan style of sunk columns and countersunk braces, the engineers found the ruins beneath the streets to be a maze of pockets, old rooms, half-buried streets, wells, and inside-wall corridors. It should all have been flattened, but at least one age of construction was of a stature to rival what's possible these days. Obviously, that gave them problems, which is why they gave up on the fourth bastion. "I understand," the Adjunct said. "However, as I stated earlier, Fist Baralta, I am not interested in assailing the fourth bastion." Keneb could see the man's frustration, but he held his tongue, simply tossing down the charcoal stick and stepping away from the table.
Over in the corner sat Fist Blistig, legs sprawled out in a posture bordering on insubordination. Fist Keneb, Tavore said, eyes still on the map. Have you met with Temul and war leader Gol? Temul reports the city has been evacuated, an exodus of citizens on the road to Lothal. Clearly, Leoman is planning for a long siege and is not interested in feeding anyone but soldiers and support staff. He wants room to maneuver, said Blistig from where he sat. Panic in the streets won't do. We shouldn't read too much into it, Keneb. I suspect, Tene Baralta said, we're not reading enough into it. I'm nervous, Adjunct, about this whole damned situation. Leoman didn't come here to defend the last rebel city. He didn't come to protect the last believers. By the seven holies, he has driven them from their very homes, from their very own city. No, his need for Gatan was tactical, and that's what worries me, because I can make no sense of it. The Adjunct spoke. Did Temul have anything else to say, Keneb? He had thoughts of a night attack, with sappers taking out a section of wall. Presumably, we would then follow through in strength into that breach, thrusting deep into Wigatan's heart. Cut through far enough, and we can isolate Leoman in the Fala's palace. Too risky, Tene Baralta said in a grumble. Darkness won't cover those sappers from their mages. They'd get slaughtered. Risks cannot be avoided, Tavore said. Keneb's brows rose. Temul said much the same, Adjunct, when the danger was discussed. Tene Baralta, Tavore continued after a moment, you and Blistig have been directed as to the disposition of your companies. Best you begin preparations. I have spoken directly with Captain Faradan Sort on what will be required of her and her squads. We shall not waste time on this. We move tonight, Fist Keneb. Remain, please. The rest of you are dismissed. Keneb watched Blistig and Baralta leave, reading in an array of small signs. Posture, the set of their shoulders and the stiffness of their gaits, the depth of their demoralization. Command does not come from consensus, the Adjunct said, her tone suddenly hard as she faced Keneb. I deliver the orders, and my officers are to obey them. They should be relieved that is the case, for all responsibility lies with me and me alone. No one else shall have to answer to the Empress. Keneb nodded. As you say, Adjunct, however, your officers do feel responsible for their soldiers, many of whom will die, sooner or later, on some field of battle. Perhaps even here in Wigatan. This is a siege, and sieges are messy. I do not have the luxury of starving them out. The longer Leoman resists, the greater the risk of flare-ups all over 7 cities. High Fist Dujek and I are fully agreed on this. Then why, Adjunct? Did we not accept his offer of more troops? She was silent for a half-dozen heartbeats. Then, I am aware of the sentiments among the squads of this army, none of whom, it seems, are aware of the true condition of Ornam's host. The true condition? She stepped closer. There's almost nothing left. Keneb. The core, the very heart of Ornam's host. It's gone. But Adjunct, he has received replacements, has he not? What was lost cannot be replaced. Recruits, Genabari, Nathi, half the pale garrison, oh, count the boots, and they look to be intact up to full complement. But Keneb, know this, Dujek is broken, and so is the host. Shaken, Keneb turned away. He unstrapped his helm and drew the battered iron from his head, then ran a hand through his matted, sweaty hair. Hood, take us! The last great Imperial army is now the 14th Fist. He stared at her. She began pacing. Of course, Dujek offered, for he is Dujek. Besides, the ranking High Fist could do no less. But they have suffered enough. Their task now is to make the Imperial presence felt, and we should all pray to our gods that they do not find their mettle tested by anyone. That is why you are in such a hurry. Leoman must be taken down. Yagatan must fall tonight. Keneb said nothing for a long moment. Then he asked, Why, Adjunct, are you telling me this? Because Garnet is dead. Garnet? Oh, I see.
And timbre is not respected by any of you. Whereas she glanced at him with an odd expression. You wish for me to inform the other fists adjunct? Regarding Dujek, decide that for yourself, but I advise you, fist, to think very carefully before reaching that decision. But they should be told. At least then they will understand. Me? Understand me, perhaps? But that is not the most important issue here. He did not comprehend, not at once then, a growing realization, their faith, beyond you, beyond the 14th, lies with Dujek Onerum. So long as they believe he is there, poised behind us and ready to march to our aid, they will do as you command. You do not want to take that away from them, yet by your silence you sacrifice yourself. You sacrifice the respect they would accord you. Assuming such respect would be granted, fist, and of that I am not convinced. She returned to the map table. The decision is yours, fist. He watched her studying the map. Then, concluding he had been dismissed, Keneb left the tent. He felt sick inside. The host, broken, was that simply her assessment? Maybe Dujek was just tired. Yet, who might know better? Quick Ben, but he wasn't here. Nor that assassin, Kalam Mekar. Leaving, well, one man, he paused outside the tent, studied the sun's position. There might be time before Sort spoke to them all if he hurried. Keneb set out towards the camps of the Marines. What do you want me to say, Fist? The sergeant had laid out a half-dozen heavy quarrels. He had already tied sharpers to 2 of them and was working on a 3rd. Keneb stared at the clay-ball grenado in Strings's hands. I don't know, but make it honest. Strings paused and looked over at his squad, eyes narrowing. Adjunct's hoping for reinforcements if things go bad. He was speaking in a low voice. That's just it, Sergeant. She isn't. So Fist, Strings said, she thinks Dujek's finished, and so's the host. Is that what she thinks? Yes. You know, Quick Ben and the High Mage was there after all at Coral. He's not here for me to ask him. So I'm asking you, is the adjunct right? He resumed, affixing the grenado to the quarrel head. Keneb waited. Seems, the sergeant muttered, I misjudged the adjunct. In what way? She's better at reading signs than I thought. Hood's balls, I really did not want to hear that. You are looking well, Ganos Paran? His answering smile was wry. My new life of ease. Apsalar. Shouts from the sailors on the deck as the carrack swung towards the harbour of Kansu. The sound of gulls, a muted accompaniment to the creak of cordage and timber. A cool breeze rode the salty air coming through the cabin's round window portside, smelling of the shore. Apsalar studied the man seated across from her a moment longer, then returned to her task of roughing with a pumice stone the grip of one of her infighting knives. Polished wood was pretty, but far too slick in a sweaty hand. Normally she used leather gloves, but it never hurt to consider less perfect circumstances. For an assassin, the ideal situation was choosing when and where to fight, but such luxuries were not guaranteed. Paran said, I see that you're as methodical as ever, although at least now there's more animation in your face, your eyes. You've been at sea too long, Captain. Probably. Anyway, I'm not a captain anymore. My days as a soldier are done. Regrets? He shrugged. Some, I was never where I wanted to be with them, until me very end, and then he paused. Well, it was too late. That might have been for the better, Apsalar said. Less sullied. Odd how the bridge-burners mean different things for us. Memories and perspectives. I was treated well enough among the survivors. Survivors, yes, there's always survivors. Picker, Ansi, Blend, Mallet, a few others. Proprietors of Cruel's Bar now in Darujhistan. Cruel's Bar? The old temple once sanctified to that elder god? Aye. It's haunted, of course. More than you realize, Paran. I doubt that. I've learned a lot, Apsalar, about a lot of things. A heavy thud to starboard as the harbour patrol arrived to collect the mooring fees. The slap of lines. More voices. Cruel played a very active role against the Panian Domin. Paran went on. Since that time, I've grown less easy with his presence. The elder gods are back in the game. Yes, you've already said something to that effect. They are opposing the Crippled God, and one cannot find fault in that. Are they? Sometimes I'm convinced, other times he shook his head, then rose. We're pulling in. I need to make arrangements. What kind of arrangements? Horses, Paran, yes. Are you now ascended? His eyes widened. I don't know. Nothing feels different. I admit I'm not even sure what ascendancy means. Means you're harder to kill. Why? You have stumbled onto power of a personal nature, and with it, well, power draws power, always. Not the mundane kind, but something other, a force in nature, a confluence of energies. You begin to see things differently, to think differently, and others take notice of you. That's usually bad, by the way. She sighed, studying him, and said, Perhaps I don't need to warn you, but I will. Be careful, Paran. Of all the lands in this world, there are two more dangerous than all others. Your knowledge or Cotillion's? Cotillion's for one, mine for the other. Anyway, you're about to set foot on one of those two. 7 cities, Paran, is not a healthy place to be, especially not for an ascendant. I know. I can feel that what's out there, what I have to deal with. Get someone else to do your fighting for you, if possible. His gaze narrowed on her. Now that's a clear lack of faith. I killed you once, and you were possessed by a god, by the patron of assassins himself, Apsalar, who played by the rules. There are things here that do not. I'll give that some consideration, Apsalar, thank you. And remember, bargain from strength or don't bargain at all. He gave her a strange smile, then headed topside. A skittering sound from one corner, and Tellarest and Curdle scampered into view, bony feet clattering on the wooden floor. He is dangerous, not Apsalar. Stay away. Oh, you've spent too long with him. Don't worry about me, Tellarest. Worry? Oh, we have worries all right, don't we, Curdle? Endless worries, Tellarest. What am I saying? We're not worried, Apsalar said. The master of the deck knows all about you two, no doubt compounding those worries. But he told you nothing. Are you so certain of that? Of course. The bird-like skeleton bobbed and weaved in front of its companion. Think on it, Curdle. If she knew, she'd step on us, wouldn't she? Unless she has a more devious betrayal in mind, Tellarest. Have you thought of that? No, you haven't, have you? I have to do all the thinking. You never think. You never have. Apsalar rose. They've dropped the gangplank. Time to leave. Hide us under your cloak. You have to. There are dogs out there, in the streets. She sheathed the knife. All right, but no squirming. A squalid port, 4 of the 6 piers battered into treacherous hulks by Nock's fleet a month earlier. Kansu was in no way memorable, and Apsalar was relieved as they rode past the last sprawl of shanties on the inland road, and saw before them a scattering of modest stone buildings, marking the herders, the pens, and the demon-eyed goats gathered beneath Guldinder trees. And beyond that, Thurrock orchards with their silvery, thread-like bark prized for rope-making, the uneven rows looking ghostly with their boles shimmering in the wind. There had been something odd in the city behind them, the crowds smaller than was normal, the voices more muted. A number of merchant shops had been shut, and this during peak market time. The modest garrison of Malazan soldiers was present only at the gates and down at the docks, where at least 4 trader ships had been denied berths. And no one seemed inclined to offer explanations to outsiders. Paran had spoken quietly with the horse trader, and Apsalar had watched as more coin than was necessary changed hands. But the ex-captain had said nothing during their ride-out. Reaching a crossroads, they drew rein. "Paran," Apsalar said, Did you note anything strange about Kansu? He grimaced. I don't think we need worry, he said. You've been possessed by a god after all, and as for me, well, as I said, there's no real cause for worry. What are you talking about? Plague. Hardly surprising, given all the unburied corpses following this rebellion. It began a week or so ago, somewhere east of Erliton. Any ships that made port or hail from there are being turned away. Apsalar said nothing for a time. Then she nodded. Poliel? Aye. And not enough healers left to intercede. The horse trader said officials went to the Temple of Durek, in Kansu. The foremost healers are found there, of course. They found everyone within slaughtered. She glanced over at him. I take the south track, Paran said, fighting with his edgy gelding. Yes, there is nothing more to be said, is there? The gods are indeed at war. The west for us, Apsalar replied, already uncomfortable with the 7 cities style of saddle. Neither she nor Cotillion had ever had much success with horses, but at least the mare beneath her seemed a docile beast. She opened her cloak and dragged out Telerast, then Cuttle, tossing them both onto the ground, where they raced ahead, long tails flicking. All too short, Paran said, meeting her eyes. She nodded, but just as well, I think. Her comment was not well received. I am sorry to hear you say that. I do not mean to offend, Ganos Paran. It's just that, well, I was rediscovering things, like comradeship. Yes, and that is something you feel you cannot afford. Invites carelessness, she said. Ah, well. For what it is worth, Apsalar, I believe we will see each other again. She allowed that sentiment and nodded. I will look forward to that. Good, then, there's hope for you yet. She watched him ride away, his 2 pack horses trailing. Changes came to a man in ways few could imagine. He seemed to have let go of so much. She was envious of that. And already, she realized with a faint stab of regret already, she missed him. Too close, too dangerous by far, just as well. As for Plague, well, he was probably right. Neither he nor Apsalar had much to fear. Too bad for everyone else, though. The broken remnants of the road made for an agonized traverse up the limestone hillside, rocks tumbling and skittering down in clouds of dust. A flash flood had cut through the passage unknown years or decades past, revealing countless layers of sediments on the channel's steep-cut walls. Leading her horse and the pack mules by the reins, Samar Dev studied those multi-hued layers, wind and water, Karsa Orlong without end, time's endless dialogue with itself. 3 paces ahead, the Toblakai warrior did not reply. He was nearing the summit, taking the downflow path of the past flood, ragged, gnawed rock rising to either side of him. The last hamlet was days behind them now. These lands were truly wild, reclaimed, since surely this road must have led somewhere once, but there were no other signs of past civilization. In any case, she was less interested in what had gone before. What was to come was her fascination, the wellspring of all her inventions, her inspirations. Sorcery, Karsa Orlong, that is the heart of the problem. What problem now, woman? Magic obviates the need for invention, beyond certain basic requirements, of course, and so we remain eternally stifled, to the faces with stifled witch. There is nothing wrong with where we are, how we are. You spit on satisfaction, leaving you always unsettled and miserable. I am a Teblor. We live simply enough, and we see the cruelty of your so-called progress. Slaves, children in chains, 1,000 lies to make one person better than the next. 1,000 lies telling you this is how things should be, and there's no stopping it. Madness called sanity, slavery called freedom. I am done talking now. Well, I'm not. You're no different, calling ignorance wisdom, savagery noble. Without striving to make things better, we're doomed to repeat our litany of injustices. Karsa reached the summit and turned to face her, his expression twisting. Better is never what you think it is, Samar Dev. What does that mean? He raised a hand, suddenly still. Quiet. Something's not right. He slowly looked round, eyes narrowing. There's a smell. She joined him, dragging the horse and mules onto level ground. High rocks to either side, the edge of a gorge just beyond the hill they were on, was a ridge. Blade-edged, with more jagged rock beyond, a twisted ancient tree squatting on the summit. I don't smell anything. The Toblakai drew his stone sword. A beast has laired here nearby, I think. A hunter, a killer, and I think it is close. Eyes widening, Samar Dev scanned the area, her heart pounding hard in her chest. You may be right. There are no spirits here, he grunted. Fled. Oh. Like a mass of iron filings. The sky was slowly lowering on all sides, a heavy mist that was dry as sand. Not that that made any sense, Kalam Mikar allowed, but this was what came of sustained terror, the wild, pathetic conjurations of a beleaguered imagination. He was clinging with every part of his body that was capable of clinging to the sheer, battered underside of a sky keep. The wind, or whatever it was, moaning in his ears, a trembling stealing the strength from his limbs as he felt the last of Quick Ben's magic seep away. Unanticipated, this sudden repudiation of sorcery, he could see no Otatarl, nothing veined through this brutal black basalt. No obvious explanation. Leather gloves cut through, blood slicking his hands, and above a mountain to climb, with this dry silver mist closing in around him. Somewhere far below crouched Quick Ben and Stormy, the former wondering what had gone wrong and, hopefully, trying to come up with an idea for dealing with it. The latter likely scratching his armpits and popping lice with his fingernails. Well, there was no point in waiting for what might not come, when what was going to come was inevitable. Groaning with the effort, Kalam began pulling himself along the rock. The last sky keep he had seen had been Moon's spawn, and its pocked sides had been home to tens of thousands of great ravens. Fortunately, this did not seem to be the case here. A few more man-hates worth of climbing, and he would find himself on a side, rather than virtually upside down as he was now. Reach there, he knew, and he would be able to rest. Sort of that damned wizard, that damned adjunct. Damned everybody, in fact, since not one of them was here, and of course they weren't, since this was madness, and nobody else was this stupid god's. His shoulders were on fire, the insides of his thighs a solid ache edging towards numbness. And that wouldn't be good, would it? Too old for this by far. Men his age didn't reach his age falling for stupid plans like this one. Was he getting soft? Soft-brained. He pulled himself round a chiselled projection, scrabbled with his feet for a moment, then edged over, drew himself up, and found ledges that would take his weight. A whimper escaped him, sounding pathetic even to his own ears as he settled against the stone. A while later he lifted his head and began looking round, searching for a suitable outcrop or knob of rock that he could loop his rope over. Quick Ben's rope, conjured out of nothing. Will it even work here, or will it just vanish? Hood's breath. I don't know enough about magic, don't even know enough about Quick, and I've known the bastard for bloody ever. Why isn't he the one up here? Because if the short-tails noticed the gnat on their hide, Quick was better backup even down there than Kalam could have been. A crossbow quarrel would be spent by the time it reached this high. You could just pluck it out of the air. As for Stormy, a whole lot more expendable than me, as far as I'm concerned. The man swore he couldn't climb, swore that as a babe he never once made it out of his crib without help. Hard imagining that hairy-faced, miserable hulk ever fitting into a crib in the first place. Regaining control of his breathing, Kalam looked down, to find Quick Ben and Stormy nowhere in sight. Gods below, now what? The modest features of the ash-laden plain beneath offered little in the way of cover, especially from this height. Yet, no matter where he scanned, He saw no one. The tracks they had made were faintly visible, leading to where the assassin had left them, and at that location there was something dark, a crack in the ground. Difficult to determine scale, but maybe big enough to swallow both of the bastards. He resumed his search for projections for the rope, and could see none. "All right, I guess it's time, Cotillion. Consider this a sharp tug on your rope. No excuses, you damned god. I need your help here." He waited. The moan of the wind, the slippery chill of the mist. "I don't like this, Warren." Kalam turned his head to find Cotillion alongside him, one hand and one foot holding the god in place. He held an apple in the other hand, from which he now took a large bite. "You think this is funny?" Kalam demanded. Cotillion chewed, then swallowed. "Somewhat. In case you hadn't noticed, we're clinging to a sky keep, and it's got companions, a whole damned row of them. If you needed a ride," the god said, "you'd be better off with a wagon or a horse. It's not moving. It stopped, and I'm trying to break into this one. Quick Ben and a Marine were waiting below, but they've just vanished." Cotillion examined the apple, then took another bite. "My arms are getting tired, chewing, swallowing." "I'm not surprised, Kalam. Even so, you will have to be patient, since I have some questions. I'll start with the most obvious one. Why are you trying to break into a fortress filled with Kachain Shamal?" "Filled? Are you sure?" "Reasonably. Then what are they doing here?" "Waiting, looks like, anyway. I'm the one asking questions." "Fine. Go ahead. I've got all day." "Actually, I think that was my only question. Oh, wait, there's one more. Would you like me to return you to solid ground so we can resume our conversation in more comfort?" "You're enjoying this way too much, Cotillion. The opportunities for amusement grow ever rarer. Fortunately, we're in something like this keep's shadow, so our descent will be relatively easy." "Anytime." Cotillion tossed the apple aside, then reached out to grasp Kalam's upper arm. "Step away and leave the rest to me." "Hold on a moment." Quick Ben's spells were dispelled. That's how I ended up stuck here, probably because he's unconscious. He is, or dead. We should confirm things either way, yes? You sanctimonious, blood-lapping, sweat-sucking, risky Cotillion cut-in, making your cursing sound like praying. A sharp tug, and Kalam bellowed as he was snatched out from the rock face, and was held suspended in the air by Cotillion's grip on his arm. "Relax, you damned ox. Easy is a relative term." 30 heartbeats later, their feet touched ground. Kalam pulled his arm away and headed over to the fissure gaping in the place where Quick and Stormy had been waiting. He approached the edge carefully, called down into the dark. "Quick, Stormy! No answer!" Cotillion was at his side. "Stormy! That wouldn't be Adjutant Stormy, would it? Pig-eyed, hairy, scowling." "He's now a corporal," Kalam said, "and Gesler's a sergeant." A snort from the god, but no further comment. The assassin leaned back and studied Cotillion. "I didn't really think you'd answer my prayer." "I am a god virtually brimming with surprises." Kalam's gaze narrowed. "You came damned fast, too, as if you were close by." "An outrageous assumption," Cotillion said, "yet, oddly enough, accurate." The assassin drew the coil of rope from his shoulder, then looked around and swore. Sighing, Cotillion held out one hand. Kalam gave him one end of the rope. "Brace yourself," he said, as he tumbled the coil down over the pit's edge. He heard a distant snap. "Don't worry about that," Cotillion said. "I'll make it as long as you need. Hood-damned gods." Kalam worked his way over the edge, then began descending through the gloom. "Too much climbing today. Either that, or I'm gaining weight." His moccasins finally settled on stone. He stepped away from the rope. From overhead, a small globule of light drifted down, illuminating the nearest wall. Vertical, man-made, featuring large painted panels, the images seeming to dance in the descending light. For a moment Kalam simply stared. No idle decoration this, but a work of art, a master's hand exuberantly displayed in each and every detail. Heavily clothed, more or less human in form, the figures were in positions of transcendence, arms upraised in worship or exaltation, faces filled with joy. Whilst crowding their feet, dismembered body parts had been painted, blood splashed and buzzing with flies. The mangled flesh continued down to the chamber's floor, then on out, and Kalam saw now that the bloody scene covered the entire expanse of floor as far as he could see in every direction. Pieces of rubble were scattered here and there, and less than a half-dozen paces away, two motionless bodies. Kalam headed over. Both men lived, he was relieved to discover, though it was difficult to determine the extent of their injuries, beyond the obvious. Stormy had broken both legs, one above the knee, the other both bones below the knee. The back of his helm was dented, but he breathed evenly, which Kalam took for a good sign. Quick Ben seemed physically intact, nothing obviously shattered, at least, nor any blood. For both of them, however, internal injuries were another matter. Kalam studied the wizard's face for a moment, then slapped it. Quick's eyes snapped open. He blinked, looked round, coughed, then sat up. One half of my face is numb. What happened? No idea, Kalam said. You and Stormy fell through a hole, the Falaris in rough shape. But somehow you made it unscathed. How did you do that? Unscathed? I think my jaw's broken. No, it isn't. Must have hit the floor. Looks a little puffy, but you wouldn't be talking if it was broke. Huh. Good point. He climbed to his feet and approached Stormy. Oh, those legs look bad. We need to set those before I can do any healing. Healing? Damn it. Quick, you never did any healing in the squad. No, that was Mallet's task. I was the brains, remember? Well, as I recall, that didn't take up much of your time. That's what you think. The wizard paused and looked round. Where are we? And where did that light come from? Compliments of Cotillion, who is on the other end of that rope? Oh, well, he can do the healing then. Get him down here. Then who will hold the rope? We don't need it. Hey, weren't you climbing the moon's spawn? Ah, that's why your god is here, right? To utter the demon's name is to call him, Kalam said, looking up to watch Cotillion's slow, almost lazy descent. The god settled near Stormy and Quick Ben. A brief nod to the wizard, one eyebrow lifting, then Cotillion crouched beside the marine. Adjutant Stormy, what has happened to you? That should be obvious, Kalam said. He broke his legs. The god rolled the marine onto his back, pulled at each leg, drawing the bones back in line, then rose. That will do, I think. Hardly, Adjutant Stormy. Cotillion said, is not quite as mortal as he might seem, annealed in the fires of Thurlan, or Curled Leosan, or Tellan. Or all three, in any case. As you can see, he's mending already. The broken ribs are completely healed, as is the failing liver and shattered hip, and the cracked skull. Alas, nothing can be done for the brain within it. He's lost his mind. I doubt he ever had one, the god replied. He's worse than Urko. At least Urko has interests, peculiar and pointless as they are. A groan from Stormy. Cotillion walked over to the nearest wall. Curious, he said. This is a temple to an elder god. Not sure which one. Kilmandaros, maybe, or Grizin Fal. Maybe even Karul, a rather bloody kind of worship, Kalam muttered. The best kind, Quick Ben said, brushing dust from his clothes. Kalam noted Cotillion's sly regard of the wizard and wondered at it. Ben Adeaphon Delat. Cotillion knows something about you, doesn't he, wizard? You've got too many secrets by far. The assassin then noticed the rope, still dangling from the hole far above. Cotillion, what did you tie the rope to? The god glanced over, smiled. A surprise. I must be going, gentlemen, and he faded, then was gone. Your god makes me nervous, Kalam, Quick Ben said as Stormy groaned again. Louder this time, and you in turn make him nervous. And now he looked down at Stormy. The rips in the leggings were all that remained of the ghastly compound fractures. Adjutant Stormy, annealed in holy fires, still scowling. High rock, the sediments, stepped and ragged, surrounded their camp, an ancient tree to one side. Cuttle sat near the small dung fire they had lit, watching as grey frogs circled the area, evincing ever more agitation. Nearby, Heboric ghost hands looked to be dozing, the hazy green emanations at the ends of his wrists dully pulsing. Silara and Felicin Younger were packing their pipes for their new sharing of a post-meal ritual. Cuttle's gaze returned to the demon. Grey Frog, what's ailing you? Nervous. I have intimations of tragedy swiftly approaching, something worried and uncertain. In the air, in the sands, sudden panic. We should leave here, turn back, flee. Cuttle felt sweat bead his skin. He had never heard the demon so frightened. We should get off this ridge. The two women looked up at his spoken words. Felicin Younger glanced at Grey Frog, frowned, then paled. She rose. We're in trouble, she said. Silara straightened and walked over to Heboric, nudged him with a boot. Wake up. The destriant of Treach blinked open his eyes, then sniffed the air and rose in a single fluid motion. Cuttle watched all this in growing alarm. Shit, he kicked sand over the fire. Collect your gear, everyone. Grey Frog paused in his circling and watched them. So imminent, uncertain, troubled, yes. Need for panic, changing of mind, foolishness, uncertain. Why take chances, Cuttle asked. There's enough light. We'll see if we can find a more defensible place to camp. Appropriate compromise. Nerves easing their taut sensitivity. Averted, unknown, usually, Heboric said in a rough voice, pausing to spit. Usually running from one thing throws you into the path of another. Well, thanks for that, old man. Heboric gave Cuttle an unpleasant smile. My pleasure. The cliff face was pocked with caves which had, over countless centuries, seen use as places of refuge, as crypts for interment of the dead, as storage chambers, and as sheltered panels for rock paintings. Detritus littered the narrow ledges that had been used as pathways here and there, a dark sooty stain marred overhangs and crevasses where fires had been lit. But nothing looked recent to Mappo's eye, and he recognized the funerary ceramics as belonging to the First Empire era. They were approaching the summit of the escarpment, Icarium scrambling up towards an obvious notch cut into the edge by past rains. The lowering sun on their left was red behind a curtain of suspended dust that had been raised by the passing of a distant storm. Bloodflies buzzed the air around the two travellers, frenzied by the storm's brittle, energized breath. Icarium's drive had become obsessive, a barely restrained ferocity. He wanted judgment. He wanted the truth of his past revealed to him, and when that judgment came, no matter how harsh, he would stand before it and raise not a single hand in his own defense. And Mappo could think of nothing to prevent it, short of somehow incapacitating his friend, of striking him into unconsciousness. Perhaps it would come to that, but there were risks to such an attempt. Fail, and Icarium's rage would burgeon into life, and all would be lost. He watched as the jag reached the notch and clambered through, then out of sight. Mappo quickly followed. Reaching the summit, he paused, wiping grit from his hands. The old drainage channel had carved a channel through the next tiers of limestone, creating a narrow, twisting track flanked by steep walls. A short distance beyond, Mappo could see the edge of another drop-off, towards which Icarium was heading. Thick shadows within the channel, insects swarming in the few shafts of sunlight, spearing through a gnarled tree, 3 strides from reaching Icarium's side, and the gloom seemed to explode around the trell. He caught a momentary glimpse of something closing on Icarium from the pinnacle of stone to the jag's right. Then figures swarmed him. The trell lashed out, felt his fist connect with flesh and bone to his left, the sound solid and crunching. A spatter of blood and phlegm, a brawny arm snaked round from behind to close on his neck. Twisting his head back, the glistening skin of that limb sliding as if oiled before the arm locked tight. Another figure plunged into view from the front, long taloned hands snapping out, puncturing Mappo's belly. He bellowed in agony as the claws raked across in an eviscerating slash. That failed, for the trell's hide was thicker than the leather armor covering it. Even so, blood sprayed. The creature behind him tightened its stranglehold. He could feel something of its immense weight and size. Unable to draw a weapon, Mappo pivoted, then flung himself backward into a rock wall. The crunch of bone and skull behind him, a gasp from the beast that rose into a screech of pain. The creature with its claws in Mappo's belly had been dragged closer by the trell's backward lunge. He closed his hands round its squat, bony skull, flexed, then savagely twisted the head to one side. The neck snapped. Another scream, this time seeming to come from all sides. Roaring, Mappo staggered forward, grasping at the forearm drawn across his neck. The beast's weight slammed into him, sent him stumbling. He caught a glimpse of Icarium collapsing beneath a swarm of dark, writhing creatures. Too late, he felt his leading foot pitch, down over the crumbled edge of the cliffside, down into open air. The creature's weight pushed him further forward, then, as it saw the precipice they were both about to plunge over, the forearm loosened. But Mappo held fast, twisting to drag the beast with him as he fell. Another shriek, and he finally caught full sight of the thing. Demonic, mouth opened wide, needle-like fangs, fully locked in their hinges, each as long as Mappo's thumb, glistening black eyes, the pupils vertical, and the hue of fresh blood. Trollbarol. How? He saw its rage, its horror, as they both plummeted from the cliff. Falling. Falling. Gods! This was...